Good morning, it's Sunday on Durham Regatta.
I'm Katie.
And I'm Ruth. We've got some great events lined up, like our elite championship rowers and our non-championship, which are often even more exciting.
Teams have been preparing for this event all year, so we're looking forward to some excellent rowing. We're hoping for some bumps, clashes and exciting wins.
And if that's not for you, we've also got food, rides and even Vikings.
Join us in person or live on PalTV as we hope to up the ante at Durham Regatta.
I'm Samara, a presenter at PalTV. I'm here reporting from the racecourse, the main spectator site for Durham's Regatta. The regatta grew out of an annual procession that commemorated the Duke of Wellington's victory at the Battle of Waterloo, with the first regatta taking place in 1834. Today, it's the second oldest regatta in Durham. It's held over 2 days, with the first course being 700 meters and the long course being 1,800 meters. Around 60 trophies are presented at the regatta, many of which have rich histories. The most prestigious trophy on offer is the Grand Challenge Cup. Since its introduction in 1854, it's been the most coveted trophy in any regatta in the Northeast. We're here at the starting line of the race for both the short and the long courses. A rope will be stretched from one end of the bank to the other, which the cox, aka the person at the back of the boat, will hold on to make sure that the boats are straight. Even if the boats are tilted a little bit, that means that it costs precious seconds off of their race. So the start is really critical. As soon as the whistle blows, the rowers are off. Here's where most of the crashes happen on the course. Because of the shallow bank, rowers tend to get into the weeds a lot. In the early days of the regatta, spectators were the ones who had to untangle the rowers from the weeds, but these days we've got lifeguards to do that for us. Behind me is Batt's Bridge, the location of the finishing line for the short course. The long course will duck under it and keep going. Just behind me is the finish line for the short course. The long course continues on for 1,100 more meters. Rowers will have to battle currents, navigate bridges, and maintain their stamina all the way to the end. We're here at Kingsgate. Prebend's Bridge is where the long course finishes after 1,800 meters of long, hard rowing. There are two types of rowing to watch at the Durham Regatta: sweep-oared rowing, which is one-handed, and sculling, which is two-handed. Both types require a unique combination of balance, timing, psychological strength, and tactic. Enjoy the show and make sure to cheer on your favorite team.
At Batt's Bridge.
On the start now is race 2. This is another quarter-final of the women's non-championship.
Guys, I need Emily up here, so if she's at another camera, someone needs to take over from her.
Peter Woods, crew 44, Grey College. So Grey with 2 crews in this event, and we are away. Pretty much an even break off the start. Maybe the crew on racecourse side from York University just quicker into their racing They've squeezed out maybe half a length on Gray quite quickly in about 6 strokes there. As they come along the concrete, York University, if anything, increasing this lead over Gray College, maybe out to 3/4 of a length as they head towards Collingwood landing stage. It is the crew on racecourse, crew 43, York University, maybe to 3/4 of a length here over the second Gray College crew in this event on the Peterwood side.
The York crew have now settled into a good rhythm and some very clean blade work, not too much splashing. That helps the boat efficiently go through the water, and they've got a comfortable lead over Gray.
Coming onto the stake boats now is the third quarter-final of this women's non-championship V8s. It features on racecourse crew 45 Hatfield College and on Peterwood Station crew 46 Leeds University. Race 3, Hatfield versus Leeds University. Race 3 is off the start. This is Hatfield College on racecourse. We have Leeds University on Peter Woods. Third quarter final of the women's and non-championship B8. And a pretty even break off the start. Absolutely nothing in this in those first few strokes as they make their way along the concrete.
I'm Katie, and the next race is Hatfield College versus Leeds University.
Just a disclosure, we're not complete rowing experts, but we are here to tell you what's going on in the boat.
Yeah, and good luck to everyone racing.
Quarter-final of the women's non-championship B8s.
Oh, and they've set off. Okay. Okay, good rowing so far, and conditions look really good this morning as well. Less windy than yesterday, which is always a good thing.
It seems like the boats are pretty even at the minute.
Good rowing from both sides. Hatfield look like the winning so far.
Just coming onto the start, race 4. This is a round of the Open Non-Championship B Coxed 4s for the Rushworth and Story Challenge Cup. It features on racecourse crew 77 and Durham School, and on Peter Woods crew 78.
Hatfield are falling behind right now by about 1 boat length.
Just going past St Cuthbert Society landing is the race between.
Still time to pull it back though, and the gales look strong this morning.
Very, very good line, giving her crew every advantage, and that's helped them to get about a half a length lead on Hatfield on the racecourse side. As they go towards Bath, The Leeds University crew are building up on that lead, rowing very well indeed, the boat going smoothly through the water.
Looks like it's a win for Leeds University this
Race
morning.
4 away from the start, Durham School versus Northumbria University. A lot of support for Durham School on the bank. Hoping to hear some Northumbria University cheers maybe in this round of the Open Non-Championship B Coxed Fours. It is pretty much even Stevens here, the first 20 strokes.
David, if you send those crews to full power, or quickly, then you should have time to get 2 crews to the other.
Cox is steering a really good course, giving their crews every opportunity.
So next race is set off. This one is Durham School versus Northumbria University.
On the Peterwood side, Northumbria University maybe pushed out to a third of a length here over Durham School in this round of the non-championship B Coxed Fours.
Exactly, Richard. Start, you hear that, over. Make sure you get make sure you get 3-minute gaps, over.
Nice and hungry.
Make sure you do full pressure cruise. Stop sending up, there's a read now, just passing deep. Stop sending up.
Okay, so this is a 4-man boat.
Again, a very good course from the Northumbria Cox, and her crew have just settled into a rhythm.
2
A
lengths
very
this
strong
time.
Northumbria crew, and that's helped them to get a 2-length
Looks like
lead
Northumbria
on
is going
Durham
to
School
take
at
an easy
Bannockbridge.
win. And the weather is much better today than it was yesterday. We've got blue skies here on the River Weir, which is exciting.
Thank God it was really cold yesterday, so there's always a win. But well done to Northumbria for that race. Easy win from them.
A round of the non-championship B Coxed Fours.
So how are you today, Casey?
I'm good.
Good.
Excited to be here.
Yeah, me too.
At 8 a.m.
Me too. It's a lovely day for it, isn't it?
with all my rowing knowledge.
Hello and good morning. This is Kika Brillenberg. I've taken over for Katie because I fear the girl was just getting too stressed about these races. But we are here and trying our best, guys. To all of our viewers this morning, my sincerest apologies. Honestly, I think our commentators should be apologizing to you, except they're not here. So we're picking up their slack, and that's okay. The races are going strong. For now, they're on time. I don't know how long that will stand for.
Over the Hexham Queen Elizabeth High School composite, the verdict 1 length.
Tess, do you want to tell me what teams we're looking at right now?
So now it's Yarm School in Tulloch versus University College, aka Castle.
Fantastic. You know, whenever I look at these boats and all these races, especially the boats that
Leeds University over Hatfield
I'm
College.
always quite impressed.
Me too.
I see the colleges, and I know quite a lot of rowers in college, and I know they wake up so early time, and that's on a pretty flexible university schedule.
Definitely.
How are these kids doing it?
Especially, I think the parents have a lot to be thanked for. They're definitely the ones driving the kids
That's
to the
a
river each morning.
fantastic point.
or to
Yes,
the gym.
they are the super troopers over
Yeah.
here. They are the ones that actually make rowing happen. If you think about it.
Definitely, yeah. So thank you, parents.
Yeah, thank you, parents.
I don't know if I would.
Players coming here to Durham, the River Wear, whoever was here yesterday at 8 a.m. with how windy it was,
Yeah.
watching their kid row on a boat, props to you,
Yeah.
because you're probably stronger than me, so I'll give it.
Yeah, that was tough. Especially when you realise how long people must have driven.
Yes,
So we're from Sheffield.
yes,
It
absolutely.
was the one team from Norway, so yeah, there was long commutes for everyone yesterday.
I think we are now at a point that becomes a little bit more boring. There's a bunch of boats that are trying to come back to the landing stage, but it seems like our next race has set off.
That is Yarm School in Tulloch versus Castle College or University College in Durham. It looks pretty neck and neck so far. It looks like it's going to be a hard race for both teams.
Seems like energies are high for the teams this morning. Nobody's been lagging behind too much.
Not at all. Energy seems high all around, to be fair.
Yeah.
Within spectators too.
Maybe it's because everybody has sugary drinks in their systems, so the sugar highs are starting to
I
happen.
know I do, yeah. It's still a very close race so far. Still pretty neck and neck. It's going to be a really tough race, this one.
At St Cuthbert's Landing Yarm School, who are rating a higher number of strokes per minute, have a
It does
slight
seem
lead
like
of
Yarm
about
School
half a
has
length
the lead.
on University College
But now
on the Hero Wood
it's
side.
almost a full boat. They're pushing through final energy
And
for
Yarm
the
School
rest
have
of
just
the race.
increased their rate,
Castle
really
College
pushing
still looking
to
strong,
take
but it
both
looks
away
like Yarm
from
School in Tulloch is going to
University,
take the win on this
and
one.
more fast
Yeah,
races have
they
increased
might have
that lead
not.
to 1 length.
They might have used a lot of their energy trying to stay level at the beginning, but now it's simply not enough, and they're losing to Yarm School.
And our next race is now set off. I think this is Van Mildert versus Sheffield University. There was meant to be a race between York St John and Sheffield Hallam, but it looks like that's been cancelled.
86, Van Mildert.
Or moved back, maybe.
Sheffield University. Van Mildert versus Sheffield University, ranked of the Open Non-Championship B, Coxed Fours.
Yeah, so just to confirm, this is Van Mildert versus Sheffield.
For all that talk of nicer weather, I will still say it's pretty cold out here.
Yeah, very windy. I'm glad I went with the ponytail this morning.
Yeah. If only we could get this booth out in the sun, I feel like I'd enjoy this whole thing a lot more.
I agree, I'd love it. A little bit of tanning on the side
Yeah.
sounds perfect.
goodness, we
But hey ho, what can you expect from British summertime?
Exactly, it is
Going to be cold, it is going to be windy, it might hail at some point,
Exactly.
or you might get sunburned.
It's part of the fun.
All part of the fun.
Serenely on down the racecourse side. Sheffield Oarsman doing very well to get himself back into the boat, just get himself strapped back in. Getting a lot of encouragement from his supporters on the riverbank.
I will say, I do feel like this morning the support on the river is a bit bigger. I feel like the crowd is bigger this morning.
Yeah.
Which once takes us back to the parents and their commitment to coming here and support. But also the friends of these rowers, they're all here. We can see them there on the screen. There's quite a lot of people.
It's only going to get bigger. It's only 8 a.m. so yeah, I've got high hopes for the day. Maybe the weather's brought people out this morning as well, to be honest. Blue sky.
But there we go. A bit of drama there at the start, but Sheffield University back up and rowing.
Well, hoping that Sheffield University athlete is well and an injured Andrew, but that is very unusual. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before at Durham Regatta.
No, he just took a couple of strokes and then catapulted up into the air and out of the boat. So it must have, I think, caught a blade or something, and it's just lifted.
And it does look like Sheffield University are in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like quite a lot.
To jump back in and race down this course, but I don't think they'll be catching Van Milden anytime soon.
Yeah, Van Milder lagging behind quite dramatically. We've lost Sheffield from view here in the commentator's booth and still have no sight of Van Milder. Oh, I see some splashing. There they are.
Come on, Van Milder, it's not over yet. Never lose hope.
College, it's Collingwood versus Butler College, this quarter-final non-challenge.
They're looking a lot stronger now, to be honest. I think they may have had some technical difficulties on their side this morning too.
Even then though, it must feel really, really discouraging to try to row and get to the finish line after you know you've lost it.
And I know how much effort rowers put in. There was, especially for this regatta, there's been so many training sessions, so it must be really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder for any kind viewers that we might have this morning that me and Tess, even though we are so fun and we know that you guys are enjoying all of our commentary, are not experienced rowers.
Yeah,
never have been. So the level of expertise here that we can offer in our commentary is quite reduced, and I am sorry for that. Hopefully we'll find some people to cover for us, and I can assure you at some points in the day you will have very, very great commentary, but for now you're gonna have to settle for us.
Just enjoy the chat.
Yeah.
And the vague commentary that we can offer.
Commentary.
And our next race is between Collingwood and Josephine Butler College. Looks like it's about to set off shortly. Not yet though. And it's a women's 8-person boat race.
I always say 8-person boats scare me quite a lot. I feel like I'm very much not a team sports person.
No, me neither.
Because I feel like I would feel so much pressure to like not let everybody around me down. I would much rather be, I don't know, a solo track star, and if I lose, then that's on me.
I completely agree.
But if I mess up, if I catch a crab, if my whatever happens, that's on me. I would feel terrified.
No, 100%. I think I'd just be apologising the whole time
Yes.
I'm in a boat.
But I do think that's the beautiful and scary thing about an 8-person boat is that on one hand you have that pressure that 7 people are counting on you,
Yeah.
but on the other it's such camaraderie.
Exactly, and I think it's so understanding. Everyone catches crabs, and it's so normal in rowing. And
Yes.
I think there's such a good understanding that things happen, and it's teamwork, and it's resilience at the end of the day, and yeah, having each other's backs.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like the safety boat is just doing a pass. I really hope we don't get an incident like we did last year with the swans. If you were watching last year, just know that our team at PalTV we were in shambles when that was happening. We didn't know what to do. The commentators didn't know what to say. And the poor swans, they weren't to blame. They were just enjoying a day out in the river. Yeah.
I'm honestly quite scared of swans.
Are you?
Yeah, they're actually quite vicious. I was swimming the other week in a dock, and they came. Apparently, it's mating season for swans, so it was all
okay.
scary time.
Yeah. I feel like they're a biting type as well.
I think a lot
Like
of
they'll
vicious.
sneak up on you and then just
Yeah.
yeah.
Go away.
Yeah, back away.
Yeah, scary time.
I wonder how that would go down once you get to the hospital. Oh my gosh, yeah, a swan bit me, a swan. Please, not a swan bit me.
Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing. You might have to lie to the nurse.
A bear.
Make yourself sound a bit harder.
And whenever you get a scar, just go for it. Go for a fun animal. Go for it. But I do agree. I feel like just like big birds in general are quite scary. Ducks are also scary.
So this is between Collingwood and so far it's pretty neck and neck.
Mm-hmm.
Scales all look strong, all in sync.
Canvassing those first dozen strokes, canvas lead for Collingwood as they make their way along the concrete.
I think because Collingwood is such a strong college sport-wise, there's a lot of discourse between the other colleges to try and beat Collingwood. So
Yes,
it could happen. I'm not sure. They are a very good college.
Completely neck and neck. There is no clear winner at this point. They're just passing, they'll be landing. Still nothing. Even though it might seem like Collingwood is getting a little bit in the lead by maybe a quarter.
Still all to play for.
Yes.
And there's gorgeous rowing, everyone's so in sync. It does look like Collingwood are edging forwards more and more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do feel like there are kind of set enemies between the colleges in college sport at least.
Yeah. And I think if Collingwood do dominate the tables quite a lot in a lot of sports, it just encourages more camaraderie.
Yeah.
But yeah, Collingwood does look about half a boat lengths ahead.
Yeah. They are passing next to us now, and I will say the effort from both teams is still really, really incredible.
Energy seems high.
By 1 length.
Collingwood are taking the lead with about 1 boat length now.
It'll still be a tight race. Josephine Butler can walk away from it knowing that they tried their very best, and it was incredibly good.
Exactly. So much effort go into these races, and it's so good to see everyone cheering each other on and just enjoying the day as well.
Sheffield Uni versus Durham Regatta quarter-final of the Women's Championship B8.
And it's still Collingwood that look like they're going to take that win today.
Yeah, absolutely a win for Collingwood.
So we're away with race 9.
Oh, and our next race has already started between Sheffield University and Durham ARC.
College
This is another women's 8-person boat. And again, looking neck and neck so far. I know it's early days.
Approach Collingwood Land instead. It is Durham Regatta maintaining this very small lead over Sheffield University. Sheffield University on the racecourse side. Durham Regatta on Peeler Woods. Great courses here via these boxes. Don't have the course in front. My balance is maintaining this small lead over Sheffield University. Close contest.
Still looking completely neck and neck so far, so it's a really tough race this one. Just hearing some support on the sides for Durham there against Sheffield University. Sorry, Durham ARC, that was not Durham University.
Wow, a really tight race, yeah.
I think that was Durham ARC that took the win there. I'm going to say I can't be sure.
Yeah. They're about to cross the finish line.
And as they come through Bath Bridge, it's Sheffield University who've taken the lead over
Sheffield
Durham
took the
Race
lead,
Club
so
and
it's a win for
one
Sheffield.
boat length as they cross the line.
Away from the start is race 10, another quarter-final, non-championship B, non-championship A8, featuring on racecourse a crew of 36 at Cuthbert's, and on Peeler Woods crew of 37, University College. Cuthbert's versus
Go Cuts!
University.
I bleed green, guys.
Cuthbert's maybe pushed into a canvas early lead here over University College.
Fitting because we're sitting in the St Cuthbert's boathouse right
Yeah,
now.
absolutely.
Good for you.
That's why I say, hey, my college, they're winning the races and they're lending us their spaces. So
Over University College.
I'll take it. I'll support them.
In this quarter-final of the non-championship BAA.
Also, big shout out to the multiple presenters and commentators that we've had from yesterday and we'll have today that will be rowing or have rowed. They've also done a fantastic job, and it's been great to hear from people with actual expertise.
But I don't have that much expertise, but I've had so much fun these last few days. I really got into rowing now, so
Yeah.
next year, 100%. It is looking like Cuts are taking the lead today
Yes.
by about one boat's length, maybe a bit less.
Yeah.
So still all to play for, but yeah, at the moment Cuts are in the lead there.
Still, fantastic job from the girls.
Definitely.
And as they go past their own boathouse, and Cuthbert Society have increased their lead over University
Girls
College
from
to
Castle are
2
still
lengths.
pushing, but it does look like Cuts are going to take the win.
Just coming onto the start
It's a
now,
full
race
boat
11.
length.
This is the final quarter-final of
It would be
the
really
Women's
hard to catch up at
Non-Championship
this point.
BA8. It features on racecourse crew 38 Newcastle University Boat Club, and on Peeler Woods crew 39 St John's College. Newcastle versus St John's. Newcastle Uni have got their support crew just below me in the commentary tower, so I'm expecting lots of noise when this one kicks
Race
off.
is Newcastle University Boat Club versus St John's College here in Durham. So kind of like a derby, this one. Durham versus Newcastle. and again it's a women's 8-person boat, and we've just set off.
Regatta sticker on the side of their boat gives you some idea of the quality of maybe of the opposition that St John's College are facing. Crews coming quite close together there off the start. I don't think we clashed blades, but certainly the Cox is looking for the best line.
So both boats are quite close together in this race, which does make it a bit tougher, but maybe they can separate out as the race
and as
goes
they
on.
rapidly approach Collingwood landing stage, it is Newcastle Uni, maybe with a canvas to a third of a length, certainly St John's are holding them at this point.
Newcastle do seem to be taking the lead just ever so slightly at this stage. St John's just
Newcastle
behind,
University versus
not
St
much
John's
in it.
College, quarter-final, Women's Non-Championship 8.
Seems like half a race of half a length of the lead.
Yeah.
Midpoint of the race.
Okay, the boats are just coming up to Cutts Boathouse now, so almost to the end. Great effort from the two boats. It's in races like these the Cox's kind of task and position really shines.
Yeah.
When you see them actually talking face to face,
I know.
which doesn't happen in every boat. Getting to see their interaction with the rowers and their encouragement that they can do it, and how they coach the rowers to the end of the race is always really interesting.
And you can see how much effort the Coxes actually put in, because they've got to be so ensuring and have got such good spirits, but also they've got to look basically everywhere all at once, and it is such a hard job. It takes so much brain energy. So kudos to all the Coxes out there. You don't go unnoticed.
They're all very locked in. I'm gonna take this short break to just a very interesting note for our viewers right now of the live stream. A quick history for you guys about rowing regattas. So they first originated in 13th century Venice as competitive challenges between the professional gondoliers, which is really silly to me because it seems like it might have just been a normal Tuesday when they said, who do you think can reach that bridge faster? And then that begun this tradition that is now quite iconic to British culture in general.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's from Italy actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then it does say that this like tendency to start testing two boats on a same river to see who could reach a set point faster became really, really famous here in the UK, and one of the first official regattas to be established in the UK was in fact the Durham Regatta.
Well, hey, big up.
Yeah.
Apparently it's only the second oldest in England after Henley Regatta. So.
No, in fact, Henley started, I was just about to say, Henley started 5 years after the Durham Regatta, which is why it's known as the Henley of the North.
And just while we are waiting for long course racing to start.
Now we're going to take a quick break from the rowing chat to bring you a little historical nugget which you'll find right here along the riverbank of the River Wear. And that is, of course, the story of the heaven-sent cow, which supposedly is the only reason that any of us are here today. Basically, in the year 687, a very saintly man called Cuthbert died. Now, the thing about Cuthbert was that his body wouldn't decompose, and it was said to perform miracles, so it was essential that the monks preserved the body. To that end, they decided to bury him on the island just off the coast of Northumbria called Lindisfarne. Now, this was all well and good, until the Vikings struck. Now, because Lindisfarne is an island, it was right on the coast and the Vikings were attacking it relentlessly. So in 885, it was decided that Cuthbert couldn't stay. They had to get him out. The only question was, where did they put him? They moved around a little bit around the north in places like Ripon and Chester-le-Street, but still the threat of the Vikings was omnipresent. They didn't know what to do. But it wasn't until 995 that a certain cow-shaped conspiracy led them to discover the final resting place of St Cuthbert just over there. As the monks were moving further northwards, one of them had an extraordinary vision. It was St Cuthbert himself, and he said, "Bury me in a place called Dun Home." Only problem was, no one had ever heard of that place. As far as they were concerned, that wasn't a place. Until an extraordinary divine intervention. A milkmaid came past and she said she was looking for her lost cow, a dun cow in fact, and she'd last seen it in a place called Dun Home. Realising their luck, or perhaps, depending on your outlook, their miracle, the monks decided to follow this young lady, and eventually they came to a place called Dun Home, where they found not only a cow, but also a hill above a bended river, the perfect place to defend the body of St Cuthbert. And that's why there's a cow on this riverbank, but it's also why there's a huge cathedral just over there.
And our next race is St John's, Breed, Morera, Lima, and I do apologise for the pronunciation of that. It's very much a Scouse butchering, but please excuse it. That was St John's versus Collingwood. Not St John's College, St John's. The name that I just said. You know what I mean.
And this will be, I believe, our first long course race. So very exciting. The long course goes actually way past, it's, I think, the double of the length of the short course.
Yeah,
it continues all the way until the Durham Students' Union.
Yeah.
So it's a race that rowers have to prepare for much, much more.
There is a lot of power which goes into it, and I heard yesterday from some rowers that the conditions are really windy, and it was extra tough yesterday, so hopefully a little bit nicer today.
Yeah.
But still, it's going to be tough.
You have to bear in mind that the second bridge that the rowers have to go through isn't as simple as Bath's Bridge. It's Velvet Bridge, which has arches which are way more difficult for the cocks to make sure that they will pass through safe and sound.
No one's set off yet. St John's versus Collingwood.
Yeah, the boats are all just, I think they're going to try and get all the boats that are on the river now to go back to the landing dock so that the race course is completely free for the long races to go through.
The Hillbeat women's squad hate me.
What did you do?
Yeah, I stole their trophies and a footplate out of their boat.
That does sound like it might have been your fault.
No.
Have you ever written a rowan?
Excuse me?
Have you ever written a rowan?
Can you explain to me what a roam is?
Do you have a favourite boat club besides your own?
Not really. Don't really like many of the other boat clubs.
Yeah, technically I'm just, well, a dev, but now technically seen as still dev.
Oh, that sounds like there's kind of like some tension around that. What's your go-to meal deal?
Go-to meal deal. All right. Quavers.
Are those chips? Or fries? Or crisps?
Yeah, crisps.
Are you a bit nervous, Jack?
That wasn't me, that was you, it's the table.
Oh, it's the table, was it? Just maybe I made you a bit nervous.
No.
Oh.
I actually really don't like the uni suits.
Why not?
Because they're red. And they're just like, I don't know, they're like a weird fit.
I really like it.
Oh, thank you.
Can I have it? I do have to say, you're just quite nice. I appreciate the incorporation of the uni suit. We were really on the same wavelength.
Well, I was hoping it could be like a grand reveal halfway through. But,
You just got too excited.
I saw we were twinning and then I got carried away, so yeah. But I don't take it off usually anyway.
Oh, do you like sleep in it and everything?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a nice venue, isn't it?
It is very nice, yeah.
It's very sweet.
I love the lights. These are a nice touch.
I think they're quite nice. My landlord would not let me put them in my house because she said they were a fire hazard. Even though they're battery operated. She had a stroke though, so I was thinking about putting them back up because it's not like she's coming back anytime soon.
Quickly up into the race with
The first long course race has set off.
Yeah, I think there's a men
settling to
St. John's.
a race pace, recognising that they have 1,800 metres to run. Just getting into their race now, just maybe squeezed into a canvas here as they approach the end of the concrete, coming towards Collingwood landing stage. Collingwood passing.
Even so far, but as you've said, Kika, there is a long way to go.
Collingwood maintaining
Yes.
early days in this long course race, a long way to go. As Michael says, the bends can be a leveler.
Also, do be warned for any viewers at home that when these long course races are happening, the marshals will not wait for the race to be over before the next one begins. So at many points we will be talking about two races at the same time. If that gets confusing, imagine how it is for us. We don't know anything about one.
Coming up to the start, race 13, the next race in this
Still pretty neck and neck.
quarter-final Open College Championship Cox Fours for the Barry Ward Thompson Trophy. Presentation prizes kindly donated by Professor Durham Thompson, and it features on Racecourse Route 62, South College, and on Woods 63, Trevelyan College.
Looks like Collingwood are ahead at the moment against St. John's. The boys are looking strong, very in sync, very neat. Not a lot of splashing at all going on there. It's needed to be matched.
Yeah. Even then we can see, and it's quite easy to compare from the last races, the strength, they are still being a bit reserved. They're not going
and the opportunity is still there for Johns to catch up.
Full power.
Yes, as full power as those shorter races would be at this one. And the next race is set off. This is
Trevelyan College. Quarter-final of the Open College Championship Cox Fours.
Sure, there's a lot of
South College
rivalry here.
short lead, moving a canvas here over Trevelyan College on the Peter Woods side. A long way to go in this race. Trevelyan settling into their rowing and maybe held this South College push. South College still maintaining a small lead as they go past Collingwood landing stage.
Just going under that bridge that I was mentioning before, it's a tight squeeze.
We have on Racecourse Crew 64, Great College, on Peter Woods Crew 65, Hatfield College, Race 14.
Just mentioned, they're just past the rules right now.
Really neck and neck. There is not a clear winner here. Trevs might have a little bit of a lead.
On the long course, crews tend to row at a slightly lower rate of strokes per minute just to conserve their energy over this 1,800 metre course. as opposed to the 700-metre quick dash, and it is South College maintaining a lead over their opponents, Trevelyan, as they go past Bath Bridge.
Race 14 away from the start, we have on Racecourse Crew 64, Great College, Woods Crew 65, Hatfield College. Both these crews very sharp away from the start.
Notice that all of Hatfield are wearing matching hats. I love that. I love that look. Love that vibe. Bring back everybody in the boat wearing the same hat. I think that's so fun. Another reason I couldn't be a rower, I would have to get all the kit, and then I wouldn't want to take it off. I would want to flaunt it all the time. I'd show up to class with my rowing hat on, like, yes.
Start race 15, the quarter-final of the College Championship Cox 4s. We have on Racecourse Crew 66, Aiden's College.
Lead on Trevs now.
Peeler Woods Crew 67, St Cuthbert's Society Boat Club. So Aiden's versus Cuthbert's.
Okay, and between Gray and Hatfield, gotta say Hatfield are slightly ahead, but honestly there's not much in it at all, and Gray look really strong as well.
Seeing those hats up close, I stand by my statement. I think they look way, way chic.
There's a cracking race just coming towards Bath Bridge with Hatfield on the Peeler Wood side and Gray on Racecourse side. As they go into the bridge, they are bow to bow, and absolutely nothing.
I feel like a good bucket hat goes a long way.
So race 15 away from the start, we have on Racecourse Crew 66 and Aiden's College, Peeler Woods Crew 67.
Yeah.
Quarter-final.
We'll see who wins.
Pretty much even Stevens this one. Quickly to the end of the concrete wall. If anything, Cuthbert's just with a small lead, the crew on the Peeler Woods station. Collingwood landing stage. Squeezing out maybe to canvas a little bit more, maybe into towards a third of a length here over St Aidan's in this quarter-final Open College Championship Cox 4s.
They've just a shot from Gray who's at the lead. It looks like Gray is taking over the lead.
Yeah.
To start, we have race 17. This is a round of the Women's Junior Championship Double Sculls. It features on Racecourse Crew 227, Durham Amateur Rowing Club, and on Peeler Woods Crew 228, Yarm School. So Durham Amateur
And then
versus
this is our
Yarm
next
School.
race.
This round of the Women's Junior Championship Double Sculls.
By about 1 point.
Yeah, just about.
Pushed out in those first 3 strokes, very strong start. Clear water,
As you
late
say,
lead as they make their way along the concrete over Durham Amateur.
Some very close races in these first long course events, with St Cuthbert's Society on the Peeler Wood side slightly leading St Aidan's at Bath Bridge, but there's hardly anything in it.
next race has set off. It's Durham ARC v Yarm School. And it's two women versus two women, so small boat this time.
We're getting a shot there of Cuts versus Aidens. Cuts still quite strongly in the lead. At this point, and a crash into the bridge.
Come on, Aiden.
Aidens took that chance, and it seems like they've got the lead now. So
just coming towards Bath Bridge.
Think about rowing this depot. So much that can happen out
Very
on
good
the
rowing
river.
indeed.
So much. It's such a long
their
course.
boat moves through the water. That is really exceptionally good rowing from Durham Amateur Rowing Club, and it's given them a lead of about 3 lengths over Yarm School.
Durham ARC ahead of Yarm School there.
Well, we have a slight pause to clear some boats up the course, just to bring you some results of earlier races. Races 8 through to 11, and these are all women non-championship A8s. Race 8 was a win for crew 32 Collingwood College over Butler College, the verdict 1 length. Race 9 was a win for crew 34 Sheffield University over Durham Amateur, the verdict 1 1/4 lengths. Race 10 was a win for crew 36 St Cuthbert's Society over University College, the verdict 1 1/4 lengths. Race 11 was a win for crew 38 Newcastle University Boat Club over St John's College, the verdict 1 1/4 lengths. And race 12, the Open College Coxed Fours, was a win for Collingwood College crew 61 over St John's College, the verdict easily.
They're just listing out now the following races. It seems like there might be some changes in the schedule. We'll try to keep up with it and let you guys know. Back to the race with the women's doubles.
That was Durham ARC versus Yarm School. Our next race looks like it's about to set off. It looks like it's between St Aidan's Women's and Hillbeats. There've been a few pushbacks or cancellations. We're going to get some confirmation on that shortly.
Coming onto the start, race 20. This is a round of the Women's College Championship Coxed Fours for the Peter H. Mills Memorial Trophy. Will feature on Racecourse crew 105 St Aidan's, on Peeler Woods crew 106 Hillbeat. So this round of the Women's College Championship Coxed Fours, St Aidan's versus Hillbeat.
This is a women's 4-person boat race. Not started yet.
I believe it's Aiden's versus Hillbeat, no?
Okay, so that one's, yeah. Aiden's versus Hillbeat.
Yeah.
Quick further result to bring you race 13, the Open Colleges Coxed Fours, was a win for crew 62 South College over Trevelyan College, the verdict 1 foot. So you called it correctly, Michael. A very close race there between South College and Trevelyan. South College prevailing by 1 foot. start this round of the Women's College Championship Cox Fours, featuring on racecourse St Aidan's and on Peelerwood's Hillbead. Aidan's versus Hillbead. The first 6-8 strokes, it is the crew on Peelerwood's Hillbead. They pushed it quite quickly, third of a length cleared over St Aidan's.
Ahead from the
long course race, so a long way to go.
Yeah, Hillbead are ahead by about 1
As they approach the end of the Common it is the crew on Peelerwood's Hillbead maintaining this lead. They've been pushed into perhaps half a length here over St Aidan's. Clearly a long way to go in this 1800 metre long course race.
Definite lead in this race. I would say it's a boat and a half.
Yes, Aidan. Yes, Aidan.
But still, at this point, it's undecided. Anything can happen. They can crash into the bridge.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We're just about to pass through this now.
The support is strong on the Hillbead landing. You can see them.
Yeah. Got their own viewing platform there on the other side of the wall sent to us. It's Hillbead who are significantly ahead now. Aidan's just lagging behind.
Hillbead getting some encouragement from supporters on their landing as they come down towards Bath Bridge. Hillbead are holding a slight lead over St Aidan's. Hillbead rowing at a higher rate of strokes per minute, but that'll be a bit of a test to see if they've got anything left in the tank when they clear Elbert Bridge and have about another 800 metres to race.
It seems like we've gotten quite a few new viewers this morning to our live broadcast. Just a reminder for anybody that hasn't been here since 8 a.m. This is speaking to you now, Kika Brillenberg.
And I'm Tess Cato.
And we want full disclosure, we are not experts at all with rowing, so our commentary is very sadly very limited.
Yeah.
We will do our best to make sure you enjoy this race as much as we are watching it. But yeah, just know that we are trying our best.
Yeah, I do apologise. Something last minute somewhere else.
And on Peelerwood's 369, Butler College boat club.
Our drone's getting a beautiful, beautiful shot of the leading boat. Honestly, just getting far, far ahead in the race.
Yeah, that is Hillbead still taking the lead.
Just to bring you some results of those long course races as we get them. Race 14, Open College, Cox Fours, there's a win for Crew 65, Hatfield College, over Grey College, the verdict 1 length. Race 15, also Open College, Cox
Seems like they
win for Crew
touched
67,
the sides, but they didn't.
over St
Good on
Aidan's
them.
College, the verdict 1 length. Race 17,
However,
the
that
Women's
bend
Junior
will always
Championship
make the
double
most
sculls,
time.
there's a win for Crew
They
67,
slow down
Durham Amateur
inevitably,
Rowing Club over Yarm School, the verdict
You can even see
2 lengths.
crowds on the bridge moving from side to side as they try and catch the race.
Race 19 were scratches from respective crews, so race 18, Warwick Boat Club get a round, a bye through to the next round, and in race 19, Durham University have scratched, so Leeds University get a bye through to the next round.
So we know they're Durham commentaries. still ahead.
Set from long course to short course racing for you. We'll be underway shortly. This will feature race 21, quarter-final Open Championship. A-Cox 4s featuring race course 368, Collingwood College, Peter Woods 369, Butler College.
This is Butler versus Collingwood. I will say, Tess, even though there is still some wind, and since we're in the shade, we are feeling it, I do hope that the rowers feel a bit more encouraged by the change in weather. Yes, absolutely.
People storm the blue skies was really nice. Positive energy within anyone, I would say.
And I mean, even if you aren't the winner of your race, you know that once you get off that boat, you can just lay on the grass and enjoy the sun. So, wins win.
I know. Still waiting for my race to go ahead.
So away from the start we have race 21, we are back onto short course 700 metre racing. This is a quarter final of the Open Championship A-Cox 4s featuring race course crew 68, Collingwood College, Peter Woods crew 69, Butler College, both below. Pretty much neck and neck. First 15 strokes of this race, Butler just lead here over Collingwood.
I should say boots and races with the same energy at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to get to Elvet Bridge and be exhausted already.
Second half of the race. On to the start race 22, another quarter-final Open.
They are just about to reach where we are.
College, and Peter Woods crew 71, Hatfield College.
Collingwood have now adjusted their steering. They are back on course and they have a lead. Butler 2 lengths.
Yeah, on both lengths, but that does seem to be increasing. Yeah, I'd say it's about 2 lengths.
A lot of noise off the start. You might have heard that Michael for this
They're still trying their best, and they're still a close second, so things might turn around for them. The second race, the next race is off. Hatfield's been rowing quite a lot today.
Small lead over Hatfield College.
Edge of Hatfield now. although definitely still very, very close.
Support is quite strong.
It's honestly neck and neck as they're just passing.
Yeah, which I think is only encouraging the crowd. It's anyone's race at this point, so incredibly important to ensure that the boat feels like they can get to the finish line.
Trevs are slightly ahead of Hatfield at this stage, but it's really, really a close race. And our next race that's just about to start is Tyne ARC versus Leeds University. It's a full man boat. And they have just set off. That was Tyne ARC versus Leeds.
Tyne amateur really clean off the start there, taking almost a length out of Leeds Uni in those first 15 strokes. Tyne looking very strong, already coming to the end past Collingwood landing stage. Tyne with maybe clear water, just about maybe a length lead over Leeds University.
This is a race between
Tyne ARC and Leeds Uni.
I might be wrong, but I think it's Tyne ARC in the lead.
We've seen some really good courses so far this morning. I know it's early days in the regatta, but Tyne Amateur Rowing Club are rowing.
Kika, that is Tyne ARC in the lead.
And that has given
Quite significantly by about 2 boat lengths at this stage. Leeds pulling up behind, still looking in sync, still looking smooth. Maybe they're just reserving energy at this stage.
I think this is one of my favorite parts of the weekend altogether, is the fact that since it is the Henley of the North, we get to see so many teams that you don't typically see rowing on the river, where other universities, so many amateur clubs, but also senior clubs. It's fantastic. It's such community.
Definitely, yeah.
We're incredibly lucky to be Durham students and to get to have this in just the end of our summer term.
Exactly.
How crazy.
On our doorstep. It's so fun to come down and see it all. Okay, our next race is just set off. This is Sheffield Uni versus St Cuthbert's. It's Sheffield Tyso versus St Cuthbert's, just to be specific.
Sheffield Uni with the early advantage in those first double strokes. Maybe squeeze out to a campus a little bit more here over St Cuthbert's Society. Come to the end of the concrete heading towards Collingwood landing stage. It is the cruise of Sheffield University maintaining this lead. The campus to third of a length lead over St Cuthbert's Society Boat Club in this quarter-final Open Non-Championship A course.
I believe this coming up here is a Cuts race.
Yeah. Cuts v Sheffield Tyso. It looks like Cuts are in the lead. Just waiting confirmation, but we're pretty sure.
Race 21 was a win for Crew 68, Collingwood College over Butler College. The verdict's 2 lengths. Race 22, also Open Non-Championship A Cox Fours, was a win for Crew 70, Trevelyan College over Hatfield College. The verdict half a length.
Apologies, that was Sheffield Tyso that are actually in the lead against Cuts there.
Even then, it seems like only one boat length.
Yeah. Another close race.
shout out to Scarlett. Scarlett is the cox for that men's force Cubs boat. Scarlett is also the guitarist of one of my favorite local Durham bands, Pink Lemonade. If you have time, go check out their single Angel and That Ain't True, because I made the music videos for them and I'm their creative director. So very close and dear to home. Scarlett, if you rewatch this race at any point, know that I did in fact give you a shout out.
And I'll go ahead and listen to that right now.
There you go.
Straight after commentating. Our next race is Cambois RC versus Durham School Siddle. Again, sorry for any mispronunciation there.
Really good entry, great to see 8 crews in this Women's Junior 13 Cox Quad Sculls. Our youngest competitors at Durham Regatta, so let's give these young ladies plenty of support. Michael, I know you'll have a great respect for these young ladies who are starting out their rowing careers at Durham Regatta.
Yeah, and the standard of rowing in that Women's Junior 13 age group is really good. Determined athletes, very skillful, credit to their coaches. It's always a pleasure to visit Camas Rowing Club, which is on the Wansbeck in Northumberland. Incredibly friendly club, coaches dedicated to the well-being and welfare of their young rowers.
Brilliant, thanks Michael. Cox is an athlete, real picture of Cox.
Seems like the next race is about to start.
That is Cambois RC versus Durham School Siddle.
I'm going to take this time just to read out a few of our results so far. So Trevs versus Hatfield for the Open Fours was won by, I believe, Trevs half a length.
Program that's taking place down in Leeds, so again, great to see that we've managed to
And now the races that have just come through now. Grey College versus Grey College Hanson versus Hexham, won by 1 length. York University versus Grey, won by 6 lengths. Leeds University versus Hatfield College, won by 2 lengths. Northumbria University versus Durham School, won by 3 lengths. Yarm School versus University College, won by 2 lengths. And Van Mildert versus Sheffield Uni, won easily. We're gonna be taking quite a long break from races as all of these boats come back to the landing stage. The way it's planned, it seems like the next long course race is due to set off at 9:52 a.m. So we have just about 40 minutes before that next race sets off.
Sheffield University over St Cuthbert's, the verdict 3 lengths.
We'll talk to you very soon once those races start again.
Yeah.
There's a slight delay while we bring some boats up across, so a long to mention this day, making sure that athletes look after themselves. Any sort of hints and tips from you? What would you be telling your crews on a day like this when the weather is hot and how they can best look after themselves?
Thanks, Andrew. So it's the basics of sun cream, broad brimmed hats, lots of fluid to keep your fluid levels high, and the shade. And those are the things that the athletes would be encouraged to do in the club that I'm part of. They do burn up a lot of calories and a lot of energy when they are on the river, so regular healthy food throughout the day, but it's getting that fluid intake that is absolutely key.
Thanks very much, Michael. Some really sound advice there. I remember years ago telling my athletes to keep walking up and down the course.
Yeah, it's tough when you want to go and talk to your friends, but sitting in the shade quietly, concentrating on the next race. Just a word of thanks to our official photographer, Kevin Cregan, who is on the course and very generously gives of his time and skills from the earliest races on Saturday to the end of the presentation on Sunday. And you can see Kevin's work appearing on the Isle of Durham Facebook site quite often.
Reminder, we have on the start race 25, first quarter final, Women's Junior 13, Foxwood Skull. We have on race course crew 172, Hammond Road Club, and crew Peeler Woodson, crew 173, Durham School. underway. It is Camus versus Durham School. Both crews fairly cleanly away from the start. Camus having slightly better in the early stages. Quarter of a length lead. It's a halfway point down the concrete wall. Lots of support for these young ladies would be appreciated. Junior 13, our youngest rowers here at Durham Regatta, potentially their first race at this event. Let's give them plenty of cheer and best wishes as they make their way down the course. And it's become Collingwood on race course. Camus, maybe Clearwater, maybe a length and a half lead over Durham.
Come on, Camus!
Come on, Camus!
Coming on to the start, race 25, another quarter final.
Come on, Camus!
Skulls features racecourse 174 175, the London Rowing Club. So, Horseman Club versus London is coming on to the start.
And hello, welcome back.
Yeah, after a short break, we're back again to commentate.
Quickly becoming one of my favorite things to do for PalTV. Look at me go.
I feel like I'll be losing. Look at that. Okay, there is another race. This is Cambois RC versus Durham School Siddle.
On the racecourse
Oh,
side,
look at them. They're just children.
Oh, that's Cambois FC for ahead. About 6, so it puts me to shame.
Actually, yeah.
And there's quite a dramatic gap between Cambois and Durham School. Both teams look really young. And there's definitely a lot of effort that's gone into both of these races. Both of these boats, sorry. That's Durham School Siddle, still lagging behind me. The girls are still putting in a lot of effort and still quite a long way to go.
Yeah, I think these are all short races.
Yeah.
Until the next long race at 9:50.
Right.
Or at least that's what we've been told.
Camus crews, they go across the line.
And our next race that's about to set off, that is Gorse Boat Club versus Lambton RC. And these are 4 women boats that are about to set off now.
Just getting ready for start race 26, I have to say. These crews really well. Coats effortlessly onto the stake boats, boats down, really great to see. So here we go, we have on racecourse crew 175 with Gorse Boat Club.
And they have just set off Gorse Boat Club versus Lambton RC.
Gorse join us, what they clean a start. This one, they're getting up into their racing. This script's at the start. Gorse maybe, track 3.
It looks like Gorse are ahead at this stage. There's not much in it at all, about 1 boat's length, or not even that. Lambton RC still pushing ahead, trying to take that win.
Slightly cleaner blade work from Gorse is helping them to maintain this lead. Lambton have held them as they approach Collingwood landing stage. Maybe 3/4 of a length lead over Lambton Rowing Club.
You can still see there in our broadcast, just off to the right, all the boats that are waiting to get to the landing stage.
Third quarter-final, this women's junior 13 Foxtrot sculls, featuring on Racecourse Street 176, the second Horse Boat Club crew in this event, and on Peeler Woods Crew 177 and Chestnut Street.
So that looks like Ghost Boat Club is still in the lead. We're just waiting for them to come past us now. Past St. Cuth's Boathouse. And yet, that is Ghost, who are ahead.
In race 26, the Ghost Boat Club rowing very comfortably ahead of Lambton. Some good blade work from these.
Truly fantastic spirit to be up at this hour in the morning on a Sunday, rowing your heart out at the Henley of the North. It's such an achievement for these young girls.
A good atmosphere to be on the water getting cheered on. Must be so fun.
Absolutely.
That's our next race that's just set off. This is Ghost Davis versus Chester Street. You know what, Kika, speaking of commitments, what time were you up this morning?
What time was I up at? Tess, actually, I really appreciate you asking that question because it's been a long weekend for us at PalTV.
Yeah.
I've been here at the race course. It's my third day that I'm at the race course at 9 a.m.
Nice.
I got here yesterday at 5 a.m. and today once again at 5 a.m.
Wow.
So I've been waking up at 4 a.m. for 2 days in a row now. It's getting very, very tiring very quickly. I will say though, however, I can't take all the praise for waking up early because I am accompanied by a wonderful, truly wonderful team of section heads and leads that have taken on such responsibility this weekend, and it's truly so beautiful to see just such talented people come together to put together a broadcast for the Durham Regatta. You know, it's not something that we've been doing for many years, and this year it kind of caught us off guard in terms of kit and preparation, but you, the viewers, have still gotten to see all 10 hours of rowing, or I think it was 11 hours in total of rowing yesterday. You've already gotten about an hour and a half today and will continue to get more. So through this live stream, always remember that the people putting it out there are university students who are trying to balance their degrees and their passions.
No one gets paid to do this. No, at all. For no money.
And in the end, we're having just as much fun as the races.
Definitely.
Passing just in front of us are
Ghosts are ahead of Chester Street there. I'd say
2 boats. Yeah.
And away from the start, race 28 is final quarter-final.
Next race is about to start. That's Durham School, Hewiston versus Lambton.
178, Durham School, Peeler Woods Crew 179, and Lambton Rowing Club. Durham School versus Lambton. Pretty much even Stevens, this one, as they come away from the start. These junior 13 young ladies. Absolutely nothing in this stroke to stroke at the moment.
Looks like a tight race, this one. It's another 4-woman boat race.
Ahead of that, it's the Ghost Rowing Club going over the line first, ahead of Chesterley Street.
The wind is picking up a little bit, so might be a bit of a tough race for these girls.
Final goes past Hollywood Landing Stage. Peeler Woods, London, perhaps third of a lane there over Durham School in this final.
It's also quite unlucky that the direction of the wind is coming from where the end of the race is. So these girls are not only battling the stress and the responsibility, but the big, very strong wind.
The elements, yeah.
Yes, the elements, if you will. British summer weather. Me and Tess have just gotten a beautiful delivery of tea.
Yeah.
So if you're watching from home with a known tea in your hand, just know we're here alongside you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Battling the cold, but united by tea.
It's not more British than that. Wind and tea. That is Lambton School, who are ahead stage, ahead of Durham School, Hewitson. It's quite a lot in it at the moment, if I'm honest. Again, about 2 boats lengths, maybe. Maybe even 2.5, to be honest. Just to repeat, that is Durham School.
And in race 28, it is Lambton Gascoigne and their crew who have the advantage over Durham School Hewitson at Bath Bridge. Just to say, Andrew, a huge thank you to those women's junior 13 Coxed Fours, Coxed Quads, sorry, and their coaches. We may well be witnessing some future Olympians rowing down the course today at Durham Regatta.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Well, just to bring you the confirmation of the results of those women junior 13 Cox Quad Sculls. Race 25 was a win for crew 172 Camus over Durham School. Race 26 was a win for crew 174 Horse Boat Club over Lambton. And in race 27...
Looks to me like most of the boats aren't trying to return to the landing dock now, so might get a little bit dull for just a minute while we wait for that to happen.
Just so you're up to date, the next race will be Kilbeed versus R4 Northumbria University. And that's a full-man boat race that will be.
79 Lancaster John O'Connor and on Hilo Woods crew 80 Yarms. So Lancaster John O'Connor versus Yarm, your first quarter-final of the Open Championship in Coxed Fours for the Rushworth Story Challenge Cup. And at the moment it is the crew from Lancaster who have maybe pushed out. These crews quickly approaching Collingwood landing stage. Lancaster with a small lead, maybe a canvas over Yarm, but Yarm looking to pick it up and get it into their stride. And if anyway they push it back into this maybe Lancaster lead from my vantage point, looks like this will be a really close race. Just coming onto the start, race 29. This is your second quarter-final Open non-championship being Coxed Fours, featuring on Racecourse Crew 7.
Just seeing some comments here on our live chat for the stream. Thank you for all the encouragement, guys. Thank you for thinking we're doing a good job.
Thank you. I really apologise because I know the race skills are limited. And as I'm saying that, there's a race coming past us now. That is Lancaster John O.G. versus R5 Yarm School. Lancaster taking the lead in this one. About 2 boats, I'd say.
Yeah, around.
So sorry, I just mentioned there was a race between Hillbead and Northumbria. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but might start later. I'll let you know.
Quarter-final rather, open non-championship Peacocks Floors. We have on racecourse crew 76 Hillbead.
And that is it now.
78 Northumbria.
Mix up there. It's Hillbead just slightly in the lead. Not by a lot at all though. Wind is picking up slightly, so it's going to be tough.
Three-quarter of a length lead here. Hillbead absolutely thundering it down the course over Northumbria University, and as they approach Collingwood landing stage, Hillbead maybe maintaining this three-quarter of a length, perhaps pushing it to a length lead over Northumbria University.
Still Hillbead here in the lead at this stage.
By about a boat, as you can see.
Yeah. You can hear loads of cheers from the Hillbead viewing platform on the other side of the river to us.
I will say, Hillbead has got it down when their races are happening and when they need to cheer.
Yeah.
You will see that landing stage empty, but as soon as there is a Hillbead boat out on the water, it is full of cheers and maybe even banners.
Behind a crew like that, you can hear them when you're racing at Durham Regatta.
They are definitely in the lead. I would call this quite secure.
Northumbria just pulling behind, about 2 boat lengths behind Hillbead.
Just on the start, third quarter final of this Open Non-Championship Peacocks Tours. We have on racecourse crew 85 Leeds University, Middlewoods crew 86 Van Milden. So Leeds versus Van Milden.
Next race has just set off. This should be St Mary's College versus R6 Sheffield Hallam. Except it's not. It's Leeds University Todd versus R7 Van Milden. Sorry for the confusion. I think there's some mix-up on our sheets that we've got at this end.
And it is the crew on racecourse Leeds University maintaining this campus slightly more lead over Van Milden on Middlewood Station.
And it looks like Leeds are in the lead there, not by a lot at all, maybe half a boat length.
This will be your final this Open Non-Championship Peacocks Tours. We have on racecourse crew 82 St Mary's College, Middlewoods crew 84 Sheffield Hallam.
I said it yesterday and I will say it again today since I've got a fantastic vantage point, but one of the best things about the regatta is the dogs. I love dogs, and honestly this is like I feel like I'm getting spoiled at the regatta.
Yeah, I do.
So even if rowing isn't something that you find entertaining, the dogs definitely will be.
There's something here for you, I'm sure. You can always hug a dog. Just to recap, that was Leeds University that is still in the lead. True to the name.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Van Milden, who have now to push in and are coming back to the Van Milden stroke has put the rate up and he's encouraging his crew to put in greater efforts, which means they've taken back about half a length.
So race 31 away from the start, this final.
Okay, St Mary's v Sheffield Hallam have just set off.
Championship Peacocks Tours. On racecourse we have St Mary's College, on Peterwood, Sheffield Hallam. Crews coming very close together at the start, but thankfully have separated. Both crews settling down after that initial frenzied start. It is the crew on racecourse St Mary's College. They come towards the end of the concrete to a third of a length lead over Sheffield Hallam in this final quarter-final of the Open Non-Championship B Coxed Fours.
Seems like a messy grouping there at the end of the course. All of them waiting to get the call to come back to the landing deck.
That is Mary's College who are ahead there against Sheffield Hallam.
Very good course from
And that distance between Mary's and Sheffield just keeps increasing. Mary's definitely look like the stronger team on this one.
as they come towards St Cuthbert Society Landing.
There's about 2, maybe even 2.5 boat lengths in between these two boats. So I think Mary's will be definitely taking the win.
And off the start, race 33. This is a round of the women's junior 15 Cox Squad.
And the next race that just set off is Tees RC versus St Leonard's School here in Durham.
Woods Crew 168 St Leonard's. So Tees versus St Leonard's. This round of the junior 15 Cox Squad.
It's Tees who have taken the lead from the get-go. Not that much in it, and it's still early stages.
Half a length. Both crews now settling down into their race rhythm as they make their way along the concrete.
You know, yesterday we got an interview with one of the heads of Durham County Council, Robbie Roddice. You will be seeing that interview shortly. At some point, it will be a segment that will come out. And I think one of the funniest things he said is don't fall into the river. And if you do, make sure to keep your mouth closed, because if not, you'll get sick. And honestly, I wonder, how often are rowers thinking about that? How often is how present is the fear of falling into the weir?
I don't know. How often does that happen?
Because I feel like we've seen very few falls this regatta. It's been quite dry.
I personally seen none.
Yeah, for a sport on the water, it is quite dry. So I wonder how present that fear is.
Now I really want to know.
Maybe we'll find some rower and interview them. Do you have nightmares about falling into the weir?
To be honest, before leaving Durham, I did always want to have a little swim in the weir, but maybe I won't now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, keep your head above water and might be fine. I just think it must be very cold in there.
Yeah,
I don't think it would be an enjoyable swim unless you go in and off.
That is Tees RC just passing us now in St Cuth's Boathouse, significantly ahead of St Leonard's.
To be honest, yeah, the girls seem a little bit tired.
Yeah.
It might be the sun, it might be the wind, but...
True. Might be the fact that they've probably been rowing all day yesterday and all day today.
It's catching up to them.
Looked rough out there. So well done to everyone.
Absolutely. They are definitely stronger than me. So.
Yeah. 100% me too.
So we're now moving into another group of long course races over the 1800 metre course. So the crews on the start, crew 180 time, crew 181 Durham Amateur. There may be a slight delay, we'll be setting up again for the long course. This is a semi-final of the Open Championship.
So these are the long races that are just about to start now. The first one being Tyne ARC Jevons versus Durham ARC. think there might be a bit of a wait because, as you can see, there's just a lot of boats trying to get back to the landing stage.
76, St Bede, I beg your pardon, over Northumbria University, the verdict 2 lengths. Race 30 is a win for crew 79, Lancaster John and Gaunt over Yarn School, the verdict 2 lengths.
In the meantime, let's go over some of the more recent results for the races. So I'm going to go in order of what's happened most recently. So we've had Lancaster School, John OG versus Yarn School, and that race was won by 2 lengths. Hill Bede versus Northumbria Uni, 2 lengths again. Lambton versus Durham School, win by 4 lengths. Gorse Davis versus Chesterless Street, a win by 4 lengths. Gorse Boat Club versus Lambton RC, an easy win. Camboy versus Durham School, another easy win. Sheffield University versus St. Cuthbert's, a 3 lengths win.
And the marshals on Bath's Bridge doing a great job, just encouraging crews going upstream to keep tucked in.
Have you ever looked out on the river, saw that and thought, I could do that?
Well, we're going to give it a go. I'm Sydney.
And I'm Izzy.
And this is PalTV Learns to Row.
Regatta edition.
I'm in a boat. I'm in a boat. I'm joined today by UCBC's incoming women's captain, Georgie. Georgie, how are you feeling about teaching us to row today?
Very excited, bit nervous because we're probably going to fall in.
I don't like that outlook, Georgie.
And I'm here with UCBC's president, Rob. Rob, how likely are we to capsize?
On a scale of 1 to 10, say around about the 10 mark, probably. Yeah.
Yay!
Go.
Hold on to your blades.
Oh,
Push against me.
She's doing it. Oh my god, he's actually pushing us out. Oh.
Yeah. Don't crash, Georgie. Right, yeah.
Okay.
Basically what I think Georgie's planning on doing, she's going to sit there and just balance the boat for Sydney. And then she's just going to go through the motions.
Okay, the things you showed us earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Great, so have you trained a lot of novice rowers before?
A few. So each year we run a novice training program.
Okay.
So we get all the freshers that want to sign up in Fresh Week. We often get kind of 60 sign-ups, which is quite a lot for a relatively small club.
Yeah.
They then have to do all their swim tests, so getting up at 6 a.m. on a generally Thursday morning, right after CCTV, which is always fun.
Lovely.
In about week 1 or 2 of term, they then have to do some swimming, do some treading water, all that kind of stuff, prove they won't drown, and then we shut them out in boats.
Wonderful. And do you have any novice horror stories?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Are you allowed to say any novice stories?
There are definitely some I probably shouldn't say.
Fair enough.
A lot of capsizes.
Okay.
A lot of people that just think, oh, I'll just let go of my blade. Boat flips in.
I see. Yes, I've been told that you have to keep hold of your blade at all costs because
Yeah.
that stops you from capsizing.
If you hold onto your blades, you won't capsize. Very simple.
Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to remember that. Wonderful. So tell me, why did you get into rowing? Did you sign up as a novice then?
So I rowed from school. So I first started when I was about 14, 15. One of my friends used to row. He said, Rob, why don't you come along and just give it a go?
Yeah.
Went once, never looked back.
Wonderful. And what is it about rowing that you like so much?
I think there are two sides to it. First of all, kind of the early mornings, getting out on the water, lovely and still, especially on summer mornings, gorgeous sunrises, that side of things. And also the kind of sort of comradeship kind of side of it. Great team atmosphere, great socials. What more do you want?
Wonderful. Tell us about Georgie.
Right, Georgie is a fresher.
Wow.
I actually first met Georgie when she came to an open day, the year before she joined.
Wow.
But she rowed back at school, back at home club. She's got very involved in the women's side very quickly. Sort of going into second year as a women's captain is quite impressive.
Yeah.
And she's got some exciting plans next year. Hopefully we'll be on the up.
Brilliant. Okay, and how is Castle Boat Club doing in the general scheme of things?
We have our highs and our lows.
Okay.
I think we went into this year very promising. Some great people from school, great football rowers, great sort of relatively experienced people coming in, great novice programme. Aidan Haig, who ran our novice programme this year, fantastic.
Yeah.
Sadly, a few crashes, some internal college politics haven't really supported that this year. Yeah, I think going into next year, really positive.
Great, so we can just see them coming back over
Yeah.
now. If Sydney does try to row, could
Here we
you?
go.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so she's going through the sort of arms, body, legs.
Yep.
Then meant to be putting her blade in the water and pulling. Not quite managing that, but nearly.
Okay.
So she's done the arms are away.
Yep.
She's then gonna bend over
Yep.
in a second. Maybe.
Come on, Sydney.
Here we
Yes!
go. Legs, putting the blade in the water and pulling.
Woo!
That's
she
it.
did it! Yeah!
That's all there is to it. Coming forward, blade in the water and pulling.
Beautiful.
She's coming out square, then feathering.
Okay, good. So, how long would it take, you say, for Sydney to be regatta ready?
Regatta ready. I mean, when I learned to row, I raced my first race within about a month of learning to row.
Wow, okay. So, you're talking about your novice development program.
Yes.
So how many novices would you say are anybody who was trained as a novice competing in the Durham Regatta?
So Durham Regatta have they call it Maiden Fours.
Okay.
Which is an event entirely for novice college rowers who've only learned to row this year.
Okay, brilliant.
Which is always we often win it every kind of 2 or 3 years we tend to win that one.
Lovely,
but
okay.
It's a, at the end of the day, rowing is about trying to get lots of people involved in the sport. It's a really fun sport, and events like that are just focused at trying to build that engagement.
Wonderful, great, thank you.
And we are back and live to all from Cuts Boathouse. This is Kika Brillenberg and
This is Tess Cato, and our next race is Tyne ARC Jevons versus Durham ARC. Have just set off. It's a 4-man boat race.
this is once again a long course race. So the rowers will have to reserve their energies and wait it out because
Yeah, there's a long way to go yet.
yeah,
It's
there
only
is a
just
long way to
begun.
go.
So that is Durham ARC in the lead, ahead of Tyne ARC. There's not too much in it. About one boat's length. Team's still looking strong and there's still a long way to go yet. At the moment, it's Durham who are taking the lead. And our next race, just setting off now, is Yarm School versus Durham University Boat Club. There's Durham ARC still in the lead there, and our next race, Yarm School versus Durham Uni Boat Club.
So race 35 away from the start, second semi-final Open Championship Coxley Squad Sculls, Yarm School versus Durham University. Yarm School on racecourse absolutely flew out of the blocks.
Yarm School absolutely flew out of the block there.
Cheers there, no doubt. Durham University probably seeded maybe a length and a half at this stage as they go through Collingwood. Yarm absolutely hammering this Coxley squad down the course. No cocks in the boat, as it says.
Yarm are significantly ahead of Durham at this stage.
Takes great skill to steer the boat down the course, and at the moment, as they go out,
Going through now the very iconic Velvet Bridge.
Yeah.
Yes, as the Yarm School crew come up to go past the Hillbeat landing, they do have a good amount of clear water there. They're rating a fair bit higher there than Durham University on the race on the Peel-on-Wood side. Yarm School really wanting to take the lead in this race.
There's Yarm School just coming past us now in St Cuts Boathouse, dramatically ahead of the arrival of Durham Uni Boat Club. As you say, Kika, it's all to play for on these long courses.
Yeah.
The bridge really does. It can change the whole course of the race.
One of the unique aspects of rowing, of course, is that any club, school, or university can enter the same competition. So great to see a school crew here at Yarm from Yarm racing Durham University. Doing very well against them at the moment. It's I wouldn't like to say how far Yarm School are ahead of Durham University
Race
at the moment.
has just set off. That's Durham
There's Yarm School there.
Butler College versus Tyne ARC again.
Heading on round Durham University here. Just coming under Bath Bridge. And now just going past the short course finish.
And already thundering down towards you, James, we have race 37. This is a semi-final Open Championship Coxless Fours for the Durham Challenge Cup. We have on racecourse crew 140 Durham University, on Peter Woods crew 141 Tyne Amateur. Already through Collingwood landing stage, neck and neck these crews just sizing each other up. Obviously a long way to go in this 1800 metre race. If anything, maybe Tyne just squeezed out to a small lead, but Durham University on racecourse, Tyne Amateur on Peeler Woods, semi-final Open Championship Coxless Fours.
Yes, and this is looking like a much closer battle than the previous race here.
They come past us now. Durham UBC versus Tyne ARC. And it's Durham who are in the lead. Not much in it, maybe half a boat's length.
Rating at rate 37 at the moment as they come up to St Cuthbert's Landing.
That distance does seem to be increasing as the race goes on between Durham and Tyne ARC.
Durham University being pushed slightly into the bank. Tyne rating a bit lower at about 33, 34. Both crews come under the bridge. Durham University coming very close to the bank here. They lead
distance between these boats does seem to be narrow, but it's still Durham taking the lead so far.
Well, just thanks to Andrew Bryant there, who's doing the commentary here on the start. Just swapping myself in now. Richard here, joining James down there at the finish down by the short course finish. And you can see crews coming back up the course. And the next race we've got on, as these crews come back through the start, we've got the double sculls race, which is going to be the Open Junior Championship doubles, Yarm School versus Camus Hexham. James, how was that race when they went past you going all the way with those coxless fours?
So yeah, it was very close there. Durham University had about a length lead over Tyne Amateur. Durham University looked like they were rating a little higher than Tyne Amateur. Tyne Amateur a bit smoother, bit of a wobble on the course as they went past Cuthbert's, but it looked like it was going to play into Durham University's hands as they started to gain more of an advantage as they went round Elder Bridges.
Yeah, absolutely, James. Big turn under that Elford Bridge, as you mentioned there, I heard in the commentary before. It's almost 90 degrees, but it's deceptive. As you get down below Elford Bridge and go back into Kingsgate, the river bends back quite a bit. You can really, as you go under the Kingsgate footbridge, you can really get quite a bit of time back, particularly if the crew does exactly what it should and stays on its station and goes round the buoy under Kingsgate Bridge. But yeah, let's hear the results as they come back, because we don't see them from the commentary positions here. Looks like this double sculls one's nearly ready, James.
Just to recap, that is Durham still ahead of time there. The end of the race is coming near for those boys now, and it does look like Durham are going to take the win. There's Tyne just coming in behind them. There's not too much in it.
38 Open Junior Championship double sculls, Yarm School on the racecourse, Camus Hexham on the Peelor Woodside.
You can see there in the shot that's going live right now just how far the actual finish line for the long course is from Elford Bridge. So when these rowers are setting off for the race, they know they're in it for about 10 to 15 minutes.
It's such a long race, yeah.
Long way to go, 1,800 metres this race.
There's our next race that's just set off. This is a double school race, Yarm School versus Camberwell Hexham.
Obviously much more tricky than this.
Looks neck and neck so far.
They normally race. This one is subtle bends and bits of steering. Anyway, they're coming down now, 300 metres in, 400 metres in, past Hilda Bede. And the second of the Junior Championship sculls is on the race. It's Tyne versus Durham School.
Camberwell Hexham, who are in the lead, not by very much at all.
Weir versus Tyne battle. It will be the second semi-final.
We've been getting some comments on the live about the pronunciation for one of those schools. We've been pronouncing it Camberwell, but I've been getting from the comments, I gather that it's Hemi.
Hammy, okay, apologies for that.
I don't know whether that new adjustment of it is more correct. Please do let us know in the comments.
Yeah.
We're trying our best here, and we are open to any and all suggestions.
Yeah, apologies to anyone rowing for Hammy Hexham.
At the moment.
And it is them that are in the lead at the moment.
Both crews taking
those two boys looking very strong indeed.
Camus may need to
this is Yarm School.
Slightly, and they have, just as they come up to Bath Bridge. Yarm School getting very close to the bank here. The bow person's just taken a look. Caught a little bit of a wobble on a crab. That's just slowed them down ever so slightly. Hexham Camus now coming under Bath Bridge. Maybe about a length and a half lead there over Yarm School.
I can't get pulled around by doing that much.
Yeah, Hexham Camus there looking quite strong now, about a couple of lengths ahead over Yarm. As the Camus Hexham composite there go past the short course finish. That slight curve, and I can see the second race coming down the course now. Richard, would you like to just say how the start went for those two crews?
Thank you, yes, this is Tyne versus Durham School. It's the second of the semi.
Second double score race has just started. That's Tyne ARC versus Durham School.
Tyne got a little bit close to Durham School. Both crews went off the start at 39, matching them stroke for stroke. But you can see Durham have stretched out a little bit of a lead. That's the Durham School crew.
are in the lead by about one boat's
A
length.
couple of lengths, 2-3 lengths up there, settling into a nice, long, strong
And
rhythm.
I've got to say, the sun's just gone in and the wind does seem to be
Yeah, it's looking quite good for
increasing
Durham School
slightly,
there at the
so
moment.
it is going to be a
Looking
tough
about
race for
2
these boys.
lead there potentially over time. Of course, they've got the home water advantage.
That's
They'll know
Durham
this water
School
very
in the
well
lead
training
there.
here. They're rating at 31 at the
Distance
minute, the Durham
between
School
them
group.
and Tan ARC is quite significant. Maybe
Yeah,
people
I
say
would
that.
say at
Rating
least
30, so very,
3
very
bars
similar
straight.
race, but both crews look like they're settling into their long course rhythm.
And again, this is a long race, and it's only
2-3
doubles.
lengths ahead there.
Can you
Time Archer as they're
imagine
going
the
past
amount
the
of
Cuthbert's Landing.
effort that's taking?
But both crews looking very relaxed as they're coming up to Bath Bridge.
Respect for those rowers out there. The amount of effort they've put into training as well, especially during exam season. It's really impressive.
Tricky bridge to navigate.
Absolutely. I do also want to put out a call for any rowers slash interested young university individuals that might want to have their try at commentating. We would be very, very happy to host you slash interview you slash learn a little bit from you. So if you've got a race in about 3 hours but you're already on the race course, approach us at Cuthbert's Boathouse. It would be lovely to meet you and chat to you for a bit, because I think Tess and I are running out of yabbery topics to talk about.
There's only so much you know about rowing.
Yeah.
Looking quite relaxed and powerful long strokes as they just go round that course there. But I'll hand back over to you, Richard, to commentate on the start of this next race.
There's Canby Hexham still in the lead of Yarm School there in the final stages of their race. Okay.
As they go away.
What's just set off is Collingwood versus South College.
Collingwood up at 40 strokes a minute. Let's see what South
4-man
College do.
boats. And it looks like Collingwood are in the lead.
South College at 42 says
so
my
far.
watch doesn't look like that from, maybe I pressed the buttons wrong, but there, Collingwood have actually pulled out a length already as they come down to the end of the concrete, coming past their landing stage. Big shout for them as they come out, getting a length in that amount of time. Looking ominous for South College, but there they go, Collingwood powering it on down.
Just going past the Collingwood landing.
Now they seem to have checked the Collingwood push and are holding them at a length. Got to watch out as they get that.
There's not too much in it, to be honest, but it is Collingwood in the lead at this stage of the race.
I think it is. I think it is, yeah, almost by a full boat.
Yeah, the distance does look like it's increasing as the race gets on.
I did see that one of the long course
probably a boat and a half
races, there was a
between the two boats
Durham
now.
University crew 139, so we won't be seeing the second of the semi-finals of the
It's very funny, back to my point, you can see the Hildweed landing completely deserted and empty now that there's no Hildweed boats out there.
2 or 3 races.
All in the warm.
We love that. They are prepared to cheer when they are expected
Getting the short courses on, looking for some J14 ladies Cox quads. Let's just see how that Cox Falls race is coming on. We are waiting for the second semi-final for the crews that came out
The
of
race
race
is
14
just
and
passing
race 15.
in front of us now.
James can see
The
about
distance
that
is quite measurable, yeah.
Yeah, Collingwood definitely seem like the stronger team here.
Yes, well, it's looking very comfortable here for Collingwood College. Coming past St Cuthbert's Landing.
Gliding through the water.
Rating at
Like,
rate 30.
it's no effort at all.
South
I'm
College
sure
on
it's
the
actually a
Hildwood
lot of
side.
effort. It's like,
Rating a slight bit higher, but looking a bit shorter at 33, 34. Collingwood College just coming under Bath Bridge now. Looking strong and smooth. Being steered very well by their cocks. In the stern of the boat there, on the bow of the boat there. They're just going past the short course finish. South College really pushing on hard, trying to keep up with Collingwood College. It looks like they're about 4 lengths down at the moment as they go past the finish
So
line
there's South
themselves.
College still trying to keep up with
James, I'm just looking at some of the results of the finish of these long course races. Some interesting
With this one, you'll
results
have to
have
zoom
turned
in
up.
at the start when they're like they've just set off, and then as they come closer, even if you're live, feel free to zoom out slowly.
Time by 4 lengths. And the time recorded here is 5 minutes and 57
you know,
seconds.
change it up and down every so often as the sun comes out, as it doesn't come out. Other than that, I think you should be
work down.
But do let me know.
In the second one, I'm trying to read what was going on. It was between
Smooth.
Durham University and Yarm School. And I've got one of the crews has been on the wrong side and disqualified.
It's going on to Alva Bridge now,
See which of those it is.
which, as we say, is really difficult because it's so narrow
we'll
into
see
the
that when we turn
arches.
into the final. In the
So a lot of skill goes into that as well as
race
speed.
36, we already had that by with Durham University, crew number 30.
And they are south, just passing through Alva Bridge now.
And then I've seen one of the crews have been disqualified in the second of those semi-finals. So whether it's Ty or Durham, repeated thing that someone's been disqualified. So we'll have to wait and see which of the crews turn up for the final there. Certainly there's one Durham University boat through. See which of whether it's Tyne or Durham have been disqualified, who will get through to the final. Still waiting for crews to come on to the start. I think they're waiting for that second of the College Cox 4. It's got to get the long course race away before we get any short course races in. I can't see upstream to see if they're coming. They should be there. Should know it's a semi-final. Time to get on with it, guys.
But interestingly, the way I read the results, Richard, and if
There's Colin Woods
one of the umpires is nearby, could
drawing into the final
I read the results that Durham
of the
University
race.
in that first Open, or in that second Open Championship quad event, the Yarm School crew.
It's going to be quite
was
an easy
qualified.
win
I think
for
they were in
them
position
today.
2. Durham University Boat Club, who were the crew behind Yarm School as they went past Bath Bridge, looked like they might have won that race. And again, in the Open Championship 4s race, it looks like Tyne Amateur to me were the winners, with Durham University being disqualified. But it would be good to hear what officially happened from maybe one of the umpires, if they could confirm with the commentary team.
And here we have the results so far. So Grey College versus Hexham, a win by Grey. Ben Milder versus Sheffield, win by Ben Milder. Collingwood win versus Butler College. Sheffield win.
But I'm sure they've got it sorted out correctly. And we'll look forward to those finals that will be turning up. When are those finals going to be taking place? Around about 11 o'clock.
These are the more recent races. And then here we're getting to what's been happening in this past hour.
Semi-final on the place here.
So recent wins, Durham, UBC versus Travis.
Another part of the weekend is this medieval immersion. Let's take a look around and see what we can find. So, would you be able to tell me a bit more about what's happening in this immersion area today?
Yes, so we're part of a reenactment society called the Vikings UK, and we aim to reproduce replicas of life from the early medieval period. So we're all volunteers, it's a registered charity organisation. We dedicate our time to educating the public about life in the early medieval period, and we make all of our own clothes, we have weapons, and educate the public about life in Western Europe in the Viking Age and early medieval period.
Very interesting.
So we've got a 7th/8th century Anglo-Saxon shields. They're quite small, round, and they've got this distinctive boss, which is there to protect your hand because your hand goes through the board to hold the shield. So this would be a 9th or 10th century shield. It's made a similar way. The boss is slightly different style, but it's a bigger shield, covers more of your body.
Down they come, and they are side by side, neck and neck. I feel a little bit longer strokes, maybe a bit concerned about the 6 minutes or so of racing that's ahead of them. So Cuthbert's a little bit perkier on the racing, slightly higher rating there. Down past the first marker of Collingwood. There you go, Cuthbert's with a slight advantage. You might want that going, slight advantage going into the outside of the bend under Elvich. Both crews rowing very nicely though. Good strong long rhythms there, pushing it away cleanly. You'd expect that in a championship 4 or Open College 4, probably their top boat. Put them into this event, see if they can get that prestigious prize.
We've now got J14 quads on, but I'll let James just talk you through the mid part of that race as they come down towards Cuthbert's and Bassbridge.
Yeah, so looking very close here at the moment, and Cuthbert's on the Hillbead side there. Look like they hold a small lead over Hatfield College.
So here we go. This is Hatfield versus St
I'm sure there'll be
Cuthbert's.
some big cheers as the Cuthbert's crew come up to their landing
Close
stage.
race, but it's St Cuthbert's.
And their fellow students, but it's looking very close.
It's pretty much neck and neck though with
really
Mons.
between the two crews.
I've mentioned it before, I'm Cuths, I bleed green, and this is a race I was looking forward to, so let's see who wins. Even though, as I mentioned before, Hatfield's hats, yeah, they kind of win me over a little bit. I blame my support for the hats, but they make me like the Hatfield clothes just a little bit. I'm all about the style, the class, the vibe.
Exactly, yeah. Just as much about the outfit as anything else.
Hatfield, but of course the Hatfield crew are going to have a big advantage as they go.
Okay, that looks like Cuths in the lead, ever so slightly.
So
Yeah.
Cuthberts are just going to have to keep
All
them
to play
honest
for
as they
them.
go around that bend and stay strong, because they're going to start falling behind as they go around that bend. But of course they're going to have the advantage as they go past Kingsgate Bridge and towards the finish. So as long as they can keep strong mentally, I think that's going to be a really good finish there between that Cuthberts and Hatfield crew.
We've just had the women's J14 Cox quads leave the start. St Leonard's on racecourse, Durham Amateur and Durham School Composite on Peel Wood. This looks like it's a semi-final of that J14 Cox quads. And then neck and neck as they go past Collingwood.
Seems like,
Leonard's went off at about 41.
seems like Hatfield is a little bit in the lead, doesn't
A
it?
bit lower, a bit longer and stronger, along with their Durham School.
Not by a big enough margin for me to give up my faith in Cuths, but
Votes has perhaps pulled out a small lead. Maybe
I guess we'll see. They're approaching the final few meters.
And this next race is St Leonard's versus Dark and Durham School. A bit of an amalgamation there.
Coming onto the start now,
Dark is Durham Amateur Round Club.
J14 Coxton, Durham ARC, with a composite vote from Camas, Chesterley Street and Tyne. Let's see how those J14 women's Cox quads are getting on as they get just over the halfway point.
Yes, and it's looking like another close race, but it looks like that Leonard's crew on the racecourse side has a lead of about a length and a half maybe. As both crews have now passed the Hillbead landing.
It's St Leonard's who are in the lead there.
The Durham Amateur Durham School will be in the
not by too
green and
much,
white
maybe
kits and
half
dark
boat
blue
length.
on the
They're
far
being
side.
cheered on by quite a few people.
Yeah. So that distance does seem to be increasing.
St Leonard's rating at
in the
34.
lead so far.
The aforementioned parents are really pulling through for these cheers. Whenever the school children pass by, it always feels like the atmosphere amps up just a little bit.
Definitely, yeah.
Smooth crew for
I think most of the university supporters are still asleep a Sunday morning, but the parents are here.
holding that length lead.
And I think the cheers make such a difference for the route.
Absolutely, absolutely. I feel like you start to get in your head and you're hyper focused on the next movement and what you've got to do, and as soon as you know that there's somebody that you love watching you, everything gets so much easier.
Just a boost of confidence. Right, there's our next race that's just started. This is another Dark versus Camby, Chesterley Street and Tyne IRC.
32 blades altogether here. Both crews go off very cleanly, very smartly. The composite crew has eked out
8 men
a
boats,
small
these ones.
Yeah, but we don't see these often because they have the 2 oars. So this is, I believe, what's called an
skull.
Maybe, but I was gonna say their name has something to do with octopuses.
Okay.
Octopole, I think. I do know that they're not very frequent. So it's very fun when we get to see them here.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
composite crew of the 3 clubs just stretched out a bit of a lead there. We've got double skulls on the starts now, but let's just have that exciting octopus race driving down through the mid part of the course.
I start commentating on that race, the result of the Collingwood College South College long course race was a win easily for Collingwood College. But thank you, Richard, for starting the commentary on that race. The composite crew of Camas, Chesley Street and Tyne Amateur look like they hold about a length lead over the Durham Amateur crew here, and it's great to see the growth of
Coming through now, Canby, Chesley Street and Tyne taking the lead.
So many more clubs entering
Over at dark.
Coming down the course, very tricky.
About one boat's length in it, maybe a bit more than that.
Got so many blades flying everywhere.
And they do move remarkably similar to octopuses. It does feel like they fought.
It's great to see the Durham Amateur Club, Durham Amateur Rowing Club doing well as well.
Like
But
a limb
composite crew rating a fair bit higher.
Very tough feet.
Very well timed. Rating at 35 as they
It's like a very smooth race from both of those teams as well.
Holding that good length lead over the Durham Amateur crew as they start coming up to the finish.
And just as a reminder, we're about 50 races in, but I want anybody listening to us to know me and Tess are less knowledgeable about rowing than probably most of the people watching this regatta.
Pretty evenly matched.
really crazy that we're the ones here giving you the commentary for the live broadcast.
We stepped in last minute.
Yeah,
show must go on.
Show must go on. We sat in these chairs at 7:55 and here we are. Yeah. But yes, just be warned, if you hear us saying any dumb stuff, please forgive us for any mistakes.
I do really apologise. Right, and just coming through us now is Durham School versus
again, it's evenly matched at the start. 2 races for you, James. Sorry.
It's Durham
pick up on those.
Yeah, so I'll start with that women's
Quite
J16 double race between Durham School and St Leonard's. Durham School crew must have added a good distance.
2 women boats
They got
racing.
caught into the bay, so you can see down the course.
And yeah, it's Durham who are taking the lead.
Done a straight line down the
And then we've just seen the other octuple race has been started.
Yeah, that is St Paul's, then Regina again. I'm very sorry for this scalcification of the names. Please correct us. St Paul's versus Tyne United.
2-3 lengths lead over the St Leonard's crew. Bow person in the Durham boat, just having a quick look just to make sure they're near the bank, see how far they are from the finish. And that Durham School crew coming up to the finish line now as Leonard's chase them down. But looking down the course, I can see this next Oct race, St Paul's School versus Tyne United. And it's great to see St Paul's coming up from London to race at
Just
Durham
coming
Regatta.
past us now.
It's great to
Pretty
see
neck
crews
and neck,
coming
to be
from further
honest.
afield coming up.
St Paul's maybe
And it
slightly in
looks
the
like a
lead.
very close race here. St Paul's getting a bit
Definitely all to
scrappy
play
with
for
their
at this
blade work
stage.
just as they
Both
cast.
teams looking really
It looks
sharp.
like something might
Seems
pull a little
like
bit of a crab. They're just trying to
I
get their
think I
rhythm back together
recognize
again.
this. I think they've caught a crab. I see one of the rowers. He's struggling with the oar. He lost it for a minute there. He's got it back now, but it was a very stressful time for him. And that has meant that they lost their lead in the race. They are now neck to neck. I really hope that was what catching up is.
Really look like they're taking it up now. That little bit of scrappiness from the St Paul's crew. I believe Yarm School, I believe that's a composite crew because it looks like there's quite a few different lycras in that boat. But the Tyne United boat on the far side looked like they finished across the line first, but we'll wait.
Just a note on the atmosphere here at Durham Regatta. As the morning passes by, the crowds get more and more enthusiastic. We are seeing families come in, dogs come in, which you know I love. It's amping up, and we love to see it because Sunday is when the prizes are given out and these long races are happening, which are obviously very, very big accomplishments for the rowers. So it's great to know that for them there is a great crowd watching them.
There's so much support, as you say, there's dogs, there's ice cream vans, there's so much stalls.
We will get to that very, very soon, don't you worry.
Everything you can imagine. There's even Vikings over.
Oh yeah,
There's
we had the Vikings yesterday. There's free face paintings. There's even people on stilts, which always scare me for some reason.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I don't feel. It's the same way that I feel around clowns. They're a bit scary to me, kind of
freaky. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Agree. It's kind of fun though.
Yes. And I imagine they must feel very empowered walking.
Yeah,
just very, very high and above.
Yeah. Power move. Just about to set off is TRC versus Warwick Boat Club.
We changed candidates.
Yeah, Cruz, just calm them down.
You look great, don't worry. Thank you.
And it was a 4-second handicap, about a length.
There they go, they've just set off. Tees Rowing Club versus Warwick Boat Club.
Sure he's not going to clout the wall on the far side.
And so far, it looks like Tees taking
Setting
the
off
lead.
after Tees.
Very early days though.
Nice. Smooth rhythm there. Tees seem to have held their advantage in those first 20 strokes. Keen to get it away, but Warwick now into their rhythm. Tees taking a challenging course. Maybe they'll be suggested to return.
Tess, after watching them for a couple of hours, what's your stance on if you were a rower? What kind of rower would you be? Do you think you would row in a boat with what's it called? With 7 other people? Yeah? Do you think you would do an 8-person boat?
8-person over. I don't trust myself on a 1-person boat. I definitely capsize, crash. Break a bridge, break a bone. Yeah, I think an 8-person boat is where I would be less likely to die. What about you, Kika?
Fair enough, fair enough. You know what? I really like the number 4, so I'm gonna go with 4.
Yeah.
I feel like 4 is just enough people to not feel alone.
Agree, yeah.
And not too many people to feel overwhelmed.
I get that actually, yeah.
Then again, I have never been on a rowing boat, so we don't know how to
He's still holding that lead over
Maybe
Warwick.
it's a segment we'll do sometime soon. He knows how to row, and then I can come back to you with
to watch that.
Yeah.
Lead.
Like just call it
over that
Tees Rowing Club ahead of Warwick Boat Club. 2 boat lengths, I'd say.
Quite comfortable holding that.
4-man boat, so Kika will fit in perfectly there.
Rating about 34.
Get the straps in.
Warwick rating slightly higher at 36, but that Tees crew just keeping a bit of a longer stroke, looking a little bit smoother as they come under Bath Bridge.
And just getting ready to set off is Canby Rowing Club versus Gorse.
They look like they've got about a 2-3 length lead.
I think that time you pronounced it perfectly, so go us.
Thank you.
We are learning so much.
Over to you, Richard.
So it's taken 3 hours. We got there in the end.
Don't you worry, anybody who's listening to us, we have finally secured very knowledgeable commentators to come to you guys and speak to you all for 3 more hours from 11 a.m. So you'll stop hearing from us soon enough and start hearing from guys who actually know about rowing.
Yeah, so get excited. Again, I do apologise, but I've actually had so much fun.
I know. Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. This has been really fun. I feel like getting to talk to you and just like look at the boats pass by and understand what's going on.
Agree, yeah.
Enjoyable experience.
Been a nice morning.
I'd rate it 5 out of 5. If there was a review to leave, I'd rate it 5 out of 5.
Me too. I'm not sure people would rate me 5 out of 5.
Or fee for that matter.
Is there anything I should know? On hard as they come down.
Seven. Okay.
The second of these semi-finals of this women's J13 Cox Quads will be coming down onto the court, onto the start. Looks like we've got a Lambton crew. and a second course boat. It's good. The first of those races is now down at the bandstand, which is in Collingwood, and they're side by side. Slight advantage for Campbell. The course boat has pushed back well. It's getting a lot of good power out of that boat over there on the Peel Wood side. Two second crews are coming on to the start.
If you hear us giggling in the background, it's just because some friends of Tess have showed up.
Yeah. Shout out to Isabel New, captain of Women's St.
These
Aidan's
rowers in
Boat
this
Club.
Women's J13 Cox Squad event, being some of the young, or will be the youngest racing at this regatta this weekend. And it's great to see Gorse Boat Club attending the regatta. I can't remember Gorse attending Durham Regatta before, but they're one of the youngest clubs which will be racing here as well. Gorse Boat Club, of course, from Leeds. It's great to see them come up. And the two crews racing at the moment, it does look like Camus hold a small lead, but they've just had a bit of a swerve in their coxing
Hamby
line.
and Gorse
They may have
just
allowed Gorse to
had
come
an
back
interview,
a tiny
me and
bit.
Keegan
They're
now,
both rowing past Hillbead landing stage at the moment.
and it looks like a really close race, to be honest. I think Canby is slightly in the lead. Honestly, there's not much in that at all. Half a boat at most.
I think they're rating
Gorse
that
Boat
high,
Club
rating
just
32.
We very recently saw these girls row, so imagine how that must be. They've rowed this already and immediately have been put back to race.
Yeah,
They must be so tired and exhausted. But look at that, there is a coach or a parent following them through the race. He is running alongside them. How beautiful is that?
so much respect to everyone.
Yes. This is why we come here. This is why it's so great.
Yeah, it's been such a long weekend for everyone, but it's so good to see that the support's just as high today as it was yesterday.
Absolutely.
Clear water now as they pass under Bath Bridge. Course Academy doing very well there as well, coming under Bath Bridge. They'll be racing to the finish. This could be very well the first race for a lot of these rows as well, so make sure to give them a big cheer as they go across the finish line.
We've got the second of those semi-finals. Again, the Gorse Boat Club with their second crew here in the semi-final. Thank you for confirming where they were from, James. I was about to get my mobile phone out and check where Gorse was. When you say they're from Leeds, that's great that they've come up here. Putting on a good show. J13, as you're saying, they're probably in one of their first races. It's great that they're able to come up here and be there. We can see some crews coming back at the start, so they're going to have to wait a little bit before they get their chance to push themselves down the course here at Durham. See these few cruisers coming back up. Good to get that bay clear. Conditions much nicer than yesterday, where we had that very strong wind blowing up the course. It's much easier today, not quite so challenging to cruise in that bay, but it's good to get it clear. You don't want those crews hanging around too long. Some of them might have a second race to get up to, get back off, get some water on board, get back out for their final if they've done well in this. So we'll just wait for those crews to come back, and then we'll go. I don't know whether we should do a few results, James, whilst we're waiting. Do you want to have a go at that, please?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to go through some results here. I'll start with race 41, which was the Open College Cox.
You can see the next race, the boats are slightly struggling to line up.
Yeah.
So that ended up being a win for Hatfield College by 1 length. It's a really good result for them because they were down as they were going past the short course finish, so they must have taken proper advantage of
I believe that this is Gorse Davis versus Lambton Gascoigne. Please correct that. I don't know how to pronounce that word. But I believe it is, yeah, Gorse versus Lambton. I could be wrong. We're just going to get some confirmation now. A lot of boats just rowing back into the landing points. So maybe there'll be a slight delay on the next race starting.
In the race 45, the Open J15 Ox was a win by half a length for Tyne United over St Paul's School. And race 46, the Masters DE Coxless Quads was a win for Tees Rowing Club by 2 lengths over Warwick Boat Club. And the last result we currently have live is the Women's J13 Cox quads. Race number 47, which is the race which just finished, was a win for Camas Rowing Club by 2 lengths over Gauls Boat Club.
Yeah, James, I was just looking at the times there for that Open College Forward race. Hatfield doing 6 minutes and 4 seconds. That's pretty slippy time down there.
We're just seeing all the boats come past Cuff's boathouse, back to their landing, so the rowers can hopefully layer up a little bit and prepare, rest, or maybe just kind of take a step back from rowing for the day.
Enjoy the day now.
Have some food.
Yeah, I always forget that after having done such a grueling race, the rowers have to row all the way back.
Yeah,
to the starting point.
Isn't that horrifying to think about?
So that's what we're seeing now. So maybe slightly slower than when they were coming the other way down the river.
I now know that whenever if I do find somebody that maybe doesn't really understand the strength that it requires to row, I'm gonna tell them to just sit in the banks of a regatta and realize just how much effort all of these rowers are putting in.
Honestly, yeah.
What you're seeing here this weekend is only like 1, 2, maybe 4 or 5 races that the teams might do if they do progress.
Exactly.
But these rowers have been, and clubs have been preparing for weeks and weeks on end, if not months.
Getting up at 5 a.m. even, especially during May and June, a lot for the schools and for the universities. It's exam season, so there's been so much commitment to turn up every time there's a training session and just put in 100%. So,
can you imagine studying for your A levels and at the same time trying to prepare for a regatta? Like, that's just crazy. That's crazy. So much respect.
Over a good test of rowing ability, stamina, strength, commitment to racing for that 6 minutes or so. Yeah, it's good. Anyway, got a backlog of crews to get cleared here. Take a bit of time to do that.
the sun does look like it's trying to persist, so hopefully we can keep it all day.
Okay, as long as it's not raining,
Exactly.
I can't complain that much.
I know.
The wind might be chilly, but
Yeah.
it's still better.
There's always a worse alternative.
Durham Regatta isn't just about the boat race, there's lots of other things going on during the day. We're currently here at the Classic Car Show. Got a lot of cars from all around the area and all different time periods. We're gonna give some interviews, find out the stories behind the car and their connection to the boat race. Right, I'm here with Ted and Pam Mayton. Can you tell us a bit about your car?
The car's a 1986 Ford Fiesta 1.1L with a very low mileage. That's in 40 years. I've owned the car for 11 years. The previous owner was a lady who lived at Stoke, and her husband was the manager of the main Ford dealers in Stoke. I've been told that she would never take the car out in the winter time. That's why there's no rust on the car, because it's never been in salt.
What brings you to Durham Regatta?
Well, we're members of the Neckpark Car Club. We're out every weekend to car shows. This particular weekend happens to be Durham Regatta. So.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you, Trevor, when did you get this car and why do you bring it here?
I got it in 2003. It was a complete heap mess, nothing inside. I tried to do it, but it was getting time. But anyhow, about 5 years ago, I said, right, that's it, we do the car.
Yeah.
And that's what we did.
I see you're part of a club, the Triumph Razor?
Yeah. Razor Edge.
Okay, I see. And what does this club do?
Triumph renowned cars.
Okay.
Mainly down south. We try to do as many shows as we can. We try to do the small shows, to keep them going. Little carnivals and things like that.
This has been an amazing experience.
Yeah, thank you.
Anytime you want.
Yeah, well, we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Well, isn't this a dream car? We've had some wonderful oral histories of cars. The community here at Durham Regatta is very strong, and we will be back with the racing in the commentary box very soon.
Very keen, perhaps a fraction too soon there at the beginning of the stroke. That looks like it's coming together now. Now that they're getting it all together, the lapped boat is pulling themselves back. Could have been another close race, James. Sorry, you're going to have some work to do as you've got to talk us through this one. Lapped and they're just putting their blades on the boy. They got away with it. No one snagged it. That's great. Now we've got the crew.
Welcome back. All the boats are back to their landing and the races have started once again.
This first one is Gorse v Lambton, and it's a 4-woman boat race.
Yes, those crews now having just passed Collingwood landing. Gorse Boats Club in the blue and white.
Looks like Gorse have taken the lead.
Look like they have about a length at least lead over Lambton Boat Club on the Peel or Wood side. This women's J13 quad race. You can see the number of spectators building up on the bank, which is nice to see in this lovely weather in Durham today. I'm sure these groups would finally lots of cheers for everybody. It's quite a
A lot of support for this race on the banks of the river.
Yeah, you can see them there on the stream, but more importantly, we can hear them.
Yeah. And it is Gorse who are in the lead. Quite significantly now.
Look like they're coming up to St Cuthbert's Landing.
And there's a lot of support from inside the boat too. I can hear the cocks screaming a heart out.
Lambton pulls base near Chesley Street.
I wonder what kind of, if coxes have to do like speech therapy, they take some like local anesthetic for their voice. Because I know that they do have speakers sometimes inside the boat or like earpieces, but they're still testing kind of the limits of their voice.
Definitely. You might have to do what singers do. Me, 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 me.
Yeah. Maybe. Can you imagine? The rowers are all like getting on the boat. Okay, yeah. Stretch. Wait, sit on the boat and scream at people.
Sounds good to me.
All respect to coxes. We are not dissing you guys in any way, shape, or form.
And the next race that's just set off is South College versus Grey College. 8-woman boat race, this one. And yeah, from that drone shot you can see just how much of a close race it is. Could not tell you who the winner will be at this stage, it's so close. Both teams putting in so much effort.
Two boats from up here in Durham. Let's see how that race progressing. The first of the semi-finals for those women's non-championship B8s.
So it looks like the South College.
Really, really close race. Support is going all out of the bank, trying to encourage one team to pass the other, but
looks like maybe South are slightly taking the lead now.
Slightly, but it's still undecided. Anything could happen right now.
Yeah, hear the support from where we're sitting. It's so passionate. It does look like South are making some headway.
Yeah, the girls are giving it their all.
South College just holding on that lead, rating at 35.
And that was South College who took the one there against Grey. Although it's not over yet. Sorry.
They've got a good lead.
They really do.
They must feel quite confident at this point.
Definitely, it's still all to play for. Sorry, my apologies. This is a long course race, so anything can happen.
Indeed, it's race 50. It's the second of those semi-finals from the Women's Non-Championship V8. It's York University versus Leeds University.
The next race is York University versus Leeds University.
Wood looks like he's got a bit of an advantage there. I'm all good. I brought some with me. South and Grey Rock. South College pushed back through in the second half, which they must have done well. It looked like Grey were up to start with. They've let it slip if that's the case. For now, it looks like Leeds are progressing. Let's see how York University, and maybe the angle I've got is not quite right. Let's see what James can tell us about the second of those semi-finals.
Well, at the moment, the second of these two semi-finals.
And it's Leeds, sorry, who are in the lead. Again, it's really close race and there's not a lot in it, but it is Leeds who are taking the lead so far. Again, true to the name, it's Leeds in the lead.
Between the two clubs, it looks like Leeds might have been a little bit behind, but have actually started taking a bit more of a lead there over York University as they both pass and Cuthbert's Landing. Leeds University looks like they might have just taken.
And just here, taking advantage of our final few minutes of coverage, Tess and I have done our best job.
Yeah.
And it's been actually really, really fun.
I've had a good morning. I do apologise. I know you're expecting some better commentating.
And hopefully you'll get it later this afternoon.
Did sub in last minute.
I'm going to take this chance to give some shout outs. As in line with our full 3 hours, we've given it for a few shout outs.
Exactly.
Of course, to everybody that's already here on the banks and supporting their teams or just enjoying the community at the regatta. I think it's truly fantastic, and it makes me appreciate what we have here at Durham even more. Obviously, a big shout out to all the rowers, the Coxes, the team captains, the presidents. It's truly, yeah, it's so impressive to see them at work. And
so much that goes into each training session. When you think that there's a cyclist, there's a cox, there's rowers, there's a captain, there's trainers on the side.
Yeah, there's social sex that are holding them up together. Everything. It's truly gorgeous to see, and to have it all come together here at our very own Riverware is such an experience.
It really is.
And finally, just one really, really big shout out, not only to my partner here, Tess, but to everybody behind the scenes at PalTV. We have over 40 people working on this live broadcast for you guys to enjoy this entire weekend. I've been up since 4 a.m. today and was up at 4 a.m. tomorrow, and will probably be here at the Riverware way past 10 p.m. tonight. So yeah, it's great to do this. It's great to learn about rowing, and even if we're unexperienced commentators, just know that a lot of work is going into this.
Definitely.
And it's been great.
Thank you to you, Kika, because it couldn't happen without you. She's been so good. No one knows, but she was our producer yesterday. She was meant to be a producer today, but no, she's commentating. So she's a woman of many talents.
Thank you. Okay, and going back to the long races, because we can only talk about shout outs for so long. Tell me about this race, Tess. Who is it?
It is Gorse Boat Club versus Yarm School. Women's 4-woman race. Not gonna lie, but from that shot, I couldn't tell you who's in the lead. But that is Gorse versus Yarm School, and we'll get the results so far to you as soon as we can.
Got some crews coming back up to the start. I'll let James finish off that second semi-final, and we'll work out what these 8 are that are coming on to the start just now.
Yeah, it does look like Tees have taken control of that race now. The time crew looked like they had a little bit of trouble steering earlier on, but it does look like...
This next race, Tyne ARC versus Tees Rowing Club. Tees in the lead so far. quite significantly, if I'm honest.
Like they're settling a little bit now.
Good. How's it
That's
going?
T's in the lead of Time Amateur Rowing
A
Club.
fair bit of distance ahead, racing at 33.
By the way,
Very
sometimes it will say you're out of focus. It's not your fault. It's just the camera's autofocus is not.
very good line.
I think we've got a crab from Time
and it will just do it itself.
Okay, amazing.
Yes, maybe.
Take over?
I'll give it a go.
Oh, I think something's happening in the boat.
Thank you so much.
Go wrong with the fine boat.
So, did you know
There's quite a lot of
Yeah,
stress
so just, like,
happening, I think.
everyone out of the line.
The stakes are high, and it can feel a little bit overwhelming, no doubt. But honestly, to these rowers, yeah,
There's so much that can go wrong in the day.
That was a win for Camus over
and I think already getting here, getting on the water, and trying your best, even if you catch a crab, that's already such a huge accomplishment.
Exactly.
In race number 49, the women's
Way more than I was doing at school age.
Yes, or even now.
The other way. This one.
No, this is Zoom, but the focus one.
Oh, focus.
Is it in manual? Yeah, right.
I thought focus
We're doing autofocus.
Oh, you're gonna do it. Okay.
It's better.
Yeah, because before I was just manually focusing this, and it had an issue with that.
Okay. So we're doing auto because we're tracking.
That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Because yesterday it was.
We'll just rate the official result of that last race, but it looks like it could be highly likely that it will be a team showdown. J15 Cox squad. We'll wait for the official result to come through.
Yeah, you kick out people. If it's too bright, just click that.
Camera set's over there. Look over the
Yeah, okay. So it's always starting that way.
Yeah, they always start that way and you just follow. Usually when they're over here, they change the other camera. I always leave it there for a bit in case the other camera is having issues.
That makes sense.
And then if they tell you to lower your exposure or something, you can use this one.
To do what, sorry?
To brighten it or
I think
not.
it was here.
You can use this one or ISO.
Oh, I
This
see.
is
What's about to start now is 8-woman boat race, Collingwood versus Sheffield
When it's
University.
too bright, you want it to be a bit lower, so it like reduces the brightness and not like.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
the ISO, right?
Yeah.
I thought they were doing that.
I'm gonna go switch with camera.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Just
Sorry,
let me know.
Yes, will do. Sorry, what's your name?
Kevin.
Kevin, thank you so much, Kevin.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Just wait for the one lap.
Yeah, of course.
And you're good to go.
They're away. Women's non-championship age order.
Off we go. Collingwood versus Sheffield.
Trust. First to the semi-finals. Collingwood on this race course side. Sheffield University.
I don't know.
Great time for both those coaches as they came off the start, and they are neck and neck. Got a college crew from
Lovely smooth rowing from both teams there.
slight advantage as they come down to the end of the concrete.
Yeah, and pretty next neck. We'll see what happens later.
Yeah.
They've still got a way to go.
You have. It's all to play for, yeah. It does look like the sun has gone in a little bit.
ISO.
Not that that will dampen anyone's spirits. And Sheffield looks slightly in the lead there so far.
Very close race.
If you can't see both cameras,
Yeah, just put the first one.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Guys in the view.
It looks like the Collingwood crew.
Sorry, if you cannot see two boats in the same frame, adjust the zoom. Zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
You can also move this up and down in case you need people.
The church spire down the end of the course.
Okay, you're good to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Just zoom.
Wood side.
Yeah.
Wearing black and yellow.
Then you can just like.
There's Sheffield just coming past us in the lead ahead of Collingwood. Quite a significant distance between them.
Yeah. Just zoom out a bit. Don't worry right now. When you have to worry.
Collingwood still pushing on.
There's
The girls look strong, and there's still anything that can happen.
Yeah.
But you just have to. That's fine.
And yet, with my very limited commentating experience here, I would say that having such a gap at the start of the race isn't very encouraging for them.
True.
They must feel like they're going to have to push quite a lot in order to catch up.
Yeah, just zoom out.
But
Have a better view.
we'll see what happens.
Yeah. It must be demotivating from the get-go.
And probably the fast boat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if they're like
As my mum says, it's not over till the fat lady sings.
Gotcha. Okay, they're not really capturing.
That's great.
That's fine. If they're close together, yeah, try to capture both. Yeah. Even if it's like just little bits of the city. That makes sense.
Just started is St Cuthbert's versus Newcastle University Boat Club.
Cuthbert's versus Newcastle University. Newcastle University went on 39, Cuthbert's went on 37.
Thank you.
Newcastle boat, blade work there.
It's all good, thank you.
Slight Cuthbert's are hanging on really
Thank you so much.
Driving it on, 700 metre race, getting those strokes in, pushing that boat along, getting down to the line. Newcastle University, slight advantage as they come down to the halfway point. Over there towards the back.
Newcastle looks slightly ahead. Not by too much though. As you can see, maybe half a boat length in it at most.
Just passing through Hillbead Landing.
Really?
There's quite a crowd starting to gather at the banks of the river.
Yeah.
You can see it there from our drone shot. It's getting busy, and that makes for great atmosphere.
Definitely.
The girls are passing just in front of Cut's Boathouse now. We get to see them live.
It's Newcastle ahead still. Half a boat's length in it.
Just keeping their composure as they're coming down the course. They're just looking that little bit neater than Cuthbert's.
Thank you so much
Have
for
now
your
taken a length lead over St Cuthbert's as they're going past
Both teams still pushing on.
Newcastle University rating at rate 31, so quite low at the moment, but Cuthbert's just getting a little bit untidy. Newcastle University now going under Bass Bridge have clear water over Cuthbert's. So maybe Cuthbert's overcooked it a little bit at the start there, Richard.
I've been Tess, thank you so much for listening. You're going to be taken over now by some very experienced rowers and experienced commentators. Thank you again for listening. I have been Tess Cato, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Tess. Your absolute amazing energy has been so appreciated. And we have a new commentator on the seat. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Joe, and I row somewhat well for Hillbead. So I'll be trying to lend my expertise to the next hour of rowing.
Yes, thank you so much, Joe. It's so appreciated. Well, I've been Kika, and I'm also just about to hand off. But yeah, I just want everybody who's listening to us to know that it's been great and have so much fun watching the rest of our live broadcast. We still have so many races to go. Bye-bye.
So they're not giving up, they're putting on a good push now.
Okay, so time-wise, we're approaching the last few short course races before 11:12, which will be the beginning of a long course. So we should have making our way up time versus Hillbead. Hillbead versus Lancaster. Now this is my college. Outside.
I'll hand back over to you, Richard, because I can see the next race, and that's
Seems to have been a pretty neck-and-neck race. Hillbead have been on a bit of a losing streak. The beat John O'Groat would be very big for them.
St Mary's Leeds University passes white plates. That's got a bit of an advantage there, James.
Yeah, St Mary is just Leeds.
Plating up there.
St Mary's do look like they're ahead by just a boat length, but they could be being overtaken by Leeds. This middle stretch, as you're coming up kind of to Hillby Boathouse, you've got a lot of people watching you, it gets very intense, so quite often there's overtakes happening in this park. And it does look like Leeds University might have the edge. St Mary's do seem to be holding them off, so we'll have to see as we go into the final stretch. They're passing me, and I think it looks like St Mary's have a comfortable, maybe a boat length in it, but still all to play for. As you pass Cuffs, there's about 100 meters left. That's about 20-ish strokes. So really, it's all to play for if you really put your all into it. But it may be that it is too late for Leeds University.
Yeah, Leeds look like they have at least a length, potentially two.
As you can hear from the royal commentators, it's looking like Leeds have not won that one. And up next, we're going to have a very classic kind of college battle. Hill College between Collingwood, it's a very sporty one, and Trev's. Trev's rowing, however, has been a very good rowing team, so we'll have to. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of that. They are both batting for kind of very sporty rowing-focused colleges.
So in the women's J15 Cox Quad,
thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
Race 51 was a win for Yarn School.
Is that better? I think that's better.
But for now, it looks like there's a bit clear.
I may have to ask them as well.
As the winners of the other semi-final, race 52 in the women's J15 Cox Quad was a win for Tees over Tyne Amateur easily. In the women's non-championship A8, the first semi-final, race 53, was a win for Sheffield University by 2 lengths over Collingwood College. And in race 54, the other semi-final of that women's non-championship A8 was a win for Newcastle University by 2 lengths over St Cuthbert's. And I think we're going to have a really good finish.
And as we have a pause, it is worth remembering that we are shortly, in a few races, going to move on to the long course pieces. The long course pieces obviously go far longer. They go to around Trebons Bridge. And all that means is both that for the Cox, it's a much more mentally challenging thing. You've got to kind of go through Elba Bridge, which isn't easy, and you may see a crash, so it'll be very entertaining. And you also have to row for about double or pretty much triple the length, so what comes out to being 1.8k as opposed to 750 meters. So it's a very different race. And certainly what you see as we see as it passes Cuffs Boathouse is definitely, nothing's decided by that point.
But the next race, I believe, coming up on the start line, Rich, will be the Open Non-Championship A Cox Falls with Collingwood and Trevelyan.
Spot on, James. Yes, you can see Trevelyan there with their turquoise blades. They're getting attacked on the stake boat. Collingwood just coming through those stake boats now. Black blades, whites, red tip, whites diagonal, separating the black and red parts of the blade. Collingwood just getting ready. A couple of Cox quads to get through. Then we'll be on. So this is the James said the non-championship. This is for the Durham University Challenge Trophy, with the prizes donated by Durham University. So pretty handy. There are a couple of university boats involved. The second semi-final though will be Tyne. Let's get this first one underway. Onto the start now. Looks like we're going to be clear.
Yeah, sorry, Jim. I'm just...
See the start umpires just checking that the course is clear for this race to get underway, and they're coming under the starters' orders now.
Graham, if you need a signal, go down towards the top house of Wi-Fi. She's going to unclip it.
Collingwood on this side, it's Trevelyan on the Peel Wood side.
Right, Collingwood and Trevelyan are off. And yeah, again, as I was saying, this is a classic kind of battle of colleges. I would say, I'd imagine Trevs would have the edge on this, from what I know these days about rowing.
Collingwood a bit of a small advantage.
It looks like Collingwood does have the edge though, they are the sportier college. They are passing what I believe is their own boathouse, which might give them a few cheers. But a long way to go. You can see on the wide, there's really not much in it at all at this stage. Rowing is particularly grueling sport in this because it's very, you know, the moment you lose, you really don't know how far you are behind, right? If you're even the slightest bit, and if you're side by side, it's very hard to tell who's got the edge. So you imagine they'll be absolutely sending it as they pass Hillbead, going up to Hillbead. Hillbead in particular has a lot of people spectating, a lot of cheers. I imagine the cheers from Hillbead might be going to Collingwood, which will give them a big boost. And it's certainly looking like they have a big lead from that edge. I would say it's about half a length.
It's hard to tell. Like you're right at the start. You're looking straight down the course. I'm right at the finish. I'm looking straight.
And I would say also they've got a wide expanse river, they've got cheers, they're passing now, the rowing's looking very confident, very straight back, very in time, certainly a bit better than some of my TV performances, so I think they definitely have a lead here. And Trevs will be hurting with that though, as one of the kind of favoured boat club colleges this year. And yeah, it's looking fairly irrecoverable for Trevs. But still a valiant effort, a lot of quality rowing. And certainly by the time you get to the kind of last 20 strokes, it's very difficult to keep your composure, especially when you kind of know what the outcome is. So I think it's an admirable effort from them both.
Under Bath Bridge, quite close to the bank. They're quite hidden under bushes from my finish tower, but they've got a good, at least length of clear water, I believe, there at Trevelyan College as they come up to the finish line. And I'll pass back to you, Richard, to comment on the start of that last race.
Last race, last of the short course races in this section of the division. We've got Tyne versus Sheffield University.
So next up, it's looking like it's Tyne versus Sheffield Uni, coming down a fair bit away from us. Tyne are obviously very good. They row at the Rutherford Regatta, the Tyne Regatta, a much bigger river than the Weir. So we'll have a lot of practice rowing, certainly, on great conditions. Although maybe for Cox, not so much practice in a very kind of narrow head-to-head. So we'll see if it impacts them. Certainly we seem a little close to Sheffield than in the last race, but not too bad. And yeah, very
have a good bit of clear water over Sheffield.
Slow, deliberate, confident pace. Remember they pull ahead.
Tyne amateur looking very comfortable.
Yeah, once again, the inner lane is losing out. Maybe slightly harder one to Cox, in all fairness.
Sheffield University, they're not giving up though. They're rating.
It does look like they're gaining a little bit, but it may be too late. I mean, you can see on the camera, it's not recoverable. But if it was a long course piece, now that's something different. So that's what we'll be seeing very shortly.
Just to keep control of the race. Rating of 40 now, 37. Reflecting a little bit there, Tyne amateur as they come up to the finish line of that short course. The last short course race for a little while. The next race will be a long course race. But just to go back through some of the results that we've got up on the screen. So the Open Non-Championship B Cotswold, I mentioned earlier, race 55 was a win for Surrey Hill Beat by half a length over Lancaster. In the other Open Non-Championship B Cox 4, race number 56.
Good result for Hillbead then, yeah. As you can hear from the commentary there, we are moving into a long course, which will be very exciting. I believe it only lasts for around 1, so it'll be a very kind of exciting era. And certainly it's more interesting to look at. Harder to organise, Marshall, but very worth doing. Almost really gorgeous stretch of river between the actual Weir and a bit up dark where it gets too narrow. So yeah,
Tyne amateur versus Sheffield
very exciting.
University Boat Club. We'll just wait for that official result to come from the umpires.
And yeah, it's looking like the first race we're going to have in the long course is Leeds University versus Yarm School. Now, I must confess, I have not heard of Yarm School, but I am assured of their rowing credentials. Durham Regatta, of course, is known as the Henley of the North. And if anyone knows Henley, it's a very exciting, massive event. And that's on a, a pretty artificial river, very lived-in area, a lot of kind of tents, a lot of private school kids. Very, very nice race, and very, a lot of Olympic rowers get made there. And this, honestly, is having near attendance like that up in the north. I think it's a really something to be proud of, and it's certainly a very exciting event. So a lot of schools from the south, a lot of rowing clubs from across the country have signed up to be here, and that's very exciting. And yes, Yarm School is an independent school in somewhere, I don't know. So, very exciting to have them here, and in any moment now we should be getting our first long course piece. So I hope you all enjoy.
There's any left, just down there on the race course, t-shirts, charms, hats. They're all sold out of navy shirts, but they've got some purple ones. So crack on down there and get those. Perhaps a bit of haggling and bargaining. And a final call out to the cadets. It's the 234 Air Cadet Squadron who are monitoring the start platform, and they're monitoring the gates. And a general thanks to everybody who's contributing their time as part of the volunteers here at Durham Regatta. We could not be doing it without you. So many, many thanks to all those who've been able to help out. You got it, mate? So just the last few crews
Okay,
coming through.
and yeah, they are
Long course races.
not quite starting up yet.
Course races, 1,800 metres long, a couple of hundred metres shorter than the international distance.
Okay, so yeah, a bit of a lull in events, but
Another part of the weekend is this medieval immersion. Let's take a look around and see what we can find. So, would you be able to tell me a bit more about what's happening in this immersion area today?
Yeah, so we're part of a reenactment society called the Vikings UK, and we aim to reproduce replicas of from the early medieval period. So we're all volunteers, it's a registered charity organisation dedicated our time to educating the public about life in the early medieval period, and we make all our own clothes, we have weapons, the chat plays, and educate the public about life in Western Europe in the Viking Age and early medieval period.
Very interesting.
So we've got a 7th stroke 8th century Anglo-Saxon shield. They're quite small, round, and they've got this distinctive boss which is there to protect your hand because your hand goes through the board to hold this. This would be a 9th or 10th century shield. Made a similar way. The boss is slightly different style, but it's a bigger shield, covers more of your body. Shapes changed to this teardrop shape, often termed as kite shields. This is what you'd see for the Anglo-Saxons and Normans on the Bayeux tapestry depicting the Battle of Hastings.
Yeah.
The 1066, this is sort of shields. Often thought to be a shield for a horseman because it covers part of your body when you're on a horse, but personally I think it's equally as well for infantrymen. And you do see them on foot and by tapestry.
okay, and right, segment over. We are back to a race, and we're about to initiate the first long course race of the day. So, very exciting stuff. Leeds University, Yarm School from Yorkshire, Coxed Falls. Let's see. Yeah, you can see them adjusting. Okay, and we're off. It's hard to see who's got the edge first. It looks like it looks like it could be Leeds University. Yeah. It does look like Leeds University have a fairly strong lead here, but of course it's worth remembering that this is much more of a marathon than a sprint this time around. So it is far from certain that that lead will be maintained. Plenty of time to play for. But yeah, and you would imagine these rowers, especially in this kind of race, you have a very powerful start. You need to get in motion, but you need to learn to pace yourself, much like a run. So yeah, but I mean, there's a powerful lead here by Leeds. That would be good for them not to squander. But anything could happen. But yeah, fairly confident lead. Hopefully, Leeds are conserving energy and don't blow, as rowers would call it, by around Hillbead, which has happened in many races. But if all is well, I think Leeds look like they can maintain it. Fairly strong rate here, but looks maintainable. Yeah. So yeah, they do look very fast. 36, I'm being told, which for rowing purposes are 36 strokes a minute. So very fast rate. Now, obviously, this race is going to take them not just like a few minutes, the short course would take. It's going to take a much longer period of time. So that kind of rate can really tire you out when you're talking about a race that's getting to more like 10 minutes. But it is looking like they're pretty confidently maintaining it without losing the form. Okay, now looking at how they handle the bit from Bath to Elbert Bridge will be very interesting. Elbert Bridge, as I was saying, is very kind of notoriously tricky places for coxes to handle, especially coxes mind that have never rowed or very rarely rowed at Durham before. So we'll have to see how we navigate it, but I'm sure we have the best. Yeah, it does look like they are pretty confidently maintaining that established lead. Yeah, and the others are dragging way behind. So let's take a look then, as one long course race has rounded the first corner. Elwood Bridge, let's look at the next one. This race should be between another one from Leeds Uni. And yeah, it's got Leeds and Tyne, but this one looks a lot more tight. Front-loaded cocks there, which will be for both very helpful for managing Elvet Bridge. But essentially, you know, they're in front of the boat, they can see where they're going, so I think it'll be much more helpful for getting through that bridge safely. But they look fairly neck and neck as we speak. Yeah, a lovely stretch by a race course. A lot of support here, so I'm sure these are, you know, will be trying their very best. It's a very privileged experience to be here. So you can see the kind of quality and focus. You got to use the support and just harness in. And yeah, especially as they pass that walk from Chastity Path up to Hillbead, opposite all the food trucks of spectators, I think they'll get a huge burst of support. Now with a long course, there is of course the fact that, you know, later on actually there'll be less people standing there, less spots. So this I think is their biggest moment to really push, and then they have to use that mental effort later on. But yeah, it's looking very tight. Yeah, it is looking like Leeds do have an edge, but Tyne are holding them off fairly well. So we'll have to see for the length of a race how they do. Right, and we are looking back here to Durham University on one side and 16's boat from York University up there. So it'll be a very exciting one. But yeah, as we see as they're passing to a bridge, yep. it is certainly Leeds University holding it, but I do think that that distance is very much recoverable in what we have left. I'd say it's about a boat length or so. But of course, you must remember that in rowing, if you are losing, it is far, far harder to regain mentally. If you're ahead, you can see your opponent, so you've got the motivation. Very kind of opposite to something like running or more traditional sports. Very interesting as a result. But I think they can still push ahead. No. Okay, it's looking like they are fairly even. Durham University on the side near to me. Um, and yeah, very Durham University, very good team. Certainly compared to college rowing, much more competitive, much more serious, and very, very harsh training regimens. So good rowers, but up against obviously quite a good team from York University. So it looks like they're having good competition, but they are pulling ahead around this point, which is usually when, especially in a short course piece, less so in a long one where you kind of know how it's been determined. You can see he's pulled off a start and established good rhythm better. And it's certainly looking like as they go up to Hillbead that Durham University Boat Club certainly have the edge. But yeah, we will say we look, York have certainly not given up, which is very admirable. It's very easy to give up when you're behind. Yes, and as we can see now, is this Leeds and Tyne perhaps coming past the Student Union? Very nice camera view there. And that's they've both successfully made it through Elbert Bridge unscathed, and it's looking like it's still very much to play for. And they will be certainly getting tired. There's about a short course length left at that point, so very admirable effort from them. Right, yep. Durham University certainly pulling ahead there. Certainly. Okay. Okay, yeah. York, yeah, York are certainly giving it level, but it is looking like it's decided, and certainly the aerial, the drone shot you can see here gives probably the best sense of how far the lead is as they pass over that one bridge before Elbert Bridge. But here, the next race, very, very even. So Chad versus Trevs. Trellian again favoured rowing college, so they should have it. And it does look like they're narrowly pulling ahead there, but certainly all to play for Chads. And yeah. And the next race as well, which you might cut to, is one close to my heart. It's Collingwood versus Hillbead. So Collingwood race 40 college, bit of a rival. So I may be getting quite excited about that. And yeah, you can see actually even in this race that people are sitting on the famous Hillbead sofas, getting ready to watch. So showing have a lot of support. But for a race on the moment, it does look like Chads are edging ahead on that left-hand lane to us. But Trev's very disciplined, rowing, not frantic, very good rate. So it does look like putting in a valiant shout. But yeah, that's a very admirable race to win or lose. Yeah, but we will go shortly to a race that I'm close to my heart. So I'm excited for that one. Yep, Collingwood, Hilden Bede. This is the women's four. So yeah, I think it's a pretty decent Hillbead crew, and certainly a lot of good chat there. So it'll be exciting to hopefully see them win. But yeah, to go ahead, looking like that's Durham University Boat Club, home turf, past the SU. Certainly very confidently and powerful rowing, which very easy to get frantic in rowing. Try and push hard, and really splashy and less powerful. And this is the kind of disciplined, powerful rowing that I'd expect someone from Durham Uni. So off the start, it is looking like the Hillbead crew putting in a very valiant effort, very good rowing. Not quite ahead, but they are going to get a boost of power when they pass everyone at the landing stage. They're all standing right there next to them on the inside lane. And you're wearing a classic, the yellow colours of Vespa and the blue of the Hillbeat logo. So yeah, and you look at like that, they're not too far behind. A tad bit splashy, but I think they're getting in good sync and there's power. And you can see certainly as people were shouting at them at Hillbeat, giving them that encouragement. Plenty of time to overtake. Yes, so Collingwood, are sporting away ahead. But I think Hillbeat still have a chance. See, Hillbeat crew have turned from a landing stage to look at them. So there's a lot of motivation here. A lot of them as well, same with myself. A lot of people here, it's their last ever big rowing event, going on holiday, leaving uni, so it'll mean a lot to do it. So there's a lot of malign. But in all fairness, Collingwood very, very in sync. So now we go, there's Lambton Rowing Club versus Hexham Rowing Club. Hexham, of course, a host to another very good regatta. Not quite as deluxe as Durham, but about a 40-minute drive. Very nice, very lovely course. Lovely kind of cathedral there. So another town of heritage and rowing coming to Durham for this event, which is great to see. And Lambton, of course, is near Chester Street. So we are looking now. They are certainly ahead. Okay, so yes, Lambton and Hexham. Let's see. Chester Street, of course, very good charity shops and a spoon. So I might have to root for both of them. But it is wonderful, in all seriousness, to see so many different clubs from the local area, from the north, get represented in this event, and that's always very nice to see. Now this is a junior boat. It looks like a final, so it'll be a very kind of exciting, maybe overwhelming event for these rowers. So fairly new to it. So yeah. I hope they do well, and it will be an amazing experience, win or lose. But let's see how it goes. Coxes are adjusting, as they want to do. I'm liking the brown boat. That's a very rare colour for rowing. The yellow is more classic, but we'll see. And certainly, yes, a Hexham on the outside, Lambton on the inside is what it's looking like. So any second now. Tension, I tell you, cuts you with a knife there. Yeah, and it's a list of races we've had. So a lot of good stuff coming up, especially if you're watching and you are waiting for an alumnus or on your favorite, your college. A lot coming up soon, and it is looking like certain colleges are performing well. Okay. It is looking like there's some last-minute fiddling with the positioning. You can see by the adjustments, I'll be backing down, trying to get in perfect form. And it looks like, yeah, Hexham have Lambton, I apologise, have cocked up a little bit, but they will recover it, I'm sure. Always a very stressful and frustrating thing to do here. So my commiserations to the Coxers. But it does look like they are positioned now, so maybe we get a chance. And yeah, we cut back. I believe it's towards the we just saw a bit of the Hillbeat fall, but back to a Lambton Hexham. So Lambton there pulling ahead of a brown boat, establishing quite a confident lead, I would say. Although it's, early days, but yeah, certainly this is the white line to Collingwood Boat Club is a big part of this race, and it does look like they've given away the initial advantage on that stage, but we'll have to see about the rest. So yeah, if you look at the side on, it's always very tricky to see who's ahead. So it's not as drastic as you think, but it's certainly Lambton. And yeah, see a lot of spectators there on the riverside. And it does look like Lambton are actually getting up quite a tear. It's a very fast rate they must have upped. I think they're clearly mentally benefiting from a lead in this race. Very confident. Obviously, one does wonder, can they keep this up for a long course? But certainly that's a lot of power, confidence, and a mighty lead as they head towards Hillbead Boat Club. Not much, not much left to complain about there. They just have to keep it up. Okay. Yep. I mean, and I can, by the way, I've just been checking out for Lambton from my own window, and certainly they are pretty much by the recording studio, and they're the others still by Hillbead. So a long lead. But it is worth mentioning that people tire, and this is a very tough race, and I'm looking at the Hexham Rowing Club's form, and it is, for the most part, could be set up a bit more. Very lovely though, very in time, early squares, and not rushing, which is a mistake I always make. So I think there's some very good quality rowing we're seeing, regardless of a win or a loss. So back to the next race. Now this is a really exciting one. This is something that would absolutely tire you. We cut back to Hexham. So the next race coming up is a I think it seems to be a junior race, and it's something called Cambois Hexham. Obviously, I know Hexham, and it's a double against a double from Durham School. And Durham School is a local, lot of practice, and we're another great river. So these are all great school kids, probably a really cool opportunity for them. And it's obviously very tiring being in a double, and you absolutely have to hold your oars same height as your partner. You have to really set the boat. That's a big focus. So they'll be very trained and balanced, especially when you put that kind of power down. And then self-navigating, of course, it's coxless. So when you go through Albert Bridge, that's another test. So a lot of skill being displayed here. And as I look as they pass us, it does look like the Cambois are ahead of us. Well, ahead of Durham. But it is still all to play for. It's a long course. And the lead is fairly notable for us early on, but we'll see how the others do. So the next race we have coming up, these are all finals, which is very exciting. It's finals all the way down, and that's what you get on long course Sundays. You can see they're passing under the bridge. So this second final, it's between the Lambton and Berwick team. So a pair up between two people. And St. Leonard's will be, oh, no, sorry, that will be after the Cambois Chesterland Street pair. So if you look here, we've got a member from Cambois, a member from Chesterland Street, very close to Durham, lovely place, and two from Durham Arc. Very big, kind of prominent force in Durham rowing in the Weir. You always see them out, always early training sessions, very locked in, kind of DU ethics. So hopefully that'll help them out here. Although it is looking like, let's have a look. It is looking like the Durham Arc do have it. So we'll see.
This Open Junior Championship doubles race, Hexham versus Durham School. It's looking quite close at the minute as they come up to St Cuthbert's Landing.
Okay.
Potentially Durham School just having a small lead there over the Hexham composite.
Yeah. So as you heard him say, it's composite boats, different members, and obviously rowing is really important to row with people help with the balance and morale. So a composite boat is tricky, but you've got to imagine they've been training for a while, and hopefully that decision, getting the best of both worlds from these clubs, hopefully it pays off. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And as you can see, certainly, yeah, the Arc have the advantage over Cambois from that angle. But yes, it is mentioning actually that yeah, as the commentator just said, yeah, it's like a running race, and so if you're on the outside round a curve, as the river curves left, you do have a certain advantage if you're on the inside lane. So you got to hope. You got to hope that they do well, and take that. So I think it's still all to play for. Okay. So we are having up now. It looks like this is Berwick on before. There's Berwick Lambton, kind of coalition boat, so to speak, and St Leonard's, another kind of great school. So for J14, so young rowers here. So very nerve-wracking experience. So let's hope they have a great time. But certainly, I remember at this age, rowing is very kind of ingrained culture by this age. So doing events like this really gets you into that kind of athlete mindset that a lot of people have, but alternatively, a lot of the other colleges don't. So there's a wide range of levels of commitment to rowing and kind of types, which is very good to see. And as they pull off at the start, it is looking like Len is actually looking very hard to tell so far. Maybe it's Berwick. No, it's looking like Berwick. So Berwick's line is a little diagonal, but I think they are recovering it. Yes, and it's looking like good, confident work from Berwick. Okay. I'm hearing some news about Hillbeat, but it does not look promising. So yeah, so after this one, it's another final for women's 8. So that's looking like it'll be Lambton versus another composite boat of 3. Tynar, Chester Street, and Camberwell, so the classic names we've heard before. We're seeing how we're going. Okay, and these 4s are looking like it's looking like probably Berwick has maintained that lead they established right at the start. It's hard to tell. And yeah, when you do have that side angle from our camera there, it does look quite drastic. It's not as drastic head on, but certainly it does look like Berwick have maintained and established a lead. But we shall see. And yeah, you can see all the boats on the side having come back from a long trek down after a race. But still looks like a lot to play for. A lot of cheers here from the bank, a lot of visiting people. Yeah, a lot of cheers, a lot of picnickers right here. And it's looking like Lambton are really holding a lead. But anything to play for. Yeah. And I certainly think Leonards are, you can tell, really just maintaining their composure, not giving it up, which is very, very reassuring to see. And yeah, there's all been some cracking races so far. Nothing too difficult or unruly too. No crashes, no marshalling errors or even anything like that, right? Like it's all been very smoothly run today. And that is a credit to the organisers of this event. Although it still may be a crash, we will have to wait on see on that one. But it's been great so far, and let's see. We have now. Yes, it is it's a Lambton boat against the Camberwell Chester Street time boat. I'd say as a fan of Chester Street, would have to and Rutherford Head would have to go for Tyne. So we're on the other side from me, but both great teams. And it does look, Nate again, it's hard to tell. And 8, hard to get a big lead. But first time in a while we've seen an 8. And that will be very difficult as well to get through Velvet Bridge. So watch that space. But it does look like my preferred Chester Street boat is certainly pulling ahead to some capacity. So yeah, it's very exciting times here. And let's have a look at who's up next. Yes, you see from the side, it looks like the eights are performing well. It does look like, yeah, the lead has been established. You can see from which it's shifted back. It's very impressive in the inside lane as well. You've got to be really tight with your line as a cox. So it looks like it's been done well. And yeah, if you look at them, you can see, what you want to see is that the blades turn from flat to up fairly early on, early squares, and they all go in at once. And as much as you can see over some broadcast cameras, it does look like they're very in time, very scoring early, which is admirable. And we've got another 2 going off, Yarm School versus Durham School. So Yarm School our side, Durham School on the other side. And yeah, certainly Yarm maybe behind her, but it's hard to tell, which all good races are. So yes, back to the 8, and it is certainly looking like the Canberra Chester Street Tyne team, very confident. You can see all the different colours repping their pride and glory here. But it's still a valiant effort against them from Lambton. Some lads there who are quite, locked in. So it's impressive stuff. So yeah, we will have to see the pair nows coming down. That's Yarm and Durham. So it is certainly looking like Durham is taking that lead. So yeah, exciting races. Yeah, yeah, the Lambton crew, I concur. Certainly, a loss is being established there, but it happens to the best of us. Yeah. Well, as you can see, yeah, it's looking. Yeah, it is looking close. It does look like your Durham School are pulling ahead, but it's very hard to tell. You can see some of those boats there. They all, the whole thing of boats going back, hard to navigate. And as a rower, you really have to be locked in on just rowing, which is why it's so impressive that these doubles essentially caught themselves. Yeah, so you've got to be very aware of what's around them while also focusing. So I think it's a very good effort from both, and we'll see how we handle it past Elvin. Now we are looking at 2 boats here. Now one of them I have to give a shout out to is the St. Paul's boat. You can see in black and white. That's my old school. Very good rowing school, although I was not the very best rower. But certainly, 2V there takes you back. So our boat Quan is pulling ahead, which I would expect. But we're up against a Tyne boat, another very good rowing team. But Thames and Tyne, 2 great rivers of rowing. So it'll be, a worthy win whoever gets it. But it is looking like St. Paul's have that. Okay. Yep, and it does look like St. Paul's have the lead, although it's getting a bit testy now. You'd really hope they get a win. These lads have gone out a weekend, come all the way from London, like many people here. Right, very impressive effort. So yeah, glad it has paid off. And yeah, can imagine the thrill of competing in somewhere so new and exciting. And you can see, yeah, passing Hill Bevo Club. It looks like a narrow lead, but it's still a very tight race. Yeah. So you look at that, very, very confident rowing. They will have been training hard for this, but Tyne are putting up a really strong effort. And certainly as my team, I got a pull for St. Paul's in here. But good rowing from both. But yes, they have slowly and surely established a lead, kept pace, not blown, and that makes sense with their training regimen. They have a lot of cardio, I can tell you that, a lot of cardio, erging, pacing. So it looks like it's paid off beyond the rowing. So yeah, well, congratulations to our team. So next up after St. Paul's, we have Tyne Arc versus Tees. So 2 classic cities of the area coming, well not city, right, areas, whatever, coming to battle. And yeah, 4, we'll see. It's another final. Let's see. And now Cox's quads again. That's very interesting to think about. So, you lose all the weight at the Cox, but you really have to focus on Coxing yourself. And unlike a double as well, you as one person in a 4 don't make as much impact. So you really got to think about coordination and teamwork, and that's really key here, even more than it usually is in rowing. So it'll be good to see how they turn out. The race is going to start any moment now. So looking like we're just waiting for race to start. So, a lot of bated breath here. A cox here has to do a maneuver you guys might not know about. You have to have your hand up while you're adjusting, and you have to frantically you have to get in a line. If you don't get in a good enough line, you know, you may not be able to race and may be cancelled, or alternatively, you may go straight into a wall. So it's very important to get a good line. You have to keep your hand up and put it down when you're ready. And as soon as you've done that, you are pretty locked into your position. So if you start getting a bit of stiff drift, you are cooked. So certainly a lot of frantic effort from the coxers who are underappreciated in the sport. But as we see, more importantly, the race has kicked off. And this is, yes, who is it again? It is Reloaded, Tyne and Tees. So, a lot of good work from Tyne. Tyne pulling ahead. Okay, let's see how we do. Right, it's short course one. Some long course pieces going back to short course. It's going to be alternate, and this is a big final for the weekend. So, Tyne or Tees for a woman. We're going to see who it is. Very exciting stuff. Yeah. And both these teams, of course, come, as is being highlighted, several races to get here, right? So they have both, really culminated a lot in this final, and my own team will be there later. It's very exciting. So, let's wait for a kickoff.
Durham Regatta isn't just about the boat race, there's lots of other things going on during the day. We're currently here at the Classic Car Show. Got a lot of cars from all around the area and all different time periods. We're gonna give some interviews, find out the stories behind the car and their connection to the boat race. Right, I'm here with Ted and Pam Ayton. Can you tell us a bit about your car?
The car's a 1986 Ford Fiesta 1.1L with a very low mileage of only 28,000 miles. So that's in 40 years. I've owned the car for 11 years. The previous owner was a lady who lived at Stoke, and her husband was the manager of the main Ford dealers in Stoke. I've been told that she would never take the car out in the winter time. That's why there's no rust on the car, because it's never been in salt.
What brings you to Durham Regatta?
Well, we're members of the Neckbar Car Club. We're out every weekend to car shows. This particular weekend happens to be Durham Regatta. So.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you, Trevor, when did you get this car and why do you bring it here?
I got it in 2003. It was a complete heap mess, nothing inside. I tried to do it, but it was getting time. But anyhow, about 5 years ago, I said, right, that's it, we do the car.
Yeah.
And that's what we did.
I see you're part of a club, the Triumph Razor?
Yeah. Razor Edge.
Okay, I see. And what does this club do?
Triumph renowned cars.
Okay.
Mainly down south. We try to do as many shows as we can. We try to do the small shows to keep them going. Little carnivals and things like that.
Trevor, this has been an amazing experience.
Yeah, thank you.
Anytime you want.
Yeah, well, we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Well, isn't this a dream car? We've had some wonderful oral histories of cars. The community here at Durham Regatta is very strong, and we will be back with the racing in the commentary box very soon.
So, big final, very hyped. Let's see how it goes. So yeah, J13 final. So that is, I mean, really think about that. These are very young, inexperienced rowers. It's a very big event for them to be here. A lot of uni students here as well, so very exciting. And you can see the last race which is kicked off. Tyne do seem to be trailing a little bit, but it's very close between the two big T's. But yeah, T's certainly are getting the edge. And yeah, you can certainly imagine that both Tyne and T's are very keen to win this in the area. Yeah, if you're looking at their, you can see it's fairly even as I'm looking in real life. And these are more distinguished gentlemen rowers. So, yeah, rowing of all the sports really is one that a lot of people can get very fit at and do into old age. And it's great to see them doing it there. And that was very confident, slightly better than me form there. Now here we are seeing another exciting race. So again, this is the J13s between Cambois and Gorse Davis. So another, totally different entrance. Really just coming here to put in a good effort, which is great to see. So Cambois are on the looking like are they on the winning side here? It is looking like early days they have, and if we cut back to our last four, it's certainly looking like Tyne might have turned it around, but we have to see. That's very tight, and as you can see, actually the coxes have come a lot closer together, which is not advisable. But as a short course race, that's been fine. So, next race. Let's see how Cambois and Gorse do. Looking like Gorse had the lead, but I feel like Cambois are making a very valiant turn. As the camera goes, you can see it looks more and more like they're in the lead. That's a very exciting rowing race. It's rare that happens with the sport, so it's very good to see. And yeah, certainly as the camera pans out, zooms out, we can kind of establish a pretty confident lead, a pretty notable lead. But past Hill Bead, I'd say that's a big chance to turn things around for Gorse, for Cambois. I apologize. So we'll have to see. And looking at where I am now, it is certainly looking like, yeah, Gorse still have it. It's about a quarter boat length. There's not much in it, but it does look like, certainly as Cambois, you can lose a bit of morale. You've got to keep it up. Not let the tiredness hit when you're losing, because it is very dispiriting. But it's quality rowing. Right, and looking ahead to the schedule, we have a Yarm school race against Tees coming up, which is what we can see there. So that's the J15, a little bit older, but still very impressive effort to come up here, nearer to home, I suppose. But yeah, that's it. So a coxed 4. And you can see where I am actually, a lot of fellow rowers, same boat clubs, are running down alongside the races, which is always very encouraging to see. But it did look like, I imagine that Gorse had that lead. But as we hold on the upcoming Yarm and Tees, Cox 4, Cox at the front, women's J15. So you'll see how they do. I think it could go either way. But making it to a final is already very impressive. Something I cannot say I did myself. A lot of these people have had 1 or 2 races earlier today, so keeping up the kind of splits they do, the speed essentially of the race and the technique without collapsing or becoming tired is very admirable. Okay. So looking a bit of dilly-dallying here. But you shall wait for the race to kick off. So, we wait for Yarm School. We are seeing some very confident pools rowing come back up. Yep, So yeah, Tyne did narrowly win, which is a very impressive comeback. And as you could see, they were getting very close at the end, really challenging each other. That was a very exciting race. And yeah, St. Paul's coming back after seemingly romping home to victory. Well done, lads. But yeah, next we are having. I want to see if Yarm and Tees have kicked off. We're running a little bit behind time at the regatta. But it's looking some very good rowing. And yeah, and you can really see, especially on long course, even on short course, that row back up to go back to dark, take the boat out, dirty rigger, especially if you're leaving today. It's a really tiring one, especially when you've already given it your all. And you can really tell a bit about fatigue as a member row back, but all part of the process. So yeah, a little bit of an intermission here, and I'm walking past, seeing people, a lot of the audience in Beckett. So yeah, and look there, we have the the recent races and the upcoming ones after. Yeah, as per usual for rowing, it's a bit delayed. So if you're watching us from abroad and you've got somewhere to be, you might have to hold off for about extra 10 minutes. But some very exciting finals to go. Some of the last long course, before we go fully back to short course. Yarm coming up against Tees. Got a battle of South versus Leeds. So South College for Durham, we're wanting Durham Pride to win. Then a Sheffield Newcastle Uni head off, and then a Hillbead Leeds one, which may be one of my last contributions here. It's a very exciting one to watch. I know a lot of people. Right. So, setting up, getting ready to go here. Let's see. The marshals are paving away in their very dramatic speed boats. Yeah. And yeah, of course, the marshals, you do have to wait after a go map because the wash it creates is pretty much tantamount to rowing on the actual ocean itself. So yeah, let's keep it up and see who the next one is. Okay, exciting stuff. Yarm is up now. Yarm and Tees. So yeah, Northern Pride here. Let's see who's there. And yeah, we can't really tell at the moment. I'd have my money on Tees from this angle, but I have no money. So let's see. Certainly a bit of splashy rowing, but with that comes power. And yeah, they're pushing ahead. Very, very confident to see. And yeah, thinking of the races, by the way, for everyone in the YouTube chat to look forward to. South College versus Leeds is the next race. So if you're watching for that one, please stay tuned. But yeah, no, very exciting. And this is a real, and I really couldn't tell, this is a real head-to-head. And it's one of the first we've had, actually. I thought a lot of these races are not boring, but, an established winner. And this is a very intense head-to-head. It's nice to see. But it is looking actually, well, it was, and now it's looking like a pretty established lead leading into Hillbead. But it was very neck and neck for the moment, but it's looking like Yarm might just be running away with it. But a lot of time to shift. That all shifted in about 5 seconds, so, give it another 5. We can see what will happen. So, yeah. Okay. But I think Yarm do have that. I think it's pretty hard to recover at this stage, especially for a short course final, which I believe this is. But yeah, even on the wide, it is hard to tell. And right, yes, so a person in the chat who was excited about South versus Leeds. That is the upcoming race. Leeds really need to back down a lot here. They are not in a not in an ideal position, but it'll be fine. And I am here to welcome another guest to the commentary. Say hello.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zachary Burney. Love to meet you. Love to see you all. Well, unfortunately, not quite the weather today as it was yesterday, is it? Looking like it's
chilly.
Chilly, but a little less windy, so maybe a little bit better for the steering for the coxes out there today. So, yeah, great to be along.
Yeah, and Zachary is a DU rower, I believe, so a bit more expertise than myself, maybe.
Yeah, here and there. So I'll see what I can offer.
Yeah.
So,
And yeah, they do say that they've never done regatta about rain, but we might have actually avoided that so far.
I wouldn't hold your breath, to be honest. I'm not liking the look of that big black cloud.
It's looking dodgy, though. It's looking dodgy. So the finals here might get away with it. So I'd say off that start, it's hard to tell, in all fairness. Is it That's looking like...
Yeah, from this angle, it is quite difficult. I mean,
It's
looking
very
alongside.
You go alongside.
The rate's looking pretty similar for both crews.
Similar.
We can really tell off the start with these. It's like, especially in eights, you're really trying to start moving like a whole load of momentum from effectively zero.
Yeah.
And you've got 8 rowers, 1 cox. That's not a lot of, there's a lot of weight to get going.
And the communication timing's really important. Now, I've certainly rode races where if you're bad off the start, you've already lost it, right?
You can't win off the start, but you can definitely lose it 100%. One of those.
You can win off someone else's start, maybe.
It looks like crew on Pilar Wood side.
Leeds, I believe.
Leeds University.
Yeah. So Leeds, I mean, it's obviously it's a uni team versus a college team, but South are putting in a very admirable effort here. But it does look like Leeds
more connected off the front. Yeah, it's just a fantastic looking boat.
Very nice, and yeah, even on the the broadcast YouTube stream quality, you can really tell when a boat is in time, not splashed, early squares.
All the right things. You sound like a real expert here. You know what you're talking about.
I know, but I can't do it.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can really see with these crews, like the backsplash is what you're looking for. When that placement comes in, you know the bro's got a nice connection to the water, and it's just looking like slightly better.
And even looking in real life as they pass us, you can tell it's very nice rowing. It's like, certainly when I've been in races, it gets choppy and you're splashing a person behind it. That's terrible.
Absolutely,
so it's very good quality here.
Moving together, as we see it going straight past us, it's looking like maybe half a length up or so.
If it's a short course piece, it's pretty. It may well be over at this point, I think. But yeah.
Well, we never know that. We saw the Durham University crews battling out yesterday, and they really did go out into the line. So it is one of those. If you can hang on for long enough, I reckon you can.
You can always win. It's a mental thing, yeah.
Cause an upset, if you will. One of those. So
that's what you should do. Yeah, my own race yesterday. Not to distract, but no, we were ahead at first till Hillbeat, and we lost it. It's not ideal.
Oh no!
But it happens to us all. So
decisive moment, if you will. So
exactly. So never, don't give up to those. And I'm looking. We have next. It looks like Sheffield Uni versus Newcastle. So
a real force of the northeast is Newcastle. I mean,
unstoppable force,
immovable object, literally fantastic.
These are very. I mean, it's uni wide, very good kind of.
The Sheffield seems to have got a real jump on Newcastle off the darts. I mean, goodness me.
Yeah.
I mean, Newcastle's coaching is really something interesting. They've got that Italian head coach who runs a whole host of. They're a real long piece club on the Tyne, and Sheffield running out of a slightly different operation. It's a real difference in coaching strategies here as they come past us.
And it's looking like Sheffield one may have paid off at least this time round.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Newcastle not quite built for the 700-metre stretches of Durham.
Too used to the width of the weir.
Literally, just fantastically in time. That Sheffield crew.
Nice, and sitting up well as well, which is something I struggle to do even on this commentation.
On the chair.
On the chair itself,
It just looks like Sheffield are outrating them, to be honest. It's straight ladies maybe slightly short on the rate.
Quality from Newcastle, really. The line is a bit to the bank, but sometimes you lose a race and it's like just need to erg more. But I've certainly been told that. So but very good.
Sounds like DU mindset. Decisive win for Sheffield by the looks of it from this angle, from both angles, to be honest.
Yeah, that's very big. Okay, so the next one, close to my heart, is Hillbeat versus Leeds. Now I know a bunch of people in this boat. The 8 we're in, we lost, but the 4 made out of this 8 has been very successful.
Fantastic.
Which makes me feel a bit annoyed, but we will certainly be giving them shout outs. A shout out to James Mason, who I believe is in this boat. James Mason, Tintin, Jake Friend, and Solly, I believe, all members of this boat. So good luck, guys. You'll smash it, and I'll give you a bit of a Hillbeat as you pass.
Yeah, real stomping ground for Hillbeat round here.
It should be.
I know your race codes piece. You should know it well.
That's why, I shouldn't have lost by Hillbead, because Hillbead genuinely, like, everyone's there.
I know, a real
Certainly-
force. Like
certainly-
you look on the bank, you see that sort of bright blue unis and blazes and everything.
Like
So
that, you know, it is force of nature. So Hillbead, really, you got to move off that, like, you got to move off that kind of, you know the area,
experience, yeah.
all that experience and all that public support, right?
Well, this is what the Durham colleges really come with over the university
Yeah.
cruises. These university cruises are coming from, well, either very nice wide rivers like the Tyne, whereas we're used to sort of training on the old, on the weir, if you will.
Yeah, on the weir, which has its disadvantages.
Well, you said disadvantages. You get your advantage of learning the.
Yeah, you get to learn how to row in a very narrow, like
very shallow one, if
narrow
you.
and shallow, but it does pay off here. So
Yeah, you perhaps lose a certain less amount of fins compared to every other crew.
yeah, we've got exactly a lot more boat damage, but in our stomping ground we're good. So they've got to harness that, and harness the mass support here. And even looking over to Hillbead, I can see right now, there's like might be 20, 30 people on the
Goodness
steps.
me, yeah.
Some of them are spectators.
Out in the masses, if you will.
Yeah. So yeah, no excuse to lose, lads. So
Just waiting for these new crews to come down the side, I think, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
I can say from sitting there yesterday in the cold and the wind, it is.
Oh,
it's quite a relief when they tell you can go past. It's
it's annoying to wait. Like, I get it. It has to be done, right? And certainly, for as annoying and stressful as it is to have to cox and be marshalled, it has to be done. It's a very very techie stuff. So the fact, there's been no crash to anything, it is a miracle. Certainly better than Hoare this year.
Oh my goodness me, that was just an absolute. That was a calamity, if you will.
People got beached.
Got it wrong, yeah. Let's just
really.
say.
So this is very well done.
No, big thank you to all the marshals and umpires who make this weekend happen. It is just a real logistical headache, which I don't know. I don't think any of us college rowers would really be able to organise anything to this scale without their support and help. So it is a certain kind of central summer event of Durham. So yeah, it's always a very very lucky to be here. So yeah, and I can only imagine what the Hillbead crew are feeling in the blue. And they're off. Big splash on bow side.
Come on, Hillbead!
It's looking like the crew on the other side a bit more connected, although rather all Hillbead seems to be pulling away.
Hillbead. So, from what I know of these rowers, some of them, their technique, their warts make up for it, put it that way.
Grip and rip, I'm sure. One of those.
Although it's not, but we'll see. And it's looking like Hillbead might have it from that angle. But we'll have to see. They got to maintain it.
Yeah, like the crew on Forest Side, we're looking like they're hanging on at least. They're not being walked through here.
It's not. Yeah, it's all to play for. And certainly as Hillbead pass me, and this is at Collingwood, whatever. They've got a fair bit to go, and then the next one is Hillbead Boat Club. But
they're just edging that lead out, aren't they? It's just a slight gap growing.
And that the motivation of going to Hillbead and hearing shouts, I think, will secure them.
The desperation to yell "Bow Boy" is probably growing.
Out to CJ the Cox. So yeah, genuinely a lot of send and pray there, but I think it's working out the best. A lot of power. And you can even hear from where I am now, members of the boat club, the prayers. You can see,
a distinctive voice, I'm sure, as you can hear it from this far away.
Many distinctive voices. And CJ, coaxing them to victory, we hope. So as they come past, we will give a shout. Hillbead! Hillbead!
And you just see the support for college rowing is just
really high. Shout out to James Mason in the boat. The support is really high.
Hillbead is always.
Hillbead is always been a big
fighting force, I'd say, over my time in my first year here. I don't know.
But every college has ups and downs. This force has been really good, and it's looking like they'll take it home. But I've not won many recently, but been a good college.
Yeah, no, I mean the thing with I'm only a fresher here at Durham, so I come in with the knowledge that beat Collingwood, beat Trevs is sort of the go-to.
They are. Hillbead used to be more of it, but they are challenging, and the next generation, I think, could be quite good.
Well, I know the mighty names of James Gibson and Henry Barker.
James Gibson and Henry Barker, yeah.
Shout out Henry Barker. I mean, you taught me how to row at Broxbourne Rowing Club. Yeah, I mean,
Barker's
absolute legend. Yeah. I think he's here this weekend. I saw him as distinctive players.
In the blue, that's
full kitted out.
Yeah, so better or worse, very big social rowing college, and I think it does help. And you can look, they are ecstatic there.
Look at that, hands in the air. They know they've done it.
They won't shut up about this, which is deserved.
Absolutely.
Another medal to be wearing later, I'm sure. So big congratulations to my own college.
Speaking of Collingwood, here they come. We've got Collingwood
let's have a look.
College versus who looks to be. I can't really see who that is, to be honest.
Can't quite see Collingwood. I will get it up versus Tyne. Okay.
Tyne. That is a serious matchup. Tyne,
That's
good
tough.
force in the northeast, alongside.
Yeah.
From a non-university perspective, I'd say they are a serious force to be reckoned with in the club scene.
Yeah, and it looks pretty neck and neck. I think the people at Hillbeat might basking in the glory of that last race. But,
it was 2-1. I mean, Collingwood have firmly cemented themselves from what I've heard and from what I've experienced as this absolute dominant Oxford Brooks-esque force. Of,
they are very much
college rowing.
They're very much a kind of sporty college, just in general.
And you can just see it from the way they, the quality of their training and the amount of time and effort they put in. I mean, I know, shout out to Cam Jones, who has shown me his very rigorous training plan at times.
Yeah, which is very impressive. I'm not, and he'll be doing, other colleges have that, but I think that really gives you a certain edge, right? The social element, the training plan.
Just urging more, as you say, isn't it?
Urging more, I think, and some colleges do that. So it's always very, good to see that pay off for certain colleges. But yeah, looking like that victory, Collingwood, fair enough. But they are known as a sporty college, and
absolutely.
And so no, a lot of celebrity rowers here from Collingwood, from DU. That's good.
It's a real standard. I mean, Durham University rowing is a real time commitment, and college rowing gives you that balance.
Which is very nice. That's my philosophy. But both are very good.
Better than getting up at donkey's hours in the morning sometimes. Yeah, exactly. So one of those.
Yeah, you got the real early hours for the DU, but it is worth it. And you get a lot of cool people, and certainly here as I walk by, there's a lot of rowing adjacent known figures.
Absolutely, yeah.
Types. It's very, very exciting to see.
Moving on now, I think we're not in the stake boats quite yet. We're just waiting for.
We are. It's Durham versus Yarm. Yeah.
I mean, the stake boats is a game in itself, isn't it? At the start of the race, it's quite intense. I remember when I first came in, I was like, goodness me, there's no launches or anything. No, you get on a little boat and that's what you do.
It feels really ropey, but it does work. But you just really got to lock in a bit.
I know.
I always hate when some of these rowers will be at front stops. Remember, or take a stroke when you have to readjust.
Yeah, and you're on your seat, and it's just it's crap.
It's not fun. You need to focus, but it is all part of it. And a good line, and
can make a break, if you will.
You make a break. And certainly breaks in boats last year. I guess Zachary hit his first year, so you won't know this, but it's not happened this weekend. Last year, a boat had a wrong line off the start, straight into the bank.
You're joking.
Yeah,
terrible.
A wall actually.
Oh God, even worse.
Yeah, terrible. I mean,
Is that Grey College?
It might have been. It was
that is my college boat club. So I've heard echoes of these stories.
Yeah, and it's not good. I mean, it happens, but and the amount of it's embarrassing, yeah, but also the money. It's really not ideal. So getting a good line is essential. So
for the people at home, you might not know, college rowing is effectively self-funded by the rowers and the college and themselves. Yeah. So any damage that does happen is not. It's not a cheap repair, let's just say.
That's about 100 bait sales at least. What can you do?
A lot of 24-hour ergathons.
Yeah,
and
not
things
a lot
like
of
that.
Yeah, unless you have a good alumni, it is quite difficult. So
Definitely.
Yeah, certainly you got to keep up. Make a lot of keeping up very old kit, right? So you got to be careful.
Yeah,
the line is essential.
And the role of boatmen, I think, in colleges is so much underappreciated. You see, you've got students repairing boats effectively as active professionals.
It's that is very impressive. And I do history, so I know nothing about. But some people who do
it's good when someone does engineering. Isn't it?
Yeah,
you've got a handy hand. So.
It's very impressive. It's very
Absolutely.
I have no idea what they're doing.
No, we're seeming to be
seeming to be in a little break.
Try to figure out who we're on at the moment. Is that Durham?
Yeah.
Amateurs, it looks like.
Yeah, a dog.
Just getting this overhead shot as we see.
Yeah, nice drone shot.
Seriously busy down there. I mean, when it gets run well, it's very smooth, and when it's not, it is a Cox's nightmare to try and get you in and amongst without hitting.
And certainly, I've never coxed myself. It's not my bag, but I've heard their struggles.
Got the appreciation, if you will. Yeah, no.
And just very stressful, especially when all the rowers are usually after a race just starting to chat, and when you have to be no guys. We
heads
have
in the
to
boat,
heads in the boat. We have to take 2 strokes on, bow side, whatever you have to do.
Tyne coming up in the waiting
coming
area.
up. Yeah.
I think that is Jack Sim. Is it?
Yeah.
Great, fantastic to see. I mean, sort of master students who've learned to row in Durham and really
yeah.
kept it going. I mean, Jack Sim being an incredible example from
Which is good. I mean,
the mighty
we'll
great
see.
college.
Mighty. We'll have to see how, yeah. We have no beef with Grace or Bede, I respect that. And
That's
we'll have to see,
fantastic.
yeah.
Good thing there's this table between us. That's
Good
just
thing
good.
there's a table. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, certainly even for me, it's like as a rower, like casual, you want to keep it up. Next year when I leave, it's a very the sport that sticks with you. And I was saying this earlier, actually, rowing in particular was like an older a race of distinguished older gentlemen, and I was saying that rowing is one of those sports, even more than like a lot of others like football. Like you get old people doing it all the time,
Yeah,
and you really
absolutely.
keep it up and like the
Well,
fitness.
the masters scene here, especially coming out dark, is just absolutely incredible.
It's still incredible. Yeah, fitness-wise as well.
We had dark masters rowers setting world championships at times. It is brilliant. See how long you can go for. But the age range here, going from all the way from like J12 to
J80.
J80.
Impressive.
How far can we go in a way?
Yeah. I think it's very encouraging to see.
I think we're getting onto the state boats.
Yeah, that would explain the delay, and also it would explain the star I have next to them in the next few races. So yeah, a bit of a setup, but it's looking like we're getting there. And yeah, there we are.
Here comes the backing down part we're talking about, isn't it?
Mm.
It's effectively these are
coxless,
aren't they? So it's a little bit
and
easier.
I have to easy in some way. I've rowed doubles and singles. I've never rowed, as far as I can remember, coxless.
Bigger boats than that.
No,
fours and
coxless.
minus.
Yeah, minus cox. But
faith you'll have to have in your bowman.
Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of and
when you get it wrong, it's even worse.
Yeah.
For those who might not know at home, so coxes in normal boats are sort of pretty standard in fours for juniors, but then when you get to the senior categories for these quad boats, that's sculling, you have the man at the back of the boat will be making the calls and doing the steering, which is a bit of responsibility.
A lot of faith, because they're rowing as well, right?
Yes.
So they also have to be locked on a race, and that's the multitasking element. Even for a boat that crashed here last year and broke, there was an error from a cox, it happens, but the rowers were right to just row and not kind of look where they were going. And you have to the faith in the cox, but obviously as a bowman here, the two bowmen, you have to both send it yourself, but also keep aware enough to make sure you're not going to crash, make calls, that split second. So it's a very very challenging role.
And steer with your feet, which is just great fun.
Steer with your feet, which is like I don't really know, like I kind of know how you do that, but also no.
It's not fun. It's you have again, people at home, you have a mechanism which you move your foot to that angle, and that will effectively control your rudder. So unless you've got very stable feet, don't become a bowman of a quad.
It's not easy. I
think we're looking.
And otherwise, I think I'm usually at 2 or something.
You stroke sider.
Yeah. Well, I can do both, but I prefer.
I'd say the same.
And also, bowl as well. Like the extra level of stress is like. Not
required. Yeah,
not required,
that's someone else's job. So.
But very honourable position. You get to call yourself a bow, which is obviously the coolest name in boat.
I think we're looking again. Oh, someone's subbing out of the state boat by the looks of it.
Fine.
On racecourse
on dry land. So we'll get someone in there soon, and we'll go. And you can see how just ramshackle's the wrong word, but you can see how very just quite, it's just those two boats. You've got to really be careful and set up a line, right? There's no proper, it's not almost
launch or state
boat.
It's quite a technical game.
Quite technical, but it has paid off every time so far. And that's the marshalling.
We get to see a bad one.
And you can also see how the line they've done, which is on a slight diagonal to reflect the curve of the river. So
which does look quite straight, but it's not really. It's a real curve here. So off we go.
As a rower, you can and definitely as a cox, you can see that more. I've been looking who is pulling ahead. What is this? Durham. This is quite a
neck and neck. And you see the real surge on Forest side. I mean, it's not looking like anyone's walking through, but just see the steering emphasis here. This is what the bowmen are having to focus on whilst they're putting the watts down.
Especially if you're near, you don't want to crash into calling the landing stage.
Just looking tight. I mean, they'll probably make it past.
But still, it's not ideal. Yeah, and even the Durham Art one kind of went out and then a bit back in. But that's always to be expected for this. And it's certainly quite tight for Yarm School. The bowman will want to be pushing harder with his left foot. But
pulling us around.
Yeah, pulling him around. But it does look okay. It looks like they've done that.
They've kept it straight. Yeah.
Okay. It looks like a good game.
And it's even worse when you're sat maybe like one of us 2 or 3 or
And, like,
4,
what you do- yeah.
and you're thinking you've got to have full faith in this man behind you, and you're in your head you're probably thinking, goodness me, what is going on here?
Especially if you're social, you've been out with them like. So,
A dozen times,
you see them sing a few pints, and you're like, "Well, can I trust them really?" But they are doing well.
You've got a background history on these people. But
Yeah, exactly. So it's real, full confidence is needed. But
it's
looking like it's going on. But yeah,
on the racecourse side, just about.
Yeah, they're pulling.
Through.
They have established a bit of a lead as they pass. Oh yeah, I recognise some of the vans. Yeah, they have established a lead, Durham Arc. And Durham Arc, to be fair, big feature rowing at Durham. Help us boat there, but so we are all at Durham
Unsung
fans.
heroes.
Unsung
of
heroes.
the weir, if you will.
Really, yeah. So we have to respect them. They're always up at the crack of dawn.
They always are. You always see some single out at a very early morning.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is the busiest the river ever gets, but I've never seen it empty.
No.
Even I was here for like a week into Easter where it was not uni and there was still
someone still
was
here.
out there,
Yeah. Lovely.
It's nice to see.
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And it looks like Durham Amateur have just taken that one.
Yeah.
Great effort from both.
Yeah, good
both
effort.
sides.
That's very respectful. That's very respectful. Okay.
As we pan back round soon.
Okay, let's see.
You start to see the real curve of the river here. I mean, from the TV, and I don't know if you put it on Google, it does look like it's a mostly straight river, but it's far from that. If you argue.
Yeah.
Coming up here is St Leonard's School.
St Leonard's.
The stroke man actually beat me yesterday in the 4. So.
Well, actually, yeah, I've not seen them, but if Mildred have a race, they don't have one soon before I go. But if there is a Mildred race later, do know that I'm rooting against them for beating.
Is that a Mildred 8 by any chance?
Mildred 8, yeah.
I know,
Mildred
yeah.
1V.
Tom Lewis, Mildred 8, Jack Weeks. I know a lot of boys in there.
Yeah, Callum, he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were ahead of them as well. It was very unfortunate. But
they've not raced yet, have they? They're
no, not today.
No,
Yeah, but
so it's looking like St Leonard's have just lost out there.
Yeah.
Bit of a heartbreak. But this schoolboy rowing and club rowing is really competitive at junior level.
It really is. And I went to one of the rowing schools, St Paul's, so I can really attest to
it's quite incredible. Especially in small boats.
It was like I was you row, pretty much train every day, other than like one a week, and I was still in the Tuvian doing all that, right? So it's like but if you're really into it, they make very, very good athletes of people, and especially also for a junior rower to be up here or in a double, like at that kind of age with all these people, these uni students, quite kind of quite a big kind of overwhelming thing, maybe even intimidating to do. So having been out there and done that and put in a good effort, it is well worth it.
Absolutely.
So
still onto the long course here. I mean. This is where the curves really start to show.
Yeah, this curve here is really difficult, and quite often coxes will have to just cool off one side completely.
Absolutely. I mean, it does seem to go on forever, especially in larger boats than that.
Yeah.
And that's an opportunity to show off your bowman prowess, if you will.
You really need it there. You really need to focus. Maybe even we want to pull, but you really need to lock in because that final curve to Prebend is killer.
Absolutely.
Very sharp.
So this is looking like.
But no crashes so far. It's very animal.
Time. Yeah, Tark. And
Talk and Dub.
Yeah, Durham UBC.
University, fine. Oh, you got to root for that. And then Travis is that's a boat, right? Yeah, not one of those kind of joint crews.
No composite. I don't think composites are quite required here.
No, quite required. But let's see. Is it Durham University or?
It looks like it. I'm not trying. I can't really see the colours to be honest.
Where's Durham? I feel Durham might be behind. I'm trying to because
I think usually yes, that's George Travis. That'll be. There we go.
Yeah.
City of Cambridge rower.
They might. Yeah. Good effort
Fantastic.
then, even if they're.
And just from here we can see.
Yeah.
Women's.
Yeah, look more drastic on air, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, over the TV, it sometimes it does it real justice, and sometimes it doesn't. But when you see it go past. And you're on the side, it's like, goodness me, that's a proper length.
Yeah,
on there.
Absolutely. But
and when you're in the boat, it's even worse. When you see 4 lengths.
I was saying to the audience, it's rowing's really rough when they pull ahead when you don't know where they are, and it can be so many lengths, and then it's like, and you look behind. But if you're winning, then there's a certain it goes the other way.
Going backwards, if you will.
Yeah, it's a very interesting sport.
Yeah. And that really plays into the tactics for a lot of these crews. It'll be, do you want to get out the start really early and try and
Because if you pull ahead, then you've got more of a mental, certainly a mental kind of pull to do it.
We control this race over you, sort of thing.
Exactly. So you want that to happen. So yeah, let's see who are on.
We're on to Open Champ 4.
Yeah, okay. As I am finishing my commentator tea and I going back to some camera operations, so this may be my last race. I'll give it one more before I head, but it's been wonderful.
And lovely to chat to you as
yes,
always. Thanks very much.
Let's see who wins this, and I'll head. And then
Hatfield College on far side.
Are we rooting against
the mighty four? I mean, I don't know who really. Hatfield v Collingwood. That's serious.
Collingwood are a sporty college, so it would make sense to get ahead. Hatfield are the villain college.
Absolutely. And a delightful looking boat. I mean, I hate to say it, but their kit just looks the
effort on the marketing,
the best in biz. As they come down past us in the commentary booth, it looks like
they've got a fairly decent lead there.
Collingwood's race. It just looks so connected. It almost looks effortless for them.
Yeah, Collingwood really showing a sportiness. Hatfield in the blue, not terrible, but it's a very, very, very good Collingwood boat.
Yeah, it's just so set, so silky smooth, if you will. And it really is a thing with rowing. The easier you make it look, the better it really is. Yeah,
that's true. I mean, less, you put an effort. If you row the wrong way, as I've been told by coaches, you put loads of splash, you push really hard, and you should, but the splash makes it seem like you're doing work. For the real rowers, in reality, no splash. It looks like you're just like it's a spoon.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Going silky smooth.
Yeah, silky smooth, which you see there. So a great bit of rowing from Collingwood. Collingwood showing us why they are certainly, and maybe again doing it here, termed the rowing sport college.
And on your screen you see Durham University Boat Club setting out as per. Fantastic there.
But yeah, we will. And I will wait to see if your boat club win, and then
let's see how Durham get on.
Very excited, yeah. And shout out to James Gibson, ex-Hill rower, who's
absolutely,
part of the DUBC. Yeah, but it's looking like they were having a pretty strong lead.
Yeah, I think that look at DUBC. It's kind of hard to deduce who it is. I mean, it's March. So we've got March at stroke.
Very narrow, very close to a bank. But,
I'm trying to see is that 4 miles. So that would be
impressively kind of close, but
Will Eaton in the steering seat there, really maintaining a great line, but looking at a decisive lead for Durham.
Steering a bit too pointy for the other boat. So looking like a very good race, and as a camera can see, we've got a camera final bend, and God, there's loads of races. I keep trying.
I know they're trundling out one by one.
One after the other. Well, I will wait, do my duty till these races come through. But
it looks like Chad's College on
close
side.
Chad's versus Collingwood, I'd imagine, man.
Yeah, it looks like
final. So a lot of finals, one after the other.
Absolutely. And great to see Chad's getting. I mean, a slightly smaller college in terms of rowing and
like a well-known college, but not as much for rowing. So it's good to see them
getting into finals against Collingwood is
no slouch, and it does look like they were having a decent lead. Loss I saw, but it's very impressive. And after this, a few more finals, and we'll go back to short piece, kind of a lot of nov races. It looks like.
Oh well, this is just incredible. I mean, the novice rowing at Durham is really what brings college rowing together, isn't it?
Really, yeah. Mates those new mates. Loads of people come, like talents are found, right? So it's very, very exciting to see. But we'll let the old heads have the last few races.
Yeah, show off their magic, and Collingwood again showing off said magic.
And showing how you can row well while wearing a bucket hat, which I'm surprised hasn't blown off in the wind.
The gusts of gales.
Which, by the way, it is worth mentioning. I think you said earlier, Zachary was saying, that the wind makes it quite difficult actually to row if it's kind of pushing you a little bit.
Throwing your blade in the air.
With a blade, and makes any splash way worse. And for the cocks as they have been. So not easy stuff, but very valiant effort.
This Trevelyan by the look of it. Oh.
Yeah.
But they're distinctive blades.
Very distinctive, yeah. Is that Trevs? I might have done it out of order.
Trevs v.
Oh, it could be Yarm or something.
Yarm, yes.
Yarm, and then another Durham University Boat Club putting a lot of numbers. So yeah, just one more final after this. So very exciting. I mean, I imagine a break for the bit of commentary, bit of assessment, and then back to the novel racing. So yeah, it is looking like Yarm might have that one. We'll have to see. And then is it Durham Uni on the far side? Is that Durham Uni versus Tyne? I see a lot of races. A very very, very quick effort from all the
I know,
marshals.
I mean, the
can only
marshals are
imagine how
really
many boats. Yeah.
Oh, the marshalling lane must be an absolute car park back there. So
Yeah.
no doubt they want to get stuff moving nice and quickly.
Moving. We've certainly done that. So very exciting for any viewers.
Yeah, no, I mean, we can really see like the amount of entries this year. Crews even being able to make it to the regatta because it's just that competitive this year. It's just so many people are desperate to race here that one of the greatest regattas in the northeast.
It really is. Henley of the North.
Henley of the North, older than Henley, which people might tend to forget, if you will. So.
I had forgotten until you said that, which is bad. That's our southern bias, really. But yeah, no, it's a huge regatta. It's a huge event. So even as you come here as a qualifier, even if like me, I'm not like uni level, but even just being able to go here is a massive privilege, really.
Absolutely,
like,
yeah.
Rolling
down with the crowds on the side.
Yeah,
it's huge. Quite fantastic.
If only the weather could match the moment a little bit more. Otherwise, it's great.
Well, at least it's not raining. Rainless
It's not
regatta.
raining.
Let's go for one of those.
Rainless regatta, May records. So yeah, it's looking like, is this one of the last fine? Could be the last one, I think. If this is
Tyne amateur versus
the Durham, and it's looking like Durham Uni are pulling ahead actually.
Holding out, yeah. I mean, training on the same stretch of river.
Again and again and again. Yeah, you really do know. You do know where you are. You do know it's
the competition. So
I mean, these pieces as well. You do it in training sessions all the time, right? And obviously, so there's even more focus here with the support and the kind of adrenaline. But
a fantastic showing because it's actually 2 development squad girls that I know very well in that quad. So I mean, great effort. Shout out Rose, Stacey, and for girls alongside me who've only learned to row in the last year. It's
very
quite
impressive
fantastic
to
showing.
be at a final at this stage, and you have such a boat club, so it's very impressive.
Yeah,
and it's looking like that. Last race leading with Durham Uni coming under a bridge.
Amateur rowing club seem to have got that, but
Yarm
rather. Sorry,
Yarm got the other one, but common them all, but.
No, getting to the final though. 2 devs in the boat.
And it does like Durham Uni Boat Club won a lot, so I think it's good showing.
Give someone else the flame, if you will.
A few time victories there now.
I know the devs.
Yeah. So perfect. And now they're doing a.
Is this the final?
It does look like it should be. That's Durham Uni pulling ahead, if I'm not mistaken. With Tyne.
Yeah, with Tyne. No, Yarm was it?
Oh, this is Yarm.
Yarm's still on your screen.
Oh yes, sorry, it is Yarm. Yarm and Durham Uni.
Quad, so.
Yeah, it's 2. So. Yeah, it's looking like the last one. It's a bit of a break for Marshall, a bit of a break for me coming up soon. But they've got a whole long course piece, which is really a different beast. And with no camera.
Hiya, I'm Jessica.
And I'm Robbie, the chairman of the County Council.
And how are you finding it today?
I think it's lovely. It's great to see all the people on the river. I think you don't row?
No, I don't know anything about rowing. It is making me more likely to get into it next year.
You do realise that if you fall in, it's very cold. So you've got to remember that. And don't open your mouth in the river, right? Because you'll obviously be ill. But it's a lovely atmosphere, and it's lovely down by the riverside anyway, It's great. Just an aside, tall people really intimidate me. So as you get to a certain age in time, you shrink. But can I just say, I'm particularly interested by the cars. I love to see all the cars. Good. And I hope you're going to be cheering.
Yes, of course.
You'll have the colours on.
Yes.
Right.
As well. Even if you're not a student, it's a really
I mean, I've lived here all my life, so I'm very proud of the county, And there's a lot of history there. And I tell you what I like to say as well, I love to see all the dogs. But by the way, I'm not an alcoholic, just I don't drink fizzy wine, and I've got to have something, so it's,
Yeah.
Got it.
Brill. So we are back with commentary over these races on Sunday, this lovely Sunday afternoon at Durham Regatta.
It's not raining, we're just saying.
Yeah.
So it's
raining,
just
it's
about
good.
lovely still. So
Exactly. My name's Sky. I will be joining commentary from now on. I'm from Aiden's. I'm a Cox, a rower, and it's great to be here.
Yeah, different dimension with the Cox alongside me. So
yeah, totally.
Slightly new perspective. We were just talking about the state boats here. I mean, it's quite a different beast if you're a Cox trying to get on there, isn't it? You're a bit blind in the factor.
It can be, yeah, especially if you're in a bow loader, so you can't even see the state boats. But at that point, it's actually quite easy. You just tell stern pair to sort it out themselves.
Crack on with it, do it yourselves. Let them do a bit of work for once.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the people at home, so in fours, you can either be stern loaded or bow loaded. So,
Exactly.
Yeah, so do you want to talk to bow load is what you're facing
Yes.
again, no rowers?
Yes. So bow loading, you are in the bow of the boat. You are facing the way you're going. You cannot see the rowers; they can't see you. You're tucked away, and you're in a little sort of
voice in the
hole.
boat, if you will. Yeah.
Exactly. You're in a little hole in the front, yelling from lying down, and which is sort of the standard.
Yeah, I'd say most
standard,
fours now.
Yeah.
Sort of moving towards that.
And yeah, so I was in our inns. We were rowing in the college championship over the long course.
Fantastic. And how's that from a Colts perspective? I mean, we can see the sort of short course here, but the
Yeah.
long course is a totally different beast.
It
isn't
is. It is completely different. And the tricky thing is Elvet, going through Elvet, obviously.
Yeah.
We were lucky this morning. We had the racecourse side, so closer to the bank. So we had a nice sort of tight corner to get round. And unfortunately, Cuth slightly crashed into Elvet.
Heard, yeah.
And yeah, Elvet, it can really make or break a race.
The race, yeah. So here we are, lying on the state boats. On the far side looks to be Durham University alongside Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Two real forces of the northeast.
Yeah, really important, crucial to the rowing scene up here.
Training on the same stretch of river, and then off we
Yeah.
go.
Exactly.
Looks to be a slightly better start by Durham, but it
Yeah.
is really neck and neck still here.
Yeah, clean from both of them. Good starts. They're holding sort of neck and neck. Bubble, perhaps Tyne.
Just edging out.
Yes, perhaps.
And clean starts with that just essential with like 700 meters is really not a long distance. And even if
It's
you're doing the long
not.
course, it's not that long of a distance
It's
either.
really
so-
not. It isn't. The starts are really crucial to, like you said, such a short race as this. If you have a bad start, if your line is wrong, especially
Yeah,
as a cox,
absolutely.
can send you off and can cost you a lot of time.
I think the lines here are looking pretty tidy, to be honest.
Yeah, looking nice and central.
Yeah, that Durham Philippi boat staying nice and
Yeah.
straight ahead.
They've got some nice bow surge on there. Really
Yeah,
getting out.
literally. So in that bucket rigged four of
Oh,
ours
yeah.
coming by.
Yeah, we love a bucket at Aiden's.
Oh well, why not? I
Good
mean, I
stuff.
think it looks
Why
flair
not?
always. But
Yeah. No,
then when
it's
someone
great.
tries to tell you why you're doing it, no, there's no reason really.
No
to be
reason.
honest. But yeah,
Maximum speed.
Exactly,
It's
maximum
great.
flair. But that Durham
Yeah.
University crew, I mean, to be fair to Tyne, still holding on, but I
Yeah.
guess it's just the difference between it's club versus uni. These students who are training together all day, every day, versus
Exactly.
club rowing is slightly more self-organised, but just coming by here.
Yeah, just coming by us. Tyne just hanging on at the end. There isn't quite clean water between them yet.
No. But the stroke man of Durham, Fritz Wright, an American import,
Mm.
laying down a fantastic rhythm for what seems to be Will Spansky to back him up on, and just looking like they're rating a bit higher, to be honest, than the Tyne crew.
Yes, I think they are. But Tyne seem to be sticking with them towards the end. They're not giving up
Not a
yet.
walkthrough yet.
Yeah, not a walkthrough, but a wonderful rhythm from the Durham crew.
Absolutely.
Really smooth, very powerful.
And it's quite cool when you see, like, I don't know, Fritz, for example, a California import, rows totally
Yeah.
different to how the English do. And it's,
Oh, completely.
yeah, no, trying to understand how to sort of integrate to cruise. But coming round into the long course by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And when, for the long course, how much do you say there's a race plan versus your sort of shorter one? Is it just sort of don't crash, to be honest?
Yes, for the main part, it's we're doing the normal 700, then we'll get through Elvet and see how we are after that.
See if we got through kind of thing.
Yeah, you get through, and then after that, obviously, it can be if your opponents crash, like happened this morning for us. That can be a real confidence booster for you, real moment to get the pressure on.
Yeah.
And then it's just
Save
getting
some
around
energy
the
for the
minutes
next
reach.
race, if you will. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, no.
Yes, it looks like they're gonna bring up some more crews
Pan back
soon.
to, by the looks of it, the women's novice fours. I mean,
Oh,
this would
brilliant.
just be incredible. The novice scene here in Durham is brilliant, isn't it? I mean,
It
some of you learn to
unrivals.
row here,
Yeah.
and makes for a real scene of colleges you might not get, like, a lot of schoolboys and girls. It's built by your novice program, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. The novice program and rowing at Durham in general is one of the things that attracted me to come to Durham in the first
Absolutely,
place, and
yeah.
it's such a draw because it's such a unique and quite niche sport, I
Yeah,
would say, and
absolutely.
it's quite hard to get into if you haven't been at a school where it was offered, or if you weren't able to go to a club. So it's so important.
Made all the more easier by having the weir on your doorstep, if you
Yeah,
will.
exactly.
Exactly, and all the boathouses right on the doorstep.
Yeah.
Lots of them very close to colleges. We can see Hatfield boathouse just on the left. Of
So it looks
these
like most
boats.
crews have made it through successfully, which you'd expect of crews this caliber, but
Yes, you would. Although
you never know.
Durham and Tyne, boating on the Tyne, they aren't always able to. They don't always have the most experience with Elbit as college rowers and
it's a different beast.
do.
The Tyne,
Yeah.
So the Tyne's a lot nicer, but it looks like
Tyne have pulled ahead.
have way pulled
Very
ahead.
impressive.
I mean, what an absolute comeback there! They're about half a leg down, and now it really is a sort of mental game now, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. They look themselves to be having a really nice rhythm.
Okay.
Nice, powerful long strokes as they're coming around the corner there. And very impressive lead that they've gotten off of there.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, really playing the mental game there.
And coming up next, we have a segment
From PalTV, coming up on your stream now.
Yeah, that should be with us just in a second, so bear with for that.
Sorry about that. No, is that off? Oh, that's half the time.
Okay, right, where are we at? During
Over
the
Durham,
minutes,
yeah.
over Durham during that minute's reach.
Which I'm sure they'll be delighted about.
Yeah.
And like we said, moving on to the novice racing now. St Chad's versus St John's. I mean, sort of the battle of the Bailey, if you will.
Exactly,
These
yes.
two big monsters of the Bailey.
Yeah, they had their varsity last week, I
Recently,
believe.
yeah.
So yeah,
A lot to prove, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
But Chad's doing quite well this weekend, considering, I mean, smallest college at Durham, smallest boat club at Durham, getting into finals and putting out novice boats is pretty impressive, you'd say.
Yeah, very impressive. And in the women's college championship 4 that we saw go by a few minutes ago, they have a really strong top 4, very impressive. Emily Hanks, who I believe is in either this 2-seat or 3-seat, a really strong boat there. I don't think they won over Collingwood, but very impressive performance from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and these novice programs are really sort of building the future, if you will. I mean, I can see both worlds in that Durham Uni sort of captures all the school kids and boys and girls, and then it's the college's job to sort of build their own luck in a way, bringing up these sort of learn to rows.
Yeah, exactly. And a novice program can really make or break for the future of a club.
100%.
Specifically, Hatfield has a really strong novice program.
100%.
And it's just really healthy to keep the numbers of people coming in, keep them strong. So then in the next few years, you just have more seniors and more seniors.
100%.
You can bolster the club.
Yeah, no. With a lot of alongside the sort of NOV programs, this is all for people at home who might not know. This is all ordered by college, or ran by colleges rather. There's no coaches in a way. It's sort of the seniors' responsibility to hand over their knowledge that they were handed as a novice.
Yeah.
And with coaches like yourself, I mean, organising your own little novice programs could be quite a headache.
Yeah, it definitely can be. You know, when you're sorting out your availability in between all your lectures and tutorials, especially in exam season, and yeah, minimal support from outside. Often, you know, it can be also hard with funding. We're just students.
Absolutely.
It could be quite hard to access, you know, the money you need for equipment. So yeah, it's a really
self-ran thing in a way.
Yeah, and it's a really amazing thing to be
satisfying
part of.
process. Yeah, for sure.
100%.
As we they look to our absolutely packed grandstands, sort of by the look of it.
Yeah, really busy today.
I mean, coming here as a first year, I didn't quite expect how busy it would be, but it's it is amazing to see like all the tents of Durham School and all the sort of bit sponsors and all these people make it happen. But oh dear, look at a bit of an accident on the stake boats there.
Stake boating can always be tricky, especially in a NOV boat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they'll get themselves untangled And by the looks of it, Chad's are on racecourse side and John's on Pilar Wood side.
Absolutely, yeah.
Um,
I think the TV doesn't really do it justice, but that gap between those boats is not very big. It is
very tight.
Yeah. As a cox, you must know, like pulling your blades in at the right time, and it's
it's a real
game.
yeah, a game. Yeah, will we crash into the boat or the bank? Let's
Dicing
see.
with going for a swim if you want. So
Yeah,
but it looks like that Chad's crews got themselves out and ready.
Slowly untangling themselves.
But surely no, and it's for the people at home who might not know, this is when you're trying to get into the boat, you've got a small person hanging on. It's not a machine. It's normally a junior who you have to negotiate with to hold on to your boat. So not pulling them into the water is half the game as well.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Seen it happen.
Yeah, so Chads will just need to back it down, re-angle themselves. It can be a little bit of a process. So
becoming well acquainted with Johns, I'd say. Just saying hello and get in there now. But it's quite a tidal river at times. Like it doesn't look it from the stream, but once the wind sort of gets up and the river starts moving, you can really get shoved around quite a lot.
You really can, especially yesterday. Yesterday was, very windy. It was messing up people's lines at the start. It was a tricky day to race in, I think.
Yeah, one of the worst, if you might say.
Yeah.
So, but no, they're showing great composure here. No one's getting too panicked, but
Yeah.
no one's fallen in like Sheffield this morning. I don't know if you saw that, but
I did see that. That was
versus Van Milde at Boat Club. It was not the best move, but
not the best.
Let's just hope that these novice crews can keep themselves afloat as the plan is. So
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a very good race, and especially these are novices on their home ground. This is where the very river where they've learnt to row.
Absolutely,
Be very comfortable and confident with where they are, the surroundings, and the length of the race course as well. 700
be quite familiar
meters.
with, yeah.
It's
Cox's
a lot
hands.
shorter than it feels.
Yeah, so Cox's hand's gone up, not quite ready or happy with their line. In that moment, what are you sort of feeling with your hand up? Is it a bit of panic or?
Yeah, a bit of panic, but mostly calm. It's once I found my line, I can trust it.
Yeah,
I know
crack
it'll be
on.
okay, but
We're looking good here. I mean, we're mostly lined up, but
lining up.
Chaz made me want to hook around to the left because it's a real bend off the start, isn't it? You go and you're turning left almost instantly.
Exactly, yeah, and you don't always realize it because in theory it's a straight river, it's a straight line, but it's really
In reality, it's far from it.
It's
Yeah,
really not. And the bank on the right hand side on Pilar Wood Station, it curves around quite deceptively.
comes up quite quickly, as most crews have found out.
Yeah, and then on the racecourse side, it's very shallow. It's been really shallow all week, and Dark have been dredging it. They contracted someone out to come
doing
in.
a real great job for all of the rowers here.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Clear it
at
up.
front starts and away we go. I mean, starts for novices are always a bit chaotic, but it looks pretty clean, I must say, mostly. But
Yeah.
John's looking like they've got the advantage there.
John's pulling ahead. Chad's slightly choppier. The line is quite close to the bank. John seems to have quite a nice rhythm. They've really settled into it here.
And I guess that's just a confidence thing off the start. I mean, stroking a boat as a novice or stroking a boat in general is always quite a nerve-wracking thing. So
Yeah, definitely.
backing up your stroke man or woman is essential to a good start.
Yeah, very important. Yeah, John's pulling out to about a length and a bit of clear water between them. Very impressive rhythm, consistency from them.
Yeah, it's going to need a serious response from some Chads to make a move here. But John's just a testament to their novices, looking absolutely fantastic with the way they're pulling ahead by already the first landing stage.
Yeah, it's very clean. And yeah, Chad's just coming through. This will be a really important and really fun race for these knobs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, we all do this because we enjoy it. And like, win or lose it, it's just one of those. It's a learning experience. And you'll go ahead with this, and I'm sure these girls will definitely learn from this.
Yeah, exactly.
But John's, I mean, it's just the simple things sometimes, isn't it? With the novices, you just don't want to overcomplicate it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, John's pulled out to a really healthy lead here. Chad's not giving up, still coming through, maintaining their own pace, their own rhythm. If you're in that boat now, you just need to focus on...
Do your own thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Focus on yourself, on your race, staying with your crew, supporting them.
And it's quite easy. It's this huge event. I mean, you hear all your friends and family screaming your name. You want to look out, but
Yeah.
I I mean, I'm sure
You need to
s-
not,
Yeah,
yeah.
you hear the odd head of the boat shout or something. It
Oh, definitely, yeah.
keeps your eyes locked in like a racehorse. But
Yeah, definitely. Because yeah, I mean, looking out the boat, not only does it just affect your focus, but it also affects your balance.
absolutely, yeah.
It throws it off.
Very skinny boats. But John's looking just like they got the basics right here. Real clean extraction, tap down.
Yeah, nice and very calm rowing from them.
That almost is the best rowing, isn't it? When it looked calm and simple.
Yeah.
A million times better than trying to be frantic. But,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, testament to John's and their novice programs. I think they slightly slowed down just to save some energy, perhaps.
Yeah, save it for the next round. Yeah, Chad's coming by as well. Yeah, not giving up.
No, giving a great effort.
Yeah.
Got to remember for these people like who've learned to row like myself in the first year. This is quite a daunting experience. You've got God knows how many people around you, and all the adrenaline and nerves come out, but definitely still putting the watts down, and great to see from Chad's there.
Yeah, exactly. Really powerful. Right, we've got our next races lining up at the start. Here we have Trevelyan versus South. I believe that's South on Pilar Wood Station and Trevs on the Racecourse Station.
Yeah, panning back to the overhead with just showing off that fantastic lead from St John's.
The John's crew have just won their first race. Be really amazing feeling in that boat.
Yeah,
right now.
no, I remember the first win. It's always you want to give it the beans at the finish, but you know that you've got another 4 races to go, so you've got to hold it back.
Yeah, no, it's always a special feeling.
100%.
So yeah, they look to be
a little bit less drama on the stake boats this time, perhaps.
Yeah. And they're
that's a very strong steer row round from Trevs.
Yeah, they look to be aiming into the bank, although slightly correcting their line now.
This would be a great save from the Cox.
Yeah.
I think they managed
quite
to do it,
tight.
to be fair.
I think they have, yeah. They're pulling back into the middle.
Well done to the Trevelyan Cox there.
Yeah, well done. And yeah, Trev's really
pulling ahead even.
Pulling ahead, yeah, settling into their rhythm after that shaky start. South on Pilar Wood Station, just finding their pace, finding their power together.
Yeah.
They look to be still quite close, coming up towards Collingwood landing stage.
Despite being a short race, you still have got to settle down. I mean, it's still over 2 minutes ish, and it's gonna take some sort of settle to get something calmed down. You don't want to be constantly ripping it like you're on a rowing machine. But
exactly, yeah.
They look like they've really nice settled down here. But a great save from that Trevelyan Cox. I mean, 2 strokes in, it did not look like they were aiming onto the race course. But
it looked like a lot of power from one side of the boat.
That marshalling lane sticking out quite far there.
Doing the marshalling is also quite tricky.
That's half the battle, isn't it? I mean, as a Cox, that's going to be even worse. But
and yesterday, with all the wind, it was really tricky.
Nightmare, but still looking pretty close here. Maybe Trevs have just dropped back here.
Yeah, South have pulled ahead slightly. They look like they have found a nice rhythm, but Trevs not giving up.
Yeah, some varying lines, but it's quite hard with like novices. But I know with the varying power, and
it can be.
Might not be getting the blades at the same time.
It can really throw off your line and send you in the wrong direction.
100%. No.
Yeah, these Coxes look like they're doing a good job managing their crews, encouraging them through this adrenaline-fueled race.
And it will start to hurt just about now. I mean, it is only 700 meters, so most will be going for it, but you will start to feel it in the legs and the lungs.
Definitely.
And
the South College cutting it quite close to the bank
very
there.
Close.
I reckon if they don't pull out,
you're going to hit something.
Hit something, but
and this
no,
is just
they're still
what
ahead.
Won, isn't it? A mistake from South or a panic
would be brilliant for them. But yeah, as they come past us now, both crews looking strong. South still maintaining their power, maintaining their lead slightly. Trevs not giving up, still going on them.
Still staying on there for sure. But it's that South boat is taking a different line as usual. But to give them credit, haven't hit the wall. So
no, they haven't.
I mean, that is half the battle. Just not crashing into the banks is.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite a narrow river.
Yeah, no.
Where
it is really, like I said, like it is very, very thin, and for 2 boats to go neck and neck, especially like. You've got to remember all boats are the same width. They might not be the same length. So whether you're in an 8, a 4, a pair, or a single, you're always going to be relatively close to one another.
Yeah, definitely. And you need to, be able to maintain, the right space between you and the bank, you and your competition. It's,
enough things for you to think about, as Cox saying. It's just nice and simple. So how hard could it be?
Yeah, a lot to think about. After this race, we should be having
St Cuthbert's versus St Mary's, another women's Nov 4. But
It's
yeah,
a serious round of, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4.
yeah, quite a few of them.
Yeah, and so what this means for the people at home with the way sort of side-by-side regatta racing works is if you win, that's not game over. That's not job done. You've got another 4 races to go, and you've got to get back, eat a packet of Haribos, and be ready to go again in a way.
Yeah, exactly. So. Get on the jelly cubes or Lucozade, whatever it is, to refuel
bicarbonate
yourself.
Of soda. Yeah. That's always the nichest one I've heard.
Yeah. But you can actually see in this overhead shot how narrow the river gets towards the start of the race.
Yeah, just off that start, that curve is incredibly deceiving in a way.
Yeah, so. Very deceiving. But the narrowing is also part of the reason why there are so many breaks in between the races, because to send everyone back to the start, you have to send them down and then make them wait on the side before they can then go past the stake boats and go back.
Right, brilliant.
So this is part of the reason why it's so staggered sometimes.
Yeah, we can see that the absolute car park and behind the stake boats. That can be half the sort of headache when you're trying to get out onto there, because you're all boating from Durham Amateur Rowing Club, and it's busy enough to say the least.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it can be very tricky to manage, and also you can see in this overhead shot how shallow it is on the side towards. So yeah, these are just some.
Letting them up
and they're off. So this is Cuths versus Mary's. Mary's on the far side, Cuths on this side, the racecourse side.
They have Cuths asserting their dominant
nice
novice program as per. I mean,
they're really pulling out ahead there.
They're
very
a real
clean
force
start.
to be reckoned with over the last sort of year, I'd say. I mean, that up in their own program, and the
really
seniors
are.
beating beating Collingwood at Hexham rather.
Yeah, it was a very exciting
groundbreaking moment in
but,
college rowing for everyone but Collingwood. But Cuth showing what it means to be in their amazing college, and a wonderful boathouse which we are sat in right now.
Yeah.
So
excellent location, nice little balcony.
And it is pretty good. I mean, it does
cool.
a bit more justice than Gray's one on the SU, but Gray's one's still better, so that's all that matters.
Well, I'm sure Cuths would beg to differ, but this decisive lead of maybe about 2, maybe 3 boats lengths. Mary's seem to be
sweeping to the right slightly, but the Coxes making a great job out of that. Slight overcorrection there, but it is quite hard. I mean, trying to manage your rowers as well as your own steering and the opposition and the rogue sort of person in the marshal lane who just seems to appear out of nowhere.
Exactly, it's a lot to think about. But Cuths really pulling ahead there. Very clean from them. Very consistent. I think it's a very important thing in these races, especially when it's so short, is just consistency through the whole thing will really...
How simple can you make it in a way?
Exactly, will really get you far. Mary's putting out a little bit into the river, centre of the river.
A fantastic lead by Cuthberts. I mean, surely one to go straight to the semis, if not the final, by the look of this. But it's all really to play for with another 4 more women's novice crews to be shown the talent of college rowing.
Yeah, this is definitely a competitive category for these boats. Yeah.
And coming by now, you can see.
Yeah, very good quality from these Cuths novs. Very consistent. Yeah, they've deserved this win.
100%. They will be slotting into the senior squad next year, no doubt. And
no doubt.
Continue on their fantastic rowing journey. So.
Yeah, definitely. And Mary's coming down behind them, not giving up by any means. Still sending it.
Absolutely, and it's quite hard. I mean, when you might know that you're a few lengths down, but making that choice to just go all the way, it's
very important.
Testament to the rowing sport, I guess.
And we just have here Hatfield versus Josephine Butler off of the start.
Another fantastic novice program, Hatfield, aren't they?
Yeah, force to be reckoned with in the novice scene, definitely.
100%.
Hatfield look like they pulled out to a lead. This is the overhead of Cuths winning their novice race.
Yeah, well done to St Cuthberts.
Yeah, well done to them. And we'll have Hatfield and Butler coming down.
Hatfield this year with victories in Nov Head and the men at least, and Nov Carp. I mean, they've really shown that they know what they're doing with their novices.
They really do. Yeah, they've got very consistent program there. Yeah, they've got about a boat's length ahead of
Just about.
Butler. Yeah, very consistent from them. They've got Henry Hayes.
About to say,
the-
big name on
yeah,
college rowing
big-
in the
He's
coxswain seat.
a BNOC, if you will.
If
A
you-
big
yeah, I like
name,
that.
big name on campus in the college rowing scene, coxing them to what
Yeah, absolutely.
presumably will be a victory for the Hatfield Nov 4. But Butler not giving up. They're sticking with them.
Yeah, holding on well there.
Yeah.
My neighbours, if you will, fantastic effort from Butler there.
Yeah.
You know, Henry Hayes leading his Hatfield women off very strongly there, and I think with novices, it's just half the sort of battle is, you know, improving, but also making sure you enjoy it. You want to
Exactly.
make like you're getting up at some silly hours in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to love it to keep waking up, keep getting in
Absolutely.
the cold boat in the cold weather. Really
And when you get
committing
splashed
to
in the
it.
face first thing in the morning or
Yeah.
something like that. But
Yeah.
no, it really is like how much you can make it enjoyable to keep people going in these. It's very easy to say in the summer months, but when it's mid-November,
it's a lot of work.
a
to
different
love this
battle.
sport.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's
the weather being in.
But when it pays off, it really pays off, and that's
100%.
what this Hatfield Nov 4 are about to experience as they come under Bath's Bridge, and will progress to the next round very deservedly. But very well done to Butler.
Yeah, well done,
And here
Hatfield
we
College.
have Collingwood versus Aidens. So one from
home
yeah.
crew. There we go.
Home crew. They're quite close. Might be seeing a clash of blades here.
Yeah,
Might
wow.
need to steer apart. We
I think you corrected that well from Aiden. So
yeah, good from both of them moving apart. We have in our coxing seat, we have Jess, who is a Nov cox herself this year.
fantastic. For the Nov
But
crew.
she's really learnt quickly. She's wonderful, steering away from disaster there. Got a strong Nov 4 coming down here.
Yeah.
Collingwood look like they have a slight lead, but
The powerhouse of college rowing, with a slight wobble there. Yeah, the boats really are quite unstable, aren't they? When it goes wrong, you can slightly have a bit of a wobble in your stomach as well as the boat.
yeah, definitely, yeah, you can really feel it, and you can see it because these boats are so light, and especially if it's a bit windy like it was yesterday, you're just getting
All over the place, yeah.
thrown everywhere.
Your body's taking the brunt of the impact if you're a rower, I'm
Wind,
sure.
definitely, yeah. So yeah, these two crews storming down the course here. I
But looking like Collingwood's got this one.
Yeah, I believe they're slightly ahead. But yeah, Aiden's not giving up. Strong showing from both of them.
And I think this final is this still. Yes,
oh yeah,
Collingwood.
this is still they're closer than I thought.
Yeah,
they were,
no.
but
Like I said, you never know until you're there in person. You can see it side by side. But
exactly, yeah. The camera angles can be deceiving. But yeah, very strong from
and
the
Collingwood
Collingwood
showing why they
Novs.
are the
Yeah.
self-proclaimed Oxford Brooks of the weir. But
Yeah.
it is fantastic. I mean, the sporty college really sees a lot of perhaps non-rowers take it up. A lot of rugby and swimming.
Gosh, okay, so we've caught a crab.
Oh no!
In I believe the bow seat of the Aiden's boat. That's quite unfortunate, and now slightly tangled in the bank. This can happen.
Yeah, these
sometimes
things
with
do
knobs.
happen.
This happens.
Heat
but-
of the moment,
Exactly.
and catching a crab, for those who might not know, is when you slightly dig your blade too deep, and in a good scenario, it stops the boat. In a bad scenario, it hits you quite hard, and you might go out the boat.
Yeah.
But I think thankfully all of Aiden's have stayed in the boat there.
Yeah, stayed in the boat, and they're gonna get back on it, apply some power, not give up.
Show them what they came to do.
Exactly. And if anything, perhaps that crab was caught because the pressure was too strong.
Oh, the watts
Honestly,
from the
too
bow
many
seat.
watts.
Outstanding, yeah. And we've all been there.
We have all been there.
Embarrassing moment, I'm sure. But it's one of those you'll learn from it, and I think especially in novice rowing, like it's just one of those the process of learning, if you will. But
yeah, very important
Collingwood looks like they've really dropped the rate here. I mean,
yeah, they can afford to just paddle
you don't
through
blame
now.
them. I mean, you've got another God knows how many races to get through.
Yeah, preserve that energy. Yeah.
100%.
But,
Something that those Haribos cannot quite give you back. So
yeah, maybe two bags of Haribos.
yeah, it might be the play.
Yeah.
Extra Lucasade and Red Bull. So
Yeah.
with the final women's novice,
yeah,
it looks like we've got Van Milder, Hillbead, and then Castle and Stevenson
Yes,
coming up later
Castle
on.
and Stevenson. I believe that there was another slight issue, and Aiden's got slightly too close to the bank again. But they are coming down past Hillbead landing stage. Lots of people crammed on there. It's always
Lots of
always a
support, I'm
great
sure,
place to
yeah.
watch from. Really fun
And it is
place.
fantastic. I mean, we can hear it from here. Like,
yeah.
at the end of the day, we are competitors. We're all here to win, but everyone in college rowing is massively supportive, isn't it? Like,
Yeah,
everyone wants to help each other out.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, some cheers for the Aidens crew as they
From
go
Hild
by here.
Bede, so
Yeah.
showing just why college rowing it's so special. I mean, I think especially for other universities, I mean, you can really row for your uni or that's it. But with this, the variety of crews, I mean,
Exactly.
a real big community. So
Yeah, it's just really wonderful scene, and it's made really special by all the support you have from all the other colleges. Because we are here to race, but also we are here to have a good time and lift each other up. So Aiden's just coming through towards Bath Bridge now.
nearly there to finish it.
Yeah, nearly there.
Yeah, nice one, girls. There we go.
Yeah, well done to Aiden's Knobs. Our next race will be Castle versus Stevenson. It's quite rare to see a Stevo boat out on the weir.
A slightly smaller rowing scene. Yeah, no, they're based out of a pen on the side of Maiden Castle. But I mean, great for colleges that are slightly younger, including South and Stevo, to be putting boats out and giving the opportunities to their rowers. So show some college pride.
Yeah, exactly.
In a sport that might be a bit less accessible. I mean, rowing is one of those. It's really people think about it. You got to get the whole boat, the blade, the time.
Yeah, very time consuming.
And then the admin, registering with British Rowing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just going the stuff behind the scenes, and I'm sure the exec of colleges will know this.
Yeah.
The joys of bro and all things like that to get themselves entered is it's not an easy task.
It's not an easy task, and it can be quite a thankless job. I think, especially running, being men's captain, women's captain, president, lots, like you say, lots and lots of admin to do, things that lots of rowers in the crew might not see happen,
or understand perhaps.
But are crucial to everything working. Sorting out hatch covers.
Yeah, the
sorting
nice
out
little
heel
things like that.
restraints, yeah.
Rigger jiggers and spanners and bolts. So
Yeah.
But no, fielding a crew from Stevo is fantastic against probably is it the oldest boathouse on the campus? I think so.
I believe so. We share our boathouse with them. We're
With a university
with
college.
Castle. Yeah, we're in there with them. They have some lovely boats.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
There was the Duke of
the Duke of Luxembourg.
That's the one, yeah.
Their newest,
pair.
lovely pair. Yeah. They have some very nice boats, and here we have Stevo and Castle lining up. Stevo on the far side, and Castle off we go on the racecourse side.
Castle just slightly aggressive line there. I mean, heading towards.
Yeah, they're slightly angled into each other, but it looks like they're pulling apart now.
It doesn't help that they're both the same shade of red. I mean,
Yeah.
You could tell sort of the red boat is that of University College, who have really made quite a decisive lead off the start.
Yeah, they really have. They're shooting out there. Very powerful start from them. They'll be applying a lot of pressure. Stevo also coming along, not letting them get away too far.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, it looks like Castle are really just sending it through. You
Stormed
can see
out the doors, yeah.
Yeah, you can see their puddles. They're really, really pushing through it down as they come past Collingwood.
Yeah. No, the start is one of those, especially in this coming for stake boat. I mean, it's a fine balance between, and they're coming from a rower's perspective, how much you want to absolutely rip the blade and go for it, or a bit of a wobble there for Castle, but yeah, how much you want to rip it or just getting the boat moving. There's a sort of fine balance there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or looking a slight bit wobbly on Castle's side there.
Yeah, slightly chaotic, but very powerful.
To be expected with novice rowing.
Yes,
I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, to be expected, and especially if it's one of your first races, you're very excited.
Adrenaline's pumping.
You've got all this power that you want to put down, and then sometimes just the excitement of it, the adrenaline, just sends your technique out the window.
Absolutely, yeah, no.
And you're just rushing and getting your blade.
Yeah, no, I remember I heard
everywhere.
from one of my very first coaches, where it's a bit like having a paintbrush in your hand. I mean, you've got all this power behind your legs, but you've got this very fine blade that's got to go in the water nicely and politely. And once you've done that, go for it. You can rip the blade as hard as you want, but you've got to set yourself up first. With this technique that you learn, it's all very new as a novice. I mean, it takes a lot of time to get your head around it.
Yeah, it can be a confusing sport.
It's a stop from
looks like
Stevenson.
We've had another crab in bow. A repeat of the last race. It's like crab and bow.
Hilo Wood's curse starting to appear or something.
Oh gosh,
I mean,
yeah. But yeah, they're just untangling themselves from the bushes. They will get going soon. Stroke backing it down, correcting their angle. They'll be off.
No doubt
soon.
they'll go again and
no doubt, yeah. Castle,
finish what they started.
Yeah, exactly. And Castle just coming by us, looking very good for novs, nice and
Composed,
consistent. Yeah, nice and calm, and it will be a real confidence booster for them.
It really is.
having
I mean,
this.
when you see your opposition, it's one of those in rowing. You're going backwards for
Exactly.
all
Yeah.
of it. So seeing
Yeah.
your opposition does give you a bit more energy in your legs. Let's just
Yeah.
say that when they're,
Yeah,
when they're
really
burning
helps you,
quite hard.
Yeah, it's a real confidence booster. I still remember seeing I think it's a Hugh Laurie interview where he was for some reason talking about rowing at Oxbridge or Cambridge, and he was saying that was what he loved most,
Seeing the opposition,
seeing the opposition
100%, yeah.
and just running away,
Pushing
from them,
off them,
pushing off them, yeah.
Classic Coxon phrase.
Yeah.
No, it is that, and it's a real mental game. Like for the other crew, when you can't see them, I mean, it's just slightly destroying in a way. You want to look behind you, but you know you can't.
Yeah, you keep looking out the corner of your eye.
100%,
hoping them
yeah.
They'll come back in. But yeah, here we have Steve-O just pushing off of Hildbeed, coming by us now. Yeah,
I think they've
really
started
good
the
on
race
them.
behind, so that looks to be Van
Hildbeed.
Milder versus Hildbeed. I'm not too sure. It might be another.
Yeah.
Or
So I believe this is now.
oh no, we've moved on. Apologies. Trevelyan versus.
Yes,
Butler.
Trevelyan versus Butler in the Open Nov 4.
So this is the men's novices now.
Butler pulling away with a bit of a lead there. Looking there on the Pilar Wood Station.
Hopefully break the curse of those
Yes,
crabs.
hopefully.
We'll see.
Yeah, but Trev's looking powerful, slightly shaky but very powerful.
Just behind, yeah.
Trying to catch up with them there.
So for those at home, open bands does mean that women can enter it, but generally it's a sort of women's band, and open band is sort of men's versus women. But it's not unfamiliar to see, mixed crews entering here. Sometimes it's like smaller colleges, and in cases doing better than fully men's crews. That's fantastic to see having a mixed boat.
Yeah, it is really important. Yesterday, in fact, Aiden's, we had our second men's 8 was in the open crew, in the open category, and we had 2 of our women in there, and we did very well.
Absolutely,
we didn't quite win our category, but senior women are really a massive asset. And it looks like Butler still maintaining their lead, nice and powerful.
Firmly breaking that Pilar Woods curse. I mean, they're looking very, it's simple and calm. I mean, Trev's in this moment, it's kind of easy to get a bit frantic and sort of start to row it on your own, but you've got to remember that man in front of you and that man behind you is also doing just as much as you can, but looking very sharp here.
They look very clean, nice and calm, not too splashy.
I mean, coming past, you could really say that's a senior boat by the quality of that rowing.
Definitely, yeah. Exceptional knobs from Butler. Trev's coming by as well, doing well. They look powerful.
Absolutely going for it.
Yeah, sending it.
But just not to be today. Maybe
No.
just.
Not to be.
Josephine Butler's day for the greatest neighbours on earth. Shout out Jobo. We love sharing our boathouse with you. Yeah, fantastic stuff from them.
Yeah, really good from them.
Lining up next, we've got
Hildbeed and Johns. Yeah.
I have just noticed that later on is Gray versus Aiden. So a commentator derby. I mean, this could be tense. All of my friends in that one, but
get testy. But yeah,
we'll see how that one goes later on. But yeah, at the moment, Hildbeed and St John's looking they'll be coming up later on. But just Josephine Butler, finishing us with a strong finish.
Yeah, strong finish from Butler. Probably maybe around three boat lengths.
Yeah,
maybe 4.
Hopefully not uneasily on the sheet.
Yeah.
So
here we have Hildbeed versus
St John's.
St John's. Hildbeed on the far side.
Is that Yellow Blades, maybe? I think this is catching up from earlier. So this is actually apologies. Van Milder versus Hildbeed in the women's Nov 4.
Yeah.
Perhaps catching up from one earlier.
Yeah, so Hildbeed on the other side, on the far side, Milder on the close side.
I saw some bright yellow blades and thought that.
Yeah.
There's only one college who's bright yellow, and it's
I know
the
who
famous
they are.
Van Milder.
Yeah. And
who in themselves are really sort of on an up build after unfortunately losing their boathouse a few years ago.
Yeah,
but
no, they really are. They're not to be forced to be reckoned with. I think in their own terms, they're not to be ignored.
100%, and coming down here.
Yeah, they have some strong knobs competing against Hildbeed. Hildbeed also very consistent, I think, boat club. They've got lots of boaters, lots of crews going out.
Not always at the top, but certainly not always at the bottom.
Exactly,
so just consistently putting out strong crews. I mean, showing their prowess on the racecourse, their stomping ground, if you will.
Yes,
With
definitely.
their boathouse firmly in the middle of the racecourse.
Yeah, they're sure to get a lot of support from their landing stage as they go past, but it looks like Van Mildert,
Really pulling out here,
yeah,
showing a great.
very classy from these knobs, nice and powerful.
And for
really
a smaller club like
storming
Van
ahead.
Mildert, like we spoke about earlier, this really is their future. And as a
Mhm.
novice captain or a women's captain, you see this and you breathe a slight sigh of relief as you think the next few years you've got some talent on your hands.
Yeah, you've got some committed, good rowers. Yeah, yeah, and Hildbeed really crossing over into Van Mildert's line
I
here.
don't think slipstream's really a thing in rowing, but maybe we never know. They might give this a go.
Yeah, maybe this is a new technique.
New strategy we'll all start taking notes on. But
yeah, but they're starting to come past here. Van Mildert with about a boat's length between them.
and Hildbeed really, trying to get in behind, but not giving up by any measure, are they? Still
Not
keeping
giving
that rate
at
up.
all. Yeah, but yeah, Van Mildert just rating higher, seems to be just pushing a bit harder, staying a bit more consistent. Very
Which over
well
the
done
short
to
course, I
them.
mean, the rate really
Yeah.
kind of is the secret tool, isn't it? Like,
yeah, it really can be.
the more strokes you're taking in a minute, just
Yeah.
simpler the better. In a way, if you over 700 meters, is
Exactly, yeah,
the golden ticket. But
definitely. But yeah, Hildbeed still hanging on, not letting them get too far ahead. Still looks to be about maybe 1.5 boat length that
Yeah,
Van Mildert
fantastic.
have over them. Very well done to Van Mildert Novs. And
As I
here
think
we
we
have
go.
Johns versus Hildbeed.
Back to the men's category,
the
so
men's Novs.
John's perhaps looking to match their female counterparts with a dominant win, but we shall see.
Yes, exactly.
How well can John show off their novice program? I mean, we spoke about Hildbeed and like a Hill versus Bailey battle, if you will. So
Yeah, exactly. But looks to be. Oh yeah, now we have Hildbeed, women Novs crossing the line there. But John's in the lead,
matching their
starting to pull away slightly, but these boats seem quite close as well.
the rate is incredibly high. Yeah, novices are showing that quite technical, and rowing at that sort of rate is really like.
It is very impressive, and John's they have a very technical style. I found.
I can see from here.
Yeah, and especially in all their crews, their men in their 8 yesterday won in the open intermediate B category.
Fantastic,
Really clean rowing in the wind.
Focus on that,
Yeah, so you can see that pay off here in the Novs as well.
As they come by now, the boat's been pretty astonishing. I mean, for a novice crew,
exceptional, really.
You wouldn't think so. I mean, and that's almost the beauty of how good you can make a novice crew is what's going to decide you in a band where the talent is so varied and the standard can be quite varied.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, really clean and sharp from.
Not looking anything out of place of a senior crew though. That's a
Yeah.
fantastic race from Johns. But Beads, to give them all fair credit, are very much hanging on to the
they're
coattails
really
of
sticking
Johns.
with them. Yeah, may even be slightly inching back on them, but not letting them get away by any means. Very
Short surge at this, but it is slightly a done deal by this point. Like it's just not long enough. You run out of river.
it
But
really can be.
here's the mighty Grey College on Pilar Woodside, followed by Aiden's on racecourse.
The ever-present, amazing Aiden's.
Oh, the amazing! Who actually look like they're really it's neck and neck here. It's absolutely
really is,
incredible.
yeah.
I mean,
we have in our cock seat we have Mr. Sergio. I can't pronounce his surname. It's very long.
I don't do the justice.
He was our men's captain this year. He's coxing them, yelling at them, very encouraging.
Encouraging, yeah. The stroke seat of Grey College. Oh, Aiden's taking it. Oh no, that's the finish line. Apologies. No, stroke seat of Grey College. Sebastian Whitaker, a strong engineer, an even stronger rower. Looking like a very close matchup for these two. But and they're great. I mean, I speak from experience. The novices, very, very keen blokes. Absolutely love it. But it's still neck and neck here. But Aiden's slightly wobbly. Maybe Grey's.
I think Grey pulled ahead slightly, but we're not letting you get away too far.
No, we're holding on. I mean,
holding on.
No, we're in the blue boat, a very old shell, but the novices love it immensely dearly. Can only be bow rigged. Just tells you everything you need to know about the boat. Seb, Sam, Thomas, all filling on very strongly there.
Yeah, in our Aiden's boat we've it's our old boat called Jura, our Nov boat. We her balance can be a bit interesting, as we're actually seeing here. Yeah, really proud of these guys who've all learnt to row this year. And again, it's always so impressive, the amount that all these rowers learn
in such a short space of time.
Yeah,
It's
because
incredible.
it isn't even a full year. It's maybe
It's the term time, so
8 or 9 months. And yeah, they're storming through here. Gray with about a length and a half, maybe coming up to 2 lengths ahead.
really putting their all into it. Finley Petrucci firmly in the pain cave there at bow.
Yeah, the
Looking like
Inns lads not giving up. We've got some really strong knobs in there. George Scott in the 3 seat.
Some big lads in the Aiden's
Sanders,
crew.
yeah, Sam Sanders in bow. He's a big lad. Ooh, and we've caught a
Slight
crab.
crab for Aiden's, the
Caught a
2
crab.
seat, but greatly recovered to be fair.
Yeah, very well recovered.
Still holding on there.
Yeah, won't be giving up, but yeah, all credit to Gray.
Yeah, no, congratulations
rowed.
to Grey boys. I'm immensely proud of you.
Yeah.
Round of pints on me later, I'm sure. So no, well done, boy. But no, like I said, the novice it's so hotly contested, and
Yeah, it really is.
term time is busy. Let's just say. It's
Yeah.
ramming it full with every session you can get.
Yeah, it's
Following on from that, we're looking to be
we'll have it looks to be-
Stevenson again.
Yeah, Steve-O versus Collingwood. Yeah.
Mighty forces up against each other.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, no, Collingwood. I mean, from chatting to a lot of sort of friends there, it really is like the novices come from other sort of sports. It's like sort of rugby and swimming and any other. That's where you got all the big lads who get in the boat and you think, yeah, I've definitely been a rugby player or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Before jumping into a
People
boat.
being recruited into boats.
For sure.
Yeah, but
and that's just the great thing about college sport is they're also all the sports are generally quite close.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, a great thing about the whole college system, you can get involved with all of the sports, try them, learn a new one, learn something as
Give it a go. It's all
as
and
fun and interesting as
all
rowing.
funded by the fantastic JCRs in the
Yeah.
great college or within the colleges. So
Yeah, again, another sort of thankless job at times.
absolutely.
Organising JCR, organising the sport. Yeah, here we have
Just
South
waiting for the crews to go past, I think. So
lining up. Here we have some of the recent races. The recent races results.
with the novices
on the-
categories showing up here, so
Yeah. So
another few more races for these guys to go.
yeah.
Get on, have a kip, have a nap before we get going
Exactly, and that's quite interesting. The top one is the Tyne Durham race that we saw earlier on the long course.
Doesn't
where
seem
it
to
looked
show Durham
like,
won, so-
Yeah, so they must have pulled it back along the minute's reach, which is very impressive.
considering they're on the
from them.
inside as well. I mean, that's a very sharp turn.
All right,
We are
and
back now on these stake boats.
Mhm.
I think we're just letting some final crews go past.
This looks to be St Mary's versus versus South. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I couldn't quite see which unit it was, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, again in the Open Novice 4 category. So guys who will have learnt to row at their college this year, just getting lined up on the stake boats, making those final adjustments. Cox is sorting out their lines.
in the slight gusts, in the
Yeah.
slight here and there, but
Yeah.
it is always quite nerve-wracking when you're a rower and you're sat there and you hear your cox telling you to tap and you're thinking, I
Yeah.
just want to have my blade in and ready.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
no, it's a real group effort to get that thing, get the boat
Really
straight.
is, yeah, and especially now when the wind seems to be picking up a little
A
bit.
bit more than earlier, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
definitely. It will definitely affect Cox's lines at the start. It just sends you drifting into the wrong place.
100%. And you've got to have full faith in your cox. I mean, I have at times sat there and thought, where are we going? What's going on here?
Yeah.
But looks to be a good start off the line
Yeah.
from Mary's, but it's pretty even
Yeah.
here.
Very powerful from both of them. They're sticking with each other.
100%.
Relatively close, but no blade clashings yet. This is being well managed by the Coxes, I think.
I know,
They're
fantastic.
still quite close.
I know, they're very
Ooh.
certainly fighting for the middle of the river, but Mary's
Very
looking,
close, yeah.
steering in. Has there been a clash? Oh.
I'm not sure. It's quite scrappy, but they're separating now. South going quite far to the far side.
Exploring the wall, let's just
Yeah,
say that. So,
making friends with the wall. Yeah.
but you'll be hearing the marshals certainly giving you a a strong telling off, screaming your college's name, and it does.
Yeah.
It drops a bit of a hole in your stomach at times.
Yeah, it definitely can. But yeah, very far apart now. They seem to have learnt their lesson and sticking well
Said their
clear of
hellos
each
and
other.
let's get on with it now. Let's
Yeah,
crack on. But no, I think there's a really holding on pretty neck and neck here. But
Yeah.
it's not what you'll be thinking about when you're rowing, and that you'll want to be just focusing on the man in front of you, make sure the man behind you's following a good rhythm. But
Yeah, definitely.
by the looks of it, is that South
Yeah,
College?
looks like South is slightly pulling ahead, but also Mary's is really quite far to the racecourse side, so they might just be tucked behind where we can't quite see them. But yeah,
Not
South
in this
very
frame, unfortunately,
very
but-
powerful from them, quite dominant.
And probably the newest
there we
boat
go.
club on the Weir. I mean, and they've
Yeah.
really shown, like putting the boats
really
at
have.
Rutherford and
Mhm.
other major events. It is quite fantastic to see a college that formed in 2020.
Yeah,
stomping
doing
out
as well as they are. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. Initially,
Ooh.
maybe starting out.
And it looks like
I
they've
think that's
had a
commentators'
run-in.
curse doing as well as they are, and unfortunately the
gosh.
bank by the looks of it.
That's
but
unfortunate. They had a lead and they steered
That is
slightly too
heartbreaking.
close to the bank. And also on that side, it can also be quite tricky. The reeds will catch your
fully,
blades.
you'll be
They'll-
stuck in those for a while.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the reeds potentially had helped cause some of the crabs
Yeah,
that we've
no.
seen today, because it can really be quite tricky. But
Deciding
yeah,
factor, but
definitely. But yeah, Mary's coming by us
now.
now. Nice and
The
consistent.
purple haze,
Yeah.
thundering it down.
Yeah,
that advantage we spoke about, that's all you can really think about now. But the row your own race. But to be fair to South, they're not. They've recovered that relatively well. But out we go.
Yeah, coming by us. Look to
Collingwood
be
College on your screens now. Again,
versus
Stevenson.
Stevo, yeah, and again quite close together.
It
But
seems to be a thing of the story of the river today. How close can you get off the start,
Yeah.
and can you avoid the reeds on the outside?
exactly, yeah. It really,
Oh.
the steering line can really help decide races sometimes.
And that's South College coming over your line here.
Yeah,
By the looks of it, I mean, still not giving up by any measure.
yeah, not giving up at all.
Testament to these boys. And Mary's, congratulations.
Congrats to Mary's, yeah. It
Who are
looks,
through. We'll be seeing many of the other colleges later on this afternoon by the looks of it.
yeah, it looks to be quite a clean row from Mary's. Well done to them. Very impressive.
They'll be loving that one, won't they?
Yeah. And but we'll have Stevo and Collingwood storming down the Weir now. Here we go. Collingwood, the looks of it to be ahead.
Showing their force. Collingwood, they probably get the strongest amount of schoolboy and girl rowers, but
Yeah.
building their own novice program, they'll find that sort of rugby talent that has eventually transformed into rowing later on.
Yeah, exactly. The novice programs really are important, and even if you're a college like Collingwood who gets a lot of schoolboy and schoolgirl rowers, your NOV program is still really essential to the longevity of your club. So yeah, very very impressive NOVs here.
Yeah, no.
They've got quite a dominant lead over Stevo here, but Stevo
Doing better than perhaps they were earlier. But
Yeah.
maybe not tangled in the weeds, but
yeah, exactly. But yeah.
quite a relief as Collingwood come past here and there. Infamous black, white, and red that is synonymous with the speed of the Weir. But they're looking fantastic. But
They're looking clean and calm. Stevo coming by, got some power in them. Lots of cheers from the bank from them.
a lot of Stevo supporters out today by the sounds of it. So
Yeah.
Then again, everyone's a supporter of every college in this
Yeah,
way.
exactly.
Like you'll love yours slightly more, but you'll appreciate the hard work that goes to everyone else. But
Yeah.
congratulations to Collingwood with
Yeah,
a
another
decisive victory over Stevo. by the
another
looks
win
of it.
there. And yeah, congrats to all the novs. So that's the end of the first round of the Open Novice 4 category. Next up, we have some singles. We actually have this next race. We'll have a single from Aiden's Henry Blatchford. Pardon me. We have some more fours. This looks to be Chad's versus Van Milde. Yeah. So this maybe
Chad's off with a pretty fantastic start there over Van Milde. I mean, they pulled at
really
least a
got out.
length out on the start line.
They really have a really punchy, powerful start from them. Milde still sticking with them.
And there we go, Collingwood and Stevo.
Yeah.
Finished and letting their lungs and legs recover now. I mean, I can
Yeah.
remember that finish line from yesterday. It's quite a relief. But with a slightly strange line here from Chad's going quite far over to the marshalling lane. But
Yeah, you really want to be careful of that because it can be quite easy to clash blades with those in the marshalling area if you're not
Yeah.
careful. But
It's
yeah,
effectively the mercy of the marshalling lane if they're going to get out of your way. I mean,
Yeah.
we saw the prerequisite to this event is Durham City, and while slightly smaller, it's still an absolute nightmare with
Yeah.
stray boats. But Chads have
absolutely, yeah.
brilliantly rectified
Yeah.
that, and a serious lead over Van Mildert there.
Very, very powerful lead there. That's probably 4 lengths.
4 lengths, yeah,
maybe,
before even getting to landing stage.
Yeah, to Hill Bead, yeah.
No,
But-
what a testament to Chads and their
Yeah.
and their slightly smaller NOV program. That is truly
Yeah, that's
fantastic. They just
very impressive.
story. I mean, I must have pay me a pound every time I say this. The easier it looks, the better it is. But
Yeah.
it just looks so calm and collected
Exactly.
from where we can see it.
No, yeah, simplicity really is key.
Yeah,
If
there's-
if your rowing looks good,
It probably feels quite good as
yeah.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as St Paul's rower in grey, the great Christoph Huffer, he quoted to me that rowing is a simple sport. You put the blade in, you pull it hard. Anything else is overcomplicating it. But
Yeah,
it really looks like that. And Van Mildert are far from giving up. It looks like
Yeah.
Alex Bozzi in the stroke seat. He was
Yeah,
really
good
good
man.
for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Finishing up their race as well.
Coxing this crew through to Underbath Bridge. Real commitment from those knobs. And here we
Here's
have
the singles
our
for-
singles match. Yes, so we have Henry Blatchford from Aiden's College on the far side, and someone
Sheffield
from
University.
Sheffield's University on the near side,
Yeah.
who looks to be pulling out. Bit of a lead here over my dear president from Aiden's.
No, it is always quite like college rowing versus university rowing. That like they're two different beasts in a way, aren't they?
Yeah,
You've got
really
university
is.
funded rowing versus effectively student-run clubs in a way.
Yeah, exactly. And here we have this is
Hexham Rowing Club by the look of it.
versus St. Cuths. Here we so Cuths on the near side, Hexham on the far side.
And they're distinct blue and yellow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the Cuths Scholar pulling out a lead there. This race, we can just see them come by now. So the Sheffield Uni rower
maintaining
Scholar
over
coming
your
by.
Aiden's president, but
Yeah, unfortunately.
it's a real art rate, these singles. I mean,
Yeah.
I can say from experience, the River Weir is a cold place to be in when you fall in. And it's
Yeah.
not something you want to do, but
No,
it
it's
takes
not.
a real amount of finesse.
It really
the
does.
boat is about as wide as a laptop if you think about
Yeah.
it from that, but
Exactly.
and you're balancing it on your own. So
Such particular balance on it. But yeah, consistent rhythm from Henry as he comes down. Slightly trying to pull it back, but not sure he'll quite be able to. But this race between
Cuss versus Hexham is pretty hot on.
Yeah,
So
very close and close in their boats.
I was about
and
to say, yeah, with
in
the
their
single,
lane.
you've got about 1 million rolls to focus on here. Your own steering, cocks. It's
You're fully responsible for the balance.
Absolutely.
You can't switch off at all. It's and especially in the wind, I was not at all envious of single scullers
scullers in
yesterday.
this wind, no.
Nor today since the
No.
wind's picked up a bit. But yeah, they're still very close together. Hexham slightly moving out to the far side.
That Cuths rower looks like he's
Yeah.
held on well there. Anderson.
Oh yeah, he's increasing his lead here. I think very efficient rowing. Very.
Just how much
nice.
more have you got to give, really?
Yeah.
It's one of those. I mean, the deeper you dig, the more you can pull out of this very small, very light boat, to be honest. Like, you put an inch more
Exactly,
power in, and you can really feel that because
Yeah.
you're the only one there. So the Hexham rower of Bainbridge certainly not giving up and holding on to the
Yeah.
Cuths rower ahead.
Yeah, staying with him. But yeah, that very, very clean rowing from that Cuths
100%,
Scarlet.
no, congratulations
Lovely
to
looking
Cuthberts.
boat there as well.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? You like, it's a real appreciation when you see a nice looking boat. And you go,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah.
some of the designs, I think that's one of the best things about rowing is you see the vibrant designs and colours. It's something to attract the eye to
Definitely,
the
yeah.
sport in a way.
Yeah, they're just a culture of all the different boat clubs, and you really feel that here in the college rowing scene.
100%.
But
Becomes
yeah.
your favourite colour in a way, doesn't it? I, mean,
Yeah.
I love the colour red, grey college. I love the colour purple. So
Yeah.
there we go.
But yeah,
And then
so
moving on.
yeah, we'll be moving on to a women's NCA for
With another grey college entry.
Yeah.
Which I think is the first four. Who had a fantastic weekend away at Hexham, another big
Mhm.
college rowing event, Hexham Regatta.
Yeah, happened last weekend. Basically all of the colleges go. It's
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of aside from Durham Regatta, one of the biggest,
So, yeah, the
biggest
biggest
events
ones
for
there.
us. It's a really fun day out.
Prerequisite, if you will. So yeah. The Marlow to Henley of college rowing in a way. So no, Grey College women's 1v putting out a fantastic win there. Over a 700-meter course as well. So a very similar get up as we see crews returning to their boating area.
Turning down the row back is always
brutally cold.
Brutal. Yeah. Last year in Durham Regatta, I was rowing in our rates, and at the end of our race, it started torrentially raining.
Oh, you're joking!
We were sat out on the water. It was
no good at all.
No, it was quite unfortunate. But
it does feel like the longest 700 meters of your life.
Very, very long.
The lactic acid in your legs, and it's almost like if you've lost, you're gutted, but you're happy and get off the water. If you've won, you're happy you've won, but you think, God, I've got to do that all over again. So maybe 2 or 3 more times. So
and rowing back right next to your
Oppo as well. Yeah, the person you just lost to.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, I'm sure these are who's ready and raring to go on the start line. Grey College on the right with Annie at stroke. Fantastic set of rowers in this boat. Evie at bow. Next year's hopefully president of Grey College Boat Club after our AGM on Monday. For Lucy Smith giving the camera a wave. Yeah, here we go.
Big
Again,
boots to fill in their
100%, yeah. And St Cuthbert's on the side.
Yeah, just sorting out their line and waiting for all these crews to come by.
No, it is quite hard when you come past and you start to see the boats drift out and you think, oh God, please don't hit me.
No,
but I think we're all running smoothly here. So
it's a real.
I'm Samara, a presenter at PalTV. I'm here reporting from the racecourse, the main spectator site for Durham's Regatta. The regatta grew out of an annual procession that commemorated the Duke of Wellington's victory at the Battle of Waterloo, with the first regatta taking place in 1834. Today, it's the second oldest regatta in Durham. It's held over 2 days, with the first course being 700 meters and the long course being 1,800 meters. Around 60 trophies are presented at the regatta, many of which have rich histories. The most prestigious trophy on offer is the Grand Challenge Cup. Since its introduction in 1854, it's been the most coveted trophy in any regatta in the Northeast. We're here at the starting line of the race for both the short and the long courses. A rope will be stretched from one end of the bank to the other, which the cox, aka the person at the back of the boat, will hold on to make sure that the boats are straight. Even if the boats are tilted a little bit, that means that it costs precious seconds off of their race. So the start is really critical. As soon as the whistle blows, the rowers are off. Here's where most of the crashes happen on the course. Because of the shallow bank, rowers tend to get into the weeds a lot. In the early days of the regatta, spectators were the ones who had to untangle the rowers from the weeds, but these days we've got lifeguards to do that for us. Behind me is Bats Bridge, the location of the finishing line for the short course. The long course will duck under it and keep going. Just behind me is the finish line for the short course. The long course continues on for 1,100 more meters. Rowers will have to battle currents, navigate bridges, and maintain their stamina all the way to the end. We're here at Kingsgate. Prebends Bridge is where the long course finishes after 1,800 meters of long, hard rowing. There are 2 types of rowing to watch the Durham Regatta: sweep-oared rowing, which is one-handed, and sculling, which is two-handed. Both types require a unique combination of balance, timing, psychological strength, and tactic. Enjoy the show and make sure to cheer on your favorite team.
Here we are back with the Women's Championship 4.
With Grey College, I think.
Yep, Grey College on the near side. They look to be slightly in the lead, although it's hard to tell from this angle.
It's holding pretty side by side here by the looks of it from Cuths. So
definitely tight either way. But yeah, Cuths on the far side. They're women, very strong women's crew. Cuths looks to be very powerful as they're pushing past and off of Hillby landing stage.
Yeah, and I think if you're in the Cuths position now, it's sort of a now or never moment once you go past that landing stage. I mean, from here it looks even closer. It's like a
very tight, very, very tight. I think they're level almost.
Perhaps even, dare I say, Cuthbert's ahead. Yeah. The bow ladies looking at each other.
Yeah, Cox is not quite sure who's up.
I know. I mean, all you want to do in that moment is stare at your opposition. But it is looking. Has Grey got a surge? I mean, the angle is just not helping at all.
But,
But
this is definitely a race that's going to be decided on the line, I think.
and this is really
Very
where a
tight.
last-minute surge would secure you, and
Yeah.
you got to unfortunately give it your all here, even though you got 3 races later.
Yeah,
It is
exactly.
now or never by the look
Yeah.
of it for these crews.
Yeah, it really can be. And coming under Bath's Bridge, oftentimes people think that's the end, but it's
I
not.
know, it's
You
terrible.
have
And you see them stop rowing, but
Yeah.
oh my goodness me, you cannot write this.
That's so close, but I think Cuths might just be pulling out slightly ahead.
We'll just have to see when that camera pans back later. But now we are seeing Hildbeed versus Johns in the Open 8s. We've spoken about John's technical style. I mean,
Yeah.
and it's just on show from the get-go.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Hildbeed on the fast side, they look like they had a slightly more powerful start.
Yeah.
But
How connected can you get off the start? It's really the thing in these 8s.
yeah, definitely.
It is effectively like moving a lorry, to be honest.
Yeah.
There, you've got, especially with blokes, like you've got maybe a ton in the boat. It's just trying to get that going
Yeah,
as quickly as
exactly.
possible, whilst also as calmly as possible. So.
Exactly. I think calmness is very important. That's something I'm always stressing to my crews that,
Keep it calm, yeah.
Keep it calm, because all the fast strokes are is just moving it. You just got to get it going, and then we'll put the power in.
Absolutely.
But again, this looks really tight as
This
well.
is neck and toe here. I mean, goodness me.
Yeah.
Hildbeed maybe get a little power boost when they go past their landing stage.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah,
Looking
neck
like
and neck.
Johns. What a fantastic camera angle here. I mean, Johns
Yeah.
just look like they're holding out here.
Yeah, slightly inching further ahead, and I think that their clean technique, if they can hold that, then they can get some really efficient, really powerful strokes here.
I mean, I hope it's good noise cancelling on the microphone, because all I can hear right now is Hildbeed. They are
Yeah.
absolutely screaming their heads off.
Absolutely cheering them on. Some of them running along the bank, trying to encourage them. But it does look like Johns is slightly pulling ahead
Here
of them.
comes Johns, yeah.
Yeah,
The famous
pulling out.
dark blue versus the light blue. I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It
Battle of
looks
the
like
Blues.
now, and it's kind of in a Johns row's head now. It's your race to lose in a way. You want to
Yeah,
just hold them off as
definitely.
long as possible, but
Yeah.
a last-minute surge is all you need from.
Yeah, and it does look like they've found that last minute push of power. But Hillbead not giving up, not letting them take clean water yet.
But the advantage for Johns here on the
Yeah.
inside, but they're really moving over quite a lot there.
Yeah, they really have. It's been quite tight on the steering in this race. But
Goodness me, yeah.
I think-
Hillbead could argue they might be getting impeded, but I just don't think they've got the length to get close enough. So
yeah.
congratulations to St John's by the looks of it. Fantastic race there from the 8s.
Yeah, really well rowed from both of them. Very,
To
very
get one of those
impressive
stops
race.
will take a minute, I can tell you that. They
Yeah.
they're bloody heavy. So
Yeah, they really
out
are.
here now is the South versus York City. So
Yes, it is. Again,
like we said, South College, very new contenders in the college rowing scene versus what can only be a very well-established York City by the looks of it.
yes, yeah. York City are very, very respected place, very respected club. They've look to have
Strong depth in their club, I can imagine,
yeah,
as well.
definitely. And they've had a strong start here, but South, it looks like they're pulling ahead. They've had a really good start, very clean, very punchy, got a good rhythm there.
Yeah,
And-
the rhythm is certainly strong what they sailed onto. And yeah, it just looks like they're slightly outrating them.
Yeah,
Again,
definitely.
So it seems to be the simplest here on the 700-meter course. What can you do? How clean can you be? How high can you rate?
Yeah,
And you sir, may have yourself a victory on your hands.
exactly.
But
How many more strokes can you get in?
literally, I mean, it's
versus
a
your
game of
opponents?
numbers here by the looks
Yeah,
of it. But
it really is.
no, with these 8s, it really is like bum on seat time with the same people. It's becoming familiar with the people you know.
Yeah.
But now everyone seems to become a Durham College fan as South
Yeah.
look to hold this on.
Exactly, yeah. South maintaining their lead of about 3/4 of the boat length ahead of them. York City not giving it up, and the purple and yellow all-in-ones just maintaining their rhythm. But it does look like South just have slightly punchier rhythm there, pushing through them, potentially slightly extending their lead out towards the bridge.
Yeah, no, like South College Cots probably telling them to and they hold off the very strong York City, but at the
Yeah.
same time you've got that little thought in the back of your head that you might have it, you might be done.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and yeah, York City haven't let them get away from them.
With a slightly strangely rigged boat, I must say. Like it's like is that a bow bucket rig at 2 and 3? I mean,
I think it is.
But-
That's not a common sight.
why not? Why not? They
Yeah,
say.
if it works for them.
I mean, cuts of their bucket rig day, and that does them very well. So who can
Yeah.
argue? So
Yeah,
Speaking
exactly.
of Cuth, here they are. St Cuthbert's versus
Sheffield
University.
on the near side, on racecourse side, and Cuths on the far side, Peel Wood side.
I mean, this is the newly dominant college rowing
Yeah.
force of St Cuthbert's. And they really have this year taken it by storm by the looks of it.
They
whilst they're
really
winning at
have.
Hexham.
They've got I think they've had some really strong freshers come in, and then just some of the really consistent seniors who've been there for a while, just really helping the
Strong vision, strong club
exactly.
in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, strong vision,
I
strong
mean, 3-seat of Theo Hall.
And here we have some
Coming up to the results now. Sorry, just to
results on screen, so you can see up there, starting with the these are the
Novice
open fours. Yeah. So win for Chads, win for Grays, Collingwood, Sheffield, St Cuths, again Cuths and Johns.
Yeah, Cuth's having a strong morning, as can only get stronger this afternoon. Those results show you that seems to be a bit of a theme with some of these colleges who are doing well today.
Yeah, very dominant from them today. But yeah, all of these wins are just a testament to the months and months of commitment and training that all these rowers
The cold,
put
hard
in.
winter, if you will.
Yeah, getting out on the water 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Your hands are cold, but you make the choice to show up and commit, and it's paying off here for these crews.
The hands are cold, but your heart is warm of rowing spirit, if you will. I mean, you've got to love it for a reason.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, this St Cuthbert's crew has gone really from strength to strength. That
they
came off a third place ahead of the river, which maybe got them a bit of slating, saying you do all this training, what's showing for it. But then I'd say beating Collingwood at Hexham.
Exactly. Yeah.
A slight showing off to them. Let's just
very impressive, and even them coming third, they had a very strong time, and
Absolutely,
they had I think two subs in their boat who hadn't rowed with them.
No, I know.
So yeah, strong from them.
Coming off a bit of a heartbreak of Bucks Regatta with their seat breaking. I mean, I was there. And it was slightly the story of the day, but I mean, no, that you've got to just keep on rowing, keep on rolling, as you say. But no, just waiting. I think that crews are going by back up. So
crews going back, but they're trying to sort out their line here. You can see the people on the stake boats just holding onto the edge, just the stern of the boat, and it can be really hard to hold on to it, especially if you've got
a ton in your right hand or something, trying to turn them round.
It's really tricky. And
but there we go, away we go. University versus college rowing. Who's going to come out on top here? And it really looks like Sheffield have got the bounce off the start here, but it's quite neck and neck.
Very neck and neck. A very strong start from both of them. They're both quite close together. Very close.
Me, boat race style here. How close can you get?
Very close, but slightly pulling away from each other now.
And they're still holding on. I think there's been a clash, but this is incredible. As a Cox, I mean, you don't want to give it up an inch, do you? You want them to move out the way.
You don't, exactly, and especially if you can see the boys, if you can see that you're in the right place, then you're going to be yelling over. I had to do some yelling at Gray, unfortunately.
Yeah, get out of the way. I know. I mean, it happens. One of those.
But it looks like Sheffield slightly pulling ahead here. We've got.
And that just really does show you the difference between. I mean, the amount of time that full university crews have. Colleges, like we said a million times, self-ran, self-organised. And even if you're as organised as St Cuthbert's in this wonderful building we're sat in, the mighty force of Sheffield does seem to have got them out. But that start, goodness me, it really was. Who could give up the least amount?
Exactly. Very close, very tight, very intense start. But
You
Sheffield.
can almost hear the man next door to you on the boat. You can hear him panting as loud as you are.
Yeah, you can see your opposite seat.
Exactly,
matching over. But some interesting steering. Sheffield slightly over.
Yeah, what can
not
argue?
giving
That's a
Cuths
slight
much
impediment if you.
space. I can see them go by.
With their brightly coloured hair. I mean.
Gosh, yeah.
I remember at Bucks Head and Bucks Regatta, there was a real theme that Sheffield and Surrey get the buzz cuts out, bleach them blonde, and I mean, goodness me, thank God that Durham does not do that.
Yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, they're really repping their uni there.
Yeah, hard to miss
strong
in a way.
commitment. But Cuths.
I guess this just shows you the depths of the championship eights. You've got crews from all kinds of experience, but great to see Cuthbert's really challenging that. I mean, put themselves in a band they might not. They know they probably won't win. They might not win, but giving it a go regardless.
Exactly, doing their best. Yeah, and you can see that there. interesting bucket rigging that they've got going on in their boat there, which seems to work out and definitely help them at Hexham Regatta. But here we have Leeds University
versus, is that Collingwood by the look of it? I'm seeing a small.
Oh, sorry, no. I think this is Treads versus Collingwood. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me. Treads versus Collingwood.
This really is a battle of titans in college rowing. Trellian beating Collingwood at Rutherford Hill earlier in the year, which was a proper heartbreaker.
Yeah, very momentous occasion.
I know. I remember in college rowing scene, it was sort of David versus Goliath in a way.
Exactly. Everyone was running around saying, "Trev's beat Collingwood. Trev's beat Collingwood."
Everyone seemed to be a Trevs fan that day, it would seem, wouldn't it? So
yeah, and Trevs would also have a really strong women's
absolutely,
squad.
yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
But this is neck and neck coming down.
Very close, very tight. Yeah.
And at this moment, you'd probably start calling your tiers a little bit early, wouldn't you? As a cox, you'll talk to the tiers system. What's going on there?
Yeah. Tiers that you normally sort of call in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 at the end of a race to sort of let your rowers know, right? Now we're putting rate up. Now we're putting the pressure up. Now it's give it all.
Yeah, really bury yourselves.
Yeah, really go for it.
The Collingwood cox will probably be calling that about now. Is really get the most out of rowers.
Definitely. And as they're sort of coming through around halfway, they'll definitely be really encouraging them.
Your adrenaline's wearing off, and
telling them to get the press on, really trust the rhythm, get the power down.
As if we're in the boat right now. I mean, I can hear the calls as we're speaking, but
yeah,
Collingwood's slightly moving over. But no, I've got no idea who really could have this. But Trev's really showing their year of work. We can see it here. There's about 5 seats up on Collingwood.
Gosh, yeah, really starting to pull away slightly. Very impressive from them. They've got Alex Ludlow and Bow, famous
the hero of
DCR,
DCR rowing.
Yeah, and Trevelyan really just pulling away now.
I mean, 1v or 2v it's the overall standard of college rowing, especially in the 8s. I mean, with Head of the River being sort of the creme de la creme that everyone wants to do well at this year.
Yeah.
It's been a real emphasis on the 8s, it would seem. So.
Yeah, there really has, and really, there is a really high standard of rowing in these top boats in college, especially given the fact that a fair amount of these rowers have learned to row here.
Yeah, ex-novs, and that is
exactly,
the beauty of Durham rowing is.
Yeah.
I guess you look at a lot of the university crews and especially of Durham recruiting such high standards.
Yeah.
You look down the road and you look at some of the college rowing crews, and these are all along this boathouse and sort of stretch that we're being shown along the drone here. This is all homegrown, if you will. So it's fantastic to see them reaching the top. But Trevelyan, by the looks of that, beating out Collingwood.
Yeah, famous Collingwood, yeah. So very well done to Trevelyan. Here we have a singles.
Yeah, by the looks of it, St Chad's versus Leeds University, I think.
Yeah.
The wind thankfully dying down for them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would be a
very, very tricky thing.
You'd rather be anywhere but there, wouldn't you?
In a single sculling boat.
Exactly, no. But the single scullers have a real passion for it. You're out on your own, and it's really that's really self-organised. You're effectively organising your training, organising how you get better.
Yeah, your own coach, own
boatman,
own nutritionist.
Exactly, self-relying. So
exactly, but it looks like here, that Leeds University, the women's sculler has just pulled ahead. St Chad's falling behind. Very, very consistent from this Leeds sculler.
Yeah, and it really is like such more of a mental game when you're a single sculls.
Yeah.
It's UVU. It's how much can you push. I mean, I'm not saying anyone in an 8 or a 4 wants to be carried along, but there's an element of you could, but with this, it's you put the watts down or you go slowly. You're buggered. So
yeah, exactly. It's 100% about what you can give in this moment. And the Leeds sculler just coming by us now, very clean, very consistent. Looks to have slightly be dropping her rate. We have the Chad sculler coming by, not giving up, not slowing down
off the gas, by any measure.
Really going for it. And you can see the steering in a single can also be really tricky. You
Absolutely.
Are also your own cox.
On the way, I
steerer,
can say from experience, you can come around corners and you take a look behind you and it's a totally different picture. So
exactly.
The steering is certainly an element. But I guess that's the benefit of college rowing is you'll know every nook and cranny of this river eventually.
Exactly.
and that's what I guess makes the experience so valuable here in a way.
Definitely. So that leads Scala coming through quite confidently with a win here, and following behind we have a women's I believe it's a women's quad. So we have Tyne. Is this? Hang on, I think that's St. Leonard's.
Yeah, St. Leonard's School versus Leeds
Leeds.
University. I mean,
Yeah.
St. Leonard's School, an absolute force to reckon with. Beating me in
Yeah.
a 4 yesterday. I'm not salty at all by any measure, but no,
Not at all.
a fantastic outfit they've got for schoolboys and girls rowing against a university crew is
Really impressive. Yeah.
their golden day, if they will, their golden ticket to show them here's what we're made of.
Definitely, this is what we can do.
Let's rise to the occasion here.
Yeah.
Just in
very
your picture
impressive.
now, you can see an absolute giant. Durham University versus York University.
Yeah, the Women Championship 8.
Yeah,
So
Darg.
very high quality of rowing
Absolutely.
that we'll see from them.
I mean, the name under the Durham crew, Charlotte Darg,
Mm.
fresher this year, who's come in.
Mm.
It's fantastic seeing like the depth of the fresher talent this year. Fantastic. I think we're just seeing as they go past us, SLS, St. Leonard's seem to be holding it over Leeds
Confidently,
University, which, I mean, I can't imagine how you'd feel as a sort of not even at university and you're beating someone who's maybe 2 or 3 years your senior.
Exactly,
That's a fantastic
That would
feeling.
be very very high spirits
Quite
in that St.
quite a
Leonard's. So,
strong lead by the looks of it.
yeah, that's
What, 3 legs, 2 legs, 2.5
maybe
legs?
even coming up on 3, maybe 4.
Yeah,
But
wow, that's
very
quite
confident, very
Underbath
decisive.
Bridge, yeah. Yeah, well done, St. Leonard's. You've beaten yet another university crew to add to your collection. How's that? Infinity Stone feel?
Yeah. Really, really wonderful boat club there. They boat right next to us.
Really?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm sure onto big things
people. Yeah,
next year when they
definitely.
move into their university careers. When they go get beaten by school children younger to them,
Yeah.
they'll know the feeling.
Yeah. Tables will turn.
Exactly, the full circle moment, if you will. But no, as we look to the Open Women's Eights, speed off the doors here is going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And away we go. Just so connected. I mean, this is the benefit you get with university rowing is top level talent in terms of coaching with that Will Fletcher and Holly Young, showing this women's 8 just how to defeat York out the doors, but not quite done yet by the looks of it.
Yeah, not quite. Yeah, York hanging in there, but yeah, Durham, such consistency, such quality. They have,
2 seats up by the look of it already. So
yeah, I think they're definitely up, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just continue pushing on that rhythm, on that pressure. They'll just keep extending their lead. But
100%,
such a time commitment.
Oh my goodness, yeah. No, university rowing
for so intense.
For those who are watching, I mean, the difference in college is that you can make it as busy as you want, which for some colleges is as busy as university level rowing.
Yeah.
But with these guys and girls, with these girls in this case, I mean, they're training upwards of 12, 13, 14 times a week, doing anything and everything to
Really
make sure they get
impressive.
better.
And Durham, they've pulled out a lead, got a
fantastic
fair
lead
amount of
there.
clear water between them now.
One to hopefully see go to the final. So
Really decisive from them. But York still sticking with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in York, I don't know. I guess not quite their sort of home stretch of river, but neither is that for Durham. To be honest, they train on the time, which is a totally different bag to this.
Exactly. But Durham coming by us now, and it's just such classy rowing.
Extending their lead. Romley Danes stroking that 8, just looking, really, really smooth and easy.
Yeah.
I think they probably had a call to just calm it down, hold their energy out. I believe that's the 3rd 8 of Durham, so they'll be no doubt up against some other purple bladed rowers later on.
Yeah, definitely.
Delightful derby.
Decisive win for Durham there. And with that, I am going to be heading off.
Fantastic,
and
thank you
handing
very much.
over. But lovely chatting to you.
Cheers, thank you very much. York University on the screen, just coming over to finish what they started under Bath's Bridge to finish it off. And congratulations to Durham University finishing themselves out there, and York just also crossing the line to finish off there as well. I'm joined by a new commentator. Hello.
Hi everyone, I'm Adam, nice to see you all.
Adam, lovely to meet you. I'm Zachary, so great to have you on the stream. Adam, what's your sort of rowing experience, rowing prowess, if you will?
Well, so you see, this is where you scare yourself. I've been doing the presenting on PAL for the rest of the day. We've been a little bit short on commentators. I've been told I can talk for England, so I'm
There we
here.
go.
So you're here to give me a crash course
on rowing. I mean,
in how we do this and how all this rowing stuff,
all this blade works.
I can catch crabs. I've been told, but that is the extent.
Absolutely,
of
no.
my
I mean,
prowess. I'm very happy to be here, and come waffle along with you.
Fantastic. No, I mean we can go along with it together. We're just in Durham University with a pretty decisive victory over that of York University. With their program's just incredible. They're really showing why they're one of those top sort of university institutions. I think we are waiting for, I'm not sure if that's Newcastle or Tyne. But there seems to be a scratch on my list. I think that's the same for yours.
Yeah, same with me. I've got 2 o'clock Newcastle Durham and a 2:03 for Tyne Arc and Durham as well.
Yeah,
so
no.
I guess we'll see who is first up to the start line.
No, we can. So who have we got there? No, that'll be because Durham University, UBC, Shepherd. That'll be Matty Shepherd of the 3rd 8 for the men's, I believe, against Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, another boat club based very near to Durham, up in the beautiful Tyne in Newcastle. I think these are just the crews rowing themselves
down to the start line.
Yeah, coming back out.
So in terms then of who's been looking strong in this regatta this weekend,
who are we thinking? Well, I mean, it's sort of 2 sides to the coin here, really. You've got the university side. It's Durham's home ground to lose, to be honest. It's their real stomping ground. But then on the college scene, it's really anywhere to go, to be honest. You've got the novices looking really strong with sort of St Cuthbert's and Grey College were really holding their own. But in the senior 8s, I mean, it's hard to argue anyone against Collingwood and Trevs, who are, the ones to beat in a way, I guess.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you've seen this, but there is a very special birthday for one of Durham's boat clubs this year. Mary's are celebrating 100 years.
Absolutely,
of
brilliant.
of a boat club.
To St Mary's. I mean,
up the Mares, as they say.
Fantastic. Yeah, no. One of the very brilliant college rowing outfits we've seen out here today. As we're coming, I think we're onto the. So this is J16 quads. So skipping past the 8s. By the look of it, that's Durham School versus Lambton Rowing Club. So J30, under 13 years of age, and already rowing at a prestigious regatta like this. So
it really is a fantastic event for the weekend, isn't it? For everyone of all ages to get involved.
Absolutely, yeah. Whole range, anything from masters, who are anything. I think it's over the age of 27. I think it's to be a master now. So it really is quite a variegated J13. Really setting there.
So is that saying if you're over 27, you're old? Is that
I
how
wouldn't
it
dare
works
to comment, but perhaps that's
sitting in front of a bloke who's nearly 30. Do you want to watch your words?
Have a go what British rowing has to say. So it was a good thing this table's behind us. So
I know.
One of those.
I remember being 27.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, the support is all out in full force on the banks.
And we're getting a little glimmer of some sunshine today.
Commentator's curse there. That's going to start raining now, isn't it?
No, well, of course. Well, we're under shelter.
Yeah, no, we're doing well. Let's hope for the rainless regatta to continue.
I have been out on the shop floor, as it were, all morning.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if you've seen everything that the regatta has to offer today.
It's incredible. Just the amount of food and drink.
I know.
And
I've dressed up as a Viking.
Fantastic.
It was great. Yeah. Just like my childhood, obviously, I'm nearly as old as the Viking invasion.
You're there to see it in person.
So I was there. Yeah, I grew up on stories of my grandparents at Lindisfarne as well. I'm ready for it. I put on a helmet, big shield, a sword.
Always,
well, do you know what? I thought I looked incredibly handsome. I'm going to send it to my other half today and see what they have to say about that.
They agree with it. So fantastic.
We've done some juggling. And I don't think my circus skills are as good.
Yeah, maybe stick to the commentating.
Well, I'm not sure about that one either. And then recorded some great content on a mechanical sheep.
Oh, there we go. I mean, it just shows you that rowing's not really the only thing to look at this weekend. If looking at people pulling on blades is not quite your thing,
no,
you can go and be a Viking in the wonderful Durham Regatta this weekend.
So before they start, then, will you talk me through some key terms?
Key terms. So what we've got here at the moment, this is sculling. So for those at home and for Adam, sculling is 2 blades, and that's 1 in either hand. And that is sort of more typical with the junior crews, because sweep rowing, which is 1 blade, is quite bad for your back until you get to a slightly older age, like sort of university crews, if you will. And then you've got a cox. So cox is the sort of the steering wheel of the boat. They'll sit either at the back or the front of the boat, as you can see on our screen here, and they will they're the slightly shorter, shoutier people. Who will tell you what to be doing.
Yeah, well, if you've only been in Durham for a week, you'll have heard someone screaming on a boat.
You'll think what's going on, but no, it is in fact just rowing on the river. So, and this is you got quads out here at the moment, which means there's 4 rows in the boat, each with 2 blades each, and that means 8 blades ready to put down the power of the legs, bodies, and arms of these fantastic rows. And away we go, looking like a pretty evenly matched start here. And just hugging the banks slightly there of the 157 crew of the Durham School, the local champions, local heroes, if you will, of schoolboy and girl rowing, and decisive sort of,
and a really strong start from them.
Absolutely,
as well.
yeah. I mean the sort of length that you decide how much you win in rowing by a length, so how long the boat is, and it's the distance between you and the boat behind will sort of decide how much you're winning by. And from this angle, I mean, angles can be deceiving on a camera, but it looks like about a length for.
And a great turnout from all the schools in the northeast. We've seen Yarm School this morning as
100%,
well.
Yeah. St Leonard's and
St Leonard's.
No, they're really showing like the junior rowing is such a fantastic thing for, the northeast, but also across the country. I mean, northeast schoolboy and schoolgirl rowing is so fantastic,
and a great experience as well.
Racing against university students. I mean,
I know
I got beaten by, as the stream has heard twice now, I got beaten by a school crew earlier yesterday.
You weren't on your own though, were you?
No, thankfully not. There were 3 other guys to take the loss with me, but they're taking the opportunity to beat out university crews. I mean, they're just so eager. They're absolutely up for it. But Durham School looking like they've got a strong lead over Lambton by the look of it in the J14 Cox quads by the look of it. So those should be moving. But then again, just at the halfway point. So for your own so for the short course, long course for those who are at home, this will be on the short course. That means you stop before Elvet Bridge. The long course is when you have the joys of navigating the very small and slim Elvet Bridge whilst at full race pace, which is.
And it's great to see so many people out here today as well, not just students, not just schools, but
parents,
locals,
parents, ice cream vans, the important things that are making this regatta so special, and encouraging people to stick it out in the sport. Coming through here, just showing us why junior rowing is just so fantastic. Like taught at school, will learn at school until they're probably their J18 year before leaving to go to university.
I am going to have to call that out. You know that you just had some very special guests come and wave at you.
My parents here, saying hello.
Saying below. And I think that's absolutely fine. I'm going to wave at your parents. I'm going to wave too. How fantastic is that?
Oh, brilliant. No, see you in a bit. No, just showing you what's so great about rowing is my parents have got no idea what rowing is, but they're just as keen to come and watch me for the 30-second
blitz. How far do they live?
Hertfordshire, so about 5 hours away.
Okay, so they come up just for this weekend? Yeah,
they came for this weekend. I'm leaving to go home in about a week and a half, so they very kindly helped me move my bedroom out, which was good of them. But the joys of having your parents come and watch you, and that is really parental support in rowing is just amazing. You see them all with the merchandise on, you know whose kid they are supporting. It's not hard to miss.
And I have to say, I do enjoy a Durham, or just a rowing blazer in general.
Oh, they're brilliant. The colours just fantastic.
The colours are absolutely fantastic.
I know.
They beat rugby blazers any day.
Oh, 100%. But the best bit is they have to be made out of the worst material you've ever seen. Because when you go on a night out, who's going to pour a Guinness down your lovely cream white blazer?
No.
In the case of University College. But up on our screens now, by the looks of it, can't quite see the numbers. I think we've got the order wrong on my phone here, so I do apologise if I'm getting the numbers wrong. But just looking like the crew on Peel Woods are holding out there. Again, so it's assuming it's a junior crew with a coxed quad. Juniors will have a cox in their boat until, I believe, the age of J17 when they're allowed to start steering on their own. And that means whilst you're rowing, for those at home, Adam, you have to steer whilst you're rowing, which is
an extra skill indeed.
I mean, it's daunting to say the least. Yeah, it's quite difficult. So that's 155. I believe that is Chester Street with Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. So a little composite crew there, mixing it up. And 154 of St Leonard's School, we're just slightly behind. And here we are, the mighty Grey College, my own college here, against St John's Woodford.
Not grey by nature today.
No, I mean, very kind of you, Adam. I'd like to say I defeat the stereotypes sometimes, but no, the non-grey boys, they're certainly exciting out the doors here, as we see that of the J14 quads, Cox quads coming to an end.
And of course, Grave always had quite a successful rowing club.
Yeah, done really well
yeah.
over the sort of, I mean, we've had it up and down a few years. I'm only a fresher here, so I hear the echoes of the stories of years prior to me, but it's been an uptick of a year, I'd say. We've had some strong, fresher talent other than myself, I'd say.
So have you always rowed, or is this a new
I had a bit of a weird
experience?
one. So I learned at club before I came to university. So I had a little bit of experience, but I'd never raced before. So I learnt with Gray, and then I went along to a DU development program, who very kindly picked me up. So I've had a bit of a balance of rowing in all different places. But Gray, oh goodness me, boys, what's going on here? Just slightly being edged out by St John's there. As we were speaking about earlier on, hearing all of my friends telling me I've not got a clue about commentating, but we'll see how much I can say about that. No, Grey College, just hanging on the coattails there of St John. So this is again another coxed boat. Adam said that means you've still got cox, but you've got only one blade now because it's sweep rowing. So a lot of like the boat race is sweep rowing. Sweep rowing is very sort of strong in its heritage, and a real focus of college rowing is that of sweep rowing. So.
So I have seen sweep rowing before.
Yeah,
I recognise that. I knew which one that
there
one
we
was.
go. I mean,
which is
you
great.
don't need to tell you how it's done. So yeah, we're
So
great.
my youngest cousin, he rows for Leander Club.
Oh, fantastic!
And
Oh,
so-
goodness me, you've really mastered that one there, haven't you? So, Rose for Leander, he's learning how to row. Talk about it. So that is quite a thing. Right,
Yeah, so I've seen him at Henley.
Oh wow, nice.
He went to Henley last year. He was only 17, bless him. So
Goodness me. Quite new to it.
It's very new to it, but he's enjoying it.
But still performing at a really high level, I'm sure. Like Leander Club, for those who are not familiar, is probably the top
Oh, is
rowing.
it?
Yeah. Adam's really hidden himself here and saying
Is
he
it?
doesn't know about this whole rowing malarkey. No, Leander is an incredible outfit there. As we can see, a lot of support on the live chat for all over these junior crews with Come On Leonard's J14 quad at Hartman, UK. So showing international support. But yeah, just a look at the end of the race there. It's Grey College falling just short of St John's. But no, a great race.
Yeah. So you might have to be in charge of the live chat on the stream today. I think my Wi-Fi is not. Well, it's connected.
Oh, it's just not working.
Just
for you,
not working.
Oh,
very
no.
Well. Yeah, I'm going to blame my millennial phone.
We'll
from,
see.
From a millennial bloke.
We'll see what other support we can get coming through on the chat.
So,
yeah, to be sure to drop support from wherever you are, for whichever crew you're out here supporting, whether that be in person or on the live stream. And then lining up now looks to be South College versus Cuffs. We shall see that confirmed in a moment. But just, Adam, as you're speaking about on the bank, just so many activities on offer on that bank by the look of it, no? With your Vikings.
Yes,
and
yeah. So
you can see it on the live stream here. It looks fantastic.
Yes, I was out earlier. We have bouncy castles. We have bungee jumping. I think it's more children's bungee jumping rather than adult bungee jumping. So it doesn't go very high. Again, we have Viking reenactments going on, doing a number of different activities from making shoes. We made shoes earlier, which you can see as part of our recorded footage, which will be going out very shortly.
Yeah, no.
But also live battle reenactments.
Not off the river, so on and off the river. We've got some battles
Well,
going.
yeah, exactly.
Fantastic.
If you want to know about what I lived through during childhood, then please go down and
you'll hear the stories yourself.
You'll hear the stories
fantastic
yourself.
Yeah. And of course the essential Pims, pints, and all wonderful things like that, and the great event bars that are hosted here, along with the great food and drink. So a really fantastic day out event for Durham Regatta today. So lining up here by the looks of it, St Cuthbert's in their famous green, which is reflecting this beautiful boathouse here. I mean, it's quite quite stunning building, quite hard to miss. Arguably the best college boathouse. I'm not envious at all. But no, a very, very beautiful place to be sat and commentating. As the admin of the weekend continues of moving those boats back up to the waiting area. Quite a plethora of these crews, and really quite a task for those organisers here this weekend who give their time to set up and make this all happen for the people who love the sport and all the wonderful things like that. So we'll wait for those crews to return up as we see on your screens. But it looks to be Durham and York running back their race from earlier.
Of course, York also has a really strong history of rowing. We have two universities representing the city of York today. We have York St John, we have the University of York. And is there a York City Boat Club here today as well, or just
York
the university?
City, no, York City.
So actually quite a strong presence then of
York's definitely
York
making
as a
there.
city.
But all over the country, it is amazing to see how many people we see. Sheffield University and all these other fantastic universities and clubs coming down to sort of show their support. City of Cambridge was out in a single, I believe, so somewhere quite close to me at least.
Yeah.
Feels like home in a way.
Yeah. I'm trying to put on my posh broadcasting voice, but I am from Yorkshire. I think saying Yorkshire gave it away.
Didn't give it away off the bat.
I'm from
so,
Yorkshire. So, City of York, obviously a place very close, very close to my own heart.
100%. No, they're a very strong rowing club of their own right. Only just losing out to Durham University Boat Club earlier, as we see, getting ready for some of the races later on. So Adam, tell me, so your brother in Leander, is it?
My cousin.
Cousin
My
in Leander.
cousin. Yeah. If it was my brother, I'd know a little bit more than I do.
Might learn a bit more.
There's still that slight degree of separation that I see all his photos on Instagram.
They're good pictures.
They're brilliant photos.
I mean, rowing is just one for the Instagram, isn't it?
Yeah,
Everyone loves it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see, and he rings me every time he does something, and I
listen and nod.
Great, mate. Yeah, fantastic.
Sounds
pal.
amazing.
Very proud of. Alfie, you're a legend. I'm very proud of everything you do. But
look,
I don't know what you did.
There we go. Just like that, back onto another battle on the river. It looks to be South College versus St Cuthbert's. St Cuthbert's, the up-and-coming Leander of the Weir rowing, if you will, with their distinctive green coming up on the side here now, just showing us how it's done. College rowing has really sort of transformed over the last year, especially with women's and men's included. It is quite fantastic to see Cuth have made a real up-and-coming uptick within college rowing, as seen at their recent victories at Durham Regatta, and hopefully in this women's 4+, as we return to the women's novice rowing, which we were with earlier, which proved to be immensely competitive with South College versus St Cuthbert. So,
and of course, South, the newest of the Durham University colleges.
Absolutely, putting a boat club out within, was it 4 or 5 years they've existed?
5 years, I think.
Yeah, 2021. So 2020.
When I was a student here, didn't exist. South College did not exist.
The Great College existed at that time.
Of course it did. Yeah. And contrary to popular belief, there were blokes at Mary's.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. I was one of them.
Oh wow! So you're a Mary'site, if you will. So yeah. No,
then I came back and realised that there's no campus in Middlesbrough anymore.
Oh no, it's all changed. Steve-O's moved here.
And South College is now a thing. So.
I know and to put our boat club in their first, was it 6 years? They're 2020, I think they were.
Yeah.
It's amazing. They've really pulled a whole sort of squad together, and the amount of admin is just quite fantastic to think they've pulled all this together and done it themselves. But here we go. We can hear Cuth supporters out in absolute full force as these novices here. So individuals have only learned to row in the last year.
Academic year.
Yeah. So
realistically, 9 months.
Exactly, and not even 9 months for those in term time. So maybe 9-8 weeks of term, and onto our final term here. It's edging barely over just half a year of learning to row, and these crews are already putting out really strong performances here, with Cuth just beating out over South College using Josephine Butler blades. That was slightly confusing. But yeah, only a year of rowing, and maybe Adam, that could be you. You could come back and learn to row as a novice.
I did come back last year to do a PhD, and I do have 1 year left. So
why not give it a go? Give it a whirl. So
10 years in and around Durham University, I'm going to have to row.
You've got to bite the bullet, surely. Get on the river.
Well, I could do it for a year.
Dip your
can't
feet
I?
in, or well,
Yeah.
maybe don't dip your feet in. That might not be a good idea. So
I could do it. I could do it for 1 year. But it's great, isn't it, to hear the amount of support out for everybody here.
And every single college, regardless of even, it's not our college for yours. It's oh my god, my mate's rowing. Let's go and scream for them as we see Hatfield College coming onto screen now. Arguably the novice program to beat, both in the men's and women's category, with the mighty Henry Hayes in the bow seat, showing these women how they're gonna become victorious over that of Van Mildert College, who obviously have had a bit of a rebuild in recent years after their fire in their boat club in 2022, which was pretty devastating for them, to be honest. But no, great to see them coming back out on the river today. As the wind seems to have picked up a bit, this could be.
I know, but as the wind picks up, you can really smell the food trucks.
I know. Words out my mouth, Adam. Great minds think alike. I'm getting a whiff of sort of burgers and chips up into the Cuff
you
Boat
can
House.
smell the vinegar, can't you?
Yeah,
from the fish and chips.
Oh, that's just you're tempting me.
A little bit of curry sauce you can smell in the air.
You've lost me there, unfortunately. That is not my bag, curry sauce.
No, you're too southern for that one.
Absolutely, mate.
You're too southern.
Vinegar and salt, and that's all I need. Salt and vinegar, simple
Wait till you
as.
discover chips and gravy. Chips and gravy.
You think I've been at Durham for nearly a whole year, and I don't even want to touch curry sauce. So call me woke. Now here we go. So Hatfield looking to slightly fallen off here, with Mills maybe giving a bit of a surge on the final bit, but this is neck and neck going against one another. Henry Hayes' head is spinning like God knows what, trying to see can he make any more tactical calls for his Hatfield women to keep them over the line ahead of that of Van Mildert. Anyone more in the chat? Any more supporters can we see? Let's have a look. No, we are still just seems to be the junior supporters who are.
Come on, Leonards.
Absolutely, it is just that they love the Leonards lot as Hatfield come under what seems to be the finish line.
Of course, rowing isn't a traditional sport at St Leonard's, so it's great to see this real accessibility drive to try and bring rowing to everybody
and drive it along. Yeah, for something that's
in that school.
For a sport that's like I was speaking about earlier with Sky, I think it was. It's really hard to get a boat club going and get it running, and it's sort of an unsung role, as some of these juniors have got coaches and parents who are sort of picking up the slack if and when. As who comes out here, we can see in the Open J15 Cox Quads.
And boats, of course, expensive.
Oh yeah, especially when you crash them.
Yeah, well, we've seen a few crashes this morning,
goodness
haven't we?
me, yeah, hitting the walls and stuff. But here comes one of the big giants in schoolboy rowing, St Paul's against Yarm School by the looks of it. Paul's a dominant figure in southern rowing, one that I know quite well myself as a Londoner. But yeah, Paul's bringing up their juniors to learn the ropes on this very narrow but very historic course, if you will, the second oldest regatta in the country, older than Henley itself.
Wow.
So really got some heritage behind this event, with it looks to be Tyne United rather.
I can see some fantastic blazers now.
Rolling down the river.
Walking, pims in hand.
Hard to miss, to be honest, isn't it?
So, like Hatfield or Jon Snow, I can't really see that.
Dark blue,
blue blazers with a nice.
The way you're describing, Adam, I'm thinking that's a lovely Hatfield blazer walking down. So.
A nice white trim.
Yeah, no, they're really flair. A real rite of passage to wear one of those in college rowing.
Absolutely, and you wouldn't think that there was any other hairstyle but a mullet.
Ain't nothing wrong with a mullet. I wouldn't be
He
saying one of those.
He says.
He says with the sharp skin, no fade on the side of his head. But
wow, you pull it off, mate. I think I'm a little bit too old to pull that one off, but you certainly.
There we go.
You certainly pull out that
classic Hatfield trim. But no, owning a blazer in college rowing is a real privilege. You I don't know. Speak from my college's perspective, you have to row for a full year, and then you're welcome to buy one. But it's a nice sort of
an investment,
if you will. Yeah, a large one. They're not cheap, I'll say that. My bank account is already wincing at the thought of me buying one next year. So as we come on to 227 to 25, I think, my sheet has gone slightly out of order. So apologies to any supporters walking online.
Again, we have some
it looks to be, I think that is Yarm School.
They just look like they're enjoying themselves.
They love it,
which is the main part.
And junior rowing, you've got to love it. I mean, I don't know about me, I don't know about you, but 14 years old. I mean, not only did I know what rowing was, but I didn't want to get up before the hour, about 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning.
We've lost an all.
Oh, one of them was crabbed. That is. Oh, who's that? Durham School 2-seat has crabbed.
So is that where the phrase comes from?
Catching a crab indeed.
Catching a crab. So I learned that. I learned that this morning.
All the knack. Add that to the notes list. Yeah.
If I could learn any phrase, catching some crabs.
No, it is a real nightmare for any rower catching a crab. So for those of you at home, that is when your blade digs quite far under and unfortunately seems to stop the boat quite quickly. It's like pulling the handbrake, if you will, in a boat. It's not something you want to be doing, but alas.
Only just old enough to drive, though, aren't you? So
I can't drive, man. I'm only 15. No, I can't drive. No, very much can drive. So thank goodness. Yeah, didn't have Simpsons car. It was Flintstones cars rather when I was learning. So we actually had engines.
Yeah.
But here we go.
We had horse and carts.
Oh, you do yourself some justice. So yeah, on your live stream now, continuing with the round of junior coxed quads. Yeah, my Cheetah's family had a nightmare on me. But this is where rowing has a brilliant ability to identify cruisers through the blades. So looking at blades and uni suits is pretty distinctive. So this is going to test my knowledge, hopefully. I can't quite see it on our live stream. But yeah, it's one of the brilliant things about rowing is you get a bit of flair in there, you get a bit of colour and splash for your Instagram feed when you put your pictures up. So it always looks quite nice and cool. But so Adam, your experience with rowing, when you were at Durham, surely tons of mates who got on with it and got up at silly hours.
Silly hours. A lot of DU rowers.
Oh, even worse.
Still in my friendship circles, and wow, some strong rowing there.
Yeah, Tyne United with the bridge of their blade. The design on their blade is actually the bridge of where they row under, followed alongside by St Paul's School. So we're on. I can get in line.
A fantastic show, but yeah, as we were saying there, a number of people who I still associate as quite dear friends of mine. Crack of dawn, multiple times a week. I'm not sure how
or why.
Yeah, that is.
that
is also one of the questions I have. Or why?
Fair enough, but it's I guess for these junior crews have gone through this for years. I mean, I know friends who are rowing sort of top level of DU who've done this since they were 13 years old and just can't think of anything different. And I salute to them. I've only done this for about a year and a bit now, or just over a year rather. And it still hurts me when my alarm goes off at 5 in the morning. So yeah, slightly sharp, but no, looking like a win for Tyne United of the North over St Paul's of the South. A real derby battle there.
I mean, looking back at my own sporting experiences, I think my parents made me choose sports that had a little bit more sociable elements to it.
Go on, talk us through.
And easier. Well, I was a big cricket.
Nice.
Cricketer,
Okay, cool.
And
brilliant. Sit out in the sun.
There's always a lunch involved.
Oh, lovely.
In cricket.
It's just what you need.
Yeah, and then I was on GB for taekwondo, which is of course a lot of smaller sport. So.
Still a little bit more of a social hour.
A little bit more.
Yeah, getting your head kicked in, maybe not quite. Not quite for me. I'll say that. Tried fight night, did not go very well.
I actually presented fight night.
Really? Oh my gosh! No way.
I did present fight night at the start of this year.
Brilliant.
I'm glad that I had the microphone and not the gloves.
Yeah, not the gloves, of course. And so sat on our start line, I think we've returned to college rowing with University College versus Collingwood and their novice fours. A real matchup here. Collingwood, an absolute powerhouse. I'm sure the same when you were in your undergraduate with Collingwood being...
Collingwood have always been the ones
exactly,
to beat.
The sporty ones, the big ones. And they are still the ones to beat within the face of college rowing. But then University College, great amount of funding behind them with their alumni. The Duke of Luxembourg actually crowned and famed one of their boats, which was
They did, yeah. So
nice.
I wasn't a student when the Grand Duke of Luxembourg was here, but he was certainly... one of the most big names of previous students, and of course to celebrate his coronation last year.
Just get him to crown a boat.
There was the new boat.
Brilliant. I mean,
I don't think he came. I think it was the ambassador.
Yeah, it was the ambassador, of course. But they raced that pair at Durham City. I remember racing against them. It did go quite close to a bank, I won't lie. But it was a great race. Great College did come out victorious. I'll just drop that in the commentary for everyone to remember forever. But no, moving on to the novice rowing, women's novice rowing with Collingwood and University College so all the boats will come up now. For those watching at home, wondering why people are rowing the wrong way, you will row to the opposite end of the river and there's effectively like 2 big car parks at either end. And away we go, Collingwood College, steering very close to the bank there, out the doors. But I think the Cox is going to pull them round. You hope so very soon, because they've disappeared out of our view. And still can't see them. We can only see University College, but I think through the mystical steering from the Cox, they managed to stay out of the very shallow edge on the corner of this racecourse, Adam, as we see them come down here at basically as fast as you can be going. And at this point, if I could sell rowing to you anymore, your legs are hurting, your lungs are hurting.
I'm invested, mate.
You probably split your hands open by that point.
I'm here. I'm absolutely here for it. I'm not new to things being split open with the sports.
Your
So
heads,
I
cricket bats.
yeah.
I mean, what else can
You
we do?
name it. What else could go wrong?
Split your hands open.
I mean,
next.
because of cricket, one of my fingers no longer straightens. So
Oh my
you know,
word.
I'm ready.
Very
I'm ready for it. Great grip.
Oh my god, yeah, no, put him on stroke side, people. He will never let go of the blade.
I
So
always thought I was a little bit too lanky to be a rower.
no, if you've got the height, there you go.
So well, I'm 6'3".
Oh well, you're designed for it. I mean, the taller you are, the better. So for
Yeah,
people at home,
6'3".
the literally further you can reach the blade, the more length you can get. But
Yeah,
look at
I'm
this.
not sure the upper arm strength is there on me.
It's all legs. All legs.
Well, I've got them. I've got
Yeah.
2 legs.
That's good. Always a
Great
winner.
stuff. Great stuff.
So all you need now is just put your hands on the blade and go for it. So one of those. But yeah, University College showing their Collingwood competitors how it's done in this women's novice.
And they really are a force to be reckoned with, aren't they, this year?
About a length, yeah, and it's great to see Castle, a Hill versus Bailey battle out there, as Collingwood College have seemingly met their match, as we see, I believe, another junior quad out there at the moment, of Yarm School and St Paul's, I think, by the looks of it. But as your screen returns again, Collingwood versus University College, and even at this angle, to be honest, you can really see the length that University College have over Collingwood.
On Collingwood. And of course, the cheers are getting louder and louder as they pass us by the commentary booth this afternoon.
It's just brilliant, and you just see all your. It's so hard because you want to look out the boat and go, oh my god, stop waving to your mum or something. No, like I was earlier, but no, you've got to stay firmly internal.
As they row past all the food vendors.
I know exactly.
How are they coping with that one?
I know it's a hard one. Hannah Burke at stroke for that Collingwood boat, I believe.
And the sun now coming out.
Here we go. This is the day we've been waiting for, isn't it? The sun, the shine, and all things wonderful. As we move on into the rest of the races, hopefully better than the wind yesterday.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah, incredibly
goodness
windy.
me, the gale force, if you will, of yesterday afternoon, as Collingwood continue to trundle their way over to the finish line before we move on to the next round of the Open Novice Fours, where we'll be seeing Hatfield versus Josephine Butler coming up in your screens shortly. Was Hatfield as hated? Was it when you were at school? Did Hatfield have the same?
Well,
sort of...
I'm afraid that some language there isn't radio friendly.
No, but
in
it's
terms of nicknames. But
I'm sure we can all infer. But no, Hatfield still the ones to beat. I think, yeah,
absolutely.
very much up there. So the Hatfield have got a great little rowing program going, especially with their novices. They've really made it fantastic.
And some incredible alumni as well. That fund, of course, an awful lot of things for Hatfield.
Making sport way more accessible for everyone.
Absolutely, some big names graduated from Hatfield.
Absolutely,
especially in the student media world.
Oh, I'm just going to stop you there, Adam. We've had a clash by the look of it. Goodness me, they've gone straight into each other on the live stream. I think that junior Cots quads again. That's going to have to be a re-row by the look of that.
Those oars are entangled there.
Yeah, and that one looks like it's snapped. I mean, it is all going. This is really the beauty of the sport. Is anything can really happen. Because you could be rowing a fine race and your competitor just goes, I'm just going to have a little steer into you. So one of those.
Well, we did actually see Durham team disqualified earlier for exactly that.
I know. Hopefully that wasn't going to get brought up, but
I had to. Were you on that boat?
I was not,
No,
thankfully
okay.
not. But I do know the blokes who are in it, and these things do happen. But just the the joys of rowing, if you will. But goodness me, that blade is.
I do actually teach somebody who was on that boat, and he did come up and find me. Names will be taken out of it.
So
JB, if you're listening,
we'll put a little beep over his name or something. Yeah,
I initialed it.
Oh, here we go. But here we are, lining up on your screen now.
Okay.
Hatfield Novs, stroked by the mighty Joel Minchell, a good friend of mine. The man only sits at stroke in a boat. He refuses to sit anywhere else, so he knows what he's good at. Let's just say that. But up against Josephine Butler College, my neighbours in college rowing, if you will. So
of course,
yeah, share the boat club with Grey College. Real collaborative sense of college.
Well, of course, Grey share they share with Eustonov as well.
Yes, we've got 2 Eustonov rowers, Matthias Jasko, if you're listening,
Yeah.
and Luke Franks.
Yeah.
Some fantastic Eustonov talent. But it is really great to see some of the master's students and older students come and join us, and they're only here for a year, so they become really integrated.
And that's the thing with Eustonov, isn't it? I mean, the boat club at Eustonov was quite big last year.
Yeah.
It was the 6th anniversary of the college. They bought a new boat.
Fantastic.
And of course, the transient population of Eustonov means a lot of the students are only here for 10 months.
Yeah, it comes and goes.
They dive in to Durham life, as it were. You know, there's a handful of PhD students who stay in Eustonov, but you know the majority are only masters, and it's really
That's
great
how
to
well you can
see.
integrate, isn't it?
It's really great to see how
it's
they integrate into college life. It can be quite daunting over a certain age when you come in.
Meeting 18-year-old kids
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
having gone to a different university, maybe if you're undergrad.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the majority of PhDs are people who have done degrees here.
For sure.
Because they know what they're doing.
No, so just to stop there for what seems to be Yarm, as I think that was another clash, but I'm not quite sure. But yeah, junior rowing proving to be as chaotic as always.
So are we having a re-row there?
I'm not really sure. I think they did have one, but I'm not really sure where that line is going, to be perfectly frank. Yeah, no, it looks to be that Halls are going to continue to storm away as we wait for the next Open Novice Fours to continue. Probably the hottest contested racing in Durham is actually the novice racing. The most rounds to get to the final, 4 rounds of rowing. So if you finish your race, whoopee, you've won. But mate, you got to do that 3 more times before you get to a final. So it is quite the day for it. And I can say I firmly fell asleep very fast last night. So
I can imagine. You know, you can see some tan lines on the river today, can't you? I've been chuckling away. I've been chuckling away looking at these tan lines.
Yeah. Similar to those in cricket, I'm sure.
Well,
with your sunglasses and stuff.
Or a farmer's tan, as you were.
But here we go, out the doors, Hatfield College, straight by John Minchell, followed by Josephine Butler of Groombridge. Looks like Hatfield have got the lead out here.
Strong start from both teams,
yeah,
though.
No, absolutely, very strong start. And these novices just want to absolutely go for it. I mean, like we said, only a year of rowing, so maybe not got their heads on the most experienced rowers, but their bodies are certainly just as keen to get out there and slam their legs down to get the lactic acid in and show how much they can give out there today. But this angle's really showing it's not that wide, and Hatfield's showing it's not that wide by moving over to the marshalling lane by the looks of it. But yeah, this angle seems to confirm all that we know. Jacob Ekeunis, another fantastic Hatfield rower, sat at 3, backing up that of Joel at stroke, making sure the boat stays fully in time. And they just look very smooth, to be honest, very, very calm and collected as they come down this race course piece. I think that weather is starting to come. I'm seeing what you're on about here, so one can pray.
Sun always shines on the righteous. So talk me through then the 24 hours before you're in a boat. How does that look for you?
Early night. I mean, I don't know. It depends. There's some people who love the let's go out the night before. Won't name any names, but they might know who they are. But then you got the people who are religious.
Fueled by Woodgates, you mean?
Fueled by Woodgates, one could say. Fueled by quaddies might be some of the personal taste. But yeah, 24 hours before. I mean, one of the great bits of college rowing is everything around but the rowing. So I had a carb loading session of a barbecue, which was brilliant.
Okay.
And you effectively, on a normal race, would just try and eat as much carbs, pasta, bread before your race as possible. I think people forget one of the big things of rowing is the boat and the setup itself. You get there 2.5 hours, 3 hours before to actually get your spanners out, become Bob the Builder, and put the boat together, which is, half the fun indeed.
And can you fix it usually?
I can just about fix it usually, but there's a reason I'm not boatman for the club. So, but no, you get some students who become really well versed in fixing the boats, as we see St John's with their incredibly technical rowing, showing that to, I believe, that is St Mary's, of your own college. So the 100-year-old boat club
Yeah.
You were probably there to found it, I'm sure.
I
but,
was, yeah, absolutely. I was there in 1899.
Yeah, cut the ribbon and all.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
fantastic
And
stuff.
of course, Mary's are debuting 2 brand new boats.
Really? I was
this
not
year.
aware. Fantastic.
The Proud Mary and the Queen Mary II.
I always love their names. Purple Haze, I think, is brilliant.
Yeah.
The names are great.
Are
so.
the two debuting boats for St Mary's College Boat Club today to mark 100 years of a fantastic boat club.
Mary's rowing, yeah, absolutely. So you
Go
ahead.
I was going to say, and of course, when Mary's Boats was founded, it was women only.
Of course, yeah.
So it was a trailblazer in a women's only boat club in a sea of men's clubs, and they really still continue to
grow and
what
show
they're
their
made of.
dominance.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly. So,
show the purple magic,
yeah.
the true purple. Some might argue over DU.
Up the mares, mate. Up the mares. Once and always.
For sure. And then you get to the boat. Your boating is probably the longest bit of your day. You're sat in the car park, as it's known, down by dark. You effectively wait for the marshal to find your opposition, and then the real rowing starts. You line up, and away you go.
So when do you have breakfast? Is this before you arrive or whilst you're waiting?
First thing in the morning. I mean, if you've got time, some opt for the yogurt bowls and protein powders. Some opt for the bacon baps. I mean, it really is.
What have you had this morning?
Oh, what did I have this morning? I had a joyful hash brown sandwich with bacon and brown sauce.
A hash brown sandwich?
Have you not had a hash brown sandwich? 2 bits of hash brown bacon on top. I mean, this is the
brown
commentary you
sauce?
see. Oh, of course. This is the commentary you come for to hear about my breakfast. As we see St John's College continuing to show their dominance as they hopefully move into the final or the final semi-finals, if you will, alongside that of Hatfield College and potentially St Cuthbert's and St Chad's, Gray versus Collingwood, who are all to come after this in the Open Novice Fours, all to play for.
As 2 8-foot sailors walk past us.
They'd be good rowers, to be fair.
They're very, very high.
Very tall. Goodness me, that is some height.
just to describe this scene, we have.
If only that's the true things we should be looking at.
I don't know. He's dressed as Popeye, of course.
Absolutely.
And
with his
Popeye's
lady
girlfriend.
Yeah.
Who is called something else.
You're testing me here as well.
And they are on stilts in traditional sailors' outfits. And what a sight it is! They've obviously eaten their spinach
and their Weetabix.
Yeah,
no. Getting quite a crowd around them as well. They're quite popular by the looks of it.
I have just googled Popeye's girlfriend, and of course it's correct. If you were to guess what Popeye's girlfriend was called, what would you think?
Priscilla. I'll go for a P.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't know where it comes from. She's called Olive Oil.
Niche. Very niche.
I mean,
we can leave that one there.
Yeah. There's no further words on that one.
We'll part that idea there.
Where that one comes from.
As we can see, St Cuthbert's and St Chad's, 2 green crews lining up on the start line. At this point, just getting your line right is half the battle, to be honest, because as the wind really started to pick up. For a rower sat there right now, you're probably very cold and probably very nervous because you're not pointing in the right direction, as we can see on the live stream here. But these coxes are fantastic. They've got plenty of years of experience behind them, as we see the junior quads just getting themselves up and out of the way of the river
Ready to
as
go.
they're carrying on. With a
And
beautiful view of Durham.
Shot of Durham.
Absolutely. With the results on the screen now, we can walk through with Gray College doing quite well. Collingwood beating Butler, Sheffield over Durham Amateur, St Cuthbert's over Castle, Newcastle over St John's, and further on we go. Yes, York University showing them sort of slightly more southern success.
I'm seeing a lot of Gray on there. Doing you proud.
Fantastic club as always. Perhaps not Grey by name, Grey by nature. So, and then Lancaster,
Durham School,
rounding us all out. Over this beautiful view of Durham, moving on. Tees doing well, sort of local.
Mary's beating from Sheffield Hallam.
Fantastic.
Leeds University.
With some other Cambois, and we return to the scene in this rather scenic regatta, one might argue. Probably one of the most scenic.
What a beautiful city.
Oh my God.
What a beautiful city.
With the backdrop of the cathedral and everything wonderful and
That's
pretty.
where the commentary box is on my favourite part of the river on the racecourse. When
absolutely.
You look behind you, you see the cathedral, you see the castle.
It's just magical.
And you remind yourself
matriculation
why you
and all the great days there, and many more to come. Graduation for me, hopefully.
Yeah,
So
congregation, as they call it here.
Of course.
Of course.
So St Cuthbert's and Chaz looking straight and ready now as they wait for the attention go on the start line. Of course, it's not 3, 2, 1 go in rowing. Attention is a word that causes panic and heart racing in any rower.
Sets your already quivering knees.
Exactly,
quivering.
yeah. Your hands start shaking even more. There we go. I think
Bailey
we're just
against
waiting.
Bailey.
100%. Here we go.
And of course, Chaz has had a massive refurb. I've seen this week.
And for such a small club, it is really great to see them putting out votes and stuff. Obviously, what's 100 and something people in some of their like living in college, and to find some freshers out of that to make a novice crew is pretty fantastic. But then again, novices are just not freshers. You could be a novice at
careful. Go on.
At a master's age, at an older age,
27.
So
I'm older than that, but thank you.
I'll do you justice. Novice rowing really is for anyone, and it's just great to see all of these ages coming out. But away we go. Cuthbert showing their sheer dominance off the start, but Chad with a fantastic start out the doors, looking pretty even here as the two green giants stay pretty neck and neck, as we can see on the stream here.
Whilst I'm distracted by the face painting that seems to be going on, and all these people walking past with foxes.
But some of the rowers are putting on as well. I think would be even better. Like
maybe college mascots.
I'm sure that's an extra bit of speed.
Yeah.
You get some
What's
face
the college
paint.
mascot for you? Is it a phoenix?
Felix the Phoenix, the greatest.
Felix the Phoenix.
They know him. Big one, big name in grey. So here we go. As Cuthberts look to be holding their lead as we come down to the first landing stage.
And great to see alumni on the banks as well, celebrating for these two clubs.
Yeah, no, from their I'm sure years of glory here. Just great. I'm sure they love fond memories of these streets.
Have we got
of
any
Durham.
alumni from Durham who are fantastic rowers now?
Who can we think? Oh yes, her name has literally just left me, which is terrible. Well, George Bourne, of course. So George Bourne, for those of you who might not know, he is recently won World Cup 1 with Great Britain 4, ex-Durham rower, fantastic. The bald-headed Brit, as he's known.
The bald-headed Brit.
No, genuinely, bald-headed Brit. Yeah, George, if you're listening to this, I'm pretty sure you spoke at the DU dinner. Couldn't quite remember, but it was a fantastic event. But yeah, George, one of the most famous alumni out of Durham.
And of course, Sophie Hoskin has something named after her.
As we move on. Yeah, of course. We can see, hopefully some boys wanted to be famous alumni in their future for their college, as it looks to be. Cuthberts will be affirming there.
Yeah. So our wonderful producer has just informed us that following this,
so wonderful.
Following this segment, we are going to be looking at a little bit on a mechanical sheep, which unfortunately does feature myself. So
unfortunately or fortunately, one might argue.
So I think there's going to be time on the television in just a moment where we do actually see
the true attraction of this event.
The true attraction, which is Adam Dixon on a sheep.
Brilliant. Yeah, so finishing out here. Oh, apologies. Chad's over St Cuthbert's. I've got that. The green has really been deceiving me there.
Green on green.
What an absolute victory for, one could argue, the underdogs in this race against Cuthbert's, a rather, large
established team.
Yeah, 100%. With their seniors winning at Hexham Regatta, as you see the mighty Grey College line up against the giants of Collingwood, the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, if you will, of these boys' college rowing. This is sure to be a fantastic matchup. Getting onto the stake boats here. Maybe give that a go. Holding on the stake boat, sitting on there holding the boats.
I could do that.
Why not?
I could do that.
As away we go with Collingwood with a very aggressive line into Grey College.
Pull.
Goodness me! Come on, Cox. As the Grey College rows it to their left. Oh, I can't quite see it. That's got to be a clash.
It's coming. They're coming together.
That's 100% a clash. Yes, so that is going to
be a re-race.
Thomas Hanna in the 2 seat, looking rather unhappy there, shaking his head, getting very well acquainted, I might say. They'll know each other well now, with some kind words, I'm sure, exchanged between.
And you can see all the rides and all the attractions on the side of the river. It really is a family fun day at the regatta today.
I'm sure. Yeah, for sure. It is great to see families and friends all out here, as it looks to be a re-row, unfortunately. Seb Whittaker, the straight man. No idea what is going on there, but I'm sure the marshals If I was a marshal, I can't lie. I get too distracted by the rides. I'll just go on a ride the whole day. I would see the road and think, nah, you're all right.
No.
I'll do something more exciting than that.
Trying to choose what food truck to go to next.
The important things of the day, if you will. But have you got any recommendations to the crowd on food trucks or the commentary?
Oh,
because I haven't eaten yet, so
You've not eaten?
I have my my hash brown.
You had your hash brown sandwich. Is that the only thing you've eaten today?
Bits and pieces, but I'm not my proper lunch. So I'm trying
Are
to
you,
think.
are you fueled on caffeine?
Yes, very much.
Well, I'd say are you fueled on caffeine? It seems to be across
more
the
on the
whole
table.
table. I'm resisting the urge to say spinach is liquid.
Oh no, it's like PTSD. I swear to God.
I'm sure you've done that.
No.
It's a good job my PhD's in PTSD, so you know you were the right bloke. You were the right bloke.
You are not deceived, people watching the live stream. Just quickly, they are going the other way down the river because they're going to have a re-row. So that's called backing it down. That is when you turn the blade the other way and you push it away from you rather than
So you're reversing.
Yes, effectively, I put the car in reverse gear.
Yeah.
Which
you
is
know how to do.
I in fact do because I can drive. So go on, lunch suggestions for anyone listening today.
Okay, so we really have a big
variety.
Well, we have a big variety. I've been distracted there by a Mary's Boat Club blazer, and wow, the purples there. We have fish and chips.
Fantastic.
We have ice cream.
Staples.
We do have the Greek van. The Greek van, which is always there.
Selling it well.
Well, you weren't here last year. We did the Barbarians, the famous rugby team, came to Durham last year to play DURFC.
Yep.
And for those eager people knowing my voice, I did present that.
Adding to this ever long CV, I'm sure.
And as we think about Greek food and fish and chips, we are going to pass over to a little recorded segment from earlier today. But if you haven't, go and get some gyros.
Gyros?
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 Gyros. Gyros.
Is that the Yorkshire pronunciation there?
Hey, I'll have a gyro, please.
Brilliant. As we hand over to the segment coming up next on your screens with this beautiful view.
I'll have them churros as well, yeah. One of them. Jesus. Okay, go on, mate. Okay, we are here. We're live at the Durham Regatta in the entertainment section. We have a mechanical sheep. We've got some Vikings. We have some circus skills. Get yourself down here. The sun is still poking through the crowds, and we're here for another few hours left. There are people on stilts. There's a sunflower. I don't know what we're missing out on. Oh, some great rowing ability. But this sheep is all right. I can manage this. I can beat some of the... Oh! Get yourself down! Get yourself down here now!
Adam, I'm in sheer, I'm in admiration, to be honest. That is absolutely incredible bull riding career, perhaps.
Well, you know what? If rowing doesn't work out, I'm thinking of moving to America, maybe rodeo.
Bull riding, I like the look of that. That sounds great. With
I could, like a rhinestone cowboy, as the song
skills
goes.
like that. There we go. And with some of the more visitors of the river, obviously the weir is not exclusive for rowing. We have paddle boarders out very often. As we pan back over to hopefully a more successful re-row between Grey College and Collingwood College on the start line now, as the state boats hold them nice and firmly in. The juniors, who are fantastic, sat out there in the freezing cold, rain or shine, holding onto these boats for us, doing a fantastic job, as I've got no doubt both crews are praying that they go in a straight line this time, but we shall see. And don't come face to face with each other's blades as we wait. With the wind picking up a little bit more, these state boats do move. In fact, they are anything but stable and still. But yeah, just waiting for the crews to continue to move down into the waiting area as we wait for this next iteration of the Open Novice 4+ on our hands here. So the mechanical sheet must be a win then. I've got to give that a go.
Yeah.
See if I can hold on longer than you
and
can.
It's free. And actually,
it's free. No, well, you can hear that, people. Get down to the mechanical sheet.
And I'll be honest. I think the reason we went on was to see if I could beat the times that the kids could do it. But the man controlling it obviously was a lot meaner to me.
I'm sure.
Than he was to the kids. But
grease the handle or something.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't nothing to do with me.
No, it's a scam.
He sneezed and it suddenly went really, really fast.
There we go.
You know, it was fantastic. It was a really good few hours spent down there. Like I said, we were juggling. We were learning about the Vikings. And of course, I was working with some some of my American colleagues who have no experience of these historical reenactments that
They're learning as they go.
Yeah, that
so
we know a lot about
I'm
when
sure.
in England. And being a Yorkshireman myself, being from in and around York, I'm quite accustomed
Proud
to
and
it.
yeah, no.
I'm quite accustomed to a Viking walking down the street.
Brilliant, as you do. Yeah, standard stuff.
I've just seen some impeccable scrum.
I can smell it because the door slightly
Ajar.
ahead, but I can just. If I give it
if we get distracted by the lack of rowing right now,
we'll get the jaw drop from Adam as it comes
it's
down.
because there's been some impeccable scrum, and he's just walked around the corner, so we can't look at it anymore.
And you can smell it.
Oh,
it's the bad thing about the wind, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
it's not the cold; it's the fact
Yeah.
that smooth food smell
And I
swamps down.
Is that like Mexican? What is it? Can producers? Can you find out
Yeah, can
what
we get a
he's
note on
scanning,
that?
please? I'd like an on-air recommendation.
Post it though, yeah.
Of the scram.
PA announcement, if you will.
Oh, wait, look, we've seen it. Look, it looks good. Chicken what? It's a chicken bowl. Some guacamole on there, some sour cream, some chicken, some chips.
Making notes, some might say. Making notes.
This is top tier. This is top tier broadcasting, people.
People want to know what the food is. Yeah, absolutely.
This is top tier.
Goodness me.
Listen, we've got 3 minutes
a
for the
little
next race
podcast.
starts.
Yeah,
We've
we're going on about food. So
in fact, I was put on commentary because apparently I can yap with the best of them. You know, famously, for those of you who were here last year for the Barbarians, I was told we had 4 minutes to kill, and we weren't allowed to ask any questions during crowd work. So I thought, let's do a fresh chop off.
Brilliant. Do you win?
Well, I didn't do it. I facilitated it.
There we go. But here we are, Grey College after the wait. They are so close yet again between Collingwood and Grey. They cannot afford another clash here. But Seb Whittaker, come on, boy. Shout out to you, mate. Here we go. Collingwood have, oh dear, I think there's been another clash, but can't quite see it from the live stream here. But I can hear a loud cheer in the background. But it looks like Grey College have got the better of the absolute giants of Collingwood as they pull out a length on those behind them. God, if I was rowing, I'd just be thinking about the food. That'd just speed me up. Like, goodness me, 100 more watts coming down to my
and
legs.
do you know what? We're being gassed up on the live chat. Great commentary, guys. Thanks for explaining everything.
Anytime. I mean, keep the support coming for your local clubs or for whoever you're supporting. And it should obviously be Grey College. No bias intended there, as I've got on about.
And we will talk about, and we will show you where to get the best chicken bowl in Durham.
You get like a walkabout camera going about. Where is the best?
Well,
food?
we did that. So you know, the classic dog cam, the classic. Who's your most famous person in your
contacts?
In your contacts,
yeah.
Who's the most famous in yours?
Kimi Antonelli.
Rubbish. No way.
Got him on in.
You're gonna have to explain this.
Used to play Fortnite with him. Kimmy, you probably do not remember me, mate, but we met at PF International, and you followed me on Instagram in 2020. It must have been. I'll just say this quickly. Grey College have, I think, firmly. Once they come past me here, I would scream into this microphone, but I'm going to save your eardrums, people. But look at that. There's just a fantastic lead here for that over the Giants of Collingwood College. Sebastian Whittaker, Sam House, Thomas Hanna, and Philly Petrucci pulling that Grey 4+ with, I believe it's Jack Stedman is the Cox to the finish line to move on to the semi-finals of the Open Intermediate 4+.
Kimi Antonelli.
So Kimi Antonelli
follows you
and,
on Instagram.
Yes,
wow.
so and we used to chat a lot. It's been a few years, I might say. I used to race karts. He's done bigger and better things than I have, but Kimi Antonelli, I could say.
Nice.
Probably. What about you, Adam? Who's your most?
Okay, so I'm the worst person to play this game with because of my PhD. I actually know quite a few well-known people. So if anyone has ever watched The Masked Singer, Joel Dommett, who's the presenter,
nice.
I do know. He follows me on Instagram.
Good mate.
Rachel Riley from Countdown.
Oh my god. What is the relationship PhD here?
It's fantastic. I've got David Baddiel's number, who's the guy who wrote It's Coming Home.
Yeah.
However, my most famous one, which I'm not sure I'm allowed to say in public, but I will show you the picture of me and the bloke that I have. His personal phone number too. I have signed an agreement, which is I'm not allowed to mention his name in public.
Fair enough. I think we'll leave it there if you want.
Yeah, but he's called Billy.
Before his name drops onto the live stream.
He's called Billy, and his dad's quite famous.
Reasonably. So.
He had a special day yesterday in London. did Billy's dad Charlie, and I think if you can't infer from that, we will.
We'll leave that one there. Yeah, we'll let the live stream work that one
There
out.
are quite a few. Oh, another blazer coming through. A nice cream job with some nice burgundy.
University College, that would be the
nice
one.
Burgundy trim. I wouldn't want to spill a pint of Guinness on that one.
It has happened. I have seen it happen. But
I must have done.
But this, I can tell you, an even better blazer is this one of Chester Street. The blue and white, which is the single right now, is a fantastic colour scheme in my opinion. Chester Street, a really strong rowing club in terms of producing top level talent. Our own DUBC head coach William Fletcher, ex-Olympian, Hales rather.
Failed.
Oh, good lord! I meant to say Hales.
And we're gonna clip that one up.
Fletch,
That
Fletch, if you heard that, goodness me, I apologise, mate. Hales from Chester Street Rowing Club, who looks to be taking the lead here in this single sculler race. Yeah, the wind is thankfully gone down here because goodness me, if you're in a single in this weather, in the wind, it's not a fun one at all. Absolutely, yeah. So. Just moving on there now. Against the mighty Trevelyan College, who I think is in that famous wooden boat, which I believe all college rowers will know very well and have seen many times before. And then the wind is whistling again.
It's picking up. It's picking up. You know, I was reacquainted with a lot of PalTV colleagues today on the minimal appearances that I make every year, and I was reminded that when we were doing varsity, there was a real lull. Someone broke their collarbone in the football. So we played a game of how many ABBA songs we could mention in commentary, and I got informed today I mentioned 17. And I don't know how.
17 ABBA songs.
I don't know how I know is 17 ABBA songs at all.
That is much impressive. I don't think 17 ABBA songs is I'd say is well above my musical knowledge, if you will. But as we can see, the crowd's lining as we walk past, although there seems to be is that a re-row going ahead?
About to start.
I'm not sure. Well, they seem to have stopped. Oh, because they have crossed the finish line. As we move on
Too
to...
busy thinking of food.
Adam, how are you in my head? I don't like this. It's like this little person in the back of my brain now who's just mentioned chicken and guacamole and all wonderful things. So, moving on to the next round of the...
I can go and get you some food when I come off air.
And there, you're all right, I'm all good. But the next single of Berwick versus Lancaster Johns seems to be lining up as away we go.
And of course, the single... Skulls?
Single skulls.
Oh,
yes, here we go. Another point.
Here we go.
Point for Adam. There we
Thank
go.
You. Here are we. Here are we.
No, arguably the hardest boat to row by far. I was saying earlier, it's probably within the boat, maybe the width of a large laptop, maybe the width of our monitor we're looking at. So it's very, very thin. And yeah, one wrong move, as I unfortunately know, will get you a very strong, cold dip in the weir. So,
yes. And of course, rowing, fantastic Olympic sport.
Fantastic, yes.
Something that Britain do incredibly well.
Absolutely.
Obviously, last Olympics, the lightweight rowing for the next time is being scrapped.
Yep, so that's gone, sadly for me.
Well, and for me, if I was to be a
I'm
rower,
sitting at a pristine 73, so I'm a lightweight.
And I'm not sure how I feel about beach sprints.
It is a niche one. It's got mixed opinions. It's one of those. It's up and coming. It's new. It's different.
You run across the beach and then jump in a boat.
You start at a line and you run out to your boat, get out, row, spin the thing round, come back, jump, and I mean jump out the boat onto the beach, sprint back, slam a button. So it's sort of a two in one sport, if you will.
Okay, and are you going to give that a go?
My home rowing club is nowhere near the beach, so maybe,
but Durham is.
Well, yeah, I could go to Newcastle, but yeah, it's a new one, so it's sort of up and coming. I think that's why. I mean, Henley had a brilliant April Fool's joke saying they were going to bring it in, but that fooled some. But
on the banks of the Thames.
Exactly, yeah. But
I wouldn't want to fall in the Thames. I'll be honest.
No, absolutely not. But it's niche, I'd say. I think it's a cool thing for the sport. Lightweight rowing, obviously, had its advantages and
great if you live in LA. Not so great from Scarborough. I feel.
I'm sure the people of Scarborough love their coastal rowing very much.
I'm sure they do, but I don't really want to be in the North Sea in December.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so coming on now, the singles sculls continue. As I can see on the order, Broxbourne Rowing Club, my home rowing club.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, the mighty Broxbourne is entered with Morton and against Sheffield University in the single sculls event. So as I draw my commentating to a close, Adam, I'm I'm going to introduce the brilliant new commentator who will be joining you for the next hour. And we'll go and grab him for you.
Actually, I think it's time for us both to go.
Are we both off?
We're both off.
Should we both go and get some food, Adam? We've been talking about it for so long.
I'm about to go to the bar, mate. But it's been an absolute pleasure sharing the microphone with you this afternoon.
Fantastic.
And as we introduce our two new people, take care out there. Enjoy the rest of the day. Be responsible. Be safe.
Have a fantastic
and we'll
time.
see you next year.
And get on the electric sheep.
Take care, guys.
Of Durham Regatta Sunday with your new commentators. I'm Suleiman and I'm joined by...
I'm Matt.
Brilliant, and thank you so much to our past commentators of both yesterday and today. You've just listened to two very fascinating, brilliant commentators, and we're going to take you right to the end of the day where we watch the last few rounds of races, plus the semi-finals and the finals. So I think we're watching right now the open singles Broxbourne versus Sheffield, and as they make their way past Hildbead landing stage and come towards the commentary box, it looks like the crew on the Peel Wood side, which I believe is Sheffield University, is up ahead by about half a length.
I'll have to take your word that Sheffield Junior, I've got the worst view possible around here.
It seems like the live stream is not showing what we're seeing, but it looks like we've got a few crews lining up to the stake boats right now, and that should hopefully be Yarm and Lambton.
If this is the beginning of the 8s, they will probably actually be lining up a bit in front of the stake boats because the river's got that shallow currently that they can't sit next to the stake boats without beaching themselves.
And as we wait for these boats to start, a little bit about both me and Matt, really. We're both Hatfield rowers, both in the same boat, both bowside. So we've really taken over the commentary box today. And you would have met Lucy Holdsworth earlier, who's also a Hatfielder, our women's captain.
Going to be accused of having a biased commentator's box if we're not careful.
Absolutely not. It's just that we have the better boats. So I believe we've hopefully had a race start, which should be Yarm and Lambton. So yeah, that's right. As they pass Collingwood landing stage, it seems like Lambton is out ahead by about a quarter of a length, but Yarm are pushing for it.
They definitely have made up some good space there.
And if you were watching yesterday, we've seen Yarm get to nearly every final, and they are a very strong local crew, going up against a much more mature team in Sheffield City. But they don't seem to be struggling as they pass us at the commentary box and pass Hildbead landing stage. It seems like Yarm are about 3/4 of a length out ahead, and they are taking that lead. They're about a length over as they approach Bath's Bridge.
I'm left sitting here feeling rather unprepared. Suleiman sat across from me with a laptop with all of his race information on it.
Well, hopefully, if one of us announces the races, you can definitely see the screen and commentate. And I think we've got another set of 8s coming, and I can tell by those blades, I think. That is Grey College on the racecourse side, and a dark Durham School and Hexham Composite 8 on the Peel or Wood side. I think they were really struggling to make up a 8.
That's going to be a really interesting crew to see going out.
Now, it was very sunny earlier. I don't know what's happened to that sun, but it's getting a bit chilly up here. You'll remember me and Ollie yesterday evening, literally shivering. But we've got both crews off.
Oh, the wind yesterday was miserable.
And I think this is a very exciting race for not only colleges, but the local schools as well. It's not often that you get to see the colleges go up against local schools, only sometimes in small boats heads. But colleges are usually used to rowing against each other or at a further away regatta. As you'll know, they went to Hoare, or Head of the River, in April. But as they approach Hildbead landing stage, it seems like Grey is slightly trailing behind the Dark Durham Hexham Composite. But the Dark Durham Hexham Composite is taking an interesting line. They're really hugging the bank over there. But the Cox has seemed to have fixed that. And as they come past us at the commentary box, it seems like the local composite has quite a significant lead. Grey struggling there quite a bit. And I think that's an easy win, we can say.
For a composite crew, that is very well performing. They can sometimes be a bit sketchy if it's crews made up of multiple different clubs who don't often get to race with each other. Got our next race coming off. To me, that looks like a Chad's boat on the boathouse side.
So that, can we see any yellow blades? Yes, so right now we've got another Open 8, and that's Van Mildert Boat Club versus Leeds, taking an interesting line there from Van Mildert. If Leeds pushes any further, it seems like their blades are going to crash. But as they go past Hildbead, Van Mildert is about 2 lengths ahead. Leeds trying their very best, but tiring up. Their Cox is shouting a lot at them. I think she can see that Van Mildert boat pushing far ahead. And I think that is an easy win. And it looks there like Van Mildert have taken that quite easily. And we're returning to the stake boats. So this is a women's novice 4 with Collingwood on the racecourse side and Yarm School on the Peel or Wood side. So I think whilst we wait, I'll tell you a few results that we've had. The last 4 results, we've got the Open Novice Single with Berwick beating Lancaster John O'Gaunt by 2.5 lengths. We've got Broxbourne beating Sheffield University by 2.5 lengths as well. Another Open Single with St Cuffs, which I believe is Jasper Anderson, who's the president of the college boat club, beating Sheffield City easily. And most recently, we've had Yarm School in the Open Novice 8s, beating Lambton by 2.5 lengths. But we're taking a short break just for a few of those singles to boat back up. And as we wait, we'll have Collingwood versus Yarm School. And this is a first quarter-final for the women's novice fours. And it seems like they're off. And what we can see is that Collingwood at the start is about half a length in front of Yarm School. And we've got a great drone shot there. But Yarm is pushing. Yarm is pushing for it a lot. As they pass Collingwood landing stage, they seem at the same positions. But Yarm is trying their very best. And as we start to approach Hildbead landing stage, it seems like Collingwood women still have the advantage there. And of course, this is Collingwood's home stretch of water, rowing past their own boathouse, which seemed to be quite empty. You'd hope there'd be a few more fans about. But I know Hildbead is quite
rolled out their
packed.
sofa as usual.
Absolutely. And as they start to approach the commentary box, it seems as if they're neck and neck, with Yarm School actually about a foot ahead. But those Collingwood women are really trying to claw it back. It's anyone's race at this point. And as they approach Bath's Bridge, Yarm seems to be out ahead, Collingwood tiring up a bit there. And you can see those blades are going on in at quite significantly different times. But a well done to Yarm, who weren't in the lead at the start, but they seem to have clawed it back. And we've got another women's novice fours at the stake boats lining up, and that should be St Chad's College on the racecourse side and Leeds University on the Pelorwood side.
I've realised why every single crew I look at looks like St Chad's. From the angle I'm sat looking at our monitor, which is showing us the stream, every single boat that's white is looking yellow instead.
And we've got a few results coming in. If Matt, can you read those out?
No, I can't actually.
Okay, I'll try my best. We've got Chester Street being beaten by Trevelyan in the open singles. Berwick beating Lancaster John O'Gaunt in the open singles. Broxbourne beating Sheffield in the open singles. And like we said earlier, St Cuffs Anderson beating Sheffield in the open singles. Yarm School beating Lambton in the open novice 8s. Durham School Hexham Composite beating Gray, and then Van Mildert beating Leeds University in those open 8s.
And now we should be back to the drone shot of the race. got the crew on Pelor Wood side getting quite a bit ahead.
So that seems to be Leeds University out in the front by about 2 lengths.
Does look like Leeds is keeping their lead out quite well, keeping Chad's well behind them. See if Chads can make up any space before they come past us.
And as they pass Hillbead landing stage, coming towards Cuffs landing stage, it is Leeds out ahead by over 3 lengths. Chads trailing behind. I think their Cox knows that this is not their race to win. And there we go, past Bath's Bridge, Leeds easily winning that race. And we're now back at the start line in another women's 4 with Sheffield University on the racecourse side and Hexham on the Pelor Wood side. And at the start, it seems like Hexham has taken a slight lead there, as you can see on the Pelor Wood side.
Look to be taking a line very close to the bank, so we'll see if it works out for them for the length of the race. They look to have pulled out to about 3/4 of the length and are just pulling out further as the race continues.
Yeah, it seems as they approach Collingwood landing stage, Hexham still out ahead from Sheffield. But remember, this is the women's novice 4s, so this Sheffield's crew, although being a university, they may have just started rowing this year, whereas Hexham, there'll be a lot of schoolgirl rowers in that crew.
And still to be coming out and racing at what is quite a big race for the year, out in a novice crew is very admirable no matter which side you're on.
Like you said, this is a big race. This is the Henley off the North. And as they start to approach Hillbead landing stage, it seems like Hexham has taken a quite significant lead off about a length. It will take quite a bit for Sheffield to recover from this. We can hear that Sheffield Cox screaming at her crew. But Hexham are taking quite an interesting line, hugging that bank. Hopefully their Cox decides to lock in and move back into the centre. I think they know they're far enough in front to not have to not let those blades clash. And now we're back at the start line. We have the women's 8s, and that should be Newcastle University Boat Club on the racecourse side and Durham University Boat Club on the Pelaw Wood side.
Durham look to be taking a bit of a lead, coming just past Collingwood landing stage. And the race does still seem to be keeping quite close together, but with Durham just about a quarter of a boat's length away.
And as they pass Collingwood and start approaching the Hildbead landing stage, it seems like the crew on the Pelaw Wood side, Durham University, is out ahead by about a quarter of a length, coming into a half. But as they've started approaching the commentary box past Hildbead, Durham has taken the lead of about 3/4 of a length. Newcastle trying their very best.
Newcastle definitely aren't giving them space happily, and the boats are starting to get a bit close together, so if Newcastle makes up some more space, we may see a clash of blades.
Yeah, as they approach Bath's Bridge and go under, it seems like Durham have this race in their hands, with Durham about a length ahead of Newcastle.
Looks like Newcastle's gambit to pull out into the centre didn't work for them this time, unfortunately.
Yeah, there we go, blades dropping as they pass the finish line. But as we return to the start line, we have another Durham crew, but on the racecourse side, and we have another Newcastle crew on the Pelaw Wood side. And again, it seems like Durham is taking that slight advantage. And as they approach Hildbead landing stage, it seems like still a pretty competitive race. They are neck and neck as they come past the commentary box. Durham losing that lead, but clawing it back.
Durham do look like to be lengthening their lead, pulling out to almost 3/4 of a length in front of Newcastle.
Newcastle in their very fiery pink, locking in at this point, and as you can see on the stream, Durham is clawing back. And yeah, that seems to be Durham's race again.
I suppose it can put to bed the argument of which side is more advantageous for a race.
Absolutely. And that was the first and second semi-final, both Durham versus Newcastle. And it seems like it will be a Durham v Durham final. And we've got a few more eights now lining up, and that should be the Open Championship 8 semi-final number 1 versus, you'll never guess which crews these are again.
Is it maybe a Newcastle and a Durham crew?
You're actually right. Yes, you are.
Oh.
So we will have Durham University Boat Club on the racecourse side and Newcastle University Boat Club on the Pelaw Wood side. But we'll just wait for them to line up there and have a few boats now boating up, making way at the finish line. It's really a very local derby today.
Hi, what's your name and what is your role?
I'm Joshua Roberts and I'm the, officially captain of boats, but essentially president.
How are you feeling this year now that you're president? Is there more pressure on the race and on the club?
I don't think there's any more pressure. but it's been fun to see the club grow this year and be a lot more successful than previous years. So I'm quite excited. I think I'm more excited than nervous.
Do you think you're going to win tomorrow, win all the races, win some?
I don't want to go in like overly confident. Every time I've gone in overly confident, I've lost. So
Okay.
I'm assuming that it's not going to go well, and
Hoping for the best. Yeah. Okay, good luck tomorrow, and thanks so much for talking with us.
Start line with that Newcastle crew just lining up. Don't seem to see Durham anywhere. But as you said earlier, they're not attaching themselves to the stake boats.
Got to say, it's very nice to have a race with stake boats out, because going into a regatta where you have to line up by yourself can sometimes be a bit of an entertaining process.
Absolutely, and I think these crews are quite lucky today, as it's not as windy as it was yesterday. The wind yesterday was, especially with those junior and novice crews, quite the obstacle. I know if we were on the water, that would be an obstacle. But however, I do quite like rowing in the wind. And whilst we wait for those crews to line up, we're going to tell you a few results. And we've got Yarm School beating Lambton Rowing Club in the Open 8s. We've got the Dark Durham School Hexham Composite, hopefully the best from each club, beating Grey in those Open 8s. Van Mildert beating Leeds in the Open 8s. And Yarm School beating Collingwood in the 4s, women's 4s. Leeds beating Chads in the women's 4s. Hexham beating Sheffield in the women's 4s. And Durham University Boat Club beating Newcastle University Boat Club on the women's 8s. And we're still waiting for a few boats to boat down, but they might start just hugging the bank so the next race can start. And this will be another Durham University Boat Club versus Newcastle University Boat Club in the Open Challenger 8s. And if you're wondering what those verdicts were for the last two Durham versus Newcastle races, we had Durham beating Newcastle by 3/4 of lengths. That's Durham Dog and Newcastle K. And in the other semi-final, which was also Durham versus Newcastle, Durham Darrington versus Newcastle Whigs, that was also 3/4 of a length. And those Durham crews will be up against each other later on in race 175, which I believe should hopefully be at around 5 o'clock. I don't think we're running too behind today, Matt.
We're only about 5 minutes behind schedule.
5-10 minutes at most, which is quite possibly due to the lack of wind. I know in the afternoon, evening segment yesterday we had a lot of boats come off the stake boats and have to restart. But as you can see, those boats are still boating up that winning Durham crew, going back to the start, and that Newcastle crew in the very fiery pink also going back to drop their boats off.
I spent a lot of yesterday afternoon sat up near the start line, actually, and I think we had one race, I believe it was a J14 Cox quad, that they took about 20 minutes to start because they were just being hampered by the wind consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we had some very interesting races yesterday that may have actually gone a completely different way had there not been any winds. We also saw a great Sheffield versus St John's 8s final, which was re-rowed, with Sheffield winning the first final. But when it was re-rowed, John's taking that cup away from them, which I think there would have been a lot of celebrations at John's bar that evening.
Suppose I must have picked the wrong evening to take a night in then.
So what we've just heard from the local commentator is that they were looking for that Durham crew to come to the start line. They were slightly delayed, not sure what reason.
So it looks like we should be on with racing once again, once we've got these last few crews up and past the 8s at the start line.
And it seems to be still quite a busy day out by the racecourse. Yesterday it was a lot nippier, so we had a lot of people, even if they were fans of the boat clubs, making their way home. However, that John's crew in the final drew nearly all of the John supporters out, and we saw them running along with the boats past the commentary box to watch their crew first lose and then win.
Not imagine anything more heartbreaking than winning your race, having to re-rack and then losing it.
Absolutely. And it seems like they're just about lined up there. And what we saw yesterday was when there was a delay with one race, the umpires worked very quickly to make up time. And in the end, I think yesterday we were only half an hour behind, which is quite the achievement.
As any regatta goes, half an hour behind is quite good. I think they may have seen the race intro I did for yesterday and took it personally.
And it seemed those boats are ready and they're off with their starts. Durham University a bit more powerful at the start. And it's hard to tell from this angle, but it looks neck and neck at Collingwood. Maybe Newcastle actually pushing slightly ahead as they pass Collingwood landing stage. Newcastle really coming back from that weaker start. And yeah, that's Newcastle a length, just about a length ahead, but I know that Durham Cox will be trying to claw it back for them as they start to approach the Hillspeed landing stage. And we can see them passing Hillspeed landing stage with Newcastle out ahead by about 3/4 of a length.
Newcastle once again taking it very close to the bank, however.
But Durham is upping that rate significantly. They are trying to claw it back. They want to win this derby. They don't want to be the only Durham crew in these semi-finals not to have won.
They do look to be clawing it back quite well as well, bringing almost nose to nose with Newcastle. We'll see as they come under Bath's Bridge how it looks.
And as they pass Bath Bridge, it seems like it is Newcastle that's taken that lead, with Durham just about half a length behind. But we'll get you that result soon, and we're back at the start with another 8. And that is actually another Durham University Boat Club crew on the racecourse side, but actually Newcastle have decided not to challenge them again. And that is a Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the Pelaw Wood side, and they seem to have started quite a strong start from both.
It's always nice to see Tyne out and racing. I remember having raced against several of their crews back in my time rowing for Doncaster. Very strong crews generally.
Absolutely, and we have seen that a lot of these local crews, especially the junior rowers, are much, much stronger than college and even university crews. I think it helps a lot to have started rowing from such a young age. And as you can see here, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club is out ahead, but Durham is clawing it back. What we've seen from Durham both yesterday and today is once they reach that halfway point, they do start to ramp up the rate, even by a few pips, but it does seem to make a significant difference. And as they approach Hildbeed landing stage, it seems as if they are actually completely neck and neck, both crews completely in it. But I wouldn't be surprised if Durham ups their rate.
Just as they come past, actually, Durham have managed to nose out ahead of Tyne by nothing more than about a quarter of a length, though they are starting to stretch it out a bit.
And like we said, this seems to be a very Durham Uni tactic, ramping up that rate as they start reaching the last 200 meters of the race. But if it works, it works. And we know that Durham University's 12 sessions a week, whether it's erging, weights, or on the water on the weir, does pay off. And it seems like another Durham University crew has made it to the semi-finals.
Does definitely spark the debate between your tactics for doing regattas like this, whether you try to take out a significant lead at the start or try and keep it close and take your lead at the end. And it does really come down to the crew and the cocks to what strategy they prefer and how well it works for them.
Absolutely. So we've got a few results for you there. We've got, again, the Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Durham School Hexham Composite beating Grey, Van Mildert beating Leeds, Yarm beating Collingwood, Leeds beating St Chad's, Hexham beating Sheffield, Durham beating Newcastle, and again Durham beating Newcastle again in those 2 semi-finals for the Women's Championship 8s, and they'll be back on the water against each other at 5 o'clock. And if we look back at the start line, we have a few 4s going out. That seems to be the women's 4s, which is Yarm School on the racecourse side and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club.
Tyne look to have a small lead,
no,
but
it seems like we've skipped a race.
Oh, have we?
We are now with Sheffield on the racecourse side and St Leonard's on the Pelaw Wood side.
St Leonard's do look to be ahead by about a length in front of Sheffield. So again, we're seeing the difference in tactics between getting ahead at the start. So we'll see if they can hold their lead in front of Sheffield, or whether Sheffield can start to pull it out later in the race.
And as they approach the Hildbeed landing stage, it seems as if they're slightly neck and neck. However, crew on the Pelaw Wood side, which I believe is St Leonard's, are in the lead slightly by about coming up to a whole length. Sheffield still looking strong.
Sheffield do need to stay careful as they are starting to pull almost into St Leonard's half of the river, and as they get closer together, we may see a clash of blades if Sheffield manage to make up even more space.
But like we can see, St Leonard's is taking that lead. Sheffield's bow checking quite regularly to make sure that they're in the correct line.
So the thing with rowing coxless boats is you don't have your cox to look out for your river positioners.
Absolutely, and as you can see, as they come over under Bath's Bridge, those crews are basically lined up, them actually swapping sides. We know that Sheffield's crew slightly struggled keeping their line there towards the end, but I think on their mind at that point wasn't the line, it was more whether they can get enough watts in to beat St Leonard's. So we have another women's non-championship quad, and this is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club versus Lancaster John O'Gaunt.
For a minute I thought we'd lost one of the crews in the bank, but it seems that Lancaster has just got quite a commanding lead currently.
And as they pass Hildby's landing stage, it seems as if Lancaster is out in front. The women looking very strong there. And trailing behind is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. However, it's a very significant difference in crews. A lot more the older crew in Tyne Amateur Rowing Club.
It's a surprise with such a difference in crews to not have one crew holding a handicap above the other, which would often make a race like this quite a bit closer.
Absolutely. So we're currently watching race 146, which is the Open J13 Coxed Quads, and we've got Lambton on the Pelaw Wood side and Durham School on the racecourse side. Lambton really pushing out far ahead there by about 2 lengths as they pass Collingwood. And as they start to approach Hildbeed landing stage, Lambton is still in the lead. And we've got no sign of that Durham School crew from the commentary box. Lambton.
I can see Durham coming round quite close to the bank, actually.
Yeah. Lambton idly going past. I think they know they have this race.
Holding a quite strong lead of about 2 lengths.
Yeah, Durham School trying their very best there. We can see from here that it's quite a mix-up in the crew in heights. Bow looking much smaller than 3-seat, so there may be a bit of power imbalance in that boat, and the Cox is trying to fix that as best as they can, but that can obviously prove an issue. And as they come under Bath's Bridge, that is a very significant lead and win, an easy win for Lambton Rowing Club. So we've actually now returned to another open J14 Cox quads, and this is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side and Durham School on the Pelaw Wood side.
It's like Tyne is again holding a very commanding lead of stretching out for longer than 3 lengths at this point.
Yeah, and as they pass Hillsmead and come towards the commentary box at Cuffs, Tyne is out ahead. Significantly, this is an easy win for those Tyne boys.
They look to be a very well put together crew.
Durham School is upping their rate, but I think that won't make a huge difference, and the result will still be an easy win for Tyne. As you can see, they are going under Bath's Bridge, solitary and alone, with Tyne already boating further up.
Looks like Durham School is just passing under Bath's Bridge and going out of the view of the commentary box. So it looks like a incredibly comfortable lead for Tyne.
So we have had another race starting off with a crab on the Pelaw Wood side.
Pelaw Wood side look to have made an attempt at docking with the wall, so we will see how well a recovery they can make of this.
So I think that is the open J13 Cox quads with Tees on the racecourse side and Lambton on the Pelaw Wood side. Lambton struggling there after their crab at the start, and as they approach Collingwood, that racecourse side crew, Tees, is out ahead.
It will be a real upset for Lambton, having won their first heat, to get put so far behind by a crab. So we will see how much of their distance they can make back up again.
So that Tees crew, a mixed crew by the looks of it, 2 women, 2 men, coming out ahead quite significantly. That is a real upset for Lambton, a very strong local crew. However, we've got to give it to all the J13 and J14 crews. This may be one of the first races they row. Obviously, they may have been at Durham City, but 13 is about the age that most school rowers start their career. But Tees are doing very well as they come past us in the commentary box. A very well put together crew, struggling to keep their heads in the boats, but I don't think that matters at this point, given that they can't see their
I believe that's an issue we have in our boat.
Pardon? What?
To be fair, Lambton have made up some decent space, but it's very unlikely that they are going to catch up to Tees. They are getting a round of applause from the crowd for having recovered so effectively.
But very well done to both crews. Lambton struggling there with their blade work, especially now. I think their morale has been shattered by that crab. But again, this is a J13 race, so they still have many more races to come ahead.
Next, starting off, we've got another Coxed quad.
So I believe this should be the Open Junior 14's Cox quads, and what looks like to be, yes, that is Gorse Boat Club on the racecourse side, and then a Chester Street Tyne crew on the Pelorwood side. Chester Street and Tyne doing very well there.
Again.
About a length and a quarter up ahead.
It's always interesting to see composite crews doing well because they are always very unlikely to have had large amounts of time training together. So to be so well coordinated and working so effectively as a crew is always very impressive to see.
Absolutely, and this is not Chester Street's home turf, but they do know how to row on the weir. So very well done to Chester Street and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club Composite for winning their semi-final of the Open J14 Cox quads.
Looks like they've ended the race with about a length ahead of Gorse.
The wind is slightly starting to pick up here. I'm getting a bit chilly, might have to go and grab my jumper in a bit. But for now, I think I can cope.
All I can say is at least we don't have such high a level of UV as we did yesterday, as I came out of the race very sunburned.
Absolutely, and there have been some interesting personalizations to the crew's get-ups. Yesterday we saw a Sheffield 4 all with bleached blonde haircuts and buzz cuts, making them very striking.
There's a crew that I often see at Durham races that will have matching bucket hats with ducks on them. Sully, I don't know if you know which crew that is.
So matching bucket hats with ducks on them.
Yeah.
Is that a college crew?
I believe it is a college crew. It might be Grey off the top of my head.
Which college has a pond? Is that Steve-O?
Oh, it could be Mildert, maybe.
Yeah, could be Mildert. Mildert ducks makes sense. We've got a few results there. Again, we've got, as you heard earlier, a few times already, Durham University beating Newcastle in the Women's Championship 8s, and again in the Open Championship 8s. Durham beating
Jesus. Okay, go on, mate. Okay, we are here. We're live at the Durham Regatta in the entertainment section. We have a mechanical sheep. We've got some Vikings. We have some circus skills. Get yourself down here. The sun is still poking through the crowds, and we're here for another few hours left. There are people on stilts. There's a sunflower. I don't know what we're missing out on. Oh, some great rowing ability. But this sheep is all right. I can manage this. I can beat some of the... Oh! Get yourself down! Get yourself down here now!
myself on that mechanical sheep if it's still about. It looks like great fun.
And we've got a few more results there for you. Grey College beating... Okay, Van Mildert beating Sheffield in the Open. We've got a draw. Those earlier races, very early races there, from 8:59 a.m. But if you have a look at those results, a few great wins there from the local clubs especially.
Well, we've got a bit of time with boats moving about and results from this morning coming in.
Yeah.
I wanted to
go ahead.
Put to you your thoughts on having, especially for Cox boats, bow loaders against stern loader boats for where the Cox should sit in the boat and whether it actually changes that much about your race.
I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference. However, personally, for me, I much prefer when the Cox is in a stern loader, them actually being able to see what the crews are doing is really important. And I'm sure there are some great Coxers who can sit in a bow loader and understand what's going wrong in a crew. For a race, I don't think it matters as much, but for training, a stern loader is definitely much more beneficial. How about you?
I know I'm definitely, from my time coxing, I much preferred stern loaders because bow loaders, you have to put a lot more trust in your crew and yourself steering properly, because since you are the front of the boat with very little space, you, in the event of a crash, you do become the crumple zone for the boat, which is not always the most comfortable place you want to be when racing. But yeah, the points you made about for coaching, stern loaders are definitely a whole lot better.
Absolutely. So have a look at those results, going through them quite quickly. But again, as you can see, it's looking very good for the local crews. And those crews coming from a bit further away. Not so many, but we have seen a few. Like, I think we had St. Paul's yesterday.
I've still seen some members of St. Paul's about today. I don't know whether they're racing.
I think they're just making a long weekend out of it.
I mean,
it was quite interesting because they came all this way, all the way from London, just to be in a final against themselves, actually. But as we look at the start line, this looks like a Hatfield College women's non-championship for against Sheffield.
There's going to be absolutely no bias from within the commentary box towards this race, will there?
Absolutely not, but I can't really tell which Hatfield crew that is. That could be the women's novs.
We had a women's crew out earlier today, so which wasn't the women's novs. I believe it was the women's second boat earlier today.
Was that an 8 or a...
That was a 4. So it could be the women's nov boat.
But we know that the women's squad, especially the novs, very strong in Hatfield. Actually, the whole nov program is very strong.
The colleges this year have produced quite a few very good novice boats.
Absolutely, and we've seen with the men, I believe they were rowing earlier in their painted blue hair, winning most of their races, and we've had one of those, actually two of those, in the Hatfield Nov boats joining the DU development program as well. So a very strong crew.
I don't know which crew it is, but I'm fairly certain I know which boat it is. I believe that's Flower of Scotland, because it's a bow
Scotty,
loader.
yes, absolutely.
Now.
And it seems like those crews are off, with Hatfield coming out ahead at the start.
Sheffield are taking a line very close to the bank, almost reminiscent of actually another Hatfield race yesterday against Trevs, where Trevs attempted to turn the race into a foot race. But it looks like Sheffield is eking out just a little bit of a lead in front of Hatfield.
They are clawing back. That was a strong race start from Hatfield, but Sheffield seems to have made up for that. So as they pass Collingwood landing stage, it seems like Sheffield is actually edging the lead against Hatfield.
They are still keeping the race very close, however. So with what appears to be at most about half a boat length's lead, it still very well can be anyone's game.
So this is the women's first four, and we've got Anton Coxing, Madeline Shun, Olivia Wells, Lucy Holdsworth, and Emily Jack as they approach Hild Bede's landing stage. It seems to be pretty neck and neck, with Sheffield still slightly edging ahead. I don't know if Anton will ask those girls to up the rate now, but Sheffield is pushing. They're trying to leave Hatfield behind. Sheffield coming out at about a full length now ahead of Hatfield. And you can hear all those shouts and screams from the sides of the river. A lot of Hatfielders out, all wearing their Hatfield fleeces or blazers. As we were yesterday, we had our Hatfield College dinner, Hatfield College Boat Club dinner. Everyone in their blazers. But
So we've got our next race between University College and Van Mildert. Looks like Van Mildert are coming out to quite a commanding lead in front of University College.
Yep, so this is, again, another women's fours. This is the first quarter final against Van Mildert on the racecourse side and University College or Castle on the Peel or Wood side. As they approach Collingwood landing stage, it seems as if Van Mildert is still up ahead by about half a length, pulling towards 3/4 and getting out there to about a whole length. They're doing very well here. Castle trying their very best to push forward. And as you can see from that angle, Van Mildert doing very well as they come towards Hild Bede's landing stage. They have this in the bag, and I think they've slowed the rate down actually slightly. Castle still keeping the same rate, but actually as they come past the Cuffs Boathouse at the commentary box, they're looking very splashy. I think they've tied up. They've let that Van Mildert crew get ahead of them by about 3 lengths now. I think this will be another Van Mildert win. and we'll see Van Mildert again in the semi-finals soon, and they will either be up against South or St. Cuffs. And we've got another college fours out with women's fours, and we've got South College on the racecourse side and St. Cuffs on the Peel Orwood side, looking very even as they pass Collingwood landing stage.
St. Cuth's look to have a small lead off the start. However, South do appear to be pulling quite a bit ahead of them as they go past Collingwood landing stage.
And yeah, as you can see from Hilled Bead landing stage, Cuffs is pushing right ahead by about a quarter of a length, but South are not letting them go. This is a very equal race at this point. I think it's anyone's race to win.
As they come past the commentator's box, they are almost neck and neck. So the race really will come down to past the last few meters of the race. So see if one crew pulls ahead of the other as they go under Bath's Bridge.
It seems as if South College has a minor advantage as they go under Bath's Bridge. And we're back at the start line with another women's non-championship fours. And we've got a few more results there. Sheffield's getting beaten by St. Leonard's in the women's Coxless quads. We've got Lancaster John O'Gaunt's also beating the women's in Tyne and Collingwood women beating York St. John's. We've got Lambton beating Durham School, Tees beating Lambton School, and then a Chester Street Tyne composite beating Gorse Boat Club in the Open J14s, and finally Tyne Amateur Rowing Club beating Durham School in the Open J14 Cox quads as well. So like we can see, the local crews are doing very well. And it seems like we've got another women's non-championship Cox Fours quarter-final. This is St. John's College on the racecourse side and Warwick Boat Club on the Peel Orwood side. St. John's slightly ahead by a canvas.
It's always interesting to see boats from Warwick because they are not always as present at races in this region.
Absolutely. This is very much a race for many northern crews who can't make it down to regattas down south like Henley or Met or a few of the others. As they pass Collingwood landing stage, it seems like they are still pretty neck and neck with both Warwick and St. John's in the lead by a quarter of a length at different points, but it seems as if St. John's have somehow managed to either up the rate or the watts, and they are about ahead by half a length. And it seems like as they pass Hill Bead landing stage, St. John's women have a strong advantage over Warwick, coming past St Cuff's Boathouse, at least 3 lengths ahead of Warwick. And if you look at the start line again, we've got the open J16 doubles with a Chester Street Durham School composite on the racecourse side and Lambton on the Pelaw Wood side. Chester Street, a very strong local crew. And as they pass Collingwood, it seems pretty neck and neck. Chester Street and Durham slightly in front. You can tell Chester Street by their very bright blue and red all-in-ones, like their blades, but it seems as they pass Collingwood landing stage and approach Hills Bead landing stage, that Chester Street Durham composite is out ahead by about 2 lengths. And as they passed Hill Bead landing stage and approach the commentary box, Chester Street Durham still with a significant lead of about 3 lengths.
I suppose that is the advantage of Chester Street being so nearby, is even if they're running a composite crew, it's, I'm not even going to guess an amount of time away, but...
Absolutely, and given that this is a J16 crew, it's very likely that these composite crews like Chester Street and Durham, these rowers know each other outside of the club, or they've met each other whilst rowing and have become friends and would like to race together. And that's how a lot of composites, especially in doubles, are made, like we saw earlier with a very big Durham Hexham and Chester Street composites. So now we have another race at the start line, which is again the Open J16 doubles quarterfinal with Camus on the racecourse side and Lancaster John O'Gaunt on the Pelaw Wood side. And thank you to all the comments on the YouTube who correctly advised our commentators yesterday that it is pronounced Camus and not Cambois or Camas or Cambus, because who would have thought that?
It's a very good reason that I let you say the name of the club rather than attempting it myself.
So as they pass Hild Bead and come towards St Cuff's, it seems like Camus has it in the bag. Lancaster John O'Gaunt trailing behind by over 3 lengths.
Again, both crews looking very well put together, but as the nature of lots of these smaller boats with younger crews, it can simply be a difference in height or build that makes the entire race.
Absolutely. And as they pass Ralph's Bridge, we can see that is a very easy win for Camus over Lancaster John O'Gaunt. But we've got another crew starting here. This is a open non-championship coxless quads, and this seems to be Leeds University on the racecourse side and Durham School on the Pelaw Wood side. And as they pass Collingwood landing stage, it seems like Leeds University has a slight lead.
They do seem to be again getting very close together.
It seems like that line from Leeds is quite liberal, but they've managed to sort it out. Leeds taking a length of a lead as they start to approach the hill speed landing stage. But Durham is not giving up. As you can see from the aerial, they've managed to get it back to about 3/4 of a length lead.
Crews do have to be very careful taking aggressive lines such as Leeds has, because if they are spotted by a less than favouring marshal, they may well find themselves disqualified or taking penalties.
As they pass the Cuffs boathouse in the commentary box, it seems like Leeds are taking that lead by what now seems to be about 2 lengths. And as we can see past Bath's Bridge, that Leeds boat is leading up ahead, and there is some clear water there. And that was the quarter-final for the Open Non-Championship coxless quads. And as we start to go back to the start line, we should have some Open Non-Championship 8s. So this is St John's College on the racecourse side and South College on the Pelaw Wood side. Both very strong college crews. I think South.
Hiya, I'm Jessica.
And I'm Robbie, the chairman of the county council.
And how are you finding it today?
I think it's lovely. It's great to see all the people on the river. I think you've done row?
No, I don't know
not?
anything about row. It is making me more likely to get into it next year.
You do realise that if you fall in, it's very cold. So you've got to remember that. And don't open your mouth in the river, right? Because you'll obviously be ill. But it's a lovely atmosphere, and it's lovely down by the riverside anyway, you know. It's great. Just an aside, tall people really intimidate me. So as you get to a certain age in time, you shrink. But can I just say, I'm particularly interested by the cars. I love to see all the cars. Good. And I hope you're going to be cheering.
Yes, of course.
You'll have the colours on.
Yes.
Right.
As well. Even if you're not a student, it's a really
well.
Good
I mean, I've lived here all my life, so I'm very proud of the county, you know. And there's a lot of history there. And I tell you what I like to say as well. I love to see all the dogs. But by the way, I'm not an alcoholic. Just I don't drink fizzy wine, and I've got to have something. So it's, you know.
For South College and Johns Racing, it looks like Johns is holding a little bit of a lead as they come past the commentator's box.
South is clawing it back with about a 1/4 of a length lead, but Johns is pushing. It is a very close race. South has upped their rate slightly. We've got a very strong Johns crew. We've got Rufus Merchant, Andrew Hambling, Henry Shortland, Dominic Lough, Daniel Ricks, Miles Johnson, Harry Richards and Mike Leffler, coxed by Annie Garcia Rodriguez. Some very strong rowers in that boat.
Are you cheating again and reading their Instagram posts?
I am. Yesterday I did have a Word document with the crews on it, but this time I didn't. Unfortunately, I was too busy sleeping. I can't really tell as they pass Bath's Bridge who won, but we're now back at the Open Non-Championship 8s, and on the racecourse side we have Sheffield University and Trevelyan College on the Pelaw Wood side.
Sheffield University look to be taking an early lead of at best about 3/4 of a length, and they seem to be holding their lead as they come past Collingwood landing stage, though Trevelyan are keeping it very close. Trevelyan are getting a very good college crew. However, Sheffield have been performing quite well over the weekend, and as they come past, they do look to be almost neck and neck. And we will see how it looks as they come past Hild Bead.
And this seems to be the Trevelyan, I think, 2V. We've got Tom Lowe, Tom Clarken, Mason Shelley, Andrew Power, James Elkington, Freddie Medland, Oscar Dunfield Priero, and Alexander Ludlow. They're coming past Cuffs Boathouse, just past Hild Bead. It's still anyone's race. Hild Bead, Van Mild. Is it Van Milden? No, Leeds are up ahead by about a length. You can see those buzzed blonde rowers back in the boat from
Surely-
yesterday's fours. I think this will definitely be a Leeds win.
I'm sure you mean Sheffield, not
Sorry,
Leeds.
Sheffield.
Sheffield. I'm a big fan of their all-in-ones, of the yellow and black, looking almost like hazard stripes, which is very apt for a crew hailing from the City of Steel.
Definitely. And yeah, that is a Sheffield University win. A good run from Trevs there.
Got some
We're now in the
singles.
women's non-championship singles first semi-final. We have Northumbria University Skinner on the racecourse side and Leeds University Naylor on the Pelorwood side.
It looks like Northumbria University is ahead off the start line, pulling out about a length ahead. Again, Northumbria seem to be holding about a length ahead as they come past Collingwood Boathouse, pulling very comfortably into the centre of the river and looking to keep their lead ahead.
So as they come towards Hildbead landing stage, it seems as if Leeds are out ahead. Northumbria still clawing back. They were in the lead for a bit, but it's still a very, very close race.
Northumbria getting very close to some of the queuing boats as they come towards Hildbead Boathouse, so let's hope that that doesn't bring issues for their race. Actually coming very close to the bank as they come past.
So as you can see on your screens, we've got another singles race with St. Cuffs on the racecourse side and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the Pelorwood side.
It's always interesting to see college singles, as a lot of college boathouses tend to only at most have one single that they will send out, or own in fact. So it's always nice to see college single scull boats out as well.
And Hatfield only has one women's single, which is quite interesting. But
I think I still sit within the weight limit of that boat. However, it requires me to go in a single scull, so I'm never doing that.
Unfortunately, I don't. So as those crews pass Hildbead landing stage, it seems as if Leeds Naylor is out in front of Cuffs, but very good showing from Cuffs in their
Yep.
single.
Still keeping it very close, only about 2 lengths, so still looking good, but it looks like Tyne has safely got this race in the bag.
So we've now got a few more college races. These are the women's Nov 4s with St. John's on the racecourse side and St. Cuffs on the Pelorwood side.
looking very neck and neck currently, though St John's may be pulling out for a bit of a lead in front of St Cuth's, stretching out for about 3/4 of a length and only getting further actually. So we'll see if St Cuth's can make back up some space as they come towards Collingwood landing stage.
It seems as if Johns has that slight lead right now. And these are knobs, so like the local commentators said, the blade work is looking slightly scrappy. But they're still looking very wassy, and St John's is out ahead by what looks like to be 1.5, pushing 2 lengths.
John's wall ahead is, as said, a bit scrappy, looking quite splashy, so even if they continue to dominate this race, the crews will definitely not be coming out of the race without being quite drenched, which is always a welcome thing with the weather we have currently.
And as they pass Hildbeed landing stage and come towards the commentary box, St John's is out ahead by over 3 lengths. Cuffs seem to be trying their very best, a very splashy boat, skimming the water a lot.
Johns do look to have got their tactic back together quite well currently and look to be cruising quite neatly into a win in this race. We do still look to be vaguely on time, which is always a good thing.
So now we have the second semi-final, who will go up against St John's later on, which will either be Hatfield College or University College or Castle College. We have Hatfield on the racecourse side and University College on the Peel Wood side. This is a very exciting race for the Hatfield Novs. They've done so well in both Nov Cup and Nov Head. Really good crew as well. I think we've got the list here.
We seem to very consistently over the weekend be repeating races between Hatfield and Castle.
Absolutely, and we did have Hatfield Castle Day the other day with the Novs winning. So as they're off, Castle has a slight lead, but this is a very strong Hatfield crew. We have Sophie Elsden at stroke, Delilah Waring in 3-seat, Ainsley Kaufman in 2-seat, and Charlotte Carrier at bow. As you can see, that small Castle lead at the start has been slightly shattered by Hatfield, either what seems to be upping the rate, but Henry Hayes in the cock seat, probably one of his last races for Hatfield as he leaves the college and university. He is a big admirer of these Novs, and I think he wants to see them do very well, and I think they will be today. As they pass Collingwood landing stage, Hatfield is out ahead by about half a length, coming towards 1 length.
I was going to say, I'd say that's looking closer to about a length. They are.
And that's definitely over a length now. That Hatfield crew making sure that there is a lot of water in between them and Castle. They've won against Castle in the local Hatfield Castle Day derby, and I think they know that they can do it again as they approach Hildbeed landing stage, opposite which all of Hatfield College Boat Club is out on their feet, applauding and shouting. Hatfield seems to be ahead by a length. Castle still trying their very best, but Hatfield can see that crew well behind them. We've reached about a 2-length lead, coming up to 2.5, and as they pass Cuffs Boathouse, a 3-length lead.
Castle do appear to be showing a bit of fatigue as the race goes on, with some of their crew getting ever so slightly out of sync.
Yep, and so that seems to be an easy win for Hatfield, who will go up against the St John's Nov crew at around 6 o'clock in the final.
If we are going by race order, we have another J15 Cox Quad next with another composite crew of...
We have Camus and a
you.
Chester Street composite on the racecourse side, and Tyne United on the Pelaw Wood side. We have a lot of Cox quads today, something we didn't really see as much yesterday.
Yesterday was definitely weighted a lot more towards sweet boats rather than sculling boats.
Oh, I believe we've actually skipped that first J15 race. It seems to be St Paul's and Durham Amateur Rowing Club. We've got a few results there. Camus beating Lancaster John O'Gaunt, Northumbria Uni beating York St John's, Leeds Uni beating Durham, South beating St John's, Sheffield beating Trevelyan, Leeds beating Northumbria, and recently Tyne beating St Cuffs. We've got those crews lining up now.
Definitely for the sake of the audience, not for the sake of me, can you remind which crews we have in front of us currently?
Absolutely. So I believe we have St Paul's all the way up from London on the racecourse side, and Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the Pelaw Wood side. This, I think, will be a very exciting race, especially for Durham School, who are up against a school that have a very elite level rowing program.
Hi, what's your name and what is your role in Cox rowing?
I'm Joshua Roberts, and I'm the officially captain of boats, but essentially president.
How are you feeling this year now that you're president? Is there more pressure on the race and on the club?
I don't think there's any more pressure, but it's been fun to see the club grow this year and be a lot more successful than previous years, so I'm quite excited. I think I'm more excited than nervous.
Do you think you're going to win tomorrow, win all the races, win some?
I don't want to go in like overly confident. Every time I've gone in overly confident, I've lost, so
okay.
I'm assuming that it's not going to go well, and
hopefully hoping for the best. Yeah. Okay, good luck tomorrow, and thanks so much for talking with us.
Calling cam numbers. We are
I just
back,
see all the Browns boat now.
still on the start line with St Paul's. Again, a crew with a very striking colour scheme for boat.
Yeah, with those black and white St Paul's crews. They did very well yesterday, winning their final, a St Paul's versus St Paul's final. I'm not sure if that will happen today as well.
We even have another St Paul's crew out today.
I'm not sure. But we are approaching the last semi-finals of the day, with all the quarters now done. You can see that very happy Hatfield crew boating back down, ready to go against St John's in their final at 6 o'clock.
Just coming past the commentary box with Henry Hayes looking very well pleased. And a cheer going up as they pass what is a large majority of Hatfield Boat Club and some very good representation from the Greater Hatfield College as well.
Absolutely, I saw the senior man out earlier, watching the cruise. And, oh yes, Anne, the master of the college, also out to support the Novs.
So she is. I was thinking to myself that I hadn't seen her over the weekend, so it's, again, very good turnout from Hatfield College to support, and absolutely no bias within the commentary box towards them.
So as we wait for some boats to boat down, I'll just let you know of a few of the finals happening later on. So we have the first final will be at 5:40, which is the Dark and Durham composite versus the Camus Lambton composite in the women's J15 octaves, actually. That will be fun. And then we'll have the women's masters, coxless quads, Lambton versus Tyne. Women's masters, again, coxless quads, Durham versus Lancaster, John O'Gaunt. Open J14 Cox quads, Chester Street Tyne composite versus Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Open singles Tees versus Tyne United. Women's championship single Yarm versus Chester Street. Open non-championship eights South College versus Sheffield University. Women's non-championship singles Leeds versus Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. And then women's NOV fours St Cuffs versus Hatfield.
We are again about on schedule currently. On schedule being about 10 minutes behind schedule. However, for any given regatta, that is torture me with his aforementioned chips, as he is currently sat upwind from me, kind of wafting them.
Do you like a chip?
I'm quite all right, thank you.
I'll pop them down there as we wait. We've got a lot more Hatfielders coming out. I think word has got around that the Novs are in the final. And we will actually see those novice men also out again soon in the first semi-finals, also against Johns, in hopefully about 10 minutes.
Looks like we're having a swap over of the marshals currently sat in the starter boats. I do not envy the people, well, the marshals, for spending large amounts of time sat in the middle of the river, attached to what is basically a zip line across the two banks.
And I think those crews are at attention now. And they are off. So St Paul's and Durham Amateur Rowing Club, J15 Cox quads.
Durham looks to be holding a small lead currently. However, St Paul's is definitely keeping it very close as they come up to Collingwood landing stage. Again, it's looking almost neck and neck. So the race is still anyone's game.
However, as they get past Collingwood landing stage and start to make it towards Hildbead, Dark are out ahead by about a length. St Paul's are pushing forward, trying to close that gap back at half a length. I'm not so sure about St Paul's tactics, but they may be a bit like Durham and the more senior crews in that they up the rate later on in the race. And as they pass Hildbead landing stage, make it towards Cuffs, we have Durham Amateur Rowing Club out ahead by about a quarter length. St Paul's are still pushing. And as they approach Bath's Bridge, it seems like Durham is still in the lead. So as we look back at the start, we are in the semi-final of the Open Novice Fours with Hatfield on the racecourse side and St John's College on the Pelaw Wood side. Hatfield College having a very strong crew there. They've won most of the races that they've competed in. We have Joel Minchell at stroke seats, Jacob Eek Kunis in 3 seats, then Thomas Berilius in 2 seats, and Lucas Nietsporik Richardson in bow. You can see that they've coloured their hair blue for Hatfield, very patriotic, and they have taken that lead, that this blue on blue semi-final seems to be going to Hatfield's side as they approach Hildbead landing stage, their supporters all on their feet, and it seems like Hatfield are about over 3 lengths in the lead, looking very strong, a bit splashy, but that this race is theirs. There's no doubt about it. It seems like they've slowed down their rates. John's staying at about the same rate, tiring up though. So this looks like a very easy win for Hatfield College, who will be up against either St Chad's or Grey College in the final at around 6 o'clock.
It'd be nice to have hopefully one of the last races that we're commentating be a Hatfield crew.
So we're in the second semi-final of the Open Nov Fours, and this is St Chad's College on the racecourse side and Grey College in their signature red on the Pelaw Wood side. As they start, it seems as if they are neck and neck from this angle, and as they approach Collingwood, both crews are still at full force.
They are looking very close together, so we could see a clash of blades, though it does look like
it seems as if Grey is slightly edging forward, but by not much, maybe about a foot. We're at about a canvas, but Chad's is clawing back, and they're now in the lead by about half a length, pulling forward to about a full length. I know Grey will respond with that pretty quickly, and we can hear both the Chads and the Grey supporters very loudly on the sides of the bank.
I do think Grey lost out a bit with the two boats coming quite close together because they had to swerve towards the bank and lost a bit of position, trying to get their race line re-established again.
As they come past Hildbead landing stage, St Chad's has clawed it back. They are at about a length and a half in the lead. Gray getting very splashy, skimming the water there quite a bit. Chad's still very much focused.
It looks like Chads have got this race in the bag, so we will likely be seeing a Battle of the Bailey for the Open Novice for finals between Hatfield and St Chad's.
Absolutely. So both Hatfield Novice crews in the finals. And we now go to...
This is the two composite crews, I believe, the Open J14 quads.
So this is the Open J15 Cox Quads semi-final with Camus Chester Street on the racecourse side and Tyne United on the...
Oh, they are looking very close together as they actually crash.
God, that is quite the crash. That was a very weak line from the Camus Chester Street Cox. I don't know what the umpire is going to say about that. It could be a possible disqualification.
It is the second crash of that type I've seen today. Again, with quite a young quad, where one takes quite an aggressive line into the middle of the river and ends up hitting their opponents. So yes, we could be looking at a disqualification or perhaps a re-rack. It depends on the marshal's opinions on it and how far behind schedule they're running.
I think this might go for a disqualification for Camus Chester Street, but we will wait for that result. And these sorts of crashes are obviously bad for the crews, but for the racing schedule, it's even worse. But it seems like they're back off with Tyne United up ahead. Chester Street, Camus Composite obviously took a hit
to
their boat and their morale, but they are clawing forward. It seems like they're going to row to the end, maybe re-row, or maybe this is just a friendly sort of...
I think Tyne United is trying to make some distance between them out of fear of becoming too well acquainted with the Camus Chester Street boat again, though Camus do look to be making up quite a bit of distance. If this is actually a race, they may still come out on top, though I would be surprised if they were awarded the win after what was...
Yeah, it seems like Camus Chester Street are out in front by about half a length, pushing forward as they pass Cuff's Boathouse to about a length. But I don't think this will be a result at all. And if we look to the start, we've got the semi-finals of the Open non-championship singles. And it should be Trevelyan Pro on the racecourse side and Berwick Amateur Rowing Club Cairns on the Pelor Woods side. At the start, Berwick out ahead by about a quarter length, but Trevs are pushing forward, clawing back, now in the lead. As they pass Collingwood landing stage, it seems as if that slight Trevs lead from the last few seconds has been crushed, and we are back with Berwick out ahead by about a length. Trevs could claw back if Berwick becomes tired, but it is anyone's race. Both crews edging forward at various points.
Does look like we might be getting a bit of sun finally after being sat in what has been quite an overcast spell for about 2 hours. So hopefully the crowd and the competitors can enjoy a bit of nicer weather. Coming past the commentator's box, it looks like Trevs may have actually pulled ahead and are sitting about a length in front of Berwick.
And on the screen you'll see we're now again on the second semi-final of the Open Non-Championship singles with Broxbourne on the racecourse side and St Cuffs with Jasper Anderson on the Pelor Wood side. Although we have had a red flag. It seems as if Broxbourne, as they approach Hild Bead, is edging ahead.
They do seem to be holding a lead of about 2 lengths.
Yeah, Broxbourne, I think this is their race. Jasper doing very well there with Cuffs, but I think as he passes his home ground, this is not his race. And you can see now that we're back at the start line with the Open 8s semi-finals.
Again, it looks like they are... Oh, they're off.
And that should be York University on the racecourse side. You can see by the white roses on their blades. And then Yarm School on the Pelor Wood side. Yarm doing very well this weekend, especially getting to nearly every final in Saturday's races. And I wouldn't be surprised if they come on top of York in this race. And at the Collingwood landing stage, they are out ahead by half a length. York trying their very best.
York look to be pulling towards the centre of the river, hoping to get out ahead with plenty of space. This is leaving Yarm quite close to the bank, and York are now steaming ahead of them. As they come towards Hildbead landing stage, we will see how they look.
As they pass Hildbead landing stage and come towards Cuffs Boathouse, it seems as if they are neck and neck. Yarm slightly edging forward, but York upping their rate as they come past Cuffs Boathouse.
Both crews
Yarm
running
taking
for...
Yarm's line is going slightly towards the bank, but that should be fine. I'm sure they have a very competent cops.
I am always a very big fan of Yarm's colour scheme, as I'm very partial to colourful boats.
And we've had another Open 8 semi-final at the start line with Dark Durham Hexham Composite on the racecourse side and Van Mildert on the Peel Woodside.
Both crews performed very well in their earlier races and do look to be keeping it quite close together as they come past Collingwood landing stage. It looks like the composite crew may be pulling ahead slightly by at most half a length.
That composite crew again is Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Durham School and Hexham, something we saw yesterday as well. As they come past towards Hildbeed landing stage, that composite crew is slightly in the lead by about half a length. The Van Mildert supporters right next to us in the commentary box, but that composite crew still half a lead ahead. Van Mildert trying their very best. They've upped their rate in the last few hundred meters of this race.
Unfortunately for them, it does look like the composite crew is holding quite comfortably a length in front of Van Mildert, as Van Mildert are taking quite a close line to the bank. They will need to be careful to not get caught in a not insignificant patch of weeds near Bath's Bridge, as it does seem that the composite crew has won this one.
And we're back at the start line with the women's fours, and this will be Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side and Yarm School on the Peel Wood side. And from the start, Durham Amateur Rowing Club has taken a slight lead.
I'm really sorry, could you take a couple of steps forward, please?
Yarm again did very well yesterday, not winning all their finals, but still, kudos to them for making it that far in so many races. As they approach Collingwood, it seems as if the crew on the Peel Wood side, which is Yarm, have taken about half a length lead.
Yes, it looks like there is only at most half a length between the two crews, and Durham Amateur Rowing Club is pulling back quite well and actually bringing themselves out into a lead as they come towards Hildbeed Boathouse. You'll see how they look as they come past the commentator's box. You can see Dark and Yarm looking very neck and neck again.
And as they pass us at Cuff's Boathouse, it's still anyone's race.
Yarm do look to be pulling ahead a little bit and lose that distance immediately to Dark. Both crews pushing their hardest towards the finish line. It looks currently like Dark holds about a quarter of a length ahead of Yarm. However, Yarm is still keeping it very close as we run towards the finish line. So this is really going to be a photo finish race.
And we're back at the start line with the other semi-final for those women's fours. And this is Leeds University on the racecourse side and Hexham Rowing Club on the Peel Wood side.
Leeds look to have come out to an early lead as they come towards Collingwood landing stage. Both crews have got very good lines coming down the river. It looks like Hexham is still keeping it quite competitively, though Leeds is still, ironically, in the lead. As we start to work our way towards Hildbeed, Leeds is still holding in front of Hexham by about a length and only heightening their lead further. We'll see if Hexham can bring it a bit closer together again.
And we're doing very well for time today. We're only 10 minutes behind schedule.
I feel like every time we say that, we get a little bit further behind schedule, so we should stop tempting
Hopefully,
fate.
touch wood, that we get to leave before 7 o'clock today.
Oh, yeah.
And as they pass Hildbeed landing stage and come past Coffs, it seems like it's a very easy win for Leeds over Hexham there. And at the start, we have the women's J16 coxless quads with Yarm School on the racecourse side and Gorse Boat Club on the Pelorwood side.
Yarm again taking to quite a commanding lead in front of Gorse, of almost already a length off the start line. Though Gorse does look to have picked a bit of a better line than Yarm as we go past Collingwood landing stage, and do still seem to be keeping it quite competitive. Yarm is taking it very close to some of these boats set waiting to come back to the start line again, but they are drawing back towards the middle of the river, sitting about a boat's length ahead of Gorse, and again only stretching their lead out further as they come towards Hildbeed landing stage. And
So we have the crews coming into sight now with what looks like Yarm School coming out quite far ahead by about over 3 lengths. Of course, doing their very best.
For the amount of space they have, Yarm is keeping their boat very close to the bank. Honestly, probably a safe choice because you never want to face a marshal's wrath for getting too close to the middle.
Absolutely. Now at the landing stage, this is our first final of the day. This is a women's championship 8 with crew 28, Durham University Boat Club Dog versus crew 29, Durham University Boat Club Darrington, both beating Newcastle University in the semi-finals.
The boats are currently looking very close together as they come back past Collingwood landing stage. The Pelorwood side Durham boat has pulled ahead by about 3/4 of a length, and this race is still all to play for. I can in confidence, however, say that Durham will win this race in one manner or another.
I will place my bets on it. We had some interesting boating there, which made it quite awkward for the racecourse side with 2 boats almost on top of each other. But we've got the Pelor Woods side crew, which is crew 29, Durham Darrington, in the lead as they pass Cuff's Boathouse. They're up about half a length. But the racecourse side team, which is Durham Dog, are really pushing for it. Obviously, it's very nice to beat your own club and gloat about it in the erg room in 2 days' time.
They are, again, very close together coming under Bath's Bridge, though it looks like it's crew 29 that is going to take it.
And we now have another Open Championship A8's final, our second final of the day, which is Newcastle University Boat Club on the racecourse side in the blue and Durham University Boat Club on the Pelaw Wood side. This was the only Newcastle crew to make it through to the finals. So winning this will be major for Newcastle. However, as they approach Collingwood landing stage, these two very good crews, Durham University Boat Club out ahead by about a quarter of a length, but Newcastle trying their best to claw back up.
These are some impressively fast boats we are seeing currently, and it does look like Newcastle is currently drawing in front of Durham as they approach Hildbead very quickly. It's still very close.
Those are some rapid crews. It's very close. Newcastle up about by a canvas. Durham needs to up their rate if they want to win this race, but it seems like Newcastle have made about a length's lead. It will be a struggle for Durham to claw back going under Bath's Bridge. Now we're back at the start with the Open J13 Coxed Quad final with Lambton on the racecourse side and Tees Rowing Club on the Pelaw Wood side. And whilst they stake boat up, we'll let you know a few of those last semi-finals, sorry. So Trevelyan beats Berwick Amateur Rowing Club by 4 lengths in the open singles. Broxbourne beat St Cuffs by 1.5 lengths in the second semi-final for the open singles. Then in the open eights, we had York University beat Yarm by 3 feet, and
Durham Regatta isn't just about the boat race, there's lots of other things going on during the day. We're currently here at the Classic Car Show, got a lot of cars from all around the area and all different time periods. We're going to give some interviews, find out the stories behind the car and their connection to the boat race. Right, I'm here with Ted and Pam Mayton. Can you tell us a bit about your car?
The car's a 1986 Ford Fiesta 1.1L with a very low mileage of only 28,000 miles. So that's in 40 years. I've owned the car for 11 years. The previous owner was a lady who lived at Stoke, and her husband was the manager of the main Ford dealers in Stoke. I've been told that she would never take the car out in the winter time. That's why there's no rust on the car, because it's never been in salt.
What brings you to Durham Regatta?
Well, we're members of the Neckpark Car Club. We're out every weekend to car shows. This particular weekend happens to be Durham Regatta. So.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask you, Trevor, when did you get this car and why do you bring it here?
I got it in 2003. It was a complete heap mess, nothing inside. I tried to do it, but it was getting time. But anyhow, about 5 years ago, I said, right, that's it, we do the car.
Yeah.
And that's what we did.
I see you're part of a club, the Triumph Razor?
Yeah. Razor Edge.
Okay, I see. And what does this club do?
It's Triumph renowned cars.
Okay.
Mainly down south. We try to do as many shows as we can. We try to do the small shows to keep them going. Little carnivals and things like that.
This has been an amazing experience.
Yeah, thank you.
Anytime you want.
Yeah, well, we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Well, isn't this a dream car? We've had some wonderful oral histories of cars. The community here at Durham Regatta is very strong, and we will be back with the racing in the commentary box very soon. Here we are.
Okay, we are back in the final
J13 Coxed Quad. I
So
we have...
no, this
Is
should
it not?
177. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah.
We've got Tees and Lambton. It looks like Tees is ahead currently, coming towards Collingwood by what can't be more than about half a length, though Lambton is keeping it very close. I'm also really ready to be completely wrong with what cruise it is.
No, I think you're right. They just announced 177 Open J13 finals Cox quads with Lambton in the lead as they approach Hildbead landing stage by about a length. And as they come towards and past Hildbead landing stage, we see Lambton out ahead by about half a length.
They do look to be extending their lead to just a length as they come past the commentator's box and look to be pulling out even further ahead of Tees as we get to Baths Bridge.
Some very different rates there. Lambton, although ahead, at a slightly higher rate than Tees, probably by about 2 pips. And if we return to the start line, we're in the first semi-final of the Open Championship singles with Camus Thornton on the racecourse side and Yarm School Ashworth on the Pelaw Wood side.
Camus is looking to come out to an early lead of about a length. Again, the two crews staying very far apart and keeping it as close to the banks as they can reasonably get. I'd almost be worried that Yarm is going to collide. Oh, and there he has. Yarm has just capsized, it would appear, just before Collingwood Boathouse. So it is very comfortably going to be a Camus win and a real disappointment for Ashworth in the Yarm boat.
Yeah,
I believe that is the first capsize we've seen today.
I slightly missed that because of the T order, but yeah, not looking great for that capsize single. And we'll have the next race, which is race 179, which is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club versus Chester Street on the Pelaw Wood side.
We have been informed by a commenter on YouTube that the Camus win that we have just witnessed was absolutely nothing to do with the capsize, which is a very reasonable statement. Even before the capsize, Camus was leading by at least a length and a half. It will just lead for not even a more disappointing loss for Yarm, but definitely a more wet one.
Definitely. And as we're back at the start line, we do have Chester Street on the Pelaw Wood side, Chester Street Simpson, and then Tyne Amateur Rowing Club Varley on the racecourse side. They're just waiting for that soggy rower to make his way down to the finish line.
At that point, if I was in his shoes, I would simply get onto Collingwood landing stage and carry my boat back.
absolutely. But it's always nice to make it to the final, to the finish line. Either way. And we've got a few results. Again, Hatfield beating St John's Novs, St Chad's Novs beating Grey, so a Hatfield St Chad's final at 5:55. Trevs beating Berwick, and we're back. And this is again the second semi-final of the open singles, with Chester Street on the Pelaw Wood side and Tyne on the racecourse side, one of whom will go up against Lambton in the final. So as they pass Collingwood landing stage from the drone shot, they look pretty neck and neck, but that Chester Street boat slightly edging forward. But Tyne has pushed forward. He's now at about a length ahead.
Again, from the overhead, it does seem that Tyne is keeping the lead quite well, holding at about a length ahead.
As they pass Hildbead landing stage, Tyne is still ahead by a length, pushing forward to about 1.5 lengths, leaving that Chester Street single far behind.
I've got to say, the blue of the Chester Street boat is very, very reminiscent of the ones on Hatfield boats. I was really confused when I saw it starting for a second.
But that bright red of Chester Street makes them very prominent. And as they go under Bath's Bridge, I think Tyne has that. And we'll see Tyne Varley up against Camus Thornton later on in the final. So back at the start line, we have the women's non-championship coxless quads with Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side and St Leonard's on the Pelaw Wood side. But we'll take a few seconds for some of the boats to boat up. And we've got a few results. So we've got Broxbourne beating St Cuffs in the open non-championship singles. York University beating Yarm School in the open eights, and the Durham Dark Hexham Composites beating Van Mildert in the open eights, and Yarm School beating Durham Amateur Rowing Club in the women's non-championship fours. And we're getting closer and closer to more finals. We've got the last few semi-finals coming up, and then we'll be barraged by all the finals at the end.
Lots of these finals are simply one-off races where crews have entered in brackets with very small numbers of entrants and simply have to only race one race in the day for just their final, which I can would be the way I'd want to spend the regatta, if I'm honest. I can't deal with doing a race and then having to sit for 2 hours at a start line waiting for your next race if you win.
Absolutely. And if we take a look at
In terms of scheduling, Sully has
Another part of the weekend is this medieval immersion. Let's take a look around and see what we can find. So, would you be able to tell me a bit more about what's happening in this immersion area today?
Yes, so we're part of a reenactment society called the Vikings UK, and we aim to reproduce replicas from the early medieval period. So we're all volunteers, it's a registered charity organisation. We dedicate our time to educating the public about life in the early medieval period, and we make all of our own clothes, we have weapons and educate the public about life in Western Europe in the Viking Age and early medieval period.
Very interesting.
So we've got a 7th/8th century Anglo-Saxon shields. They're quite small, round, and they've got this distinctive boss which is there to protect your hand because your hand goes through the board to hold the shield. So this would be a 9th or 10th century shield. It's made a similar way. The boss is slightly different style, but it's a bigger shield, covers more of your body. Shape's changed to this teardrop shape, often termed as kite shields. This is what you'd see for the Anglo-Saxons and Normans on the Bayeux tapestry depicting the Battle of Hastings.
Yeah.
The 1066, this is sort of shields. Often thought to be a shield for a horseman because it covers part of your body when you're on a horse, but personally I think it's equally as well for an infantryman. And you do see them on foot on Bayeux tapestry.
And we're back.
Yeah, we're back on the water. A few crews boating up there. We're just waiting for our cups of teas, but we've got some boats already on the stake boats. What I believe will be the first semi-final of the women's non-championship coxless quads. Like we said, one of the last few quads semi-finals.
It does appear that the large crowd of Hatfield supporters have started to work their way towards the start line. As, to be fair, I don't think the final isn't particularly soon. I'm sure Sully has better ops on when it's actually going to happen, given I'm just going off the draw.
So a few finals to look forward to, especially if you're someone at the college. We've got a few more results, again, ones that we've already told you about, but
what time in the morning are they
beating
from?
St John's to go towards the finals, who will be up against St Chad's, who beat Grey in the Open North Falls. You've got Trevelyan beating Berwick Amateur Rowing Club in the Open Non-Championship singles, and Trevs will go up against Broxbourne, who beat St Cuffs in that semi-final. York University beating Yarm School, and they'll go up against the Dark Durham School Hexham Composite in the final after they beat Van Mildert. And the women's non-champion.
Hi, I'm Kika. I'm head of production for PalTV's broadcast of the regatta. Today, I'm going to take you inside the pavilion, our house this year, and show you what PalTV really does behind the scenes. Come with me. Okay, So here we have a really, really important broadcast room. We have our director with a really kind of scary platform on it. This is where you can see all the cameras and all the shots. They view on one side in the preview, and then on program, that's what's streaming and what you guys are seeing. Then over on this side, we have the VTs, which are the pre-recorded segments or videos, kind of like this one. So whenever this actually streams out, know that it'll be because somebody in this chair is putting it out there. Finally, over here, we have kind of a marketing, but overall just broadcast control and station. Now,
Back on the water, still waiting for some crews to boat down that last single going down there now. And this will be the first semi-final of the women's non-championship Coxless Quads.
In terms of schedule, I do think Sully has cursed us a bit because we have graduated from 10 minutes behind to 20 minutes behind.
That we blame the capsized yarn boat for that.
As it does look like this semi-final is getting ready. Both crews are sat at attention with just a little bit of last-minute adjustment.
This is a reminder that this is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side and St Leonard's in the red on the Pelor Wood side. They are at attention and they are off.
St Leonard's looking to pull a little bit further ahead in their race start, though Tyne is happily making up space with them. They are sitting about head on as they move towards Collingwood Boathouse. Tyne looks to be maybe a canvas ahead at most, though their line does look to be a little bit less direct as they swerve towards the bank at one point, though it is still looking very neck and neck as they come past Collingwood landing stage.
And as they pass Collingwood landing stage, it looks like St Leonard's are slightly ahead by what seems to be like a quarter length. And this drone footage now showing that they are behind slightly as they come towards Hildbead.
As they get towards us, it looks like Tyne is sat about a boat length ahead of St Leonard's, and St Leonard's seem to be slowing down a bit. Their rate has dropped when compared to Tyne's. Tyne pulling ahead to getting towards 3 lengths ahead of St Leonard's, and the race does look to be happily in the favour of Tyne as our next race starts.
So we're back at the second semi-final of the women's non-championship fours, and this is Lancaster John O'Gaunt on the racecourse side taking the lead over Collingwood College Boat Club on the Pelor Wood side.
I believe what we do have is the other semi-final for the Coxless Quads.
So that should be Lancaster, John O'Golds and Collingwood, I think. Yeah, those black, slightly darker
I may
blades
be
there.
just being colourblind. It looks like, whichever race it is, it looks like the boat on Pelor Wood side is quite comfortably ahead. As they come past us, we should be able to ID the boats properly. And that is a Yarm boat ahead, sat in front of a Lancaster University boat. Yarm is sat about 2 boat lengths ahead of Lancaster, and again look to be quite comfortably in the lead. And it looks like it will be a win for Yarm as they pass under.
That was Collingwood. And we've got sorry, we're having a bit of issues identifying these boats, having very similar blades. But we are on another semi-final, the Open Championship B's 8s. And this is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side, and Durham University Boat Club on the Pelor Wood side. Bear with us whilst we dodge a wasp in the commentary box.
I think they were interested in our cups of tea. It looks like the 8 on Pelor Wood side, which is Durham University Butler, is ahead by at most a quarter of a length.
But as they pass Hild Bead and come towards St. Cuffs, Durham is slightly losing that lead, and Tyne is clawing back.
Again, it looks like we are heading for a photo finish on this race.
And as they go under Bath's Bridge, it seems as if we're just getting the view now, and that is a crew on the Pelor Wood side, which is Durham University Boat Club, and they have beat Tyne. We're back at the start line, but there are no crews there, so we will wait for City of Sheffield and Newcastle to boat up very slowly.
I'm fairly certain that Coxwell's quad was Yarm, given it was a Yarm boat code on it, unless Colin would have stolen a Yarm boat, which I wouldn't put past them.
There could be a possibility of something happening to a boat and Collingwood having to borrow one. I did see the Yarm code and the Yarm blades, but the local commentator kept on saying Collingwood, so, and it says the same on the pending races. So I have no idea what's going on there. We will double check and get back to you.
Either way, the boat that was maybe Yarm or maybe Collingwood did definitely come out on top in that race.
So we seem to be waiting for one of the crews to come back.
I'm putting money on it being Newcastle University Boat Club, as it looks like we're missing the Pelor Wood side boat. And those are definitely City of Sheffield colours.
Yep. So they're just sitting there waiting.
Now we're going to take a quick break from the rowing chat to bring you a little historical nugget which you'll find right here along the riverbank of the River Wear. And that is, of course, the story of the heaven-sent cow, which supposedly is the only reason that any of us are here today. Basically, in the year 687, a very saintly man called Cuthbert died. Now, the thing about Cuthbert was that his body wouldn't decompose, and it was said to perform miracles, so it was essential that the monks preserved the body. To that end, they decided to bury him on the island just off the coast of Northumbria called Lindisfarne. Now this was all well and good, until the Vikings struck. Now, because Lindisfarne is an island, it was right on the coast and the Vikings were attacking it relentlessly. So in 885, it was decided that Cuthbert couldn't stay, they had to get him out. The only question was, where did they put him? They moved around a little bit around the north in places like Ripon and Chester le Street, but still the threat of the Vikings was omnipresent. They didn't know what to do. But it wasn't until 995 that a certain cow-shaped conspiracy led them to discover the final resting place of St Cuthbert just over there. As the monks were moving further northwards, one of them had an extraordinary vision. It was St Cuthbert himself, and he said, "Bury me in a place called Dun Home." Only problem was, no one had ever heard of that place. As far as they were concerned, that wasn't a place. Until an extraordinary divine intervention. A milkmaid came past and she said she was looking for her lost cow, a dun cow in fact, and she'd last seen it in a place called Dun Home. Realising their luck, or perhaps, depending on your outlook, their miracle, the monks decided to follow this young lady, and eventually they came to a place.
It looks like the race is underway with Sheffield sat just in... Oh dear, no, they're coming past us, never mind.
Okay, so this is Newcastle versus City of Sheffield. Newcastle about 3/4 of a length and ahead. City of Sheffield clawing back up there, pushing it back to half a length lead for Newcastle as they get past St Cuff's Boathouse. It still could be City of Sheffield's win if they up their watts or their rate now, but as they come under Bass Bridge, I think that is a Newcastle win. So Newcastle will be up against Durham University Boat Club in the Open Challenger B8 final, which is race 207 at 6:20.
Next up, we have what I believe is the semi-final women's Coxed 4. Sully, do you know what crews we've got
So
currently?
we should have, those are definitely Van Mildert blades. So that is Van Mildert on the racecourse side and St Cuffs on the Pelaw Wood side. Another college against college race. One of these crews will either go up against Sheffield University or St John's College later on for the final, but they seem to be on the state boats waiting for those last boats to boat up.
Just looking ahead in races a bit, it looks like we've got another head-to-head of hybrid crews for race 190, which is two J15 Cox 8s with a hybrid of Dark and Durham schools and Camis and Lambton, which will be very interesting to see.
And we're just waiting for, I think, that last four to get past those stake boats, and they should be ready soon.
In news closer to the commentator's box, I'm watching very sadly as the fish and chip van closes up shop, because that's what I was planning to have for my dinner tonight, and I don't think that's happening now.
And that Van Mildert versus Cuffs race is off, with Van Mildert drawing slightly ahead by half a length at the start. But as you can see from the drone footage, it is very much neck and neck as they start to go past the bandstand towards Collingwood Boat Club. Van Mildert slightly by a bow ball up. a very exciting race for both of these crews. I'm sure they both want to make it to the final. You can see all those boating crews watching eagerly. Van Mildert up by a canvas, going to about quarter length. We've got the Van Mildert supporters right next to the commentary box, already shouting as they start to make their way towards Hildesby's landing stage, and the boats start to come into our view. Still pretty much neck and neck. Van Mildert again only ahead by a babble. This is a very close race. It's still anyone's race. Van Mildert back up by about half a length.
It looks like the race may be Van Mildert's, unless Cuth can make up about half a length before Bath's Bridge. It looks like it may be curtains for them. Van Mildert looking very clean as they pass under the bridge.
And as we look towards past Bath's Bridge, it seems like Cuffs might actually have just about scraped it.
Again, a photo finish, so we will await the marshal's verdict on that. We have our next race starting, which is Sheffield Uni and Johns. Johns on Pelaw Woods side and Sheffield Uni on the racecourse side. It looks like Sheffield Uni is sat about a length away from Johns as we head towards Collingwood landing stage. Oh, Johns are keeping it competitive and keeping Sheffield Uni honest as they pass Collingwood landing stage. It looks like Johns has begun to claw the race back a little bit, coming past at what is about a bow balls between the two of them, with Sheffield Uni still just in front as they head towards Hildenbeed landing stage.
So as they pass Hildbeed's landing stage, it seems as if we can see both crews coming up, and Sheffield University slightly ahead by about a foot, but still a very competitive race. It is anyone's win.
It does look like both crews are starting to tire out a bit as they are just about neck and neck. Sheffield Uni ahead by, again, what must be about a canvas. They are starting to pull a bit further in front of Johns. But this is, as we've seen several times now, really anyone's race as they head towards Bath's Bridge.
And from this angle, it does seem like St. John's are taking a slight lead by a bow ball. But if we return to the start line, we have the penultimate semi-final races. This is the Open J16 doubles with Yarm School on the racecourse side and a Chester Street Durham School composite on the Pelaw Wood side. Two very strong local schools, and Chester Street as well, who's are a very strong local team.
We did earlier see this composite crew perform very well.
And as they passed Hillsby's landing stage and approached the commentary box, it seems like Chester Street is up ahead by a foot, but Yarm are really pushing forward.
They are keeping it very competitive.
One of these crews will go up against either Hexham or Camus, crews that they're very used to racing in this area. Chester Street and Durham School slightly out ahead.
Here we are. It looks like the composite crew is going to take it, though again, it is looking like a photo finish. And we will switch over to our next J16 doubles semi-final.
This is Hexham on the racecourse side and Camus on the Pelorwood side.
It looks like
We're
the
nearly
stake
ready.
boat may be having a bit of fun with getting rid of a quad that has got a wee bit too close to them.
We have got a few results. Again, this is Newcastle beating Durham University in the final for the Open Championship 8As. And then Lambton beating Tees Rowing Club in the final for the Open J13 Cox Squads. And a few semi-final results for you. Camus beating Yarm for the Open Championship singles, and they'll be up against Tyne, who beat Chester Street. And in the women's non-championship Coxless Quads, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club beat St Leonard's to go up against Collingwood, who beat Lancaster John O'Gaunt. And in the Open Championship B's 8 semi-final, Newcastle University Boat Club beats City of Sheffield by 1 length. And we will have the result of that other semi-final soon. And we've got a few more, the last semi-finals now. The sun is back out in the last hour of racing. I hope hour of racing. We are currently behind about just over half an hour.
I think I've worked out the reason. Earlier, when you said that we would be on time, touch wood, you touched the desk, which is plastic.
That could possibly be the reason, yes.
Nothing to do with boats capsizing or waiting for crews to get up now. Plastic desk.
Shout out to Yarm, who capsized.
Again, we are watching as some of that coming past us, and behind them.
And we're back at the start. And this is the semi-final for the Open J16 doubles with Yarm School on the racecourse side and Chester Street, maybe?
Chester Street? Which is it? Was it Chester Street
Did
or was it
we
Camas?
just have that? Yeah, it may be Camas.
It's
it is
Yarm
Camas.
Camas. It is.
You Camas and Hexham.
Oh, it may be that composite Camas Chester Street double we saw earlier.
Well, once we're back on the camera next to them, we can let you know, because we know that Hexham have quite a striking crew colour.
We've got the crews back on the camera. Sully, what colour are we looking for?
So, I think that is Hexham on the racecourse side and Camas on the Pelorwood side.
It does appear that as we continue to have boats moving back up, the crowds are starting to thin out, as I'm sure a lot of people are going home for their Sunday dinners.
Yeah, so I can confirm that as we just saw the Yarm double boat up, that will be Hexham versus Camus on the start line. However, they are still waiting. And this will be the last semi-final of the Open J16 double. Yep, so Camus and Hexham have just gone off the start. And the crew on the Pelorwood side, Camus slightly ahead, but we can't really tell at this point what the race will end like. As they approach the bandstand and Collingwood landing stage, it seems like Camus is in the lead by about 3/4 of a length. That racecourse crew taking a very central line, trying to avoid those boats boating up. Could be clash blades if Camus and Hexham start to become equal, but no, that's Camus slightly veering towards the banks. Camus still in the lead by about half a length.
As we see the crew start to come into view past the commentator's box, it does look like Camus is maintaining their lead, with Hexham still sat very firmly beside them, about half a boat length away, though Hexham is making up quite a bit of distance currently.
This is extremely good rowing from these J16 boys. They have what looks like amazing tech from here. Much better than some college rowers, but we'll let you know that result soon. I'll now tell you who's at the start line, which is the Open non-championship Coxless quads with Yarm School on the racecourse side and Northumbria University on the Pelorwood side.
It looks like Northumbria has got a bit of a lead as they come past Collingwood. We'll wait to see. Yes, it does seem that Northumbria is keeping themselves about half a boat's length away from Yarm and making up plenty of distance as they accelerate towards Hildmead landing stage, as we wait to see them come past the commentator's box.
So as they approach Hildmead landing stage, it seems like Northumbria are about a length ahead of Yarm School. Northumbria coming past Hildmead landing stage very quickly, approaching the commentary box at St Cuthbert's. And they are about over 3 lengths ahead of Yarm School. Yarm School slightly upping their rate, but this is Northumbria University's race. And now we're back at the start with the final semi-final, which is St Leonard's on the racecourse side and Leeds on the Pelorwood side.
When we saw them off the start line, Leeds did look to be taking a bit of a questionable line, getting very close to the bank. Hate to see a repeat of the Camus single we saw earlier.
The Yarm capsize?
Yarm?
I think it was Yarm.
It may
And
well. I can't
we've
remember
just
at this
had
point.
the result of that Yarm versus Northumbria race, and it was Northumbria who took the lead in that. But as these next two crews come towards Hildbeed landing stage, it seems as if St Leonard's are ahead of Leeds by about 2 lengths.
They look to have taken full advantage of the pole line that Leeds have taken. However, Leeds is still keeping not terrible distance. It is still about 2 lengths in front of Leeds, so it looks like a very comfortable win for St Leonard's.
So this is St Leonard's in the red, in their very snazzy bucket hats, taking the lead over Leeds University.
I think that's another crew with duck bucket hats, which is always a wonderful fashion statement when rowing.
Absolutely, and as St Leonard's pass the finish point, they are out ahead by about 2 lengths. And we've had another race start. Quite a significant lead for the Women's Masters Coxless Quads with Lambton.
That's
versus
Lambton.
Tyne. And
Lambton.
Lambton taking quite a significant lead off over a length right at the start, and we've not even reached Collingwood landing stage.
It may well be that, given it was a Masters race, one of the crews received a handicap. However, I'm not going to say that for certain because I don't want to take away from the excellent performance by Lambton so far. They may need to correct their line a little bit as they are getting quite close to some of these boats on the bank, as one of the crews sat at the bank is sat at quite a dodgy angle. Lambton just manages to get out of the way. However, it is losing them space to Tyne, and Tyne actually is pulling ahead of Lambton now as they head towards Hildbeed landing stage. It looks to be nothing more than about half of a boat's length in the race currently.
And as they start to pass Hillsbead landing stage, it seems as if the crew on the race, on the
Does look like we've got Tyne.
side, which is Tyne, is out ahead. We are now back at the start with another Women's Masters final. This is Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side and Lancaster John O'Gaunt on the Pelorwood side.
It looks like currently Dark is about a canvas away from John O'Gaunt as they come past Collingwood landing stage. Dark do look to be stretching their lead out a little bit further as they get out to about a boat's length ahead of Lancaster John O'Gaunt.
Can we just also correct that the Lambton versus Tyne Women's Masters was a handicapped race? That is why one of the crews looked significantly stronger at the start. But I think we may have to correct. So this race is the Open J14 Coxed Quads, which is Chester Street Tyne Composite versus Tyne on the Pelor Wood side. And it seems like the Chester Street Tyne Composite is slightly up ahead by about a length. And that Chester Street Tyne composite is really pushing forward. And it seems like that Chester Street Tyne composite have beaten Tyne in the finals in the Open J14 Coxed quads, but either way, Tyne did win something there.
Next setting up, we do look like we actually...
Could this be the Women's Masters?
This does look like the Women's Masters Coxless quad, and to be fair, they do
That
look
is
closer
definitely
to the colours we are used to.
Yeah, that is a dark blade for sure.
Is definitely.
And we're just going to give you a few results now. And that is the women's non-championship Coxless quads, with Tyne beating St Leonard's by 4 lengths. Then the women's non-championship quads, Coxless quads, beating Collingwood beating Lancaster John O'Gaunt by 3 lengths. Then Newcastle beating City of Sheffield by 1 length. Durham University beating Tyne by 1.5 lengths. St Cuffs beating Van Mildert by 1.25 lengths. And the women's non-championships A's Coxed fours, St John's beating Sheffield University by 3/4 of a length, and the very close semi-final of the Open J16 doubles, which was the Chester Street Durham School composite beating Yarm School by 2 feet. And we're just seeing those crews boat up from the semi-finals, getting ready for their finals.
To be fair, even though the crowds near the commentators' box are starting to get smaller, as we look up the river, it does still look like we have a lot of people gathered to watch these last semi-finals and finals for the 193rd Durham Regatta. And here we see the...
So this should be the Women's Masters Coxless Quad final. Hopefully. Which is yep, no, that is a dark crew on the racecourse side, and the Lancaster John O'Gaunt's crew on the Pelorwood side. Just waiting for all of those boats to boat up now. It is not as chilly as it was yesterday, so that may be because of my quite thick jumper though. These HCBC fleeces do come in handy.
Oh, are you receiving a paid sponsorship from HCBC fleeces?
No, although they did mess up my exact fleece jumper, so I'm waiting for a new one to arrive soon. Like, you can never have too many navy fleeces.
It does look like, as the race starts to wind down, some of the food vans and various attractions are starting to make a move. The flower van, which was sat very firmly behind the commentator's box, left about 10 minutes ago. The classic car show will have ended over 2 hours ago now. As we look to timings, we still remain about 25 minutes behind schedule. So
I was hoping to nab some churros, but I don't think that will be happening.
I was hoping to go to this chip place that you got your fancy bucket of chips from, but I think they may close before I get there, though they are still very firmly open.
They might be here until the end, catching those last few fans. We've got a big cohort of HCBC supporters right next to us, but I believe that in the next half an hour they will be off and will be left by ourselves.
Holding down the fort.
Yeah. So we also just got that result for the second semi-final of the Open J16 doubles, which was Camus beating Hexham by 1 length, and Camus will go up against the Chester Street Durham composite in the final.
I feel like with this little gap between racing, we're obligated to do the same section as our commentators before us.
What? Who's the most famous person in your contacts?
I believe so. I think I can go first. I believe I still have as a friend on Facebook the ex-head of RAF Air Cadets.
He's pretty significant. But sometimes I wonder, is it the most famous person or the most important person?
This is true.
Most important person, I don't think we should say. I don't know. Famous people, not so much. No, I can't think of anyone from the top of my head. I know the head of the Mercedes Petronas F1 team. He's in my contacts. Head being like, I don't know what you'd call him, but like maybe a sponsorship and advisor. An advisor. There you go.
Of course, we both have the world famous Hatfield men's first aid.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Again, no bias in the commentary box whatsoever.
No.
It looks like we are having the last few crews just coming up past the start line, and we should be back on race schedule very soon.
We'll do a few shout-outs. Shout out to James Soggy Bryant, who is nowhere to be seen.
I think he might be in bed.
Shout out to the other two guys in our boat, George and Tom. Tom being somewhere that we don't know right now.
A shout out to Adrian Pogmore, my coach from Doncaster, who I saw walking around earlier today. And we're off.
Brilliant. So this is the women's Masters Coxless Quad final handicapped between Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side and Lancaster John O'Gaunt on the Pelorwood side. From the start, obviously, there was a slight handicap, but Lancaster seems to be taking an interesting line there. Obviously, they were slightly handicapped, but they are pushing forward.
Durham are taking the full advantage of the handicap in getting about 2 boats lengths ahead of Lancaster, though Lancaster is making up space very quickly. They've just passed Collingwood landing stage. We can see Durham Amateur Rowing Club in the lead with Lancaster, John O'Gaunt trailing, still about 2 boats lengths behind them.
So as they start to approach the Hillsbead landing stage, it seems like Durham Amateur Rowing Club are still ahead. Lancaster John O'Gaunt taking another interesting line. Of course, this is a coxless quad, so some of the crew members might not know how to navigate the weir as well, but as they come past the commentary box, Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Lancaster John O'Gaunt out ahead. Durham Amateur Rowing Club slowly making their way up, but unfortunately for them, it is going to be a very easy win for Durham Amateur Rowing. For Durham Amateur Rowing Club.
Oh, we have some 8 coming. I believe this is the well-anticipated competition between the 2 composite crews I was talking about earlier. We have on the racecourse side a composite crew of Durham Amateur Rowing Club and Durham Schools steaming ahead of Camis and Lambton Rowing Club's composite crew, sat very firmly 2 boat lengths behind even of the Durham composite crew.
And as they pass Hillsbead landing stage and approach the commentary box, it seems as if Dark and the Durham School composites are out ahead by about 3 lengths from the Camus Lambton composite. A very good innings for the Dark, for the Camus and Lambton crews. But as we look to the start again, we have the final of the Open J14 Coxed quads. And it seems with those 8s that the Dark Durham School composite have taken enough of a lead to pass Bath's Bridge and win their final. So very well done to Dark and Durham School. And as we look past Collingwood landing stage, we can see that it is a Chester Street Tyne composite on the racecourse side, leading quite far ahead from the Tyne Amateur Rowing Club crew. Either way, Tyne will take a slight win, whether it's in the composite or by themselves. And as they approach Hillsbead, Chester Street and Tyne are slightly out of head. It seems as if crews with Chester Street rowers have always taken the lead in these races. Chester Street and Tyne doing very well there. Tyne, the full Tyne crew, slightly far behind by much over 4 lengths.
We can now see the beginnings of the Open, I don't even know what that code means. It's Open Men's Singles with Tyne United on Pilar Wood side and Tees on the racecourse side. It looks like Tees is sat at about half a boat length ahead as they move towards Collingwood landing stage. Though Tyne is keeping it very close and may actually be pulling ahead a little bit of Tees. But this is still very much anybody's race. As we see them come past, yes, Tyne United has pulled out in front of the Tees Rowing Club boat. So they are sat at about a length and a half, 2 lengths apart currently, as they start to head towards Hildbead landing stage. And the commentator's box.
So, as these singles start to approach the Hildbead landing stage, it seems as if Tyne United are out ahead. But as you can see, another women's single final has started with Yarm School on the racecourse side and Chester Street on the Pelorwood side.
These two crews are getting very close to each other. If one of them, likely the Yarm School, doesn't make a course adjustment, we could see another boat collision. As
we can see, the Open the Open Singles men's race, Tyne United have taken a significant lead and are just about to pass Bridge and win that race. So very well done to Tyne United. And this women's single final, Chester Street out ahead, significantly over Yarm School by about 3 lengths. But Yarm is pushing forward as they approach Hildbead landing stage. Chester Street out ahead as they approach the commentary box at St Cuthbert's.
I'm a big fan of the colour scheme of the Chester Street singles. They remind me a little bit of Mars Bar wrappers.
They do, don't they? But we can see that this Chester Street single will be winning over Yarm School by over 3 lengths off a lead.
Much better. I'll tell you why. I think I know why.
And we've just seen the start of the final for the Open Non-Championship A8s. And this is South College on the racecourse side and Sheffield University on the Pelorwood side. Out at the start, very splashy.
South looks to have taken a lead as they come past Collingwood landing stage, sat about a length ahead of Sheffield University. But again, both crews are still keeping it very competitive.
As they pass Collingwood and approach Hildbead, it seems as if Sheffield has taken about a foot lead, but South are pushing. As they approach Hildbead landing stage, the South supporters are roaring.
It does look like Sheffield has got a lead of not even a quarter
South
of a boat.
is pushing.
About a
this
bow
is
ball.
a neck-on-neck race. The sides of the river are in absolute commotion. But those bleach blonde buzzers of Sheffield, who won yesterday, are getting beaten by South College. As we go back to the start, we've got the women's non-championship singles with Leeds University on the racecourse side and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the Pelorwood side.
No, because the next race is basically there. I'll just bring it back to the...
Thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
And we have got that confirmed that South College have won over Sheffield. As these singles come towards Collingwood, it seems that the crew on the Peel Woodside, which is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, have a significant lead of over 3 lengths. It will be quite difficult for Leeds University to claw back from that one as they approach Hillspeed landing stage. However, Leeds has made some significant ground with only a length advantage.
The two singles do look to still be keeping it quite close as they pass the bandstand. It looks like Tyne
We
may...
now have the next race, which is the women's Nov 4s with St John's on the racecourse side and Hatfield College on the Peel Wood side. Hatfield College women winning their race earlier, which was very intense, easily winning it.
Though it does look like they may be getting overtaken by Johns. As we come back to the singles, it looks like Tyne remains about half a length ahead of Leeds University as they pass under Bath's Bridge. Both crews looking to be starting to tire out a bit as they make their final push towards the finish line. And here we come back to the women's Nov boat.
And it seems like Hatfield have a slight advantage, but Johns are clawing back with about a quarter of a lead for Hatfield. Again, the Hatfield boat, Delilah Waring, Sophie Elston, Ainsley Kaufman, and Charlotte Carrier, coxed by the very famous former president of Hatfield College Boat Club, Henry Hayes. But as they start to approach Hillspeed landing stage, it seems as if St John's College Novs have a slight lead by half a length. Hatfield pushing forward. This is a neck and neck race. Hatfield leading now by about half a length.
Hopefully they can keep their pressure and their composure.
You can see Henry Hayes pushing for it. John's clawing back.
Still keeping this race very competitive as we see what must be about half of Hatfield Boat Club chasing these boats towards the finish line.
It seems as if Hatfield are slightly tiring there, but
they do still appear to have what is about a canvas ahead of Johns. So we will await the result of this race. We are, however, seeing...
If we now go back to the start, we have the men's novice fours with Hatfield College on the racecourse side, St Chad's on the Peel Wood side. Hatfield, strong start from them, about a length ahead as they approach Collingwood landing stage. Hatfield College with Joel Minchell, Jacob E. Kunis, Thomas Barillius and Lucas NR. As they start to approach Hillspeed landing stage, it seems as if Hatfield have a slight advantage of half a length.
They do appear to be
they are
losing
lengthening
their
out.
lead a bit.
That lead has gone to about 1 length. Chad starting to trail behind. Hatfield definitely in for the win by about 2 lengths right now. Hatfield in their signature blue hair. I don't know whose call that was.
I'm hoping this doesn't become a tradition for future racers. I don't think my hair will stand it. And as they come to Bath's Bridge, it does look like quite a comfortable win for the Hatfield novice men's boat of about a length ahead of St Chad's.
And we will give you the full results soon. And we have confirmed that Hatfield College Novs women beat St John's Novs women by 1.5 lengths. Back at the start line, we now have the Open non-championship singles final between Trevelyan College and Broxbourne.
Broxbourne is always a crew that confuses me in terms of their code, because most clubs and most crews, you can tell what club they belong to because they will have at least one of the starting letters of their club name in their code. Broxbourne does not follow this system. Their code is EAR, which is very weird.
Shout out to Ginger Liv from Hatfield, who just walked past. Hashtag Ginger Liv.
I think the shout out is due to you being shouted at.
Definitely. And that's the entire Hatfield cohort leaving the banks as they start to look very empty. There is only 2 colleges left to row later on, which is St Cuffs and St John's in the women's non-championship A's 4s. And we will come to the results in a few seconds. We have the women's masters final with Durham Amateur Rowing Club beating Lancaster John O'Gaunt's by 6 lengths. The Open J14 Coxed Quads beating Chester Street Tyne, beating Tyne Amateur Rowing Club by 6 lengths too. We've got the Open Singles with Tyne United beating Tees Rowing Club by 6 lengths as well. We have the Women's Championship Single Final with Chester Street beating Yarm by 4 lengths. We have the Open Non-Championship A8s with South College beating Sheffield University by just half a length. We have the Women's Non-Championship Single Final with Tyne Amateur Rowing Club beating Leeds by 1.5 lengths, and the Women's Nov 4s Hatfield beating St John's by 1.5 lengths, and the Open Nov 4s Hatfield beating St Chad's by 1.5 lengths.
I am expecting a large amount of revelry at Hatfield Bar this evening to celebrate what has been a very impressive day by Hatfield Nov crews.
Do join us in Hatfield Bar for post-race drinks at most probably 8:30.
Again, watching very sadly as the ice cream van that's been sat in front of the commentator's box for I don't even know how long now starts to make for home, as not just the crowds but the companies and the confectionery leave the race as we start to wind down with what is about our last 10 races ahead of us.
Another shout out to Big Al from Hatfield College, who just walked past.
I'm starting to notice a trend here.
Shout out to Matt's parents, who were here earlier. And we're back to the start line with another final, and this is the Open Non-Championship Singles with Trevelyan College on the racecourse side and Broxbourne on the Pelaw Wood side. And we come to the last 10 races of the day, all finals. What's been a very exciting weekend at Durham Regatta.
Unfortunately, it does seem like the weather has abandoned us a bit, as that lovely sun we had earlier has gone away and the wind's back.
And as they pass Collingwood landing stage and approach Hildbead, it seems as if Broxbourne is out ahead by about a length over Trevelyan College. However, for a single college boat to get to the finals is very impressive.
And as this final of the Open Non-Championship sculls approach through Hillbead Landing,
And here is Broxbourne leading in front of Trevelyan by about 2 lengths.
And we're back at the start line for the finals of the Open Non-Championship B8s, with York University on the racecourse side and a dark Durham School and Hexham composite on the Pelaw Wood side.
It looks like our composite crew once again has taken a lead of about a length as they come past Collingwood landing stage. This crew remains to perform admirably well as they are starting to stretch their lead out even further, heading towards Hilton Bead landing stage. As they come towards the commentator's box, the composite crew still sits about a length and a half away from the University of York boat. York is making up distance, but it's unlikely that they will be able to make up enough before the bridge. They've lengthened their deficit to only about a length as the crews begin to pass under Bath Bridge.
Although I do quite like the York University all-in-ones and their blades, the black blades with a white rose on it.
I am a very big fan of the York University blade. The all-in-ones, I don't agree. I like our all-in-ones. I miss my Doncaster all-in-one because it was funny colours. I'm not the biggest fan of the light blue.
We're back at the start with the final for the Women's Non-Championship B Coxed Fours with Yarm School on the racecourse side and Leeds on the Pelaw Wood side, I think.
It looks like we are.
And we're back with those results. We have Hatfield beating St Chad's in the Open Novice Fours by 1.5 lengths. We've got Hatfield beating St John's in the Women's Nov Fours by 1.5 lengths. We've got Tyne beating Leeds University in the Women's Non-Championship Singles by 1.5 lengths. We have South beating Sheffield by half a length in the Open Non-Championship A8s. We have Chester Street beating Yarm by 4 lengths in the Women's Championship Singles. We have Tyne United beating Tees Rowing Club in the Open Singles by 6 lengths, and the Chester Street Tyne Amateur Rowing Club Composite beating Tyne Amateur Rowing Club in the Open J14 Coxed Quads by 6 lengths.
Our local commentators are pointing out to us the best thing about Hatfield winning both of our races today is that we don't have to give the silverware back.
Absolutely. though I don't know where the silverware actually is in the club.
It's probably in Castle.
That's true.
Congratulations to the crew for that finish. Winners of the Lady Herschel Plate and presentation prizes kindly donated by Durham College Rowing.
As we see lined up, this is
This is the women's Coxed Fours with final, which is Yarm School on the racecourse side and Leeds University on the P. Lawwood side.
it looks like Leeds has come out to a very small lead over Yarm, which Yarm is responding to very well. The two crews are taking very aggressive lines, which has caused Leeds to have to pull away a little bit. Let's hope that this doesn't affect their race as a whole. It looks like Yarm is holding a bit of a lead as they come past Collingwood landing stage, though it is that minor that it is still very much anyone's race.
So as they come towards Hillsbead landing stage, it seems as if Leeds have a length advantage over Yarm School, but Yarm are fighting back.
Here we are, the start of the next race. This is the women's Coxless 4. Sully, would you be able to shed some light on which crews we have currently?
So we now have the women's J16 Coxless quads. However, we're back on the stream with Lambton on the racecourse side and Yarm on the P. Lawwood side. As they approach Collingwood landing stage, it seems as if they're pretty even, with Lambton slightly ahead by about half a length.
Lambton do look to be actually stretching their lead out even further, pulling.
Absolutely cranked the rate up. They're going for it. My goodness, I hope the umpires are ready for this one on the finish line. Have Leeds Uni done enough, or have Yarm been able to come back? Great race there, that final of the Women's Championship, the Coxed Fours.
It looks like the Yarm and Leeds race we've just had go through has become a bit of a photo finish. As we come back, Lambton are still making very good headwind. As we start with the open singles.
That was yes. And we're back at the start with a open championship single race with Hammers on the racecourse side and Time on the P. Lawwood side. But as you can see, Yarm School is slightly out ahead from, slightly behind Lambton in that fours race.
As being followed by crew 212 for Yarm School, my apologies. So Lambton's just gone through to the finish, followed by Yarm School.
So we've just heard that Lambton have just won the women's J16 Coxless quads over Yarm School. Well done to them. And as we watch these singles approach Collingwood landing stage, it seems as if Pine is slightly ahead, but as we can Camus is slightly ahead, but we're back at the start, and this is the open. No, this is a women's non-championship Coxless fours, and this is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the
Does look like on our singles races that Camus is going to take it today, sitting firmly about 3 lengths ahead. We're back with our Cox quads. Yeah, those are definitely Cox quads.
They are Cox quads. Okay. Should that possibly be... Oh, this is the Camus Chester Street composite crew up against Durham Amateur Rowing Club. A very delayed race.
It does look like the marshals are trying to make up for lost time and are launching crews a little bit quicker than we can actually keep up with currently, but we will try and keep you posted as to what crews are currently coming past. Just coming past the commentators box, we have
Camus Chester Street versus Durham Amateur Rowing Club. It seems as if Durham Amateur Rowing Club are about a length and a half ahead of Chester Street's Camus.
We are next seeing what I believe is the women's coxless quads with, I think, a Tyne boat on the racecourse side. And I'm really wishing I had the crib sheet which
This
told me what
is
blades were.
the women's non-championship coxless quads with... I can't even work it out at this point. I think we're slightly all over the place with these races. Are these coxed or coxless?
Those are coxless women's quads.
Okay, brilliant. So we have Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side and Collingwood on the Pelorwood side. Tyne Amateur Rowing Club out ahead by about half a length as they pass Cuffs Boathouse.
Next, we have the beginnings of a this is the Open Challenger B Coxed 8s.
So this is Durham University Boat Club up against Newcastle University Boat Club.
It looks like, coming past Collingwood, Durham has a little bit of a lead over Newcastle. Both teams are making very good pace down the river as Newcastle has managed to bring out a bit of a lead ahead of Durham, though both crews are still keeping it very competitive.
As they start to approach and pass Collingwood landing stage, it's looking like a very competitive race. Durham University slightly trailing behind, but as they pass Hillbead landing stage and approach the commentary box, they are neck and neck, both
Durham
edging forward.
Durham do appear to be
forward.
pulling ahead.
Both crews have upped their rate, and it seems as if Durham are winning and are in the lead by about a quarter length. And we're back at the start with the women's non-championship A's, Coxed 4s, with St Cuthbert Society Boat Club on the racecourse side and St John's College on the Pelorwood side.
St John's do look to be out to a bit of an early lead, which St Cuths are responding to very well. And the two crews are currently sat just about neck and neck. with St Cuth's pulling ahead a little bit as we come towards Collingwood landing stage. We've reached that lovely time of the day where the sun is shining directly on our screen, though it does look like St Cuth's is still ahead.
St Cuth's slightly behind, with St John's on the Peel or Wood side.
I appear to be
up
having
ahead by 1.5 lengths, pushing towards 2.
appear to be having a critical depth perception failure. As yes, indeed, St John's is ahead by about a length. Cuth's is still keeping Johns on their toes as they head towards Hildenbeed landing stage.
And as those crews start to approach Hildbeed landing stage, it seems as if St John's are edging forward about a length ahead. St Cuth's trying to claw back, but are struggling. St John's now coming past Cuff's Boathouse, but a length ahead. Cuffs really pushing as they pass their home turf, pushing that lead back to 3/4 of a length.
There's a lot of support for Cuth's just on the landing stage in front of us.
And the penultimate race, as you can see, the final open J16 doubles with a Chester Street Durham composite on the racecourse side and a Camus crew on the Peel or Wood side.
Both of these crews have performed very well today, so it will be no doubt a very close race with the composite Durham Chester Street crew pulling just ahead of Camus as they come towards Hildenbeed landing stage. Can see them just coming towards the commentator's box, very much neck and neck. It looks like it may be Camus ahead by a canvas, but the Chester Street Durham composite crew are making up the distance and pulling ahead again. Both crews are putting their all into the end of this race, though it still remains Chester Street and Durham ahead. It looks like Durham and Chester Street may still have it, but it is very likely to be a photo finish.
And we are now at the final race of the evening and of the whole regatta. This is the Open non-championship quads with Northumbria University on the racecourse side and St Leonard's on the Peel or Wood side. As they approach Hildbeed landing stage, it seems as if St Leonard's is out ahead by about 2 lengths.
St Leonard's have got a very good river position as well, sat as close to the centre as they can. They are keeping it still about a length and a half in front. It looks like this final race should be in the bag for them as they head toward Bath's Bridge.
And you can see them in their signature black and yellow bucket hats. St Leonard's are up ahead by a length and a half as they approach Bath's Bridge. And these are our final results. This is the winner of the women's J. Okay. So the results: Leeds University. Just have a look at the results yourself, guys, as they are changing very quickly on the screen.
Well, We are waiting for some results to hove in. There is a lot of celebration
And
for the
those
St Leonard's
final
vote.
results, the Open. There we go.
Well, what a weekend we've had here on the banks of the River Wear for the 193rd Durham Regatta. There are grey clouds still in the sky, but the sun is starting to poke through as the final races are finishing, and what an unforgettable weekend we've had here in Durham.
We have had some fantastic rowing today from all Durham colleges. A special shout out must go to the Hatfield novices and their amazing quality today. But who can forget Collingwood crashing into Grey and DU being disqualified from a race for allegedly pushing a boat into the banks of the Wear?
Controversial.
It is.
Controversial. Shouting out as well, St Mary's College celebrating 100 years of a boat club as well.
Yeah, very fitting that they're celebrating it today on the final day of the Durham Regatta 2026.
And of course, it's not just been about Durham and the beauty that is college sport. We've had universities from across the country, from down south, from Sheffield, but also schools as well.
Aside from the rowing, we've had invasions from Vikings this weekend and altercations with classic cars.
And not forgetting the ride of my life on a mechanical sheep.
It truly has been a weekend of magical experiences here at the 2026 Durham Regatta.
193 years of fantastic memories, and just look as we pan out today, the sun now shining on the River Wear, the castle and the cathedral dominating the skyline, a view that so many people who call this place home will always remember.
We've been PalTV, thank you for watching, stay safe and we'll see you next year.
Take care.